Chapter 113. You'll see. A harem, as is traditionally and historically understood, was when a man of great importance, status, power, success in life, money and dominant male characteristics, they whether kings, conquerors, intellectuals, successful businessmen. They had at their disposal a large number of women, since there was the belief that due to their success, they deserved more women to reproduce and spread their genes more than another man. It was something that only successful alpha males had as proof of their status. It showed that they could support so many women and that women's wanted a strong, intelligent and dominant man as a husband, or they were simply forced, since he was someone who stood out from the rest. However, an anime or manga harem. Good. You understand what I mean, right? Broly asked, pulling the gun from Rito's traumatized face and making non-verbal cues that he could answer. Non-verbal signals that became increasingly more and more insistent and threatening, and Rito, due to his past experiences, didn't know whether to answer or not, since he was afraid that whatever he did would end in more blows and insults. I don't know, Rito said, shaky with a trembling voice and tears in his eyes due to the fear caused by the situation and the possible response of Broly. Of course you don't know. You are a fucking idiot. How can you know? But don't worry, luckily for you I am a very patient and quiet guy. In one way or another I will make you understand, Broly said in a very gloomy way, terrifying Rito even more. A Rito that was about to piss on himself, while Broly made him turn on himself as if he were a spinning top, as if he were a toy in his telekinetic hands. I knew it. No matter what I say or do. Rito thought, doing his best not to vomit due to the dizziness caused by turning so many times and so fast on himself. The harems were designated by the man who wanted to have the harem, either to seduce that woman, buy her, or force her to be part of that harem. However, in the manga and anime harem, women are the ones who choose the harem master on their own accord, whether that boy wants it or not a lot of times. Is it very convenient? Right? It's not your fault that there are so many women interested in you. Right? It is not as if you were forcing them, and therefore there is no feeling of guilt or evil. Right? And that neither you nor they recognize having or being part of a harem is great. Right? That removes the responsibility and guilt of having several women at your disposal. Right? Therefore, you have no obligation to keep them and their children, endure their emotional bullshit and other annoyances. Right? With this we have all the good of having a harem without the bad of having a harem. Right? 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 Shouted Broly, increasing the volume of his voice in each sentence due to the great rage at the same time as he was getting closer and closer to Rito's face, to the point that both eyes were less than 2 centimeters away. An anger so great that he unconsciously made him transform into true legendary Super Saiyan God. HIATUS. Rito shouted with all his strength upon see that the terribly powerful and crazy psycho alien approached him more and more in a very threatening way as he transformed, further increasing his musculature. And Broly moving away a little from Rito, trying to control himself so as not to kill him, so he spoke again in a more civilized way, but without much success. FUCKK. You drive me crazy. Let's keep going. Could you tell me exactly what is the reason why Lala, Momo, Nana, Haruna, Run, Tgthegood, Yami, and even Kaiko and Rin, are in love with you? Really? Could you tell me why you are a pussy magnet? Could you tell me why? And when he heard that informative bomb, Rito forgot about the terrifying and nothing promising situation he was in and dared to say, what? Does Haruna really like me? Tgthegoud and Yami too? Kaiko and Rin? Since when? That is impose. Shut up, fucking herpes. Broly shouted as he grabbed Rito's tongue with telekinesis and stretched it out of his mouth to make him shut up in a very forced way. The next time you interrupt me, don't answer what I'm asking, answer or you do anything I plan to extend this stupid tongue until it reaches your fucking ass. And I will make you lick it to make you understand that you are a fucking piece of shit. Do you understand? If you understand me, cry like a fucking wuss. Pum. Bwah, and Rito cried like a wuss, but not because of Broly's order, it was because of the ultra-weak slap of Broly from Broly's point of view, that hit him on the whole face, almost breaking 1 or 2 teeth. It is normal that you have no idea. Because you are one of the most dense guys of the fiction, and because there are no reasons or at least logical reasons to fall in love with you. Broly shouted furiously, to then use a mocking and ridiculous voice while simultaneously mockingly and ridiculously represented what he said. You touched my tits, so you become my husband, and since you tried to save me from some bad guys in a pathetic way, as the 99.9% of the men on this planet would do, I fall in love with you madly. I have seen you take care of some crappy flowers, and that makes me see that you are kind and the love of my life. It turns out that he was not someone evil and has bought me food. From now on this will be my favorite food, I will stay close to him, I will become his sister's best friend, and I will have a tsundere attitude towards him although I want him. Oh. How cute, he blushes and put a very stupid face when he's embarrassed, that's why I'll harass you sexually every day. Oh my, we kissed by accident, let's fuck. These are shitty reasons. It is illogical that only with this random shit could exist this degree of infatuation during so much time. And it is more illogical when everyone is in love with the same shitty boy. Overall when they are all pretty, active, independent, smart and even famous. Shouted Broly a few inches from Rito's face, using an inhuman voice power. Ah. And that caused Rito's face to slightly deform by the power of his voice, a deformation similar to the one suffered by a person accelerating on a powerful roller coaster. And you know what is the most fun of all? Is that you didn't do anything. And when I say that you don't do anything, I don't just mean that you don't make any effort to make them fall in love, correspond them, improve the relationship, or just do something that can make us understand why you're so loved. When I say you don't do anything it's because you don't do anything at all. You only react to what others do, fucking beta faggot. It is assumed that you are the protagonist of this manga and still you don't think, the girls are the ones that moves the stupid and absurd story of this manga. You are not the protagonist. You are only the character on which the history rotates. And you are a pathetic character. Shout Broly with great indignation, grabbing Rito by the shirt as if he were a gangster trying to intimidate a granny with Alzheimer's to steal her money. I don't know what he's talking about or what he did to him. But please God, make this end, in any way, Rito thought, that he was completely terrified, so much that he even began to consider exits with no return. Well yes, you do something. Fall in such impossible and stupid ways that not even the actors of teleshopping spots would be able to imitate. Falling on the girls to create scenes near the hentai genre in an absurdly, repetitive and surreal way in each chapter. To make the teenagers kill themselves by masturbation. You understand me, play a game of 5 against 1 and the one who loses spits, do justice with your own hand, play the double bass with love, try to get Excalibur out of its stone without success, make the one-eyed Cyclops cry. This is the fucking only and whole purpose of a manga anime harem. They are a fucking shit without any literary value. They are nothing more than self-inserting fantasies in which no popular men who have not passed the hormonal phase imagine that they are capable of having a harem and they are the object of desire of all the beautiful girls. And you know why precisely you have a harem? Because if a stupid loser like you has a fucking harem, why they can't have one, since they are the equal or less pathetic than you. It's nothing more than a stupid story to satisfy beta males to make them fantasize that are alpha males surrounded by tits that have been gathered without effort or any sense in a shitty history where his great and only claim is see tits and butts and believe that it is you the one who rubs erotically against them. This is the essence of a manga like yours. And it is for this and much more that I hate the manga anime harem. But above all, their protagonists. And I know that I am repeating myself. But I hate them too much. Shouted Broly, throwing Rito to the ground with violence, as if he were not a person, only an unpleasant thing he was holding by mistake. Ah! Rito shouted when he fell to the ground on his head, which made him bleed from his nose, but fear made him not complain about anything more than that, since it seemed that this monster looked at him with more fury than before. I will not be so short-sighted to complain about that they don't take advantage of the hundreds of opportunities that magically presents itself to do what any man with a penis between his legs would do in a similar situation. I understand that there are certain scenes that cannot or could be put in a shonen magazine unless in an anime taking into account how prickly pear the Japanese society is in general. I also understand that may be difficult for you to take some hints. Who has not missed the opportunity to fuck for not understanding the mystical signs of a woman? I can even buy the fact that you are madly in love with a single girl and don't want to put your hands on another. And that you are ridiculously embarrassing. I can understand that you are a princeso. Although it irritates me too much. Because it is surrealist. Shouted Broly, releasing even more energy than before, looking at Rito in a more terrifying way than before. His eyes were bloodshot and it seemed he was going to kill him at any moment. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Whatever I have done or not done, I am sorry. 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 Rito was a few seconds after suffering a major nervous breakdown and drowning with his own vomit. Chapter 114. Ahem. What really drives me crazy is your indecision and lack of initiative. If you are only interested in a girl, if you don't want to be sexually harassed as Momo does, or if you want to fuck them all or only part of them. Say it. Stake your claim. Stop consenting everything that happens around you if you don't like it. Get rid of this fucking indecision. Whatever you decide may end with someone sad or injured and other happy. But if you continue to fear the conflict, everything will go wrong for you and surely for the majority around you. So, Think about yourself and not others and their fucking shitty feelings. Act. Begin to act as a fucking man, make decisions and take responsibility for them. Shouted Broly, grabbing Rito, who was kneeling on the floor, shaking him repeatedly as if he were a cocktail shaker. Ah. 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 And when Broly saw that Rito was a few shakes from suffering permanent brain damage, he threw him to the ground once more. He sat on the bed, incredibly angry, exhausted and disappointed, watching Rito with disgust. It's incredibly poorly written that so many women without mental defects can be interested in a man so cowardly, so unmanly, so pathetic, so mediocre or null in absolutely everything, so incapable of anything, so clumsy, so... Ah. You lack all the important characteristics that make women feel attracted to a man. I can still understand that your successor in the Shonen Jump, Kagurashi of Yuragiso no Yunasan, attracts women who know him. Since he is a strong man, very strong for his universe, capable, reliable and constantly acts demonstrating that he is more or less an alpha male, although in the same way he is almost always involved in the conflicts of the girls and is incapable of making a decision regarding his love life. Kasuma, I miss you. But you. God. Every time I see your fucking useless face I want to crush it to not have to see it anymore. Shouted Broly, crushing like a can of cola the gun with which he had threatened Rito until a few seconds ago, reducing it to the size of a pea with the pressure of his hand. Ah. He will kill me. He will kill me. He will really kill me. Rito thought, crying in fear like never before and trying to run for his life, but his legs and his whole body in general didn't respond. He was so scared couldn't move. But I won't, at least not now. I'll give you a chance to save your miserable and execrable existence, Broly said, trying to reassure himself. Really? Rito asked, who seemed to have seen a pleasant light behind a very dark, grim and dangerous tunnel. But Broly interrupted that little illusion with an innocent appreciation. Who has told you that you have the right to use your pathetic beta male voice in my fucking presence? If I wanted to hear you talk I would put my arm inside you, ass. I would have break through until reach your mouth formed the inside and made you talk like a puppet. Maybe and only maybe in this way you could say something that wouldn't make me replace your head with a manure bag. Appreciation that made Rito put himself in a fetal position as if he were a baby. He was so desperate and catatonic that was only seconds away from saying, I want to go with my mom. Then Broly approached him, grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and put him facing the door and pointed at her with the finger, saying, right now you will go to see each of the girls who are attracted to you and you'll tell them what you really think and want, and you will do what you really think and do what you really want. I don't care if you decide to just stay with Haruna. I don't care if you decide to stay only with Lala. I don't care if you stay with both. I don't care if you risk and decide that you want to keep both. I don't care if you choose another or another's. I don't care if you accept Momo's harem plan. I don't care if you decide that you are not interested or ready for now to start a relationship since you want to enjoy your youth and singleness. I don't care if you fuck your little sister in the bathroom. I don't care if you fuck them all, leave them pregnant, then you omit all responsibility and you run away to Cuba. I don't care if you announce to the world that you are homosexual, since nobody would suppress at this point. I don't care what you decide, but decide. Fucking eunuch without cojones. Hearing Broly's words, Rito was glad that there was a salvation for him, but on the other hand the conditions that Broly had put completely broke all his beliefs and way of being, so much that even in a situation like this he had great doubts about whether he should do what Broly was saying. Or what to do. And when he saw that indecision, Broly became even more angry, so much so that he almost achieved the transformation beyond the legendary Super Saiyan God full power, so he had to be even more drastic than before, I swear. If you don't do something fast, I'll tear that insignificant thing between your legs that you call penis, I will cook it using you as if you were a pan, and I'll make you swallow it form your fucking nose. Then when you poop it I will cool it with the blood that I will extract form your empty scrotum. I'll make you swallow it again, but this time from your ear, and then I will destroy your fucking thick intestine before your ex little useless penis before it can become shit again. And you know what will be the funniest thing? Nobody will miss it. So. You can already go to the room of Lala and fuck her up 9 times or I will think worse things to do to you. And I warn you, I have a lot of imagination. One moment, but you said you didn't care about what I chose, Rito said with confusion, as there was a great contradiction in Broly's orders threats. But Broly interrupted him in a very violent and irrational way. I know what I said. Come out of my view and don't tell anybody about what has happened here or I'll destroy this fucking solar system. It's not the first time that I do something like this. I am fucking crazy. And with a kick in the ass Broly took him out of the room, and Rito, seeing that all that was serious and that Broly was making threatening gestures that suggested that he would kill him and cut his penis in indescribable ways. Rito ran for his life to Lala's room, screaming to Lala's room. Where the beautiful, kind princess of Deviluke slept peacefully, there was a noise from outside the room. Palm. 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 Plom. Lala. Lala. Right? What happens to you? Have you had a nightmare? Can I help you? There is no time for explanations, Lala. I'm sorry. Rito said, pouncing at her. The tragic situation he experienced thanks to Broly, his threat and the fact that he had been in a near-death situation made him forget all rationality, and his reproductive instinct finally was activated. Rito. What are you doing? Are these tickles? No, they are not. Oh, Lala said with some innocence and excitement as she watched how Rito acted in a not very normal way, touched girl in a very intense and erotical way, without even having fallen by mistake on top of her. Right's room. Broly was still sitting there inspecting that Rito was doing what he had been ordered. Oh. Rito. I have never felt something like this. I love you. And seeing that everything had gone as he had planned, he said with satisfaction. Everything is coming up, Millhouse. Although it might be a little hard with that boy. Because of this, he will have nighttime terror for 2 years, post-traumatic stress for 1 year, he will develop an irreversible phobia towards muscular men, and he will piss and shit in stressful situations for a few months. But he will thank me in the future. Well, collateral damage. Next destination. I will enjoy this. Desire Realm. Broly returned with great humor to the main meeting room located in the center of his spaceship in his Desire Realm, which had become the meeting place for many of the most sociable characters like Obito, Rin, Mantomian, Hagoromo, Najimi, Kamagawa, Good Buu, Jiro, Ichiryu and others. And of course, he had to give one of his little speeches. Well guys, a world less to save, it has been tough, but thanks to my good manners, impeccable mood and... But he was quickly interrupted by Rin. Last time you left the Brawlavision in this room, we have seen it all you did to that boy. She said with total inexpressiveness, as if he had just seen a fairly grotesque and traumatic movie, like the Human Centipede. And most of the people who had a little humanity also looked at Broly in a similar way. And you will live with the doubt of knowing if I left that television on purpose so that you will know that I have a bad side or that I'm not perfect and I forgot something as simple as removing my Brawlavision. But I know everything that happens in my dimensions, so, I'm going to the next world, look at it if you want, Broly said, laughing at the situation as he prepared to cross the barriers of reality to traumatize another teenager and his friends. Let's play a game. Chapter 115. After the spiritual journey in time where they saw the past lives of Yugi Pharaoh Adam, Seto Kaiba the priest Seto, where they managed to defeat the bandit King Bakura and Zork, an apocalyptic demonic monster that had a penis dragon, yes. Seriously, you can check it, and it was broadcast during kids' viewing time and thereby save the world. They managed to gather the 7 Millennium items to open the door to the last duel of this part of the story. Perhaps the most epic duel for its meaning. The duel between Yugi and his alter ego, Pharaoh Adam. The duel to free the spirit of Adam. Yugi put the Millennium Puzzle on the Millennium Chart and... Phew. The Osiris Eye sculpted on the wall in front of him shone brightly, illuminating the entire abandoned Egyptian temple room. 2 Yugis. No, the other is the Pharaoh, said Sugoroku, Yugi's grandfather, pointing out what was evident. It can't be. Makuba shouted, that at this point he still didn't believe in magic, despite having been sealed in a card and having seen absolutely everything. Adam. T sighed in an unnecessary way, as the almost irrelevant characters always do, just sighing a name. Then Yugi and Adam looked at each other seriously without saying a word, they turned their backs and then they separated from each other, as if this were the Far West. This way they were going to have their final duel. The tension and expectation were enormous. A fight between two souls living in one body. A fight between two great friends. A fight that meant the final goodbye to someone who was almost the protagonist of the series. The time to see who really is the king of the games. But before. You will have to fight with me. Shouted Broly, who appeared in the middle of the 2 Yugis with great arrogance and epicity, wearing a gold dueling device embedded with jewels and wearing the Jack Atlas suit for very large and muscular men. No one expected something like this to happen. And of course they were impressed, fearful and worried about this strange appearance. Who the hell is that guy, has 3 eyes, tail, and one of his arms is bigger than my trunk? And he's dressed in a very strange way but cool at the same time, Joey said, pointing out the obvious at the same time that he praised Broly's incredible appearance, asking Ishizu especially, who is supposed to be the expert on spirits and strange things. I don't know, I've never seen or heard of someone, or something like that. This shouldn't be passed. Shizu said that she was the most impressed and scared of all, that being who had just appeared before her was totally unknown, and at the same time her sixth sense told her that he was the most dangerous and powerful being she had ever seen. And both Yugi and Adam had the same feeling that three-eyed being was someone who should be feared more than anyone. Does this mean that this man has nothing to do with spirits or ancient Egypt? T asked, highlighting the obvious once again. And when he heard that this man, despite being very strange, was not related to Egyptian magic and other paranormal things, Seto Kaiba, with his usual rich guy arrogance approached Broly in an intimidating way to get him out of "Hey you. I don't know who you are, but if. Pum. But he could not finish his sentence since he was propelled backwards, as if he had been hit by an invisible truck, being completely knocked out and with a finger mark on his forehead. Here I am the only tough guy, asshole, Broly said wiping his finger with which he hit Kaiba's forehead at an absurd speed. Kaiba. They all shouted upon saw that Kaiba had been attacked in an unnoticeable way. Brother, shouted Makuba, who went to help his brother. After seeing that show of strange powers, they could only speak and negotiate. Who are you and what do you want? Adam asked, asking a very obvious question in a situation like this. A good question. I am great and unmatched, true legendary Super Saiyan Broly. And I have come to this reality to face you in a legendary duel. A duel that will make me the undisputable King of Games. Broly said, doing incredibly exaggerated poses, as is usually done in Yu-Gi-Oh! In dramatic and important moments. A duel? What kind of duel? It will be a duel 2 versus 1, without magic or strange things. I just want to play and have fun. And to give you an advantage, I will let you both play at the same time, but with separate points, and I will always be the last to play. I lose a turn, but if I did not, I'm afraid it would end all too quickly, Broly said with a big smile of arrogance, one that really bothered everyone. And if by chance we lost, what would happen? Yugi said in a mocking voice, as if he really believed that it is impossible for them to lose. Nothing, you will simply have to live knowing that you are the second, and announce it to everyone in a similar way when someone asks you. Hi, who are you? I'm Yugi Muto, the second best duelist in the world. Who is the first then? Of course it is the perfect, incredible, unmatched, attractive and powerful god, Broly said, Broly interpreting an hypothetical conversation in a very exaggerated and ridiculous way, imitating Yugi and a nerd character X. This guy is an unbearable scoundrel, they all thought at the same time upon see how bastard and quirky this guy was, but on the other hand he did not seem as evil as other rare guys who appeared of now year demanding duels. Well, if it's just that, I guess we can leave our duel for later. We had always fought combined but not together. Right, Adam? Yugi said to Adam, showing off the typical anime cliché friendship. And before Adam could answer with another cliché sentence. Stop these annoying cloying conversations written by a menopausal teenager addicted to Prozac. It's time for the duel. And when he shouted, duel, Broly by the emotion was transformed into true legendary Super Saiyan full power, posing with a JoJo pose and destroying all the clothes of Jack Atlas that he was wearing, leaving with the torso fully discovered, showing his rocky muscles, fur and divine aura. What the hell? They shouted at the same time when they saw this paranormal, intimidating, impressive, absurd act, and masculine too. And while everyone argued about this act, as irregular as unnecessary, and about Broly's change of appearance, Yugi and Adam focused on the duel, thus beginning their turn. Adam 4000 LFP. Yugi 4000 LFP. Broly 4000 LFP. Turn 1. And with this the duel began, being Adam the first to play, discarding a card I can special summon the Tricky with 2000 ATK and put a set magic trap card, and I end my turn. Turn 2. I use the magic card Shielding Sword of Light. With that you will be unable to attack within 3 rounds. And now I summon Green Gadget in attack mode 1400 and I add Red Gadget to my hand. Finally I set a trap magic card and I finish my turn, said Yugi, who used a new deck so that Adam wouldn't know his strategy. Have you seen this? Before he can start his turn he is unable to attack and they have several hidden cards and 2 powerful monsters. It is impossible for them to lose, Joey said to create expectation and endorse the actions of the protagonists. That's right, I don't think anyone is capable of beating Yugi and Adam together, Tristan said, supporting Joey's argument unnecessarily as well. Yeah, stop eating your dicks between yourselves. It's my turn now, Broly told the public while he draw a card. Turn 3. He. Since there is no monster in my field I can summon my favorite card in the monster duel. Broly. Level 8 Light Warrior Effect Monster. ATK 3000. Death 3000, shouted Broly in an excessively effusive way while he summoned his beautiful and powerful creature. What the hell? The audience shouted upon see that the monster Broly had summoned was Broly, or at least it was exactly like him before he transformed himself in such an unnecessary way. That's impossible. It can't be that there is a card of himself. Unless with an attack and defense so high and easy to summon. And one with unknown effect. Yugi's grandfather shouted when he saw the great injustice that was being committed against his grandson, and also against the dueling monster. This is cheat. Surely he created it himself and hacked the device to allow him to play it, or maybe he bribed Pegasus or threatened to include this card in the rules, shouted Joey, who was not entirely misguided. However, Broly was there to clarify the doubts of the public and rivals in the most logical and reasonable way possible. Or maybe not. This is defamation and slander. The legendary and ancient card of Broly have been in the dueling monster since the beginning, even before ancient Egypt. So if you don't present any solid proof that I am cheating or something similar, I will be forced to take legal action against you. It will be better for you to hire a good lawyer. Broly said to silence to the more than logical and deserved criticisms. Desire Realm. Main Meeting Room. Obito, Rin, Kamagawa. Najimi and Mantamune played cards in the big table since they were one of the few without a fixed job, while watching the Brawlavision television created by Broly, where Broly's incredible and thrilling adventures are projected, and as in the world of Yugi, they also criticize their boss. WTF. Is this guy so self-centered and narcissistic that he has created an overpowered deck of himself? And he also is so shameless, said Rin, who saw with indignation the answer he was giving to Joey and the others about his blatant trap. Worst of all, he has spent the opportunity to go to a useful world, but he has used it to do this stupidity, said Najimi, who found that what he was doing was unimportant compared to what he should be doing. Mew. Mantamune replied, giving one of the most reasonable and inspiring speeches that have ever been seen in a fanfiction. Ha 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 ha. Well, I find it very funny, Kamagawa replied, who seemed to be the only one enjoying this moment without feeling ashamed of Broly being his boss. Back to the duel. It doesn't matter, if the dueling device recognizes this card, I'm afraid we can't do anything about it. Continue, said Adam, who despite finding that the situation was quite suspicious did not want to extend the wait. To which Broly gladly accepted. Thank you, Yami Yugi. First of all, I will get rid of those annoying swords of light. Since Broly is in a field, I use the magic card, Broly's Blown. This card allows me to destroy all the face-up magic trap cards of the enemies and prevents my enemies from using cards with the same name throughout the duel. Oh no, without the shielding sword of light Broly you can attack, said Bakura the Good One, highlighting the obvious as his friend's enemies always do. And now Broly attack is tricky with your I-beam, Broly said, causing Broly to attack Adam's monster. Boom. Oh no, some yelled. And since my Broly has 3 eyes he can attack 3 times. Broly said with a malevolent and terrifying face. It can't be. I attack your green gadget Yugi. Broly said, ordering himself to kill a robot. Boom. And now that there are no monsters, your life points are underpowered, so I attack Yugi directly. Broly said, pointing to Yugi to eliminate him from the game. Oh no, if he attacks him now Yugi will lose, T said, pointing out the obvious once more. However, Yugi gave up. So fast, not so fast. I activate my trap card Stronghold, the Moving Fortress. A trap card that is also a monster with 2000 defense points, monster that I summon in a defensive position. With this my points are safe. Boom. And although he was a monster, he was also destroyed by being in a defensive position, therefore his points were safe. Adam 3000 LFP. Yugi 2400 LFP. Broly 4000 LFP. I can't believe it, that cheater monster has the advantage in this duel against 2 Yugis, said Joey, very indignant and dismayed due to the momentary defeat of his friends. But Broly did not care what the public said, since it was still in his turn and here I could end my turn, but... Wawa. Thanks to having destroyed a monster in battle or infering damage I can make my Broly evolve, and I have killed 3 so. I summon. And before Broly could finish his sentence the monster Broly was wrapped in a very bright green light that kept growing in intensity and extent. What the hell is that? Said Yugi and Adam, who felt in their spirit the great danger of that radiates the card of which they did not kn. Chapter 116. What the hell is that? Said Yugi and Adam, who felt in their spirit the great danger of that card of which they didn't know the name. He, you call yourself the king of the games and you don't recognize one of the best cards. It is undoubtedly the true Legendary Super Saiyan. Broly. Level 11 Light Beast Warrior Effect Monster. ATK 5000. Def 5000 Broly said, introducing his new monster, True Legendary Super Saiyan Broly, which was exactly like him but in his transformation of True Legendary Super Saiyan. And seeing that Broly had done something, quite immoral. What? 5,000 points of attack and defense. It is superior Egyptian god Obelisk the Tormentor. It's true. T said, doing the usual yes, I complain that she didn't do anything. You can stop complaining or exaggerate on every time anybody do something. We are trying to play. Broly shouted before there was more criticism of his person and letter. And with that comment, quite disproportionate. Since if it were not for those comments from the public, the necessary dramatic climate would not be generated so that the spectators were interested in the duel or understood it. Broly continued with more silence. And as I am a good person and I have felt interrupted, I finish my turn, Broly said, being benevolent with his rivals, or maybe arrogant. Turn 4. Adam, let me go first. It was Yugi's turn, and although he lost all his monsters, many life points, and Broly had a very powerful card in his field he hadn't given up. I normal summon Red Gadged. And use the magic card Ties of Breath in anime, so I pay 1000 points to summon 2 monster of the same type from my hand or deck, and I summon 3 yellow Gadged and another green Gadget, then I put a set 3 magic trap card and I end my turn. Adam, I leave these monsters to you. Adam 3000 LFP. Yugi 1400 LFP. Broly 4000 LFP. Turn 5. And Adam, who understood Yugi's intention, said, thank you Yugi, I will use the well, if they become necessary. And in saying that his expression changed, since he was about to make a decisive play. Maybe I don't have in the field a card with more than 5,000 points to beat you, but you have relied too much on his attack, and that will be your downfall. I use the magic card Reverse Plot. With this I can select a monster in your field and make him attack you. And since you don't have another monster, I attack you directly. And since you don't have set cards with 5,000 attack points, you have lost. Bien. The audience shouted at the same time upon see the simple but effective stratagem of Adam. Ha ha ha, well done other Yugi, you've used his own invented cheat card against him. Joey shouted when he saw that the cheater being from another dimension would be defeated with his own cheat, but very intelligent move, but my Broly is not affected by magic cards, I forgot to say it, I'm sorry, Broly said sarcastically and mockingly when he saw that Yugi's card had been of no use. That? Is it immune to magic cards? It's the same as an Egyptian god, Tristan said when he saw how powerful Broly card was. Okay, it seemed too convenient that you had left him unprotected. Said Adam, who despite being upset about spending that card, knew that there was a possibility of not winning with that. I put a set magic trap card and I'll use the monsters that Yugi gave to me for a superior summon. And summon the Egyptian god, Slifer the Sky Dragon. Great. Adam has invoked one of the 3 strongest cards in the entire dueling monster, T said when she saw that the duel was not lost yet. Yes, but Broly's attack points are still too high, whether or not in Yugi's have an Egyptian god, it won't be able to beat him, Joey said, commenting Adam's play. But Adam still had a card to play to solve this setback. I launch, Treasure of God, all the player can draw up to 6 cards, and Slifer gains 1000 attack and defense for each card in my hand. Therefore my Slifer the Sky Dragon now has 6000 attack points, 1000 more than your Broly, said Adam, pointing at Broly with confidence. Ah yeah. That's my Yugi. Well, it's Adam, but you have already understood me. Slifer, attack Broly and destroy him. Adam shouted, ordering the attack. Boom. Slifer threw his energy beam at Broly, which should have destroyed him and subtracted 1000 life points, but UPS, I'm sorry. Did I also forget to mention that my Broly cannot be destroyed in battle and that I am not harmed by battles related to him? Broly said with a very unpleasant and disgusting smile. What? They all shouted when they saw that great injustice, even Yugi and Adam, who felt outraged by the amount of convenient effects Broly had had. Hey! Referee! This is cheat. This guy has created an absurdly powerful and invincible card. I haven't created it absurdly powerful and invincible. I restrained myself a lot to make this minimally exciting. Shouted Broly, who really thought that he hadn't created this card in his image and likeness with a power and effects at his height. Hey! You just confessed that you created this letter. This duel is a farce. Tristan and Joey shouted when they heard Broly's carelessness. I didn't say anything, Broly said, whistling in a sneaky and suspicious way, pretending he hadn't said anything. Well, it's still your turn, Adam. And Adam, that like the rest was really upset with Broly's cheat, but he was professional and continued with the duel. Okay, I set a magic trap. But he was interrupted by Broly. I'm sorry, but thanks to the temporary powers of my Broly, if you don't have monsters with a higher level than Broly in the field, you can't make your main phase 2, and my Broly is level 11 and yours level 10, so you can't place cards face down now. Wah 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 wah. What do you say? Said Yugi and Adam, who were beginning to feel extremely outraged by Broly's continued surprise effects. Shut up and end your turn, Broly said like a corrupt winner that didn't want to hurt complaints. Gur, I finish my turn, said Adam with a squeak. Turn 6. Oh. It's my turn. What a surprise. Let's see how I'm going to defeat you. Oh yeah. First of all, Broly said with a sinister smile announcing the end. However, Yugi did something not so fast. I activate the Divine Peace Treaty trap card that I had placed. Just a moment. That card was not in his deck in the anime or in the manga. It doesn't even exist. Fucking Yugi crazy cheats. And they call me my cheater. Thought Broly, who was witnessing as usual the moment when Yugi altered reality itself to win in an unfair way. If I get rid of the 99 of my life points I can activate this card, which cannot be denied. Yugi exulted, waving his hand in an exaggerated way. Yes, fucking convenient, Broly thought, grumbling. And its effect allows that in the next 4 turns they cannot lower anyone's life points, skip the battle phase and deny any attack and shield all cards on the field of the opponent's effects. During those turns you cannot do anything against us, Yugi said, clarifying the effect of this created card by the convenience of the script at that time, so that Broly could not kill them in his turn of in the following one. Yes, thanks for the explanation, ah. I should have killed you on my first turn, Broly said, almost regretting not finishing things quickly. I forgot to say it, but thanks to the full power ability I can multiply the attack and defense power of my Broly on each turn, so. True Legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Level 11 Light Beast Warrior Effect Monster. 10,000 attack. 10,000 defense. What? 10,000 points. Again cheating with his invented card, Joey said with pessimism and fatigue. And after this interruption Broly continued with his speech, but it would be a shame to end the duel in this way, so, I will make Broly evolve once again. What? They all shouted, overreacting. I evolved the true Legendary Super Saiyan Broly to summon the True Legendary Super Saiyan God Full Power Broly. Level 13 Divine Creator God Effect Monster. ATK Infinite. Def Infinite. Which is immune to all effects, so it is not affected by the effect of Slifer and denies all effects, so it also denies the effect of Slifer, so now it have 0 ATK and def points. In addition, I use the magic card Broly says fuck you. That removes the hand of my adversaries from the game and I gain 1000 life points for each card removed. So now I have 16,000 life points, 4,000, 12,000. And I'll be good one more time and I'll finish my turn, Broly said calmly as he finished his turn casually. Adam 3000 LFP. Yugi 1400 LFP. Broly 16,000 LFP. What? Infinite attack and defense. Immune to everything and negates everything. Why didn't you write that he's invincible and that's it? Yugi's grandfather said, very angry, so much that they had Joey and Tristan had to grab him so he wouldn't rush over Broly. Ha 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 ha. In fact, this is a card that can minimally capture my splendor. But not everything was screaming, also nervousness and despair, specifically for Yugi. It can't be, he has an invincible card in his field that makes all the others useless, his life points are too high, Slifer has become completely harmless, the magic cards and traps have no effect and are denied, I don't have cards in my hand. We can't win. That's right, sink into misery, useless child who couldn't win without a spirit helping him. UCI is the best fucking Yugi of all. Broly thought with a sinister inner smile like the Joker of Batman. But nevertheless. Yugi. Don't fall into despair. Remember, there is no invincible card, they all have a weakness. Trust in the heart of the cards and your friends, they are the key to winning, said Adam so that Yugi would not give up with the typical motivational shonen manga speech. Stop this stupid cheesy speeches and play, I have more things to do, thought Broly, who was starting to get tired of this pantomime. Turn 7. You're right, Adam, destiny draw. Yugi said, drawing the card and smiling upon see what he had in his hand. Great. Just the card I wanted. Yes, great, Broly thought, imagining what would happen. I use the mythical magic card. Twist of Destiny. Which can be activated only if this is the only card in my hand, the opponent's life points are higher than mine by 10,000 points and the attack points of an adversary monster would be able to reduce my points and his life points to 0, there is an Egyptian god in the field and the other 2 are in the cemetery or removed from play. And their activation and effect cannot be denied, ignoring other denial effects, Yugi said, describing the activation effects and effects of his convenient card. Of course. How convenient. He had a card specifically for this situation. What a surprise. Fucking Yugi crazy cheats. Broly thought, who was having several déjà vus of how Yugi used to win the important duels he won in the last moment but he should have lost. And this card allows me to summon a very special monster, but unfortunately that monster is summoned in the next turn, Yugi said, ending his turn. Adam 3000 LFP. Yugi 14 LFP. Broly 16,000 LFP. Turn 8. But fortunately the next turn is my turn. Thanks to the effect of Yugi's card I summoned the definitive Egyptian god, Ammonius Ra the Primordial. Level 13 Divine Beast Effect Monster. ATK 0. Def 0 Adam said, summoning a practically invisible god. Aha! I knew that Yugi had an ace up his sleeve. Joey shouted when he saw that the duel could still be won. This is the Egyptian god Ammonius. One god even older than the Ra, Slifer, or Obelisk, Ishizu said, astonished to see the apparition of that card. Bullshit. That god didn't exist in this story. You just traveled to the past and it wasn't here. And they accuse me of inventing cards. He just invented a fucking Egyptian god. Fucking hypocrites. Broly thought as he got angry, so much that for a few seconds he thought of destroying the world. You'll see. You may have an indestructible monster with infinite points of attack and defense, that your life points are higher than ours and that we cannot make any attacks or lower your life points, but that is not the only way in which a duel can be won, and fortunately this card allows me that alternative, Adam said with a victorious smile on his face, giving a sermon to Broly about the rules of the game. Yes. Yes, very very convenient, thought Broly, looking at Adam suspiciously, weariness and disgust. And the effect of this god who cannot be denied is to sacrifice himself and all my life points to remove from the game all the cards of our hands and decks, also denying all effect for the entire game of the cards removed by this effect. Adam said with confidence and heroism, sacrificing himself to activate this effect. Adam 0 LFP. Yugi 14 LFP. Broly 16,000 LFP. Son of a bitch, Broly thought, who even now was surprised of how fucking convenient his reality warping that allow him to win in every duel was. And of course, Joey and friends had to act as stupid narrators. Oh no. Adam's points have dropped to 0, that means he has lost. No. He has only sacrificed himself so that Yugi could win, said Yugi's grandfather, who unlike others had understood what had happened. But he has eliminated all his cards and he only has 14 life points left. How are he going to win? Mokuba asked, another useless stupid without his alter ego. He won't need to do anything, he has already won, he will win as soon as Broly's turn begins, Joey said. He could hardly suppress the desire to celebrate the victory of his friends. That's right, in case someone at the start of their turn doesn't have cards to draw from their deck, they will have automatically lost the duel, and the next turn is the turn of that monster, said Seto Kaiba, who had finally woken up. I finally understand. Said T, who after more than 200 episodes finally understood the rules of the game. And I understand that this is a play would not have been possible if now were for their teamwork. Yugi and Adam have managed to win because they trust each other, he said, contributing with the cheesy ting of the moment. Please T, do us all a favor and become mute, Broly thought, that was seriously thinking of turning off the sound of the public. That's right, as soon as my turn ends, and you have to draw a card at the beginning of your turn, you will have lost, Broly. Thank you, you have given me a great duel with my partner before having the final duel against my partner, Adam said coolly, sentencing Broly to lose. And Broly panicked when he saw that he would inevitably lose. OHNO. No. It's not possible. I should be the king of the games. I should be the winner. I show. Or maybe not. Old, stop dramatizing and overacting. As the ideal conditions have been given, before you finish your turn I active from my extra deck my favorite card, which I will allow you to read. Troll God Broly. Level. Divine Creator God Fusion Synchro XYZ Link Effect Monster. ATK Infinite. Def Infinite. In the event that Yugi and Adam cheat to win the duel or to imminently win the duel, Broly automatically wins the duel by denying the victory or possible victory of Yugi and Adam. This effect cannot be denied or prevented, ignoring any condition including those that deny conditions. You have lost, Yugi, fuck you. Nice effect, right? Broly said, reading the card and projecting it to everyone, shamelessly showing in the image of that card that would come to be, the troll face meme made with his face. Ha 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 ha. I won. I won. And you don't. I am the first to defeat you cleanly in a duel. I am the king of the games and you are not. Fuck you, second one. Ha 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 ha. Kaiba, now you are the third one, Broly said in an extremely mocking and unpleasant way, celebrating as a repellent little boy who was the world champion in something. What? This is inadmissible. It is impossible that a card like these exist. This duel was tricked from the beginning, it was impossible that I could win. You have cheated. Yugi and Adam shouted, who had forgotten their sportsmanship, just like the public, who screamed like them or more and even started throwing things at Broly. But Broly with great anger increased the gravity around the temple, causing everyone to kneel before him. Are you accusing me to cheat? You who just invented an Egyptian god to defeat me. You who in your first duel with Kaiba summoned Exodia with 2 left arms. You who fused a monster with a monster and magic card with a normal polymerization and created infinite Kuribos with a card that doesn't do that, against Kaiba 2. You who summoned a monster with infinite attack 1 when you faced a monster with infinite attack. You who attacked your own magic card with a normal monster without effect and destroyed it to lower the tide of Omi to kill all the fish of your opponent, which doesn't have a fucking sense. You that when you was losing it all against Agami, you summoned a random monster of which you didn't even specify its effect or attack, and when it attacked you simply won. And I still haven't exposed all your cheats. You accuse me of cheating? Everything in this manga anime is solved with a deus ex machina in the last minute. You are incapable of win a duel justifiably. You always invent a new card that was never in your deck and that may never be again to win in difficult or impossible situations. The story of this manga anime is a fucking shit that works only with conveniences. Fuck you. I won. Accept it. Eat my balls, Yugi crazy cheats. Shouted Broly in an equal or more violent way than when he was in the world of To Love Ru traumatizing Rito. Ah. Some shouted since they felt that his body weighed a ton. And now that I've won and I've been crowned as king of the games, I'm going home. I have important things to do. Fuck you cheaters, Broly said, disappearing in the same way that he appeared, as angry as happy and satisfied regardless of the state in which the protagonists and secondary characters have been left, and their complaints. Desire Realm. Broly appeared right in front of Obito, Rin, Najimi, Kamagawa and Mantamian, who were still watching the television screen where he was broadcasting until a few seconds ago, and sat next to him with joy and satisfaction. Ha 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 ha. Who was going to say it? I have faced the king of duels and won without cheating. Awesome, right? Broly said, showing off his achievement in front of his employees. Yes, you are awesome, Obito said with a legendary sarcasm, since the other 4 could not stop looking at Broly, possibly waiting for his face to fall from the little shame he had when he said he hadn't cheated. I know, but you will have to celebrate later. In a few hours there will be a party to commemorate that we have finalized the last phase of my plan, and... Oh. I think we have a great problem, Broly said, revealing genuine concern. Chapter 117. Origin Reality. In the same building where Avalon worked, but on the top floor of the gigantic and luxurious building. In a huge and extremely luxurious office from which the entire city could be seen panoramically. And in that office was a person. An extremely important person in that company, and not only in that company, also throughout the Origin Reality. Since this man is Origin, he changed his name due to his delusions of greatness, the president and founder of Origin Entertainment Company. The most successful and powerful organization of all that reality, the discoverer of the other realities and the one that in secret exploited them for his own benefit and those of his circle of trust. The man who conspired against the entire omniverse and, the most powerful being of that reality, either biologically and politically of this reality, and therefore of all others. The head of Abalon, who like Abalon did hardly anything at all throughout the day and only nervously watched a progress bar, which was at 99. Until a stunning woman dressed as a sexy secretary entered inside office with a futuristic tablet in her hand. Hello, President Ricardo. Again looking at the progress bar of the Origin project for hours? Asked Olivia, who has been friend and secretary of President Origin even before the Origin Entertainment Company was founded and he changed his name. For the last time this morning, Olivia, call me Origin. And yes, I started the most important phase of my plan, the Origin project made billions of billions of billions of billions years ago. And from a millions of ago this damn progress bar is still quiet in 99. I have lived a lot and will continue to do so, and I have great patience, but no matter how much patience I have, it is tortuous to see how your destiny is so close and not being able to taste it yet. Origin said, that he did not take his eye off the 99 progress bar, hoping that it would become 100. The older ones will understand this situation and despair, wait for a week to download a movie and at the bar of progress stay for an abnormal time at 99. Author's reflection. Yes, I understand perfectly. Olivia said in a double sense, referring to her private loving life with her childhood boss friend who was too obsessed with her project and did not pay attention to her. Changing the subject, this is the report of the decade. We remain the #1 company in history for the umpteenth time in a row, the most beloved, the most popular, the richest, the most influential and the most envied. Thanks to our customers who work for us without knowing it, we are quickly collecting more and more skills, data, and samples of other realities. Our partners become increasingly powerful and happy, and there is no leak or attempt to filter our true activities. The same every 10 years, Olivia said, who seemed to get bored with every word that came out of her mouth, as if it were a tedious and repetitive routine. And all thanks to me. Ha ha ha. Perfect, thanks Olivia. You know I like to hear that from your mouth, it always makes me feel better, Origin said satisfiedly, putting his legs on the table happily and carelessly while Olivia smiled at him. Anything new or strange fact that happened recently? All the same as usual, except that we have found a strange change in behavior in one of our oldest employees, Olivia replied, not giving much importance to this matter, but it was the only unusual thing that could be mentioned. Oh, who is it? Origin said with some interest. He desperately needed something that was not his progress bar or the games, series, and movies his company produced to entertain himself correctly. And when he heard the question of his boss and love interest since she was 10,000 years old, she replied, it is Avalon, he is. Ah. Avalon, yes, the guy in charge of the Ice Guy of the Era movie saga. It was one of my first and brightest ideas, which continues to give us great benefits era after era. I am surprised that people like this kind of shitey genre so much. What's wrong with him? Origin said, interrupting Olivia, since he knew who Avalon was and what is his work. First, because he was the president of the company and had to know who his employees were. Second, because he had been the one who proposed the idea of Ice Guy of the Era. And third, because he was a big fan of the Ice Guy genre and practically saw everything minimally decent of that genre, although he tried to deny it to become a cult, since it was a genre not highly acclaimed by the most select critic. Nothing important, but rare for him, or for anyone. Normally he doesn't do anything until a few decades near the next premiere. However, now for the first time he has started working. A few decades after starting the project he has started to work, and from what I see quite seriously, Olivia said, that seemed surprised, since nobody used to work too hard on that reality as there was not much to do, especially Avalon, whose only project had to be completed millions of years in the future. Well, he has become proactive since this is his last film before his retirement in a trillions of years, or he had a slight inspiration that couldn't miss. As a former artist and fan of Ice Guy of the Era, I want it to be like that. Origin said in thought, who was glad to think that Avalon he was struggling in a movie of his favorite saga. And not only that, he has also spent just now all his dimensional trips to dimensions close to the dimension in which the film will happen. When he normally never spends any, according to his profile he has never liked to travel, or do anything, Olivia said, adding more strange details to Avalon's behavior change. People change, my dear Olivia. 13,684 eras ago you didn't like a short skirt either, and now you wear them every day, Origin said, taking away the matter and looking at her perfect legs. Yes, I do it after I found out that you liked, idiot, Olivia thought before giving the most important data of all, but in one of those dimensions inhabits a being of Alpha Omega category. And upon hearing those words, Origin's expression changed slightly and get up from the chair with energy. This is something curious. I think we will have to pay a little visit to Avalon. Avalon office. Avalon, as every half-day, was alone in his office looking at the computer without much to do, when suddenly. Hi Avalon. Are you having a productive day? Origin said, which had teleported together with Olivia in front of the almost asleep Avalon. Ah. Pre-President Origin. Yes, it is a very productive day, sir. Said the startled Avalon, who did not expect at all that the president himself personified in his office while he wasn't doing anything. Ha 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 ha, I'm glad. You see, it has reached my ears that you have already begun to make progress with the next production of Ice Guy of the Era. Is that true? Origin asked in a friendly way to Avalon, who was trying to put on his clothes and correct his posture to appear more formal in front of his greatest superior. Making progress? Yes, of course, President Origin, just as you say, sir. Great, I'm glad to hear this. Great, if he started working so early in this production it must be because he was inspired. The next movie seems promising. By the way, they have also told me that you have been interested in other dimensions close to the one where the next film will take place. Is it due to something special? Origin asked once again, trying not to show interest in the movie, but he was and wanted to know if there was any relationship between these travels and the film. Or other nearby dimensions. Yes, that is to inform me firsthand about the next movie, since the protagonist is. Said Avalon, who was very nervous to be in front of the president, the most powerful being of all, especially in the state where his office was, and what he had been doing recently and now. TSH, you don't need to bore me with unnecessary details. I don't want to know anything about anything. I don't want any kind of spoiler. I want to enjoy the movie on the day of the premiere without knowing anything. I don't even think about watching the trailer. We had only come because certain changes in your behavior seemed strange to us, but we see that they have been positive changes, so we will simply let you continue working, Origin said, who was satisfied with Avalon's intimidated attitude. He liked that the others treated him as someone superior and extremely important. However, he wanted to leave as soon as possible, since he didn't want Avalon to do a spoiler by mistake. Oh, and by the way, I will not ask you why you have decided to travel to a world where an Alpha Omega being lives, but I inform you that you have to follow a certain protocol in those cases, so I have already cancelled your access to that reality. We will not take it into account on this occasion since apparently you are not performing and you weren't going to perform any extractive maneuver of that dimension. Right? Origin said in a way that was certainly threatening before leaving through the door, telling Avalon what he should do and not. Yes, Mr. President. Whatever you say, Mr. President. At your service, Mr. President. Avalon said, bowing several times in submission and apology. Okay, take care of yourself and be productive, Origin said with a big smile as he walked out the door accompanied by Olivia, who greeted Avalon politely, who was about to stagger. Pam. Sound of door closing, I like onomatopoeia. And within a few seconds of going out the door, walk a little and make sure nobody was listening. Ricardo, you have noticed, right? Said Olivia, who looked seriously at her boss, childhood friend and love interest because of what she saw and experienced in Avalon's office. Of course I have realized, my dear Olivia, but call me Origin, fuck. After all, it's not the first time I've heard of something like that, Origin said, like his secretary and friend-zoned unconsciously, childhood friend, he was quite serious but also excited by what he had seen in that office. And upon hearing his boss's affirmative response, she immediately tried to provide a solution to earn points, and perhaps a romantic dinner together, so, we should. But as always, Origin came forward, don't worry, I know what we should do. But let's not discuss this in the hall, let's go to my office for more privacy. It is better that nobody hears what we have to say. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 118. Desire Realm. 12:45 Origin Reality Hour. In the overcrowded meeting room where absolutely all the members of the Immortal Legion were gathered, worth the redundancy, because the most important event desired by all was planned. It was a reason for joy, relaxation and celebration, but instead it had become one of the most tense, dangerous and undesirable moments of all, especially for Broly. Fuck. 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 Why did this have to happen? And precisely now, and precisely he. Calm, if it's him and he hasn't notified anyone under his mantle chain, there's still some hope, said Broly, who was in front of the screen of a huge computer with dozens of keyboards, in which dozens of Brolys that worked with great concentration and speed. Damn, according to the simulations, there was only a 10 chance that the scenario could happen. Said Mayuri, who participated with Broly and the others to be able to create a super simulator based solely on super advanced technology, since magic and other abilities to predict the future wouldn't work with actions and reactions that occur in the Origin reality. How serious is the situation? I understood that Broly is immortal as long as that strange dimension exists, and we too, asked Ichiryu, who being one of the newest additions didn't know very well what the implications of being discovered by President Origin were. Yes, theoretically Broly-sama cannot be destroyed while the formless realm exists, and theoretically only Broly-sama can exist and interact with that dimension. But although the formless realm is a dimension with such unique characteristics, and although it has laws of Origin reality, it is still a dimension located below the Origin reality and has been created with a power delivered to Broly-sama in the Origin realm. So it is possible that Origin is able to eliminate it. But even if he can't do it, it would put an end to our plans and could also prevent us from ever leaving the three realms anymore, said Aizen, explaining to everyone the seriousness of the situation. Come on guys, don't be so pessimistic. We knew that this moment could come and we prepared for it. Don't panic, it is not the worst possible scenario. Luckily he is not expressing great disgust and is not asking excessively specific things, besides. Origin reality. Avalon as every half-day was alone in his office looking at the computer without much to do, when suddenly. Hi Avalon. Are you having a productive day? Origin said, which had teleported together with Olivia in front of the almost asleep Avalon. Ah. Pre-President Origin. Yes, it is a very productive day, sir. Said the startled Avalon, who didn't expect at all that the president himself personified in his office while he wasn't doing anything. Ha 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 ha, I'm glad. You see, someone has noticed that something curious happened when you made the delivery of powers based on karma. Is that true? Origin asked in a friendly way to Avalon, who was trying to put on his clothes and correct his posture to appear more formal in front of his greatest superior. Shit. They have noticed. Damn. Avalon, think of some excuse, one in which you don't lie at 100, thought Avalon, who was trying to use each of his neurons to get out of that situation. The powers? I am sorry President Origin, I just tried to minimize losses for the company. Really? I'm glad to hear that. Although, it should have been you who paid for those extra costs, but it doesn't matter, I'm not angry about that, nor will I charge you that cost or punish you. I'm a kind boss, right? Origin asked once again, trying not to show interest in the movie, but he was and wanted to know if there was any relationship between these travels and the film. no won't it cost me the cost? Yes, of course he is kind, sir, the protagonist, and I reached an agreement with which he was also satisfied. See, in return I gave him, said Avalon, who was very nervous to be in front of the president, the most powerful being of all, especially in the state his office was, and what he had been doing recently and now. TSH, you don't need to bore me with unnecessary details. We had only come because nothing else had happened in the company and we had little to do, so we will let you continue working, Origin said, who was satisfied with Avalon's intimidated attitude. He liked that the others treated him as someone superior and extremely important. However, he wanted to leave as soon as possible, since he didn't want Avalon to do a spoiler by mistake. Oh, and, by the way, we are aware that you plan to retire in a few years, so we have thought that before your retirement it would be good to transfer your knowledge to the one that will replace you. I know it should be we who proposed this measure, but we believe it would greatly improve your record that it would be you who claimed a substitute in a few million years. Do you agree? Origin said in a way that was certainly threatening before leaving through the door, telling Avalon what he should do and not. Yes, Mr. President. Whatever you say, Mr. President. At your service, Mr. President. Avalon said, bowing several times in submission and apology. Okay, take care of yourself and be productive, Origin said with a big smile as he walked out the door accompanied by Olivia, who greeted Avalon politely, who was about to stagger. Pam. Sound of door closing, I like onomatopoeia. And a few seconds after Origin and Olivia came out the door, sit back in their chair and make sure nobody was watching. Avalon closed his eyes and... Master Avalon, do you want to activate the automatic function one more time? Said a robotic voice that was in Avalon's head. Yes, after this I need it, Avalon thought, speaking to the robotic voice of his head. Okay, Master Avalon, enjoy your rest, from now on I will take care of everything for you, the robotic voice inside Avalon's head answered once more. And at the end of the mental conversation with a machine, Avalon's eyes went blank, and the next thing he saw was the ceiling of his room. He was at home, stretched out on a futuristic bed and with a virtual reality device on his head, a device that was automatically removed from his head and after getting out of bed. Mamma mia! I had never been so scared in my life. He president. Of all the people, the president came to see me. And he also knows what I did. Ugh, I have been lucky that there have been no reprisals for that and that he or his sexy secretary has not realized that I was using this incredible technology. Well, I don't think they'll come back, I'll take the rest of the day off, said Avalon, putting on the virtual reality helmet again after drinking something. In case someone enters while I play this video game, please let me know, and if it's something serious give me control and play for me until I come back, Avalon told the IA of his virtual reality device. Of course, Master Avalon, it is 1300 hours, I will return your substitute to your house when the workday ends at 1900 hours, as always the IA responded to Avalon while he was already entering his user and password to access a video game, which was Avalon 123,456,789. Substitute, I don't know what would be my life without you, in fact I don't know how I could live without you until now, said Avalon, who almost dropped a tear due to the great happiness he felt right now. Desire Realm. 1300 hours, Origin Reality Local Hour. In addition, the president is a geek who secretly loves his own iSky idea, so Avalon will not trouble him or try to read his thoughts on a large scale, and it has been very easy for me to modify the input and output message from our Avalon substitute, ha 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 ha. Broly said, laughing in a corrupt and despicable way while caressing Mantamian, who was trying to escape from Broly's hands. I don't like to recognize it, and less work on the Project Perfect Jigai since it was originally an invention of that despicable man, but it can be given quite interesting uses, although I would have preferred create one more, proactive. Mayuri said, who looked from the screen as the Avalon substitute pretended to do something in the office while the real Avalon did absolutely nothing at home. You have already seen what has happened. When we have been a little proactive we have drawn attention, we have to leave it like this. But I agree, if we add to that the technology based on cloning that I developed in my reality, the one of GT Robo of the reality of Toriko, and the one that Broly obtained in his reality and in the Origin, it has been possible to make a substitute with intelligence artificial and with automatic modes so perfect that almost no one would be able to distinguish it from the original, Orochimaru said, who is and had enjoyed the creation of this stupid but useful project. It is certainly an interesting toy, but the really funny thing was to see how he coaxed that idiot who pretended to be a god. A few constant spams on his work computer controlled by us at a time when he was more bored and less willing to work, and after a few months after seeing the advantages of our product, he decided to recreate it with his replicating machine, and since then he has never returned to the office. Black Zetsu said that he had enjoyed a lot in his project to manipulate Avalon to buy and eat the poisoned apple that was the substitute and its artificial intelligence, although it had seemed too easy compared to what he did in his world. Ha 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 ha. Exactly, with this we can not only control what Avalon hears and says in case someone asks questions about what I do on his behalf, as it happened today. With this I can also impersonate all the time it is in automatic mode, which is 99 of the day, if not 100. Therefore, I no longer need to wait for him to leave to work my cyber magic or expose myself. Ha 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 ha. Broly said with the same face as before, stroking Mantimeon, who had already given up trying to escape and only prayed that this torture would end soon. But isn't this a problem? Origin has just closed the access to the most important reality of all, in which you have not yet been able to, said Kamigawa, who tried to be a bit negative in this situation. Don't worry about it. I have already managed to establish an embassy, and thanks to Avalon's computer, to which I will no longer have access to that reality, although I doubt it will be necessary again, I have been able to infiltrate successfully and escape the sight of those 3 annoying sisters. Now we only have to wait a few million years to get the precious prize, Broly said in a sinister and evil way, to radically change his face and tone to say happily, but I won't wait another second without celebrating. Especially when after this we have more reasons than ever to celebrate. Let's go, guys. Guee. They all shouted with joy in front of the great banquet, looking at the existential emptiness of the Desire Realm where there was absolutely nothing. Origin reality. Origin's office. Olivia and Origin were back in Origin's office, where they were sitting on the couch and talking like friends on a boring Sunday afternoon. You realize that this was not really Avalon, right? Olivia asked Origin, who was taking a brandy next to a virtual fireplace. Yes, in your case it was because you couldn't read the thought, if I am not mistaken, Origin said to Olivia, who was fixing her nails. Yes, I couldn't, even though I am in a higher rank than him, it should be impossible to escape my ability, so it must be someone else, Olivia replied. You're almost right, it is not another person, it is a kind of robot from which the true Avalon works from his home. I didn't realize it at the beginning, but when I did a little scan of our reality I realized that there was an Avalon in his house connected to a virtual reality device, and his heartbeats matched perfectly with the shocks he had in our conversation. But I didn't read his thoughts, I don't want spoilers, said and thought Origin finishing his 14th glass of brandy. Origin said and thought Origin finishing his 14th glass of brandy. Then what do we do? We opened a disciplinary file for him. Ha 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 ha, is not necessary. Deep down I find these things funny, almost all of our employees have modified the cameras, their CPU and practically everything to not feel uncomfortable and take advantage of the time when they have little work, since there is not much to do, but it is the first time that someone tries so hard in doing nothing in such a professional way, Origin said, who also did similar things before founding his corporation. That's why I say it, not only has he breached one of the most absolute rules regarding trips to Alpha Omega realities, he is also being too lazy in working hours. Said Olivia, who was very bothered by that kind of behavior, since she was the secretary of the boss, unlike the others she was very productive. Come on Olivia, they are artists, you have to leave them some freedom to be inspired and create innovative things. As long as they do their job with the right quality on the day the delivery has been established, it doesn't matter for me. As for the reality, Alpha Omega hasn't extracted anything and its access has been cut off. Besides, even if he started now, it would need millions of eternities to achieve that, and he will retire in an era and a few thousand years to train his substitute. And I'm almost ready to accomplish it, Origin said with a wicked smile and face as he drank his glass of brandy number 189. If you say so. By the way, a friend gave me 2 tickets to see I Sky of the Era 87, 890, 984, 393, 038, 374, 859, 593, 676, 576, 576, 345, 432, 568, 970, 080, 889, 978, 953, 464. 547, 676, 521, 313, 644, 443, 585, 390, 473, 762, 937, 494, 673, 920, 179, 374, 947, 892. Would you like to go see the movie with me and then have dinner at my house? Said Olivia, who knew Origin's geek's tastes and took advantage of the moment he got drunk to seduce him. I Sky of the Era. No, I don't like it too much, but if you insist on going I won't tell you no, since it's you, Origin said, being unable to recognize in public or private his tastes once again. Chapter 119. Desire Realm. Broly had finally finished his long crusade through the worlds of the Shonen Jump. Well, more than a crusade, it had been a long journey with the aim of expanding its territory, acquiring glory, wealth and new technologies from those places, kidnapping people to brainwash them and joining his cause. Yes, something similar to a crusade, but without religious reasons, maybe, since he considers himself a god, so, well. A long journey of more than a decade where he risked his life to return to the origin reality and turn it into his base of operations, infiltrated various worlds of the Shonen Jump, assimilated his laws, got new follower. Assimilated new powers, acquired new knowledge, researched new data tirelessly, tricked Abalon like a fucking retarded, and he even managed to avoid the final boss. A trip that finally ended. And like every long and hard journey, it must end with a great party. Clink clink crink, crack. Broly shook a glass cup with a fork, breaking it unintentionally to capture the attention of all his subordinates, who ate, drank and chatted among themselves. Ahem, boys, girls and other weird things. I won't make this a great and long speech, mainly because otherwise the food will get cold and I want to eat what Frozy and I have prepared in perfect conditions. It has been a long trip, I had a great time with you, I have learned a lot and we will continue to do it from tomorrow, blah blah. So, enjoy the food. While you also enjoy the show that I have prepared for you, Broly said before disappearing from the spaceship's conference room, while the floor, ceiling and walls of the ship became transparent to everyone's amazement. What will he have prepared for us this time? Said Kaguya, who was partly a little scared since this was a banquet and at all the banquets Broly played a joke on her. Until, on the horizon, those with good eyesight could see 7 gigantic planetary objects that flew from several directions towards single point. And from those 7 objects, Jaya-hai. A column of light of immeasurable size emerged towards the immensity and in a few seconds seemed to cover all that empty and infinite dimension, and then. What the hell is this? Miuu shouted the most impressionable ones, like Rin, Black Zetsu, Dio, Kars Mantamune, and of course. And they didn't lack reasons to be impressed, since a huge anthropomorphic green golden, muscular and with many faces and fangs dragon emerged from that almost infinite column of light. UAA. What flavor will that giant lizard have? Shouted the most ardent and lovers of cools things like Buu, Madara, Kamagawa, Ihiko, Wamo, and Acacia, of course. This guy is a real box of surprises. You surprised that he never explains to us, said the intellectuals, and calmed as Hagoromo, Aizen, Iwak and Najimi and of course Mayuri, that was quite frustrated. About hundreds of kilometers from the spacecraft, Broly kept floating in front of his particular eternal dragon, Acnologia. Hello Master Broly, what do you want from me this time? Acnologia asked, bowing to Broly as a sign of respect and admiration. Come on, Acnology, you know you don't need to ask, you know perfectly what I want, Broly said with a confident smile of complicity with his magnificent creation. I'm sorry Master Broly, it's the protocol, right now I grant your wish, said Acnologia, whose eyes become red as a sign that he was working work at most once a year, a fucking dream. Back in the spaceship. What exactly is that dragon doing? His eyes have not stopped shining from a while ago, said Obito and Madara, who felt uncomfortable upon seeing the red eyes of a dragon so large, and with so many. One moment, look, Dio said, pointing to Acnologia, that was dissipating in 7 different beams of light. And after a few seconds, precisely where Acnologia used to be. What the hell is that thing? Said Frost, very terrified, pointing his finger to the horizon at a very bright and very small point of energy. That amount of energy is immeasurable, said Midora, who even became a little altered when he saw the bright spot that Frost pointed. It can't be true, I can't believe he has reached such power. It can't be true, I can't believe he has reached such power. How said, who had already been forced to come to the meetings, since Broly managed to solve the problem he had, the king of the stars, that seemed to understand what that white point on the space was. That was when Najimi moved closer to the wall window and looked at the luminous point with nostalgia. I never thought it would be possible, but it is nostalgic and beautiful that after 3,010,655,000,000 years I can witness once again. A Big Bang. Big Bang. The majority shouted when they heard Najimi's statement, either because of what they were about to witness, or to know that she existed before the Big Bang. That's right, although mine will be much more special than the one you saw, Broly said that he sneaked up behind his impressed subjects, and took the opportunity to eat from the nearby dishes. Broly. What the hell is going on? Asked the ones who appreciated his life and common sense. I think it's obvious. I have told to a dragon friend of mine that it was time to build, urbanize and populate this empty infinite dimension that I created, although the information of the previous lives of the gourmet family as gourmet gods and the ancient memories of Najimi have given me some inspiration for improve this moment, Broly said, joining the same place where his subordinates were, and just as they were doing, he looked towards the singularity that would soon become the birth of a whole universe. Oh. Have you asked a dragon for help? Can't you do it alone? Acnology was created by me and is part of my power, so technically I have done it, especially when I even assimilated it. In addition, a good boss must know how to delegate to his underlings. But enough of talks, it's time to enjoy a show never seen before by almost everyone here while I put you in a safe place. Broly said, applying some of his skills throughout the spaceship to isolate it from the desire realm, allowing to see what happens but without being affected by what happens inside. It is said that God needed 7 days with one rest to create everything that exists under the sky. However, I will only need a snap, Broly said, snapping his fingers, but unlike in some movies, he didn't do it to eliminate lives or recover them, but to create them from scratch. Clash. Big Bang. Sorry. I didn't know the onomatopoeia to put on a Big Bang, it wasn't explained in Wikipedia XD. The singularity detonated, and with its detonation an explosion of immeasurable scale occurred throughout the desire realm, an explosion that didn't start from a fixed point, but from every corner of the dimension. And within a few seconds, large quantities of primal matter began to form at the same time that it expanded and fused together, producing large quantities of different elements at an excessively accelerated rate. As if the time had been accelerated millions of times. And with it in a few seconds the first stars formed, and with it the galaxies, in a few minutes the first planets, and with a little more time. Wonderful, I am witnessing the process of creation of the same universe that I once tried to tame, and all in a few seconds, even, the creation new life forms, Kars said, fascinated to see in quick motion as the first forms of life began to form. No, they look like gourmet gods, but their energy, Acacia said when he saw how primitive energy giants began to become aware of themselves and walk over the surface of some galaxies. Good appreciation. This is the universe that I am creating, a universe that combines all advantages of all the dimensions that I have visited and without any disadvantages. As you can see, even in its early stages, I am creating a universe where the foods of the world of Toriko are everywhere, as if everything were a huge and abundant farthest lands, but of course an improved one. One that not only relies on appetite energy, but also contains ki, nen, chakra, senjutsu, ryatsu, all in one, making it tens of times stronger and more appetizing. A universe that, following the pattern seen in Toriko, will constantly evolve by the explosion of its more developed planets, thus allowing a development without limits. A universe with aliens and divine beings that will be born one after the other, equipped with stands, innumerable skills, eyes, and absurd, cool and convenient genetics. A universe with infinite potential. Like its creator, Broly said while the rest watched in wonder how the divine and primitive beings were born, grew, evolved, reproduced, and some died one after another in the great cycle of life, where more and more planets began to adapt to the optimal conditions to have life. And Broly, greatly satisfied with his creation and the expression of his subordinates, said, however, this is not what I'm most proud of. Follow me. Well, you have no choice, I'm driving. And with another snap the spaceship disappeared from the creation of the universe and moved to another place. In another place, whose name I can't remember. A place bathed in white, an infinite white dimension with sophisticated research buildings and... We are in the form realm, said Orochimaru, who was perhaps the most familiar with this timeless dimension in which he had been an incalculable eternity investigating non-stop. We are in the form realm, said Orochimaru, who was perhaps the most familiar with this timeless dimension in which he had been an incalculable eternity investigating non-stop. What do you want to show us? And that was when he raised his head and noticed that something was different from a few hours ago and said, what is that? It was then that Hao, absorbed and stunned, watched breathlessly at the great and endless collision of lights above him, and clenching his fists he felt insignificant and defeated again, since he knew perfectly well that he was above his head. Damn you bastard, you wanted me for this. No, you didn't want me. How much you will laugh even about my dream and position. You just wanted the great spirits to create this abomination. These universal spirits. Hao shouted when he saw that above him there was a monstrous, endless, and abominable version of his life's purpose. It was similar to the great spirits of Hao, the Alpha and Omega of all the souls of planet Earth, over which the Shaman King had absolute power over the souls of the creatures of his world as well as the knowledge and powers of all those who are part or were part of that structure. However, this was infinitely more colossal, mystical, and intimidating. And Broly, feeling proud and satisfied to see the astonished expression of Hao and those who had understood the implications of what was happening on the form realm, said, it's not a bad name, although I would call it Broly's Universal Spirits. Ha ha ha. Don't get mad, Hao, you were important too. If you weren't, I would have absorbed them before you had fused in the ritual. But yes, this was extremely important. And while Broly rose in the sky of his second dimension, he continued explaining to his intrigued public one of the most important questions of humanity has been. What is there after death? I always thought there wasn't thing, but fortunately it wasn't like that. There is life after death. And at least 4 of the mangas I've been in have a different version of this phenomenon. However, the most useful for me, at least at its base, is the one of Hao's universe. Since it's a construct made with the souls of every living being that has existed and that gives me control of those that exist, that will inevitably end here. A construct that, like Hao, I can use in combat. Admire my oversoul Broly's 3 realms. And with those words the cumulus of souls created by the birth and death of millions of beings within the few hours accelerated millions of times of the creation of the universe, along with the influence and power of Broly. Created an ethereal and colossal humanoid being with 3 eyes. Bigger than a gourmet god. Bigger than the biggest cluster of galaxies. Bigger than the fucking Super Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann. And it looked like Broly, which floated in the pupil of the third eye in a triumphant and almighty way. And despite this act of arrogance and narcissism nobody complained, whispered, or criticized. They were too impressed, absorbed, scared, incredulous and amazed by Broly's new creation, so much that some were even about to faint from looking at a being impossible to understand and accept for their minds. Ho ho ho, if you now think big and powerful despite the few souls with which it is now formed, imagine when a few years pass. Ahem. Ahem. But I could not conform with only a version infinitely superior to house great spirits due to the infinite size and capacity of my universe. In the great spirit of Shaman King there is no future for those who are part of that mass of souls that are grouped into societies. But that was easy to improve by including the concepts of the death of Dragon Ball, where it is possible to train and acquire new knowledge, also Bleach. Where after death it is still possible to acquire new powers of Shinigami, Hollow or Quincher and have children like as it were a second life but without the danger of a second death like Dragon Ball. And also adding the structure of Toriko's world of souls, in which time and space are relative, it has been possible for me to adapt everything to store my great spirit connected with my desire realm and my form realm, where there is no time and space is also undetermined. In this way the living and the dead will be separated by dimensions, although as in Dragon Ball, Bleach and Toriko, I have thought of ways to make both interact without the need for someone to die and of course I'll continue with the reincarnation system, also with the appetite demon one Broly said undoing his oversoul and reuniting with his astonished followers. Why can't you even let the dead rest in peace? Said Rin, who wasn't comfortable knowing that more people could come back to life, a little hypocritical for her part, as always. And there was no other place to put this is where my laboratory is located Mayuri said, who wasn't very enthusiastic about having an unnameable cluster of souls over him despite being a Shinigami. Because in this way death won't be the end of the evolution for the living beings of this universe and therefore Broly-sama will be able to nourish itself with more knowledge and power of beings that will be able to evolve in death subsequently those dead people who learned in death that can travel again to the physical world that is always evolving, again to learn more and once he dies again the cycle will be repeated once more. And I suppose that in your creation you also implemented the distribution of soul and Aslan of Iwak in each living being to not only gain those powers through the great spirits, right? Said Aizen, who as Shinigami and master of the plans understood perfectly what Broly wanted to do with this other side and universe. And I also steal a tiny and imperceptible amount of energy from all my powerful infinite universe just like Moro to make me even stronger too. Jaja Jaja you have understood perfectly. Yes, I am a recycling master ha 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 ha. There is nothing like having an infinite universe to exploit Broly said contributing his curious sense of humor while blushing since he feel flattered. What you are is perverse. You are using all the life you have created to make yourself stronger and stronger in such a corrupt way, most people with some principles thought. Well, we have seen enough of my form realm, let's go back to the desire realm, I have to settle in my own universe, Broly said teleporting all the people once more to the desire realm. Desire realm. Broly and friends appeared again in another location, but this time it wasn't the interior of his luxurious spaceship, but a neonate planet, of titanic size but paradisiacal in which the first complex animals had not yet appeared. Paradise in which Broly planted a flag with his face and said pointing to one place and another. I will call this planet Broly Planet, this region will be Broly Land, here Broly City will be erected, in the center I'll create the Broly Mansion and here. However, Dio interrupted him when he saw that he was becoming a property registrant without any sense or measure. This, Broly, is there anything else you want to show us? Interruption that was applauded by the public, but especially by the scientific squad, who were waiting for the moment when Broly made public their great advances. Well, I expected to show you the amazing effects of my newly evolved Stand Heaven Requiem Strauss. How have we managed to merge T-Rinne Sharingan, Rinnegan, Mangeki Eternal Sharingan, Tenseigan, and Byakugan to create the definitive Dojutsu, which despite the protests of the co-creators I named it Brawligan, not to mention how I got a Sennin mode more cool and powerful than anyone else, especially because I can access the natural energy of my universe whenever I want, and a little surprise with the tails too. My great handling of spiritual powers and the many other abilities of my oversoul as well as my amazing Kido and other spiritual magical abilities. My creation and improvement of skills based on those I acquired from Najimi, Ihiko and Kamagawa, as well as my own style. And of course as I have been able to merge the red, blue, green, black and white gourmet creating the grey gourmet cells with all its advantages without any disadvantage, which I have managed to combine perfectly with my Scion S cells and my monkey tail, making my powers multiply in an exaggerated way when I am transformed into both. But Due to the unexpected interruption of origin, we have run out of time for that, since I had timed everything to conclude exactly with the beginning of a certain event, to create more impact, Broly said, who was feeling quite sorry for not being able to show off his awesome new abysmal and fabulous superpowers. You could have saved this long explanation and present at least one, said Mayuri, who was quite upset that Broly didn't show one of his achievements. No, if I cannot make a good and spectacular presentation followed by a round of questions and signatures, it is better not to leave it for another time. You either do things well or better not do them, and with a snap of his fingers the paradisiac field in which they were became a large movie theater, and upon appearing here they were all forced to sit in the seats by a strange force and were forced to look too. But forget about that for the moment, since now begins the live broadcast, one of the most important moments of my previous life, current life, and therefore of your lives, Broly said, turning on the giant screen of Brawlavision and his remote control while eating BB corns and mellow cola. Dragon Ball Multiverse. 7 Universe. Beerus Planet. Year 761, October 21st. Ploss. BOMM. Clash. This was the sound that could be heard all over the planet from the inverted pyramid of the god of destruction of Universe 7, since. Oh ho ho. Not bad, Broly-san, in a short time you have managed to force me to use both hands, and without transforming, just using your godly energy, that deserves a celebration. Whis was training with Broly, as usual at that hour each day. Celebration? Let me guess. Do you expect me to cook something? Whis-sensei, said Broly, who was still chasing Whis without using special skills, attacking with all the limbs of his body. Oh, you've discovered me. But it can't be helped, your food is simply the best in the universe, Whis said, blushing because he was discovered so quickly while dogged and blocked Broly's physical attacks and occasionally counterattacked. Well, if you praise me like that, I suppose I could have a detail with my sensei, Broly said as he stopped Whis' attacks and tried to be the one who attacked again. Ploss. BOMM. Clash. Plum. At one point, Broly was momentarily distracted, which caused one of Whis' powerful counterattacks to hit Broly directly, sending him several kilometers away. Ups, Broly, are you alright? You shouldn't be distracted while. Slap. An ape's tail that appeared out of nowhere hit him directly in the head, creating in his head a comical bump. Oh, bitch. Whis shouted in fright and pain. What did you say about not being distracted? Ha 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 ha. Broly said in a very sarcastic and cynical way while laughing at the carelessness of his martial arts master and sparring partner. We had said no strange powers. I swear that sometimes you are more childish and vindictive than Beerus. But what made you distracted for a second? It is unusual for you to lose your concentration. And don't tell me that you faked to hit me in the head, I know it's not like that, Whis said, trying to regain the composure of Venerable Angel. Ha 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 ha, luckily or unfortunately you know me too well. It's nothing important, just, something interesting just happened in my second residence not far from here. Don't worry, let's continue with the training, I still have to hit you a little more, said Broly with a big smile while trying to catch Whis by surprise to hit him once more. Plum. And Whis, who could hardly stop that treacherous blow, said, you are incorrigible. Universe 7. Year 761, October 21st. In a quiet and green interior meadows. BOMM. A spherical object fell from the sky, creating a large crater on the ground, when suddenly. Clash. From that spherical object came a humanoid being with very long hair, a combat armor that barely covered all the vital points, and a strange hairy belt, who flew out of the crater slowly as he watched with contempt the creature before him. He was a humble and scared human farmer who trembled in fear with his shotgun in his hand when he saw what was happening in front of him. Well, the information was right, the inhabitants of this planet are still alive, Raditz said with disgust upon seeing that his brother had not fulfilled what he believed was his mission. Chapter 120. Universe 7. Earth. Year 761, October 21st. As everyone knows, as if it were a knowledge we are all born with, just like we know that Peter Parker became Spider-Man because he was bitten by a strange spider and the death of his Uncle Ben, or that Ash's first Pokemon was a Pikachu. We all know that this was the day that the Scion Raditz went to look for his brother. Propose. Joining his association of exterminators of civilizations on planets, and since Goku refused, he kidnapped Gohan to coerce him, and since Raditz was too strong for Goku, he had to ally with Piccolo to defeat him. And thanks to a super header of an angry Gohan who at that time multiplied his strength by 1333 when he was angry, but not later in the manga, Goku managed to grab Raditz by the back and immobilized him. You bastard! Raditz shouted, trying to escape Goku's perfect grip. Piccolo, hurry! Do that move again. I thought it would come to this, so I have been preparing ahead of time. However, it will take a little more time, Piccolo said, concentrating more ki on his fingers to prepare his most emblematic attack. Piccolo, hurry! Pleasey, hurry up and do it. Let me go, Kakaroto. You fool. You're gonna end up regretting it if you keep clinging to me. Raditz shouted, trying to convince Goku, because if you can't win with force, try to win by reasoning. I'm gonna die together with ya. Goku said, determined to sacrifice himself to save his son and all the people of the earth. What? Why, you bastard, are you out of your mind? Let me go. I'm sorry. I'll never come back to this planet again, Raditz said, trying to trick Goku again, because if you can't reason you have to lie, again. Piccolo, hurry up and do it. Goku shouted, insisting once again. Sorry to have kept you waiting, are you ready for this? Said Piccolo, who was already prepared to launch his definitive energy attack. Do it, Goku shouted with all his might. Makenka Sappa. Piccolo shouted, launching his attack toward Raditz and Goku. Kyuyu. Pyam. Puff. Attack that pierced Raditz with entry and exit hole and also Goku, and both fell to the ground without the ability to move, but still alive. Damn it. Who would have thought that I'd be killed by punks like these? To think that Kakaroto would throw away his own life, Raditz said, dying on the ground. Son Goku will be back soon. There are some nice things here on this planet called Dragon Balls. If you ask them of it, any kind of wish is possible. You can even bring the dead back to life, Piccolo said, to show Raditz the reason for his brother's sacrifice, performing the biggest blunder of his life. Well, one of them, you'll see what I mean later. Damn you. Still, you told me something nice. Everything that's happened here so far has been relayed to my 5 comrades who are on a faraway planet. They know that I've been killed. Now they'll come here without question. You bastards are foolish. All the humans on this planet W will be swept clean in the blink of an eye, Raditz said, using the last moments of his life to bitter the lives of the 2 people who killed him. When will those 5 get here? Said Goku, who could barely speak. In 1 year, just 1 year, hahaha. That was a short-lived celebration, wasn't it? After all, you bastards are mere worms, Raditz said with a malevolent smile when he saw the despair on Piccolo's face. Die. Piccolo shouted, giving him the final blow. And in that moment. Phew. In a timely manner the flying device in which Bulma, Krillin and Mutant Roshi were traveling appeared through the skies. Someone is on the ground, Bulma said, making a brief observation of the situation, although there were 2 people on the ground. The one left standing is, said Krillin, who was trying to create an unwanted expectation since we all know who has stood. Piccolo, Mutant Roshi said, highlighting the obvious and finishing Krillin's phrase before landing. Kami-sama Palace. This is very bad, our biggest nightmare, the one that has stalked me since we met, Broly, has come true. Kami-sama said with great fear and pain while watching the outcome of that fight and of course the final apocalyptic message that Raditz relayed to Piccolo. Goku, Mr. Popo said, observing the deplorable and on the verge of death Goku's state. I didn't want to accept it at first. I believed that Broly's appearance and that ridiculous and useless alien would be something that wouldn't happen again. That despite living in a universe full of beings more powerful than us, none would arrive here while I was still alive, Kami said, expressing his past optimistic thoughts. However, years later Goku appeared, who like Broly also had a tail, Popo said, remembering with amazement and terror his first encounter with Goku. Yes, for a moment I had a heart attack upon seeing that there was another being like Broly in our planet, but luckily Goku was and is a boy with a very pure and kind heart, unlike him. Kami-sama said, that just like Popo also remembered how Goku came into their lives and the great contrast between him and Broly, and cried. But unfortunately we were wrong. One more of Broly's race has come to Earth, and not with good, or at least with no intentions, unlike Broly, Popo said, seeing how evil and dangerous Raditz was compared to the weak Earthlings, so much that it made King Piccolo look like a little sister of charity. And that is not the worst of all. There are still 5 more like him, and as he said, there are still some much more powerful than him among them. There is no other alternative. I will have to take advantage of Goku's unfortunate death in our favor. If everything goes according to plan, it is possible that in a short time Goku will acquire the necessary power to defeat those Saiyan once he has resurrected, said Kami, who was prepared to secure Goku's body, so he can train in the other world. This Kami-sama, I know that you are against it and that like me you think this can be a much worse remedy than the disease, but don't you think we should ask for help from Broly? Said Mr. Popo, whose voice and consciousness trembled at the thought of Broly and the chaos he could unleash. When he heard Popo, Kami closed his eyes tightly and thought carefully and bitterly. I don't know if it would be a good idea. We would be asking him to kill people of his own race. We don't know how he could take it or what damage he could cause trying to save the Earth, or if he could change sides in some point. Despite how he is, I would love to have Broly's help, but what? Why do you want my help? Ah. Broly. Yes, it's me. I have noticed that you have said my name 3 times, so I assumed that something was happening. Oops, a Saiyan owned by Frisia and another who looks like a good guy have died. That child seems to be the son of the good guy, and the green one. Cammy. Have you been a father and you haven't told me? Come on. I would have been a great godfather and you know it, Broly said, also looking down the Antalya while having a warm reunion with his 2 former friends whom he had not seen in more than a decade. Although they weren't so excited. Broly, glad to see you, Achu. But the situation is now disastrous. I would explain everything about Goku and Piccolo, but said Cammy, who was too stressed and terrified by the consequences of what was happening. The last thing he wanted to think about was a funny Broly joining the equation. Ha ha ha, don't worry Cammy, I have already understood the situation, and yes, I will help this time, just as I promised, Broly said, trying to reassure Cammy and Popo. Really? Said Cammy and Popo, who had recently regained hope. Yes, but I will do it my way. Do what you wanted to do with Goku, I'll go downstairs to chat, Broly said, disappearing once more in the same way he appeared. And those last words and disappearance of Broly, made bitter the little tranquility that Broly had endeavored to convey in his own way. I don't have a good feeling about this. Goku. 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 Sun-kun, please don't die. Said Bulma, who was holding Goha and couldn't help crying when she saw what had happened to her best friend. Goku. Goku. He disappeared. Mutant Roshi said, highlighting the obvious. I see the work of Cammy. He is about the only one who would be able to do such thing. That Batad must be plotting some nonsense again, said Piccolo, who moved Catch to his heavy coat and hat to get dressed again. And before Krillin could ask his question. You are right, nice little green man. Grandpa Cammy plans to make Goku train with one of the Kais in the other world, that's why he needed his body as a bureaucracy of the other world that will allow him to train, said a serious, imposing, masculine and sensual unknown voice that came from behind. What? They all shouted when they heard those disturbing and unexpected words of an unknown voice as they turned in a forced and exaggerated way to see what the origin of that voice was. Ahich. And when he turned around and saw the origin of that voice, the most absolute terror seized them. Since that voice came from an attractive and virile man, very tall and muscular, with black hair, and also had a third eye on his forehead. However, that strange detail went unnoticed by Bulma, Krillin, Mutant Roshi and Piccolo, since they couldn't get his eyes away of the great and long ape tail of that man, which as if it were a mutant snake, a mutant and fluffy snake that was holding Raditz' body around from his neck and lifting it up in the air as if it were hand luggage. Tail, that tail has a tail, said Bulma, who hugged the unconscious Gohan tightly as she backed away when she saw that this mysterious man belonged to the same race as Raditz. No, it can't be, another Saiyan here, said Krillin, who was also retreating just like Bulma, but unlike her, he was preparing to fight in case there was no other alternative. This is not good, Mutant Roshi said, that unlike Krillin, he didn't back down, he knew it would be impossible to run away from that alien. Impossible. That garbage had said that his companions would take a year to arrive. What is one of them doing here? Piccolo shouted with despair and anguish while his green body lacking an arm gave off cold sweat in a way he had never done before. Raditz before he died told them that among his companions there were some who were as strong as him and others who were much more powerful than him. And although he also told an apparent lie about the time it would take to arrive to planet Earth since one of them was here, Piccolo didn't believe for a moment that Raditz had lied to him about the power level of the other Saiyan. At least it wasn't a lie with the one in front of him. He didn't know what it was or how to explain it, but he clearly sensed that the muscular Saiyan in front of him was very, very superior to Raditz. And that Saiyan Broly focused his eyes on one of the 4 and slowly approached them while his tail remained exactly in the same place holding Raditz's body, but it grew as if it were an enlargement to continue walking. That, he won, Krillin stammered as his whole body trembled when he saw that the Saiyan was heading straight for him, but quickly realized that it wasn't like that, since it passed by, and instead. No. Bulma Gohan. The terrifying and strange Saiyan stood in front of the terrified Bulma, which was totally paralyzed and about to cry for the fear of seeing that the Saiyan bent down a little to be at her height and kept staring at her. What do he want from me? Bulma thought as she grabbed Gohan stronger than ever. Chapter 121. Hi guys, girls and legendary Pokemons. I am sorry to give you bad news, but I will be resting for a few weeks to prepare the following chapters a little better, but do not worry, in mid-November I will return. I've been writing since June without stopping, I need a break. Apart from that, I would also like to tell you that I regret that Volume 4 has become so long. I didn't have it planned, but according to the goals that I had set, and since I needed not to let loose ends and make sense of everything, I needed more chapters. I hope to make the next volume more interesting for you. But since Broly is too OP right now, I want to tell you that he will not have many problems, and that for the first time this will not be a volume where Broly does not try to get power more or less. You will see what I mean. I try to make each volume different. Apart from this, I would like to know what you think of my novel so far. What do you like? What do you think could improve? Thank you for your visit, subscription, vote and comment. See you soon. Chapter 122. Chapter 123. The terrifying and strange Saiyan stood in front of the terrified Bulma, which was totally paralyzed and about to cry due to the fear of seeing that a monster more threatening than the previous one bent down a little to be at her height and did not stop staring at her. What does he want from me? Bulma thought as he grabbed Gohan stronger than before. This was being a very chaotic, strange and terrifying situation. That Saiyan kept looking at Bulma with his three eyes from side to side, from top to bottom as if she were some artistic sculpture, trying to find some kind of information he considered necessary. The situation was being so strange and tense that no one could act or even think normally. That Saiyan hasn't stopped looking at Bulma, and maybe his chest, just like me. I'm glad to see that there are perverted Saiyans in the universe. I was beginning to believe they had some kind of defect for these important things. Except old Rashi, who always had the ability to think about perverted things, no matter how dangerous or tense the situation is. There was only an awkward and threatening silence until... Quick! What are you waiting for? Hold the tail. It's his weak point. This guy surely has a monstrous strength and powers, but his tail should remain his weak point, Piccolo thought, since he didn't want to give up. Ah, yes, it's true. Krillin shouted as he stepped out of the trance he was in and realized he had the opponent's weak point near him. I have to grab it tightly, but without tearing it away. If I rip it off despite the pain and weaken him a bit, he will lose his weak point, Krillin thought as he pounced towards the tail. Kath. And he managed to grab it. Good. Piccolo and Mutant Roshi thought, which began to load ki to perform their most destructive skills. Piccolo the Mankin Pasappa, with which he killed Raditz and Goku, and Mutant Roshi his classic steroid Kamehame. But something disturbed the three during that process. Aish. No, it can be he has to be pretending. Krillin said with despair and disbelief when he saw that as much as he stretched the tail Broly didn't even flinch, as if he wasn't affected at all. Don't stop, Krillin, he still doesn't move, Mutant Roshi thought as he continued to loading ki. This has to work. If it doesn't work, we're done. Grab it with everything you can, don't fall in his absurd bluff or I'll kill you. Ah, no, oh. Bulma stammered, who fell to the ground in absolute panic when he saw that he was practically in the middle of the crossfire between Piccolo, Mutant Roshi, and in front of a huge man belonging to a race of sadistic and heartless planetary killers. Catastrophic situation, until... Are you by chance Bulma? Are you Tai's little sister? And with that comment the situation changed radically. Do you know my sister? Said Bulma, who was no longer as terrified as before. Now she was incredibly confused and relieved by Broly's attitude, which wasn't hostile like Raditz. You have a sister? Krillin shouted in surprise, since after more than a decade of being friendly friends, Bulma had never mentioned that, and Mutant Roshi too, but imagining an extremely attractive and stunning tights wearing a very provocative swimsuit. So this is not an enemy? Piccolo said, who was more confused than anyone, but still continued loading his ki attack for precaution. Ha 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 ha. Of course I know her. In fact, she is the first human I met when I arrived on this planet. We even went on vacation through space one. And Jocko was there too. I can't believe she didn't tell you about me. This tights, Broly said, materializing in his hand a photo album on the holiday they had at the end of Volume 3. Photos where the transformed Broly and Tais bathing in the spaceship pool could be seen, and Jocko with face of suffering. One moment, it's true. My sister told me that she had an extraterrestrial friend who, unlike Jocko, wasn't useless and a loser. You Broly? Bulma asked, who went from panic to confusion and from confusion to joy when he saw that the supposed planetary threat before him was actually a friend of his sister, one with a very good reputation that of course would do nothing wrong to her friend's sister or her planet. Yes, the same, I'm Broly. Ha 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 ha. Sorry for scare you, but when I saw you I had the impression that you looked a lot like her and I wanted to be sure that you were her famous sister before saying anything, said Broly, who offered Bulma his hand again so she could get up. Famous sister? Why do you say so? And Broly while helping her to get up, ha ha ha. Tights has always been telling me about his beautiful, kind, funny, brave and super intelligent sister. Tights wanted to introduce us, but because of my circumstances it has been impossible for me to be here in recent years. But I'm glad we finally met, Bulma-san, Broly said, holding Bulma by the hand in a cool attitude a few inches from her face at the right moment she got to her feet with his help. And because of those flattering words, Broly's good reputation that her sister had given her on some occasions, the adrenaline she had on her body due to the situation. The confident, sturdy, charismatic and magnetic attitude of the alpha male he gave off with every word and gesture, the firm but gentle grip he had used to lift he and his beautiful but masculine features that he sculpted in his body when he remodeled himself. This mortal combination made Bulma blush like a teenager when she saw that her favorite fashion singer was smiling at her in a concert. This guy is not bad, outside the tail and the third eye, which on the other hand give a mysterious and original air. He's fucking handsome. Tall, dark and handsome, exactly my kind of man. What am I thinking at? No, it's not the time for this. And on the other hand. Bingo, Broly thought as he mentally rubbed his hands in a perverse way. Desire Realm. Broly Planet, Broly Land, Broly City and inside of Broly Mansion. Broly and friends were still in the movie theater enjoying the adventures of Broly. Until Broly himself began broadcasting the director's comments. Ha 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 ha. As I planned from the beginning. Appear in that moment of fear, despair and tension and indirectly go from being a danger to a kind of savior due to a misunderstanding of her, which will make her even feel a little guilty towards me. The fact that she had in advance very good reviews of me from someone as close to her as her sister, especially in comparison to Jocko, which has served as an excuse and alibi to flatter her without appearing forced or slimy. The mystery that she has been creating around me in her mind during all these years, which has been unleashed at a moment as crucial as this. Adding also that now Bulma is completely disgusted with Yamcha for how incredibly idiotic, irresponsible, immature, pathetic, and unfaithful she is. The first valid impression after the scare, which will make me look like a bad boy but I'm really a good person, thus recreating the impression Vegeta gave her in the original franchise but in a much better way. Which is that I am exactly her type of man, as she declared in an episode of Dragon Ball. Along with my impeccable appearance, magnetic and virile charisma, and the non-expressive language and actions that I have researched and practiced so much. Have successfully completed the first stage of my waifu mission. Wawawawahawa. I'm a fucking genius. Broly said, rubbing his hands in a perverse way while admiring himself as usual. What? They all shouted upon see and hear what Broly had said and done both outside and inside the screen. One moment, waifu. Your waifu is Bulma. Is she your goal of conquest? Kamagawa said, very surprised, not expecting that development. I admit she's pretty, but, Najimi said, feeling a little upset to see that Broly preferred a normal pretty human over an almost perfect goddess like her, although she was relieved too. The female mind is very complex. One moment, Broly, are you saying that from decades ago you have been interested in that girl and that despite this until now you hadn't contacted her even once? But why? Aren't you supposed to be a determined alpha male? Asked the romantic and friend-zoned Obito, who sensed he was about to discover a new facet of his boss but he wasn't sure yet if he would find it acceptable or not. Elementary, dear Obito and Kamagawa. In fact, one of the reasons I chose the Dragon Ball universe was precisely for this. Why didn't I start with her from the first moment? Well, the main reason was because I shouldn't alter the reason why Bulma created the Dragon Ball radar and began his search where she would find Goku, and from there the story would begin. If she had known me, it was only a matter of time she had fallen in love with me, so I wouldn't need to ask Shinron for a perfect boyfriend. She would have the perfect one from the beginning. And I didn't want her to know me with the appearance of a small child, especially when the Saiyans have a very long childhood. First impressions are important. In addition, statistically childhood or youth relationships don't survive maturity. And I didn't want to go out with an immature little girl. I'm not a lolicon, Broly said, explaining to Obito the reasons for his decisions as if he were an analyst. So all the time you spent with her sister and Jocko was to make her subliminally become interested in you through her older sister adventures and comments? Asked Aizen, who was smelling a long-term evil plan in the environment. Ha ha ha, sharp as always, Aizen. You're right, that was the main reason for the holidays with Tights and Jocko, since I needed another person so that by showing those photos didn't look like we were on a date. Although I also enjoyed his company and it helped me improve my social skills, Broly said, taking another sip of his mellow cola. And Rin, who was still amazed to see how perverse and calculating Broly's mind was, commented on one of the many moral dilemmas she saw in her plan. Wait. Are you aware that this Bulma now has a boyfriend, and yet you will go after her? And in the future she would marry Vegeta, with whom she would have a son and a daughter, Kamagawa said, adding more wood to the fire. Of course. In fact, now is the best moment of all. Yamcha has been unfaithful to her recently, therefore she will now be spiteful and will want to take revenge in the same way. Besides, it's only a matter of time that they break. As for Vegeta, fuck him. I arrived earlier in this timeline. Ha 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 ha. Broly said with a malevolent and corrupt smile as he admired his future wife on screen. Fucking sociopath. Meow. Shouted outraged all those who still had a certain morality and cared what Broly had done, such as Rin, Frozy, Ichiryu, Hagoromo, and Mantamian, of course. Leaving the unnecessary moral considerations aside. Why her? I admit she's pretty, but... were there not many other women with better bodies in the world of To Love Ru? Dio asked, who had very high standards when it comes to women, to get pregnant or devour them. He is a guy with many facets. Ah, it shows that you weren't guys from the 80s and or 90s of my world. You will see, at least in my country during that time, without internet and at the hours when a child could watch TV, there were few programs where you could see minimally attractive and interesting female characters with whom to empathize in an interesting story. And of those few, Bulma of Dragon Ball was the best. Not only did she introduce us to some perverted scenes which were censored in many countries, quite fun and spicy, that unlike the current ones weren't forced to the extreme. Also managed to arouse the first sexual curiosities in some prepubescent boys like me, since it was a time of excessively prudish and lack of information about these things. She was also one of the few important female characters with an interesting and decisive personality, one that felt real and independent despite not being a fighter. Unlike most of the actual female characters in the manga anime shonen, which are only complements of the protagonist and have the personality of a potato. She is beautiful, extremely intelligent, brave, funny, good person, generous. Loyal Yamcha doesn't count, good mother and wife, the richest woman on the planet, unlike Milk is not a pimple in the ass with her husband, has a strong and determined personality, which I loved when I was human, and now that I am Saiyan I like it 100 times more. Fuck. She is by far the most important and decisive character in Dragon Ball. Without her the history wouldn't have moved. If it wasn't because she went to look for the Dragon Ball, Goku would never have left her mountain to become strong. That's why the world would have been raised by Piccolo Sr., Pilaf for the Red Ribbon. Later all the humans would have been massacred, Raditz and the others, and if we ignore the one that Raditz had killed all the humans, in the event that Dr. Gero had survived and invented killer androids, no one could have stopped them since she wouldn't invented the time machine. And without Bulma Dragon Ball Super wouldn't have existed either, since without he Beerus and Whis wouldn't have been marveled by the food of the earth, food they tasted for the first time on Bulma's birthday and that later she was supplying them to gain their help and friendship, there would be no Super Saiyan God nor the training that Whis gave to Goku and Vegeta. Neither would they have found the Super Dragon Ball for the Beerus and Compa tournament, nor could they have stopped Zamasu without his time machine. And if none of this had happened, Xeno would have destroyed most universes, including Universe 7. Fuck. It is or is not an incredible woman, said Broly, who reinforced his argument through PowerPoints and various videos, which he had prepared for a moment like this. And after a few seconds of awkward silence in which everyone tried to assimilate all that information and its multiple interpretations and conclusions. Okay. We have understood. You want to fulfill your childhood dream of marrying your first love, which was an 80s cartoon. Okay. We have understood that you are an almost omnipotent and immortal god, but still you want to pursue a sickly romance with a normal human despite not needing to reproduce. Okay. We got it, Najimi said, quite disappointed with Broly saying okay many times to prove it. By the way, Najimi, you shouldn't talk either, you don't need to eat to survive and you've already eaten 3 packages of BB corn. Broly said, pointing out Najimi's hypocrisy, sign he was a little angry by that the criticism. Don't criticize another's waifu. Dragon Ball. Universe 7. Earth. Yes, it's nice to have met you too, Broly-san. By the way, what exactly did my sister tell you about me? Said Bulma, who was very red and tried to look away from Broly so as not to be more but still asking things that would surely make her even more red. And before Broly could answer it in a previously rehearsed way to earn even more points. Can I know what is happening? I don't understand anything. Shouted Piccolo, who was very irritated with the current situation and wanted answers as soon as possible. Chapter 124. Can I know what is happening? I don't understand anything. Shouted Piccolo, who was very irritated with the current situation and wanted answers as soon as possible. That broke the romantic atmosphere that Broly struggled to build, but he didn't care much, since being serious and explaining the situation was also something that would help improve his image in Bulma's eyes. I'm sorry, I got a little nostalgic and sentimental to see a familiar face. Yes, of course, I will solve your doubts, but before that. Could you stop grabbing my tail? I understand that it is soft and striking, but we have to respect our vital space, little bald, although everyone here is bald except Bulma and Gohan, Broly said, looking at Krillin, who still held his tail tightly without realizing it. And Krillin, it being alluded since he was the only bald of the 3 who was holding a tie, he let it go while apologizing. I'm sorry. Apologies accepted, little one, Broly said, not giving importance to the misunderstanding. Who are you? Are you one of those Saiyans that Raditz talked about before I killed him? What relationship do you have with Kami? And what are your intentions? said Piccolo, who tried to be effective and efficient when collecting information and also realized that Broly said something about Kami, as if he knew him well and were friends. You have a lot of questions, Green Man. My name is Broly and yes, I am a Saiyan, although I have nothing to do with that scum that dirties the name of my race or the other 5 that are less than a year from here. My relationship with Kami, let's say that when I came to this planet when I was little, he taught me many things like martial arts and magic, I saved him on one occasion and swiped a lot of jokes thanks to him hahaha. You could say that we are good friends. As for my intentions, it is a very broad matter. But if you mean what to do with the Science issue or if I think of hurting you, the answer is that I am on your side. You can rest easy, Broly said to reassure Piccolo and company, which unlike Bulma still had some doubts about Broly. What a relief, said Krillin, who felt that a great weight was taken off him upon knowing that not only Broly wouldn't kill them, but they also had a new ally. Yes, it is a relief to know that we have the help of someone else. But, if nobody is going to ask, I will. Why do you have a third eye and what the hell is wrong with your tail? Said Master Mutant Roshi, who put on his uniform again while he was glad to live another day. That. Let's say I'm a pretty special Saiyan. Occasionally there are random mutations in each race that improve their genes, and this is my case. That's why I have a third eye that gives me strange powers and a most useful and powerful tail without factory defects, Broly said, clarifying the doubts about his most striking physical characteristics. And after clearing that doubt, Krillin walked away from the group without taking his eyes off Broly's tail, who was still holding Raditz' body, and went to look for Gohan's hat with the 4-star ball. Either way, we gotta hurry and collect the other 6 balls and bring Goku back to life. I wouldn't do that right now. Kami must be leading Goku to the other world to train with him. The North Kai, a good colleague of mine. He will train him well. Goku himself will tell you when you need to resurrect him to fight against those subjects. I guess Kami or Baba will inform you in a few hours, Broly said while inspecting Raditz' body. Broly, I have a question. How did that guy know where we were, just like that? Asked Bulma, who asked useful questions to prepare for the threat of the next Saiyans that would come and be able to hide without being detected. He was wearing a strange device on his face. It seems like that it can tell an opponent's strength and location, Piccolo replied instead of Broly. Yes, it serves exactly for that, and as a tool for communication and labor control. I have already turned off these last functions so that they're friends so they can't hear what we are saying, Broly said as he handed the device to Bulma, which left Gohan to Mutant Roshi to learn about its functions. This an incredible machine. It's a bit broken, but it looks like I can do something with it, Bulma said with a big smile when she saw that it wasn't very complicated and that would have many uses. Man, you're amazing, Bulma-san, said Krillin, very astonished to see the ease with which Bulma had understood the operation of that sophisticated machine. I see that it wasn't an exaggeration, you're really a genius, Broly said to positively reinforce Bulma. Oh, thanks Broly, said Bulma, who for some strange reason completely ignored what Krillin had said. If I bring this back with me, study it and re-engineer it, then we can find Yamcha, Tenshinhan and the others with it. Don't worry about that. If you want, I can give you a more sophisticated and better versions that I have created. Those are very defective, you'll see what I mean when you investigate it. I also leave the blueprints in case you want to make your own version. If you have any questions, although I know you won't have it, you just have to ask me, Broly said, making 3 more trackers and a USB appear in his hand, which he gave them to Bulma while everyone except Piccolo watched with great surprise as Broly had strange abilities to create or make appear things out of nowhere. Many, thanks Broly-san. Oh god. Not only is he handsome, nice, mysterious and strong, he is also intelligent, said and thought Bulma, who had been dazzled even more by Broly when she saw that he understood about technology, a common taste she valued. Well, either way, let's head back to the Kame house for now, said Mutant Roshi, who wanted to return home as a regular old man. You are right, I can't get anything done here. Broly, will you join us? Said Bulma, who wanted to be with her friends in that delicate situation, but she also didn't want to lose Broly from sight. Of course, Broly said to Bulma while he was making Raditz disappear from everyone's sight and returning his tail to normal, things that surprised everyone, but nobody wanted to ask questions about that. There were other things to do and say. Then I will postpone the Dragon Ball search for later, said Krillin, who stared at Broly's tail without daring to blink in case he did something spectacular again. Piccolo, what are you going to do? Mutant Roshi asked, who was surprised to see that Piccolo had his arm back, which he regenerated while everyone was talking. Me? Train to kill those bastards. I don't know how strong you will be compared to them, Broly, but I still don't trust you. That's why I'll be tanking Son Goku's child with me, Piccolo said, looking at Broly with hostility. What are you planning to do? Said Bulma, who for obvious reasons thought that being with Piccolo wasn't very good for Gohan. That kid, Gohan, should be capable of gaining incredible fighting power if he were to be trained, and we need that power to fight those Saiyans that will arrive in 1 year. I don't like the idea of training his son, but we have few viable alternatives, Piccolo said, being extremely rational, since he still didn't trust Broly. And before Krillin, Bulma and Mutant Roshi could express their more than logical complaints. You are absolutely right, this little one has enormous potential. Potential only inferior to that of a legendary Super Saiyan, talent which must be polished by an expert teacher. Which is why I will train him with pleasure. Broly said that without anyone noticing. He held Gohan and began to heal him with his magic, but preventing him from waking up. What? Train him? What do you mean by training him, Broly-san? Asked Bulma, who was very surprised that suddenly Broly, who had just appeared, decided to train Gohan, a boy who had just met who was only 5 years old. It was strange. And Piccolo obviously got very angry at what Broly said, since he felt like a little boy who had just announced that he wanted a specific toy, and then a bigger bastard boy caught it before him. You're kidding, right? You just appeared here from nowhere and you think that with a few words I will believe and trust what you say. That child can be our best weapon against the Saiyans. And you want me to give him to the most suspicious Saiyan? That child is going to. But Broly interrupted him quite unexpectedly. And I will also train you, Piccolo. No matter how mature you look, you are only 4 years older than little Gohan, so you are still a little green, ha ha ha, green. Do you get it? Anyway, you come with me. And of course, everyone overreacted. And Piccolo burst into a rage. You are laughing at me. I will. Which didn't last long, since one Broly appeared behind his back and grabbed his shoulder while the other was in front of him still holding Gohan. What the hell? They all shouted once again in an exaggerated way upon seeing that there were 2 Brolys and that one of them appeared behind Piccolo without anyone noticing. Does he also have multiplication skills? But when he got behind me, I can't move, Piccolo thought, that once again could see the big difference between them. See you later, said the Broly behind Piccolo before disappearing completely with Piccolo, and at the same time so did Gohan, who was in the arms of the other Broly. And seeing that Piccolo, Gohan and one of the Brolys disappeared magically once again, Bulma, Krillin and Mutant Roshi overreacted as usual in an anime way. What did you just do? Bulma asked, that despite having seen so many strange things since she began his adventures with Goku, this paranormal fact clouded her scientific mind. Impressive, I had heard about this skill, but it is the first time that I see such an advanced teleportation capability. You use this same ability to make the photo album, those alien things and the body of Goku's brother appear and disappear. Am I right? Asked Mutant Roshi, showing off his great knowledge acquired throughout his extensive life full of other magical and paranormal situations. And that multiplication of bodies, it looks like 10's skill, said Krillin, who was determined to find a ratio between 10 Shinhan and Broly due to his third eye. You are right, Master Roshi and Krillin. As I said before, I am a very special Saiyan. I have sent them to a place where they will train in the best possible conditions. Don't worry, they are in good hands, Broly said, rubbing bald spots to Krillin and Roshi as if they were lifelong friends. One moment, Broly, why do you have to train Gohan? He is a very small child, Bulma said, appealing to reason and his maternal instinct. I know it may sound cruel and hard to accept, Bulma. But as circumstances stand, Gohan cannot remain a helpless, cowardly and ignorant child considering the threats and dangers around him. You have already seen what has happened. Because of it, he needs to be able to defend himself minimally. Even if it's simply to give his elders time to save him and themselves when the time comes. Especially when those Saiyans have heard of the Dragon Balls because of Piccolo's oversight, Broly said, who was appealing to Gohan's safety and that of others as well, so that they could accept extreme measures that they wouldn't accept in other conditions, as almost all governments do, but with bad intentions, not like Broly. The Dragon Balls. They all shouted when they understood that the information leaked due to the Raditz communicator. Maybe you're right, but still. Bulma said that despite not liking too much, he accepted Broly's arguments, especially after having lived the experience in which using Gohan Raditz blackmailed Goku to kill thousands of people, arguments that appealed to emotions and to guarantee more security in exchange of freedom. A tactic widely used by all governments, but with bad intentions, not like Broly. But Mutant Roshi was able to think with his head and not with his heart, so he sensibly said. Anyway, we have to ask Chi-Chi's permission, and I must warn you that she has become very strict. I doubt she will allow Gohan to train to fight dangerous aliens. But Broly anticipated, don't worry about it, I'll take care of convincing her, although I will need some time to prepare the ideal scenario for her to accept willingly. And perplexed by the confidence with which Broly spoke, but still with doubts about his actions and plans, Krillin asked, okay, but then why did you take Piccolo too? I don't know if you'll know, but he's a pretty bad guy who wanted to conquer this planet and kill us all. In fact, he killed me and Mutant Roshi. Do you really want to train someone like him? Come on, Krillin, it wasn't he was his father, or something. And it is not so bad. If so, Raditz's soul couldn't have gone to the other world and from there to hell. On the other hand, of all of you it is the one that has the greatest chance of attaining greater power in the stipulated time, and above all I cannot allow him to die, since if that happened my old friend Cammy would also die and I still have many jokes that I haven't done to him. So it is of general interest to increase their combat and survival capabilities, Broly said, explaining his motives, this time in a rational way, with which he also tried to appeal to the survival and usefulness that Piccolo had for all except for Piccolo. It's true, if Piccolo dies Cammy too, said Krillin, who was remembering something quite important. And if Cammy dies we can't use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Goku and those who could die against the Saiyan, Bulma said, who could see that Broly was also a good strategist. 1 point for Broly. Well, since it is all clear, let's go back to the Kame house, there we can talk about everything more comfortably, Mutant Rashi said as everyone nodded and entered the flying vehicle in which they tried to make room to fit the Broly's huge body. Desire Realm. Once again in that movie theater. Broly, are you really going to train those two for those reasons? Asked Kamagawa, who obviously enjoyed reading and watching shonen content. He. Of course not, Broly said with a mischievous smile while eating popcorn and drinking cola. Chapter 125. Form Realm. In the vast and white dimension without time where many research, training centers, and the great universal Broly spirits resided. A little boy with a monkey's tail woke up little by little, and quite confused and scared to see that he was in a totally unknown place, especially after he lived few hours ago. Where I am? Where is my dad? And what happened to that bad uncle? Hi little one, have you slept well? Said Broly, who was on another couch in front of him while reading a book and eating some selfless snacks. And after a few seconds in which Gohan examined Broly with curiosity, he realized a small detail. Ah, you have a tail just like that bad man. Dad. Dad. Help me. I'm afraid. Boa, Gohan yelled and cried like a little boy, which is what he was. I doubt that a bad man could heal you, brought you while you were sleeping to a quiet and comfortable place and offered you free drinks and sweets. Well, there are some bad guys who would do that, especially to a small child. But I am not one of them. In addition, you also have a tail and your father also had one when he was younger. Does that make you bad guys too? Whatever, don't cry, I'm a friend of your father's teacher, Broly said, closing the book and ordering the robot maid to bring some Toriko world quality sweets and drinks, which she put in front of Gohan, who slowly stopped crying. Do you know my father? Where is he? I see you don't remember very well what happened. Don't worry, I will clarify. In the meantime, eat something that I have prepared for you. I guarantee you haven't tried something like it in your life. Come on, I know you're hungry, Broly said, giving Gohan permission to eat the dishes that transcend his universe with the goal of win his trust and mentally prepare him for what he was about to see. Since next to them a large screen appeared, a giant screen where you could see the battle that Goku and Piccolo had with Raditz. And when he saw the battle, Gohan, who until now felt that was in heaven by the magnificent taste of those sweets, quickly felt sunk in the deepest hell when he saw how his father sacrificed himself to kill the man who kidnapped him. And as he saw those images he was able to remember what happened, so he didn't hesitate even in a moment that what he was seeing was true. And with every second he saw those tragic images, Gohan was able to remember in greater detail what happened, so he didn't doubt at any second that this nightmare was very real. My father is dead, Gohan said, almost drowning in anguish and despair. That's right, Gohan, your father is dead, but don't worry, it is very easy for me and his friends to resurrect him. In fact, we could do it right now. However, he has chosen to do something else, something he couldn't do in life, Broly said, snapping his fingers. And with that snap the screen projected Goku from the other world, which ran in the snake way to the planet of North Kai. Dad! Gohan shouted with joy to see that his father was fine. Something that Broly did in order to make him recover the hope and happiness after the initial shock he brought with the other video. This place is the other world, and what your father is doing is training even there. Do you know why? Broly asked Gohan to make him interact, think and feel he was heard. No, I don't know, sir, Gohan said, who was for first time really attentive and participative with the conversation. He is training instead of being with you because in less than a year 5 people worse and more dangerous than the one who kidnapped you and caused your father's death will come to Earth to kill everyone, and obviously wants to avoid it. He and all his friends, to be more precise, who are already training or are about to do it. They do it despite knowing that they have almost no chances of defeating them, since they couldn't with one of the weakest between Goku and Piccolo, who are the strongest. Therefore, Gohan, you will also train to defeat them and defend the Earth, Broly said, showing images of all Goku's friends, showing how worried they were about the situation and what they were doing to solve it. Me? Fight? It can't be, I don't know how to fight. Oh, you don't know how to fight? If you tell the truth, then what is this? I have done that. It is impossible. I don't remember. He was very shocked and confused to see how he had done all that. I know, it seems that you aren't able to use your full potential if the situation is not too precarious, even though at that time you are even stronger than your father and Piccolo together. But don't worry, with my help you will become hundreds of times more powerful in a very short time and you will learn to control part of your hidden abilities to become a guardian warrior, Broly said as he showed to Gohan on other screens again and again his superhuman feats, even the ones he done when he was younger. But I don't want to be a martial artist. I want to become an important scientist, said Gohan, giving the normal and rational reasons that every 5-year-old boy could say to not fight, reasons that wasn't indoctrinated by his mother's sarcasm. One thing doesn't take away the other. Look at me, I am a great scientist and also a martial artist. Who do you think has built the robot that has given you food and is cleaning? If you want to be a scientist, don't worry, I will also teach you. Although you will have to survive the villains that will come or you can never be one. Since you will die, said Broly, who had left the little Gohan without logical excuses. But I'm scared, Gohan said, shrinking because of the great responsibility, pressure and danger he was and will being exposed. Of course you are afraid. Your father is also afraid like all his friends, however they don't cower, cry and try to flee from reality, except Yajirobe. They face it, because they aren't cowards, they train to face that fear. Or what do you expect to do? To continue being a weak and a crying baby incapable of defending himself or doing anything? You want that within a year the bad guys will kidnap you again, blackmail your father and kill him again? To remain a useless burden that cries in a corner while others try to save him and do something useful? Is that what you aspire to? Do you intend to let those bad men kill your mother, father and grandfather without doing anything? Do nothing despite being able to save everyone because you have fear? Broly said, manipulating Gohan mentally and emotionally to do exactly what he should do, but with greater motivation than in the original work and in principle by his own decision. Children's are so easy to provoke, Broly thought, satisfied that the first step of his manipulation worked as expected. No. I don't want to be a coward. No one will kill mom, grandpa, or dad. Gohan shouted with his pride very injured, since due to Broly's words he felt guilty about Goku's death and understood that he had to change to protect his family and himself like his father was doing, although he was still afraid. Great, that's what I wanted to hear. You have chosen well. As of today I am your teacher. You can call me Broly Sensei. I will take care of making you a great warrior, scientist and maybe a chef too, said Broly, who achieved his goal through methods that would shake children's psychologists with rage and enthusiasm at social engineers. Perfect. Gohan is one of my favorite characters in the entire show because of its evolution. Nevertheless, they destroyed his character completely in the Majin Buu saga, and let's not talk about what happened in Super. I will not allow something like this to happen. I will fulfill Toriyama's wet dream that his editors didn't allow him because Goku was too popular. I'll make Gohan the protagonist of Dragon Ball Z. Well, after my Broly thought with the image of Akira Toriyama in mind, which gave his permission and blessing to continue with this project. Okay, Broly Sensei, Gohan said, bowing respectfully to his new teacher. Desire Realm. In an isolated location of the Broly planet. Broly also sat on another comfortable sofa eating grapes when Piccolo suddenly appeared in front of him. What has, Piccolo said upon perceiving how all his surroundings had changed and that there was another Broly in front of him in an excessively arrogant attitude. Hi Piccolo, long time no see, Broly said, greeting Piccolo as he continued to eat without worry. You, what the hell are you? Piccolo asked, who after seeing all this he understood that Broly was an existence that was above what he knew, especially when a strange force forced him to sit on the sofa and was unable to stand up for more effort he put. Me? I'm just a normal person who wants to help save the inhabitants of this planet from extinction. And upon seeing Broly's annoying evasive, Piccolo decided to change the subject so he could get something clear. Where is Goku's son? Gohan has accepted me as his teacher and is already training hard. Don't worry, you will join him in training when you are at similar levels, it will depend on your potential when that moment will be possible. Meanwhile I will take care of you. There is little time and there is much to do, I don't think you have time to train someone to fight an enemy with whom you don't even have possibilities today. And I can't let you die or else Kami will die too, and that will make me very sad, said Broly, showing images of Gohan running away for his life while being chased by random giant beasts. I still don't trust you, Piccolo said, who still didn't trust or agree with Broly, but his great intelligence made him realize that he didn't have many other options than to comply with what Broly said. Also, there were chances that this would be good to increase his power in view of Broly's capabilities. In addition, Broly was also right when said that he had no time to train Gohan. But he still didn't feel comfortable with it. I hope Piccolo changes his attitude soon. I have to achieve that he could interact with Gohan to soften his icy heart, or he will remain a pimple in the ass for the rest of his long life, Broly thought. Who couldn't identify that grumpy green with the endearing character we all respected and wanted in Dragon Ball, possibly the best father figure in this manga. You don't need to trust me, just focus on improving as a warrior, wizard, strategist and person. With my help you will be the first super Namekian in modern history, said Broly, giving himself an important aura, as if he were a stylist in a program of radical change in a difficult but motivating case. A super what? Piccolo said, who didn't understand anything, since he still didn't know his extraterrestrial origin. Devastated planet of Universe 7. That damn Raditz got himself killed, said Nappa, who like in the original work, was still Vegeta's secretary. What a pathetic guy he was. To think that he'd get himself killed by guys with battle powers of 1000, Vegeta said as he devoured part of the corpse of an insectoid alien that he scorched with his ki. Raditz has lost against such pathetic adversaries. It's so pathetic, without a doubt, the weakest and stupidest of the six, said Scallion, a medium-sized scion with standard muscular scion complexion, a fairly flat and forgettable face, and a hairstyle that even seemed normal for a scion, in short, the appearance of a filler scion. The weakest of the six. If I remember correctly, the number of duels between you was 46 to 44 in favor of Raditz. Shouldn't you be the weakest? As for the idiot, I wouldn't know how to differentiate, you both seem equally stupid. Ha 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 ha. Said Ginger, a scion woman with a youthful appearance, short stature, moderate chest, a small but bouncing ass, short hair with pigtails, a pretty face, very tomboy and with the smile of an authentic bastard, could make anyone turn crazy. Shut up. And you are wrong, I have won 46 times and he only 44, of which most were when I was younger. He was 2 years older than me, obviously he had an advantage. And don't think you're the big deal just because your combat level is 800 points higher than me, you still lost 5 times against me, said Scallion, who always had to argue, make excuses and complain about everything. He has. As always you make excuses. In addition, my combat level is almost 1000 higher than yours, you always round at your convenience, and the 5 times I lost was when you fought both against me, and you are older than me. Hub. Now I don't know who was the weakest of the two, but the stupidest one has become very clear, Ginger replied once again with his poisonous tongue and insufferable attitude of a spoiled juvenile delinquent. And Ginger continued to provoke him even more. Come, unquestionably weaker and idiot of the group, she said, inviting him to attack. Vegeta snorted, which was getting tired of so much noise and nonsense. Silence. Behave like true warriors once. You are the shame of the Saiyan race. If you don't start to behave, I will be the one who will count how many times I bury your head in the ground, shouted Yam, Ginger's older sister, which unlike her was tall and fibrated, with proportions 101, 62, 98, a serious and enviable face for every female and long hair up to her waist. Yes ma'am, Ginger said, making the military salute jokingly. Well, what do we do, Vegeta? Do we put this planet off and leave? They said something interesting. Something about Dragon Balls, Vegeta said, answering what he wanted. Yeah, sounds like they can grant any kind of wish, Nappa replied, who was attentive to all the retransmission. Alright, let's go there, Vegeta replied when he saw that he wasn't the only one who had heard such important information. We'll bring back Raditz back to life then. Yam asked his superior to find out what the real goal was. A very serious girl committed with her work. Get real, I no longer have a need for his services. We'd like eternal life and to remain ageless. How does that sound? Said Vegeta, who had already found one of the most obvious and desired applications for the Dragon Ball. If we wish for that, we can enjoy battle until the end of time. Yes, it's a great wish, sir, said Yam, who understood Vegeta's intention at first. I get it, that's awesome, Nappa replied, who for some reason needed an explanation to understand the implications and motives of that wish. Oh, that's a better idea than I had. Okay, I sign up, Ginger shouted, amazed and delighted at the idea of not getting old. This smells like more work, Scallion replied pessimistically. Chapter 126. Came House. After the trip in which Mutant Roshi and Krillin were very narrow in the back of the vehicle, the four arrived at the Kame house where Yumagame was waiting for them, and while Bulma studied and tried to adapt the tracker of Raditz, comparing it with the information that Broly had supplied. Obviously, the questions towards Broly began, which he replied with a beautiful story from his birth until he reached Earth. Story that caused Krillin, Mutant Roshi, and Yumagame to disengage their jaw in disbelief. Even Bulma had the same reaction from time to time despite being focused on the trackers. And that's all, my friends. This is the fascinating story of how from the incubator I managed to make a spaceship, fool the whole world to believe that I was still in the incubator. I got stronger and escaped from that planet before those bastards could try to force me to become a pawn in their abominable criminal corporation. I arrived at this beautiful and in principle peaceful planet where I knew Bulma's sister Corinne, Cammy, Mr. Popo. And Hee. Maybe in a pretty funny way I'm the one who made the greatest useless agent of the Galactic Patrol couldn't kill Goku when he arrived on this planet, because he confused me with him, Broly said, explaining its origins, but not explaining many details that shouldn't be known for obvious reasons. He didn't want to look like a sociopath or not to give information about the gods and other concepts that are too advanced for now. This is too impressive. Are you sure you're not inventing all this, or you are exaggerating a lot of things, Krillin said, since he was unable to believe the story Broly had told about his exciting and unlikely early life. Invent? Exaggerate? I have softened the story a lot. I haven't even explained my struggle with Frost and his army, Beerus, Kampa, or the Order 66, Broly thought, who abandoned the common sense of a more or less common person years ago, so he thought that his story seemed credible. Did you build your first spacecraft with 3 years while staying in an incubator with your telekinesis without anyone noticing? Certainly the universe is full of impressive people. Mutant Rashi said that although he didn't know the exact complexity of building a spaceship, he knew how complicated it was to do any precision construction with telekinesis, and more doing it miles away. That's something that he didn't dare to dream about. The previous strongest and most versatile man on the planet felt defeated in every way. It doesn't have that much merit. Telekinesis is one of my innate abilities, and I practically copied my spaceship from an existing one. Who is really amazing here is Bulma, who with 5 years built a high-power laser gun out of nowhere and knew how to fix a spaceship in a few seconds despite never having seen one. This was Tai's favorite anecdote, her super genius sister in action, Broly said, trying to appear humble and positively reinforce Bulma, making her feel important, although it was certainly impressive. Aish, my sister always exaggerates that history, Bulma said, flushed a little due to Broly's praise, also because everyone but Broly looked at her like she was a weirdo, and the nostalgia factor also contributed. Speaking of inventions and strange machines, shouldn't you help Bulma with that extraterrestrial device? Asked Yumagame, who saw that there was another person with brain in the group and could work together. I already offered my help, but she wanted to look at it for herself to adapt it better to Earth. Don't worry, it's not like she needs anyone's help to solve and improve Raditz tracker. She will finish before the envoy of Kami for a martial arts camp arrives, Broly said to reassure Yumagame, praise Bulma, and disturb Krillin and Mutant Rashi. Martial arts camp? Both asked, quite puzzled. But before he can resolve that fleeting doubt. Ready, I have already solved it. Yes, it's just as you said. Although the functionality is still incredible, who made the final adjustments was a real fool. In the event that the target's power is too large for its processing capacity, the device overheats and explodes. There are no resistances or limiters outside this planet, or they are only stupids. Said Bulma, who couldn't understand how such an impressive technological jewel had such an elementary fault. Ha ha ha, yes, it is quite pathetic, as if they had been designed by an 80s mangaka who didn't know much about computers. By the way, I have prepared some snacks, I hope you like them. I had a lot of strawberries at home, so I used them to make some desserts for everyone, said a bully, taking out with telekinesis several cakes and ice creams that contained or were made of strawberries from the kitchen, but not any kind of strawberries. It were strawberries from a genetically improved strawhibi from the Toriko world. And despite the strange impression of seeing dishes flying around the house, none of them could avoid praising the exquisite presentation and aroma of the cakes that Broly had placed before them. More than food, they looked like precious treasures carved by the same gods. Strawberries. They are my favorites. For real. I didn't know. Eat everything you want, I can still do many more. In fact, I have left a few in the fridge in case you want more later. Of course I knew, he, Broly said, taking out more cakes and ice cream from the kitchen. Have you cooked all this? Mutant Roshi asked ecstatically. Despite living more than a century, is the first time he tasted something like this. And he also knows how to cook better than all the chefs are that my family has hired since I was born to Geth. He's so, Bulma thought with hearts and tears in her eyes. Hearts for the growing admiration in Broly. She is one of those who fall in love quickly, and tears because she couldn't believe that there were so good strawberries in the world. Although technically they weren't of this world, or universe, or reality. Another mini point for me. I have also conquered her through her stomach with her favorite dish. In no time I could uninstall Tinder, Broly thought with a wicked and vicious inner smile when he saw the obvious signs that Bulma was being to feel attracted to him, especially for her eyes. By the way, Bulma, what did you want to show us? Said Mutant Roshi, who had finished his portion and had cream all over his beard. And Bulma, who also had his mouth covered in cream, swallowed it, got up, put on the tracker. Hey, you, Grandpato, stand up, she said, indicating to Rashi to get up. Grandpato? Said Mutant Rashi, who had never been referred to by that term. Bulma looked at Mutant Rashi, pressed a few buttons, and some letters and numbers appeared. Let's see, 139. I feel too old. That's the number that represents your strength, Bulma said, clarifying the tracker's operation. A number that represents strength? Wow! What an incredible device. It can really tell all of that. Mutant Rashi said, surprised by the tracker's functionality and relieved not to be confused by a potential corpse. "Be Bulma-san, what's mine?" said Krillin, who was curious to know what his strength in numbers was. "Wow. It's 206. I really ended up surpassing Munten Rashi-sama then, didn't I?" said Krillin with excitement for having surpassed his teacher by nearly 100 points. Hey, are you sure it's not broken?" Mutant Roshi complained, not wanting to accept reality. And before Bulma could make sure that the tracker worked perfectly and even better than before. "Ha ha ha. No, it is not damaged, it is measuring the energy power that your body gives off based on your internal, external energy and physical capacities. However, that doesn't give an exact number of your real combat strength, although a big difference between numbers can be almost insurmountable, in the same way that exists among boxing fighters in very different weight categories. The technique, experience, skills and strategy are extremely determined, and that device is unable to measure them. And these are factors that are able to skip those power-weight differences. Imagine that someone had a super powerful arcane ability but had a very low number and go against someone who quadrupled his power with no arcane skill. It would be the same like a heavyweight boxer going against a rooster weight with a machine gun loaded with hundreds of bullets. Who do you think will win? Broly said, explaining how inaccurate are the fighting points the trackers showed to determine the fighting power. And after digesting those concepts and explanations that Broly had explained. "I see, I guess I got carried away," Krillin said, rubbing his bald head, ashamed of himself for having unilaterally declared himself to be stronger than his teacher. "Yes, you have, but I'm glad you recognized it, my disciple who still has a lot to learn," said Mutant Roshi, that now felt better with himself, since few people could beat him in strange techniques and experience. "But don't worry about that, soon someone will come to recruit you to increase those numbers," Broly said casually as he slowly ate a slice of his telekinetic-made cake. "And when will that be?" asked Krillin, who wanted to increase his power as soon as possible, for the arrival of the Saiyans and for competitiveness. And then Broly took a calendar and a clock and after consulting them carefully said, precisely in 3, 2, 1. "Hey!" someone shouted from outside the house. Chapter 127. "Hey!" someone shouted from outside the house. Really? Has anyone really come? "Hey, hello, Yajirobe," the envoy of Kami said. Envoy of the envoy, Broly was right. "You are that guy from Karen-sama Tower, right?" "Armadillo?" Krillin said, amazed but not too much that Broly's prophecy had been fulfilled. "It's Yajirobe, you stupid idiot." Yajirobe shouted when he saw that they didn't remember his name. "I came here because Karen told me to give you a mess." "Yes, don't worry about that, I have already informed them about the current situation. I've also told you about Goku's situation, although Baba will come later to explain it better." "Krillin will go find Ten, Yam and Cha and train with you," Broly said, interrupting Yajirobe, who didn't mind the interruption, since he had to do less work in this way. "Is Kami really going to train us?" "Yes. We will let you know as soon as possible," Krillin said, very excited about the idea of being trained by the same Earth God who trained his friend Goku. "Ah, you must be Broly, the guy that everyone has warned me to get as far away as possible. Karen always mentions your name when he has nightmares. Anyway, I'm leaving, my work here is over." "I don't know why they have made me come," Yajirobe said while riding in his car, partly happy for not having to work hard and on the other hand angry about the fact that they made him come here for nothing. "Nightmares? Get away from him." "Why? 218 points, wow. He's stronger than Krillin." "What? Really?" It was as if they have a smaller penis, although they had been told that the technique, experience, resistance and knowing how to use it is more important than the size. But Bulma didn't stop here, there was something else she wanted to check with her device. "From the moment I saw him, I've been curious, how strong are you, Broly?" Bulma said, focusing on Broly using the tracker to measure his strength, but... Bling bling bling. What is happening? Has it gone crazy? Bling 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 blim. Crew. Immeasurable value. What? No, it can't be true, it's impossible, Bulma shouted with great astonishment, disbelief and even fear seeing the result. And Mutant Rashi and Krillin obviously were also alerted by that exaggerated reaction that was probably due to the power level of Broly presented in the tracker. "What happens, Bulma?" And Bulma, equally astonished and incredulous, but beginning to accept the reality as absurd as it seemed, answered with trembling voice. "The result is immeasurable, but it cannot be possible. With the improvements that I have applied to this tracker, I should be able to measure up to a combat power of 300 million. If it can't measure Broly's power, that means that his power is 300 million, a number that they didn't know exactly what it means, since it was the first time they heard of a numerically standardized power level. However, they understood what they could mean. If Mutant Roshi was able to destroy the moon with a fighting power that didn't even reach 200. What could Broly do, which was millions of times stronger than him? And Mutant Roshi and Krillin understood the implication of Bulma's words perfectly. More than 300. Broly-san. Do you know approximately what's the power level of the 5 Saiyans? Asked Mutant Roshi, who was overwhelmed by the difference in power like never before today. It was no longer about knowing how strong Broly was compared to them, they needed to know how strong the Saiyans were in comparison. If the difference in power was a few hundred or a few thousand, it might still be possible to prepare for the fight. It would be terrifying anyway, but there would still be some hope. But what would happen if the difference was in millions like Broly? Yes, of course. Given that Raditz had a combat power of 1,500. The weakest of all has a power of 1,492, after that there is a tomboy lowly of 2,436, followed by a bald man of 4,000, a bossy with no sense of humor of 10,800 and the dwarf former prince of the Saiyans with 18,000. They will arrive in 339 days, Broly said, looking up at the sky and answering with excessive precision. Quite alarming information for our Z warriors, since according to Broly all the enemies they would face were at least more than 10 times stronger than them, and the strongest of the enemies was more than 10 times stronger than the one that almost killed them all. And obviously this information disrupted our impressionable Z warriors, although in view of how powerful Broly is in part they were relieved. Don't tell me that you are seeing and measuring them in real time. It's a joke, right? Krillin said as he imagined what was really happening. Broly was being able to see them in real time thanks to his evolved Jugon, the space covered by his formless realm and a lot of Najimi skills. One moment, you want to tell us then that your strength is greater than 300 million and that its combined strength is 36,628? Asked Bulma, which quickly come up with an easy and logical conclusion. That's right, 366,280 if they transform into Oozuru, into a giant monkey to be more concrete, Broly answered, providing even more information, quite disturbing information one more time. What? 10 times? Oh, okay. So could you just beat them all when they arrive since you are millions of times stronger than them? Asked Bulma, who finished his logical reasoning with the most practical solution for everyone. It's true, with such a difference you could destroy them with just one finger, said Krillin, seconded by Mutant Roshi with great joy, the joy of someone who knows that his life and his planet will be safe the next year. However, Broly said something that didn't please everyone. Well, anybody. With one finger? I just have to think about it and that's all. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid it won't be possible. I don't want them to kill you, nor do they kill all humans, but on the other hand I would feel uncomfortable killing someone of my race, especially since we are so few and because I don't like killing people. So when Cammy asked me for help for this, I established from the beginning that it would only be your support, helping you with information, training, health treatment, advice and other things. But I will not fight. I'm sorry, but you will have to manage them. It is not negotiable, Broly replied, apologizing for the setback, but concisely expressing that he couldn't do anything, that these were the rules. And the reactions immediately followed. No, it can't be true, you're kidding, right? Krillin said, overwhelmed by the words of Broly and almost losing the illusion to live, as if he were a person who had won the lottery, but had lost the ticket at the next second. One moment, Broly. How can you say something like that? Do you not care that millions of people could die? Don't you mind that we could die? Don't you remember that your friend Tights and her whole family, in which I am included, will also die in the case of not defeating these homicidal aliens? Don't you care about us? Bulma shouted very vigorously, in a very bad mood, so much that she had forgotten about the crush she had been having for Broly. She even came to despise him for a few moments. Ha ha ha. Don't get upset, Bulma, I'm talking to you telepathically. Don't shout, I don't want anyone to know what I want to tell you, Broly said, telepathically speaking to Bulma. Are you talking to me with the mind? Awesome, which calmed down for a moment because of the big surprise and because Bulma understood that Broly wanted to tell her something about what he had said seconds ago. Tell her something that must be a secret for some reason. Of course I will help you fight the Saiyans if they manage to overcome your friends, and of course I will protect you and the inhabitants of this planet. But if I say that I will take care of everything, your friends will not have enough motivation to train and become stronger. And as you could see, this universe is not peaceful at all. Sooner or later other bad and powerful guys will come to look for problems and they have to be prepared. They can't depend on me for everything, and Goku won't always be able to save the situation by himself. So I would ask you not to tell them anything. I know that this is a difficult and unpleasant request to deceive your friends, but it is for their own and your good, Broly said telepathically once again. And upon hearing the complete telepathic explanation, Bulma blushed even more, partly because of her exaggerated reaction and misunderstanding once more. And the other reason, was because she felt more infatuated by Broly when she saw his responsible and protective side at so many levels. There's a thin line between love and hate. Sorry Broly-san, I think I got carried away, Aish Bulma thought, not knowing what to say or what face put to hide her shame. Another mini point for Broly. Broly thought outside the telepathic conversation. Don't mind it, I should apologize. I should have warned you before saying that, but we should prepare for another guest from what I see. Broly said telepathically once more. Another guest? Who? Bulma asked in her mind. What the hell is going on? Asked Krillin and Mutant Rashi, who were detecting a rather abnormal behavior between Bulma and Broly, but especially in Bulma. Form realm. Once again in the immense white dimension. Broly sat in front of Gohan, who devoured a succulent feast in the same way his father would, or rather like his father if he hadn't eaten something decent for months. Well Gohan, you have passed the first test, you have survived for 9 months in my garden. I guess we can now move on to phase 2 of your training, Broly said, materializing a blackboard next to him. Chapter 128. Form realm. Once again in the immense white dimension. Broly sat in front of Gohan, who devoured a succulent feast in the same way his father would do, or rather, like his father if he hadn't eaten something decent for months. Well Gohan, you have passed the first test, you have survived for 9 months in my garden. I guess we can now move on to phase 2 of your training, Broly said, materializing a blackboard next to him. Tell me Gohan, before you start. Do you understand why I have made you survive for 9 months in a forest infested with wild prehistoric beasts that I call my little garden, with only a few survival books and a few help tools? Think and reason the answer carefully, Broly said, being an efficient and useful teacher who tries to make his student think and not memorize and nod like many others. And Gohan, who was still devouring a pig's leg as if they were going to take away his food, stopped momentarily, reflected and answered with not many doubts. Was it for me to learn to live for myself and to become braver and stronger? Bingo. Very good Gohan, you have understood your initial situation and the final result after training. I congratulate you. We can say that you have been reborn after these 9 months, you will understand this reference in future classes when I have the permission of your parents. Well, now is when your training and study really begin. If you had believed that until now this had been a hard training. You will laugh and cry equally, Broly said, as if he were an American army colonel who trained rebel or useless recruits in 80s and 90s movies. Yes, Broly-sensei, Gohan said without much encouragement and with some fear, although he didn't want or could express it, he was more hungry than afraid. Tell me Gohan, what is the best strategy to learn in the best possible way? Whether is martial arts, study, or anything, Broly asked, trying to make Gohan use his brain again. Striving hard, to try to learn from your own mistakes and other mistakes, and have a good teacher. Gohan asked, who remembered how much he struggled in the jumble, how he learned from his own mistakes, from the animals around him, from the books that Broly had left him and some of his occasional advices. Yes, that is very important, especially a good teacher, but being more general, the important thing is be as effective as possible, which includes the points you mentioned. And last but not least, is to be as efficient as possible. And now I'm going to show you the method to be as efficient as possible, Broly said, stating what the next task would be. And Gohan, who was looking at his sensei, who was sitting in front of him on a large sofa, for a moment he thought that he had vision problems due to the tiredness of his 9-month training, since he was seeing double. But when he scratched his eyes. What's going on? Are there 2 Broly seeing eyes? Gohan shouted upon see that his eyes had no problem. He wasn't seeing double. There were really 2 Brolys in front of him. This is one of the first techniques I developed, and the one I feel most proud. A skill that allows you to create up to 100 clones of yourself with which you share information in real time. The only drawback is that you have to divide your strength into equal parts, and that when you undo a clone the rest will receive the proportional damage that that clone has suffered. There is also the requirement to have a minimum of 100 fight level, which you already have thanks to your incredible talent and my guide. There is a more advanced version of this one that only works with Saiyans, but you still don't meet the conditions, said the 2 Brolys speaking simultaneously. Can I learn to do that too? Gohan asked, very impressed. He had never heard or seen anything like this were possible, and he also understood the usefulness of this ability. Oh. I have already understood it. In this way I can study several subjects at the same time. That's right, you've understood right away. I like it. It avoids me explaining everything with metaphors and redundant examples. It is a complicated technique that requires great control of the ki, so the following training will be to improve your energy control. Not only will it be useful for you to perform this skill, but also all others that you will learn later. Are you ready? Broly said, merging again with his other Broly and getting up to indicate that the moment of rest was over. And when can I see my mother? And study? She's going to get very angry if I don't do my homework. You will be able to see your mother at the moment in which you manage to perfectly master my body multiplication technique. At that time we will also start with your scientific technological studies. So try hard, and let's surprise your mother. I am sure she will be very happy to see that you have grown up as a brave, strong and intelligent boy, said Broly, rubbing Gohan's head to comfort him, praise him and give him extra motivation in training. And Gohan with a big smile and resolute determination answered vigorously, yes Broly-sensei. When do we start? Ha ha ha. There is no hurry, Gohan. In my dimensions, time passes in a very convenient way for training. But, we'll start right now, Broly said, giving him a book written by him about key manipulation. Desire Rerom. Broly Mansion Movie Theater. I know that I would be a good father someday. I hope be one sooner than later. Ha ha ha. Broly said, proud of his teachings and indoctrination work he was doing with the little Gohan while imagining such a future with his possible future children. I fear for the mental health of these children, Hagoromo said sarcastically and somewhat worried about the future. Ha ha ha. I will soon sculpt Gohan in my image and likeness. He won't be as powerful, intelligent and impressive as me, but, if he looks a little like me, he will have almost reached perfection in everything, said Broly, who was still in his own world, literally and figuratively. And now I fear for the mental health of that child even more, Hagoromo said again, who really feared for the possibility of seeing another Broly rising in the Omniverse. Came House. Hugh. Is he coming back again? Asked Krillin, who could see a flying vehicle approaching the island. A few moments after Yajirobe left. I'm afraid it's not that, said Broly, who kept looking at Bulma with complicity. Mutant Rashi-sama. Since they were Chi-Chi, Gohan's mother and Goku's wife, and his father Ox King, a former apprentice of Mutant Rashi. Oh no. It's Chi-Chi and the Ox King. Mutant Rashi-sama, what do we do? Asked Krillin, who didn't know how to deal with this situation. I still didn't write the letter, said Mutant Rashi, who also didn't know how to deal with this situation correctly. Don't worry, when I see that you don't know what to answer I will help you, said Broly, who was also prepared for this situation. In the same place seconds later. Mutant Rashi-sama. It's been such a long time. Have you been in good health? Said Ox King, bowing to his teacher in a very effusive way. Yes, I guess so, Mutant Rashi replied simply. And Chi-Chi, as an excessively worried and strict mother and wife, inspected the area in search of those who were late at home, either to force them to study or work. My Goku-san and Gohan's soul be over here. Where are they? WL, to tell you the truth. Broly-san, Mutant Rashi said, looking at Broly, since he didn't want to expose himself too much for cowardice and since Broly had abducted Gohan to train him. Okay, Mutant Rashi-san. Don't worry about Gohan, miss, right now he's studying under my direction, Broly said very formally, approaching Chi-Chi slowly and calmly. Studying under your direction? And who are you? Chi-Chi asked, very surprised and stunned, since she didn't believe that someone in that house would help her study, and because she didn't know anything about that huge, muscular man with a third eye and with an ape tail, as well as her son and husband in his childhood. Oh, excuse me for not introduced myself yet. I am Broly, a humble engineer, physicist, scientist, engineer, hacker, architect, interior decorator, artist, doctor, therapist of problematic adolescents, chef, magician, martial artist, the most powerful being born in this universe, lately also a film producer among many other things. And finally, I'm also your child's new teacher. Broly said, showing part of his curriculum to Chi-Chi. And while Bulma was surprised at Broly's incredible field of knowledge and Chi-Chi tried to assess whether that sack of suspicious muscles was as intelligent as he claimed to be and assimilate that he had called himself Gohan's teacher without him having given her approval. The martial artists like Krillin, Mutant Rashi, and Ox King still have their ears were still buzzing with some data that Broly provided. The most powerful being born in this universe. Does that seem humble to you? One moment, is that true? Shouted, Krillin, Mutant Rashi and also Ox King, who, seeing his teacher's reaction, began to believe that this could be true. We'll talk later if you're really a teacher, if you're a competent teacher and if you are or are going to be my child's teacher. For now I would like to know where my son is, Chi-Chi said a little calmer, knowing that at least they had worried about Gohan's studies. He is not here right now, he is studying in one of my laboratories acquiring theoretical and practical knowledge. I will take you in a moment so they can see him, so you can also appreciate the great study environment that I have prepared for him. But before that I have to tell you, miss, that your son is a true genius. Despite only being 4 years old, in less than a day I managed to make him acquire all the knowledge necessary to finish high school with honors. No doubt it is due to some incredible genes that carry great intelligence and the incredible education he has received so far, and I suspect quite reasonably that both things are due to his passionate and dedicated mother, Broly said, respectfully flattering Gohan for his great talent and character, exposing the almost impossible advances they had made today to show that he was a legendary teacher and to flatter Chi-Chi at the same time, thus creating a deadly combination that allows you to sell almost anything to her. Oh my, you have an eye for details, you're going to make me blush. Indeed, his high level of education and talent is due to me, hoo. Well, if Gohan really has learned so much and you are really such a good teacher, I don't see any problem in you being his teacher, Broly-san, Chi-Chi said, very flushed by the constant flattery towards her son and herself, so much that she had forgotten the anger she was carrying until now. Wow! He has a great way with words. He has dazzled her in no time. They thought Mutant Roshi, Krillin, Yumagame and Bulma, who admired how Broly calmed the ogre and put her on his side. And by the way, where is Goku? Is he with Gohan in those labs of yours? Asked Ox King, who also missed his son-in-law and also asked Broly. It was then when the atmosphere became tense and heavy, so much that none of those who knew the truth about Goku could even breathe. No, he is not in my laboratory, but I think it should be his venerable teacher who should answer that question, Broly replied, looking at Mutant Roshi in a very suspicious way, as if he wanted to avoid being the one to give a bad news. And in the same way that Broly did, Bulma, Krillin and Yumagame also looked at him, and moments later Chi-Chi and Ox King too, who began to suspect that something strange was happening with Goku. And Mutant Roshi upon see that everyone was looking at him. You are talking about me, he, excuse me, he said, rubbing his head with a nervous smile and cold sweat, after looking around for another Goku's teachers behind him without success. Chi-Chi said, who looked at Mutant Roshi suspiciously, as if she were smelling that something strange was definitely happening with her husband. Well, to tell the truth, he's dead, Mutant Roshi said dryly with funny voice as he continued to rub his bald head. What? Chi-Chi and King Ox shouted when they heard that extremely horrible and almost unthinkable news. Such was the shock that Chi-Chi turned blue and passed out. Chi-Chi, stay with us. Hey old perv. Was so complicated? Do like Broly and build a leisurely dialogue in which she didn't get angry or fainted? At least you should have softened the blow. Is it so complicated to do the same? Especially when we have the Dragon Balls. Bulma shouted when she saw how extremely insensitive Mutant Roshi had been with this matter. Don't look at me like that. I had said I should write him a letter, I'm not good improvising, Mutant Roshi said helplessly before Bulma's glaring gaze. Desire Realm. On a random planet, one of the many that Broly had created in the Big Bang. Bomb. Bam. Clash. A green man with slug antennas and bruises all over his body flew from one place to another against his will, and stamped against several mountains, destroying them with every impact. Ah, fuck, damn bully, Piccolo shouted as he stood up once more to face the biggest monster he could ever imagine that existed in the universe. Come on Piccolo, you should be able to cancel my telekinesis using your own telekinesis and your ki, said Broly, who descended from the sky to the position of the injured Piccolo, whom he was going to heal for a new training session. Hey, when Goku's son will be at a level similar to mine to start training with him. It's not that I don't trust your methods, the results are obvious, but I still think you're soft with children, said Piccolo, who was telling the truth on the one hand, but on the other hand what he wanted was to train with Gohan to be the one who gives and not the one who receives. Prom. And surprisingly Piccolo was thrown against another mountain, where he was embedded. It was obvious that Broly didn't agree with his comment. He has little left, since he is training in a place where time is even more generous than here, although first I have to do some small ploys to ensure everyone is happy. Said Broly, who teleported again where Piccolo was to heal his old and new wounds. Chapter 129. Form Realm. In one of Broly's new laboratories that he had prepared for Gohan and for this performance. Suddenly Broly appeared in a dazzling white room in the laboratory along with Bulma, Mutant Roshi, Krillin, Ox King and Chi-Chi, which had to be helped by her father to stand. Wow, this place is impressive, said Bulma, who understood at first glance how advanced the technology in that place is. Where is my little boy? Said Chi-Chi, who was desperately trying to see his little son, who had just lost his father. He's right there, miss, said Broly, pointing to a large glass wall, from which Gohan could be seen wearing a lab coat while taking his elementary extraterrestrial engineering course with a hologram-generated simulator. Ah! My Gohan! Gohan! My son! Mom! Mom! What a joy that you are well, and studying. My God, how big and strong you are now, I don't understand it, it's only been a few hours since you left home. Chi-Chi said, who kept hugging and kissing him, quickly realizing the changes in her beloved son. Notable changes, since he was in a place of Desire Realm where time flowed differently, in which he was 9 months and several months also in the Form Realm, where he advanced a lot in his studies thanks to the multiplication of bodies. Yes, that may be because I have been training hard for months, Aish. I said, studying hard. Only studying. I swear, Mama. Gohan said, who forgot what he had to say because of the joy of meeting his mother and the praise she had given him. Training? 4 months. What the hell are you? Za Warudo. Meaning? What have I told you about fighting and... Gohan. Chi-Chi shouted, bewildered to see that Gohan couldn't move, as if he had been frozen just like Bulma, Mutant Rashi, Krillin. I'm sorry, I've stopped time for Gohan. I don't think a little boy should hear that. And I don't think that others besides their family should know sensitive details about my pupil, said Broly, putting on a therapist gown. You have done what? Chi-Chi and King Ox shouted upon here that such absurd skill exist. Time stop, I have quite a few strange abilities, Broly said, not giving importance to such an OP power. And after Chi-Chi had time to accept that Broly had the ability to stop time. What do you mean when you say a child shouldn't hear something? And what does that have to do with practicing martial arts for months? Chi-Chi shouted, distrusting Broly, his methods and intentions. This is to not open old wounds that have been so difficult to close. When I first met Gohan after his father's death, he was completely depressed, scared and desolate. Not only had he lost his father, he also felt the only one guilty of his death. He kept repeating for days that if he hadn't been kidnapped his father would still be alive. He almost didn't want to eat, he didn't even dare to see his mother since he thought you would blame him for Goku's death. It was very sad to see him in this situation. It was as if there was no life in his innocent little eyes, Broly said, exposing a dramatic and sad scenario, mixing truths with lies to make it more convincing, acting in a masterful way. My Gohan. Chi-Chi said with great agony, since she felt that her heart froze when she imagined her little 4-year-old son in that state and situation. It hurt so much to imagine that she began to cry and tremble, so much that she began to suffocate. He lamented over and over again for being kidnapped and for not being able to do anything. Although he didn't know how to express or understand it with his 4-year boy kid, he hated feeling weak and helpless. That's why I tried to fight those bad thoughts, motivating him and make him gain self-confidence through martial arts. And here you have it, with my ability to manipulate time I was able to make him train, grow as a person and make him reflect until he could regain the joy and confidence of seeing that he had become stronger and braver. And of course, as soon as he recovered we quickly began the study, as you can see. After all, a healthy soul can only be found in a healthy body and a healthy mind, Broly said, explaining the wonderful results that his training and knowledge of child psychology had had in Gohan. And Chi-Chi, who had been convinced both emotionally and logically, dried her tears and said with some difficulty, thank you, Broly. Thank you for helping my son. I am grateful for what you have done. Sorry for doubting you. You are undoubtedly a great teacher and I would love for Gohan to continue studying under your tutelage in the future. But could you defrost time? I want to talk to my little boy. Of course, Broly said, defrosting time. And except for Chi-Chi, everyone continued with what they were doing, which was. Mama, don't get mad at him, he only, Gohan said, who didn't want his mother to be angry at his Broly Senii because of him, but. Gohan. Don't worry anymore. You don't have to try so hard. You are a wonderful boy and your father and I will always be proud of you. You don't have to force yourself to be strong. Your father when he resuscitates. Grandfather and I will always be here to protect you. Chi-Chi said while hugging the confused Gohan, who. No mother, I cannot depend on others forever, I have to become strong and intelligent as soon as possible to protect you and grandfather from all the evils guys that could try to harm you. Said Gohan, who became very serious and said this to her mother, being the one who hugged her this time with great determination. Oh, my brainwash, my capacity to influence others has been very effective, there is barely a trace of the crying baby at the time, Broly thought, who was proud of Gohan and his change in attitude, but because of his narcissism he was more proud of his ability to cause that change. Gohan, Chi-Chi sighed, who saw absorbed how her son had matured in such a short time, something that made her proud, reassured, worried and sad at the same time. Gohan, I understand you, but I think you should go with your mother. Right now she needs you more than anyone, even more than you to yourself. As soon as you want and can come I will come to pick you up, Broly said, kindly stroking the head of his pupil. And Gohan, who immediately understood what his teacher meant, took his mother by the hand and nodded. Sniff, sniff, what a touching scene, Krillin, Ox King and Bulma said when they saw the strange conclusion that had happened. He is also sensitive, considerate and good with children's, thought Bulma, whose maternal instincts were beginning to flourish since she was nearly 30 years old. Well, I think it would be better for you to return you home, this place may be strange for you, Broly said, teleporting everyone, including Gohan again to the Kame house. Form realm. At that time in a room parallel to the laboratory. Broly and Gohan watched behind a television how everyone, included Broly and Gohan, teleported back to Universe 7. Are you sure it's okay not to tell Mom about those bad men, my new ability to multiply bodies and that 99 of my bodies will continue studying and training here? Asked Gohan, who felt guilty for lying to his mother. It is neither good nor bad, it is simply the best thing we could do. You need to train for future battles without being disturbed, and your mother has lost her husband, she can't lose her son either. That's why a part of you has to stay with her and support her. But I don't think it's a good idea to add new worries like her son can multiply and he is training and studying at all times with me, Broly said, reasoning why lie to your mother is fine. Okay, Gohan said, who despite the logical reasoning felt bad for lying to her. Come on, lift that face, today we will begin serious combat training. You already master the ki, you have trained several practical techniques and you have the necessary knowledge. Now you need to learn how to apply them, and for that you need real fighting. Follow me, Broly said, pointing to Gohan that they should leave the laboratory. Form Realm. Broly and Gohan were walking calmly towards the training area of the Form Realm, where someone was waiting impatiently. Hey Piccolo, we're sorry to make you wait a bit, but Gohan was hungry and we stopped to eat, Broly said, waving in a friendly and effusive manner. A bit? It took you 8 hours. Shouted Piccolo, who really had to wait a long time. He was very hungry. Well, from now on you will train together. Gohan, this green uncle who is almost always angry is Piccolo, a friend of your father. He will be your training partner and also your second teacher, Broly said, introducing Piccolo to Gohan in a formal way. Friend of his father? Since when? Second teacher. Now you want me to train him in your place too? Piccolo shouted, who had been offended in multiple ways in no time. Come on Piccolo. If we speak in numerical terms, Gohan is now more or less at your level, but he still lacks experience and cleverness in combat, something that you can contribute. You both need a partner who is at the same level so that you can overcome yourself in an unforced way, so this is a win-win situation. But don't believe that I will not do anything. I will supervise you, I will heal, correct your mistakes, give advice, and sometimes you will fight against me. And I will reward you every time you pass an exam if your previous performance has been correct. I like the continuous evaluation system, said Broly, explaining the curriculum to his new 2 students. Exams? Will there also be tests for training? Exam? What kind of joke do you have prepared for us this time? Then Broly smiled and made something appear in the air, something that fell to the ground like a heavy sack of potatoes. Your test is to kill this waste in less than a week, and it has to be individually. You are close to him in power, you just need a little motivation. What? Piccolo and Gohan shouted, and rightly so, since the thing that fell to the ground was Raditz' body, which Broly held by the neck with his tail once again. What do you intend to do? Piccolo and Gohan asked, who felt that something bizarre, impressive and undesirable was about to happen. What? What? Happened, how can I? Ah! You! Raditz shouted, who was resurrected and therefore confused and angry to see that Piccolo was in front of him. The one who killed him, and Gohan the boy who had given him the header that started his defeat. Gohan shouted when he saw his evil uncle, for which he felt an instinctive fear. I can't believe it, he has resurrected him without Dragon Balls or other means. What the hell are you, Broly? Not even a god has a power like this, Piccolo said, dumbfounded, who more or less understood the categories of divine power and certain powers. And Broly, avoiding answering that complicated question, stopped time for Raditz and said, okay girls. You will have to kill that spit target in 2 weeks, in which I will not let you increase your level of power above 1200. Raditz has a level of 1500 and as you are a team you will have to pass this exam both at the same time, so you better help each other. Otherwise you will suspend and you will not receive my valuable, precious reward. But you will receive my punishment. Wawa 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 wawa. Wawa 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 wawa. And Broly's malevolently forced laughter, which became excessively sick, made Piccolo get goosebumps with every sound that his mouth emitted, especially because he looked at Piccolo in a rather threatening way, as if that punishment was only directed at him. Hey! Son of Goku! It's Gohan, Gohan said to indicate that he had his own name. And when he heard something he didn't want to hear and didn't care, Piccolo went into a rage. I don't care what your name is. You can now strive and follow my instructions to improve your martial arts, or I swear that. Ah! But then he noticed a great pain in the head, as if someone had thrown a bowling ball at his head, and obviously that was Broly, who threw a small burst of energy against him. Lesson number 1, be nice to your partner, Broly said while pointing his finger at Piccolo. It will not be an easy task for Piccolo to become kind, venerable and child-loving, but I will get him to be. I am not the best self-proclaimed re-educator of troublesome teenagers in the Omniverse for any reason. Chapter 130. Came House. A few hours later from Gohan's semi-change. Bulma and Broly sat side by side next to a last-generation computer created in the form realm, and behind the mutant Rashi and Yumagame looked at the screen with great curiosity and as if they were some stupid bumpkins that hadn't seen a video call in their life. They wanted to appear in that video call. Hello, little sister. Hello Broly. Hello Tights. Hello Nay-san, Broly and Tights said enthusiastically too, but without exaggerations as Tights did. Oh, she's Bulma's sister. And she's pretty too, and she has a good pair of breasts just like her little sister Hoho. Said mutant Rashi, who stood between Broly and Bulma with a supreme-level perverted face due to appreciate the newly discovered Tights. Oich. Ha ha ha. Perverted action that had an immediate reaction translated in the form of a punch in the face, which in turn caused pain in mutant Rashi, and a great laugh in Broly. Ha 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 ha, you have very funny friends. Tith said, not giving much importance to the perverted intervention of mutant Rashi. Wow, what a surprise to see that the two of you have finally met, although I would have liked to introduce you myself, and also do it years before. But Broly always said he was very busy, although I think he was embarrassed, hehehe. I think it's because at that time he was very short in his normal form, so he probably had a complex and didn't want to meet a beautiful and intelligent girl of his age until he grew up. Hi. The feminine intuition of a hollow heads is scary, Broly thought, who was trying to make a poker face before Bulma's watchful stare that made him smile involuntarily, a smile that betrayed him, showing that Tights' assumption could be true. Normal form. Shorty. Well. The Saiyans have different transformation abilities that can alter our appearance and power apart from the transformation into a giant monkey, and we also have a very long childhood. You probably saw that with Goku. He surely was a dwarf one day and he became tall suddenly in a short time, Broly said, trying to answer Bulma's questions vaguely. Yes. And I also have pictures of the little boy of when we went on vacation. Do you want to see them? Tights said, showing photos of the trip in which, unlike those taught by Broly, also in these photos he wasn't transformed and was only with Tights. Oh no, well, it will be embarrassing, but this situation can also give me points, Broly thought, who knew how to take advantage of a bad situation like someone showing pictures of your childhood to your crush. Oh, let me see. Bulma said excitedly when she saw a child Broly. These were all pictures of the intergalactic hotel that showed Broly and Tights eating, drinking, and having a great time alone. And although Bulma enjoyed seeing these photos and also Broly's embarrassed face, she began to feel a strange sensation upon seeing those photos and the interactions between Broly and her sister when they spoke. A sensation in her chest and awareness that made her feel uncomfortable and guilty. Feeling that she quickly recognized, and in doing so her head begun to be filled with a lot of doubts and contradictions. And to try to solve her doubts and contradictions, Bulma made the difficult effort to ask this, Nay-san, Broly, you. What kind of relationship do you have? I would define it as little big brother. Tights said quite thoughtfully as she held her cheek with the finger, as she used to do. I would define it as big little sister. Broly said to himself with a little serious face, meaning that although she was older than him, she was like a kind, irresponsible little sister. And hearing both explanations somewhat strange and similar, Bulma understood that it was a strange situation of friendship where the oldest was the youngest and the youngest the oldest. Okay, I understood, it's a relief. Wait, I'm saying. No. Calm down, Bulma. Okay, he is tall, handsome, dark, mysterious, strong, intelligent, kind with me, a bit rogue from time to time, funny and serious at the same time, charming. Proactive, reliable, decisive, considerate, independent, knows how to cook like an angel, share hobbies with me like technology and science, thoughtful, responsible, good with children. Ah. He seems to be almost the perfect man. But you just know him. You don't know anything about him. You only know what he wants to show you and what your hollow-head sisters has told you. What happens if all this is a facade and when you know him more it turns out that he is a great cretin? What if he is another irresponsible womanizer like Yamcha? Yamcha. Why do I have to remember that cretin good for nothing now? Thought Bulma, having a great internal debate with his conscience and hormones. Ooh, as I anticipated, the jealousy and insecurity caused by the conversation with his sister and the photos shown are accelerating the coaxing process, but there is still much to do yet. Broly thought, who continued with his plan to make his waifu fall in love with him using a great advantage he had, which was to read her thoughts sometimes. What is a relief, Bulma-san? Broly asked treacherously to baffle Bulma. Bulma said involuntarily as she had just realized that she said that out loud, therefore she went into a state of panic and shame in which she became increasingly red. shit. Come one Bulma. Say something ingenious to get out of this embarrassing situation. Come on, you are an intelligent and mature woman. You are no longer a teenager who falls in love at first sight of the first gallon you meet. Calm down. Bulma continued with her internal debate. Ha 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 ha, it's nothing, it's just that, ha 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 ha, you know, she is my older sister, and she is a bit careless sometimes and, ha 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 ha, I worry about her, ha ha ha. Bulma said, shaking and flushing more every second, not knowing how to get out of that situation in which she was increasingly harmed and helpless. Good job Bulma, Bulma thought sarcastically to herself. And Broly, seeing Bulma's reaction, he rubbed his hands mentally. He, now that the enemy is hurt, it's the best time to attack. Love is a war. Bulma, is something wrong with you? You are very red. Do you have a fever? Broly said, putting his hand on Bulma's forehead, bringing his face close to hers. That made Bulma petrify, since he didn't expect that surprise attack at all, a surprise attack that made his mind collapse and his face light up like never before. Actually, Bulma stammered, which couldn't take his eyes off Broly's eyes, especially his third, and his seductive but masculine lips adorned with a perfect denture, which were getting closer to her. But as usually happens in all anime, and this was an anime world, someone must interrupt in the most interesting part. Bulma, Rashi-sama, I have already found Yamcha, Ten and Chaos, we will go to Kami-sama's palace for training. I have come to return the radar to you and, oh. Is she Bulma's sister? Nice to meet you, my name is Krillin, Krillin said, who returned to the Kame house after finding the other Z warriors that Akira Toriyama would bury in a pit from now. Good interruption Krillin, just at the right time. Sarcasm. Well, at least now Bulma will be able to think better about his answer without shame or precipitation, thought the calculator Broly once more. Hi Krillin, I'm Tights, nice to meet you. Well, Bulma, Broly, I think I'm catching you in the middle of something important. See you when you have more time, and don't forget to call me for the wedding. Tights said suspiciously, since she was able to see the atmosphere that had been created between Bulma and Broly. Especially she noticed it because Bulma's bad disguised expressions. Naya-san, what are you saying? We just met today. What the hell is wrong with you? Besides, technically I'm still in a. Bulma yelled angrily and red like a tomato while her sister forcefully disconnected. And with that disconnection everyone looked at Bulma, who had lost her composure in a comical and adorable way, making everyone but Broly confused by the reaction of what they understood was a joke of her sister. Have I missed something? Said Krillin, who was confused by the few moments of the video conference he had seen and heard. Nothing. Is nothing. He nothing at all. And Krillin, who wasn't an idiot for things like this like Goku and other dense shonen characters. He correctly suspected that she was beginning to feel something for Broly, even though she was still technically in a relationship with Yamcha, a fragile relationship that had been broken several times and that wouldn't last long, but that hadn't officially ended yet. And Krillin knew it. So he asked with an obvious suspicious face, are you sure? I didn't think that is nothing. I think that you. Panem. I said it's nothing. Bulma shouted as she pounded wildly on Krillin's unprotected bald spot. Clash. And due to the blow Krillin shot out at the still unconscious mutant Rashi, hitting their bald spots as if they were billiard balls. My head, shouted Krillin and Rashi, who had woken up by the blow. It is true that Saiyans are attracted to women with strong personality, this act of violence and domination, sublime, Broly thought, laughing at one of the typical gags inside Dragon Ball. What did you say when you arrived, Krillin? Bulma asked, making it clear to Krillin that he must answer about that and only that. Yes, I came to say that I have already found everyone and that we will go to the Kami-sama palace to train for a few months. We will all go immediately, so I came to say goodbye too, said Krillin, saying goodbye to his master mutant Rashi. Hey! So fast? Yes, we have to go as soon as possible. Especially if there are 5 monsters coming to kill us. Goku is training in the other world right now, and both Gohan and Piccolo are also being trained. We can't stand idly by. Besides, I don't want to be left behind, Krillin said, expressing his reasons for hurrying and increasing his power. I understand, take advantage of the opportunity, Krillin, not everyone has the privilege of being trained by the same Kami. I'm even a little envious of all of you, mutant Rashi in a venerable way while saying goodbye to his other official student. Students who would train under the tutelage of another teacher to save the world while he would scratch his belly at home out of danger. And why aren't you going to train too? Asked Broly, who had been suspiciously silent until now. Mutant Rashi stammered, which was caught by surprise with that question. It's true. Why aren't you going to train too? Aren't you supposed to be the former strongest man in the world, and that few years ago you won the martial arts tournament many times? Bulma asked in a very inquisitorial way. It's true, why not? Krillin asked, who thought Mutant Rashi would be a great help in the battle against the Saiyans. Why? It is not obvious. Ahem. Because I'm very old, I wouldn't be able to keep up with some young people full of energy like you. Hee hee hee. Eiko. Eiko, Mutant Rashi said, hunched over, pretending to be a poor old man unable to move well with back and hip problems. Liar, Krillin thought, who remembered how he easily beat him not too many years ago in the tournament, and his health didn't seem to have worsened in the slightest, especially when he's chasing young girls. Well, if your old age is a problem, I think I have a practical solution, Broly said, approaching Mutant Rashi, touched his shoulder. Hey. What do you mean? Chapter 131. Well, if your old age is a problem, I think I have a practical solution, Broly said, approaching Mutant Rashi, touched his shoulder. Hey. What do you mean? A solution. What you do, He noticed that he had become taller, less hunched over, the parts of his body that hurt before had stopped to hurt, and he felt full of energy. It was as if he had rejuvenated. This cannot be true. Mutant Rashi has stopped being an old man on the verge of death. Krillin and Bulma shouted to see that Mutant Rashi had really rejuvenated. He had become youngster between 22 and 26 years old, and that was something that impressed them and scared them equally. And Mutant Rashi, who was able to quickly understand what had happened, ran quickly to the nearest mirror. Yoo-hoo. Yes. I'm young and handsome again. The girls will stand in line to see and flirt with the reborn Great Master Mutant Rashi-sama Jr. Ha ha ha. One moment, when I was 23 years old, he didn't have a beard. Neither I was bald. Muenten Rashi said, with joy, perversion, and confusion when he saw himself in the mirror. Well, you can shave the beard, and the hair will grow. I guess, said Broly, moving her eyes from side to side suspiciously. Wait a minute, Broly. What did you just do? Bulma asked with her jaw almost disengaged, since she was having an existential crisis right now. Bulma knew exactly what Broly had done, but still she couldn't help asking him such an obvious question, since it was too shocking to her mind. She could accept that he could teleport because her family had found a way to compress the space, she could accept that he could stop time, since Dr. Amori had achieved that too when she was a little girl. But to return an old man of more than 100 years to his stage of physical fullness with only physical contact. This was something she only imagined with the help of magical objects with the Dragon Balls. A wish she had planned to make in the future. Well, as you can see, I can return youth to people, another one of my abilities, said Broly, without giving much importance to that supernatural power that everyone wanted to have. And, can you turn everyone you want when you want? Bulma asked with great curiosity, wanting to have more information about that ability for scientifically and personal reasons. She has bit the hook. Women love gifts like jewelry, flowers, travels, and some other superficial and trivial stuffs. Stuff that make you earn points as a boyfriend or future boyfriend if you do it in a specific context, with grace, and above all by linking this gift to an emotional stimulus that will make it unique, especially if it lasts over time as proof of the effective relationship between them. And of course I have the most unique, precious, and eternal gift that exists, Broly thought as he followed his conquest guide step by step. Of course, observe, Broly said, touching Bulma in the same way he did with Mutant Rashi, but with more finesse. And as with Mutant Rashi, Bulma also rejuvenated, and although her change wasn't so radical, since Bulma was 28 years old and she rejuvenated until 22 years, it was a fairly noticeable change, especially for her. My skin is smoother and softer. And this is smaller, and this thinner, and this smoother, said Bulma, who kept experimenting and observing the changes in his body with extreme happiness and astonishment in another mirror. This is an improved version of the one I used with Mutant Rashi. This skill not only returned the body to its age of physical fullness, it also prevents it from aging again, losing your physical form even if you don't exercise or gain weight, doesn't matter much you eat. Let's say this gives eternal youth with several improvements, Broly said, explaining another of his immortality related skills. Don't fuck with me. That means, that I will remain that young forever. Shouted Bulma, who fulfilled one of the dreams was all living being, especially women, in a way she didn't expect it. That's right, you will remain this young and precious for all eternity, said Broly, acting as a real pussy hunter. Oh God, don't make it so difficult for me, Bulma thought, trying not to blush due to the compliment not falling instantly for Broly due to the great gift he had given her. Gift that, as Broly had predicted, had given him an infinite number of future boyfriend points. Can you tell how many skills like these you have? Krillin asked, who had headaches when he remembered everything that Broly had done so far. About 369 billion and constantly increasing, more or less, said Broly, answering casually as if this were a normal number of skills. What? More than 369 billion. What kind of monster are you? shouted Krillin and Mutant Rashi, who couldn't enjoy his newly youth knowing there was someone so OP by his side. And to change the subject of conversation, Broly said. Okay. Now you can train without any problem, right? Mutant Rashi-sama, Broly said, cornering Mutant Rashi argumentatively. Shit. Well. I'm still a little bit. Ish. I guess I could do some exercise to get used to my new body. I stop looking at me like that, scary eyes, said the young Mutant Rashi, who was uncomfortable with the way Krillin and Bulma were looking at him. They didn't look at him because of his new appearance, but because it seemed he was trying to escape with another excuse. Well, okay, let's go, Mutant Rashi-sama, the others aren't going to believe this when they see you, said Krillin, who couldn't get used to seeing how his old teacher looked as young as he is. Yes, I'm coming, all of you don't let me get used to my new body. I wanted to go to the city to meet hot girls. These young people, you're always in a hurry, Mutant Rashi said, since he didn't remember that now he was young too. And while Krillin and Mutant Rashi went out the door and Bulma was still looking at herself in the mirror doing sexy postures to admire the changes in her body, flattering herself in each change of posture. The evil Broly thought to himself, and with this I made that one of the best Dragon Ball characters be active again in Dragon Ball Z, not just as a comic element. And above all, with him and everyone else outside for a few months, Bulma and I will have many opportunities to be alone, wawawahaha. And after a few minutes in which Bulma returned from his personal world to reality. This where are Mutant Rashi and Krillin? Asked Bulma, who after being trapped in her own world for a while hadn't heard that they had left. They left a few minutes ago, and in that time I prepared a few more sweets. Do you want some? Eat whatever you want, you're not going to get fat anymore, Broly said, handing another piece of cake to Bulma's directly in her mouth without being able to answer him. And Bulma, after blushing for this male lead action of a manga shoujo, said, delicious, and moments later she realized something that made her nervous again. Does that mean we are alone? Yes, if we don't count Yumagame, which is sleeping right now. This island is just ours right now. Said Broly, winking his eye and answering Bulma, as if they were husband and wife and at home there was only their little son, who had gone to sleep, although in this case this baby is a turtle and Broly had put him to sleep with another of his abilities for this purpose. And upon hearing those words, Bulma's heart began to pound and she panicked. This situation, cannot be happening. Everything is developing too fast. It's not a good idea to be alone right now. But he is exactly my type, his attitude is incredible, everything he cooks is delicious and has given me the greatest gift I could ask for. But I'm not ready for this right now. But if he insists, I don't know what could happen. But Bulma thought, having a mental chaos in which reason, hormones and heart fought each other without a clear winner. And in that moment, pipipipi. An alarm rang in Broly's pants. It came from his phone since someone had sent him a message, which he checked and with a moderately serious face told Bulma, "Oops. I'm sorry, but it seems that something has happened and I needed to solve it. I'm afraid I'll have to go for now." Bulma said unconsciously, since her mental chaos ceased in a way she never expected, leaving inside a strange combination of relief, disappointment, anticipation, shame and doubts. "I'm sorry, but it's something urgent that will keep me busy the rest of the day. But tomorrow I will be free in case you want to see each other," Broly said, apologizing to Bulma in a cool way. "Yes, of course," Bulma replied, who didn't even think about the answer. "Here, I have also prepared for your father, mother. Do you need me to give you a ride home? You just have to tell me and I can teleport you," Broly said, delivering a bag full of desserts he had prepared. "Thanks, but is not necessary. It will be good for me to drive for a while to clear my thoughts. Today a lot of things have happened," Bulma said, which really needed time to reorder her ideas. "Okay, what time do you want to meet tomorrow?" Broly asked casually. How about 11:30 in this same place?" Bulma answered casually. "Perfect then, see you tomorrow," Broly said, smiling before disappearing with his teleportation. And Bulma, after keeping quiet and silent looking at the place where Broly disappeared for a few seconds, headed for his flying vehicle and embarked on his journey and her familiar house. And minutes later, with her vehicle running, she alone as if nothing happened before in the middle of the ocean. "Please react, Bulma. A million things just happened today. The death of your best friend. The imminent invasion of dangerous aliens. And you're only thinking and having a date with the most awesome guy you've ever seen, to be fair. Oh God, without thinking we have arranged a date with an alien guy I meet only today. And technically I'm still dating Yamcha. Oh God, what will Broly think of me when he finds out? Realize that she has Broly and not Yamcha. Calm down. You are no longer a teenager with altered hormones, you are a woman made and right, although rejuvenated forever. Hi. Well, this has only been a sudden and unexpected crush that has been out of control due to the dangerous situation that I have been through the Science Invasors, in which he has practically become our savior, and well, that he's impressive in too many aspects. But today you will refresh your mind, and tomorrow you will be the same great Bulma that you have always been. Bulma shouted, speaking to herself to blow off steam and self-suggest his future behavior, sign she didn't want to act like a teenager in front of her favorite pop star of the moment. Desire Realm. In Broly's private movie theater. Ha ha ha. Well said, Bulma, I'm glad you cooled your mind. I would have been disappointed that you had continued to react like the typical anime cliché girl who wets her panties before the first Kirito who does something. I have compared myself minimally with Kirito and Bulma with one of the twerps who fall in love with him instantly without a logical reason. That's disgusting, Broly said as he watched how Bulma yelled in her vehicle. I don't understand what the point is in all this. Why did you call yourself to avoid such a favorable situation? I thought we were about to watch an adult movie. What a disappointment, said Ichiryu, quite disappointed. Now I can understand why you've been single all your life despite being the biggest big shot in your world. Although it is tempting, you shouldn't start a relationship in this way if you want it to be lasting or stable. There are high chances that the next day the girl may feel regretful for having escalated the situation so quickly without really knowing if that decision was rational or not, if it is what she really wanted or not, or if it really should be done or not. And all this either immediately or in the future will create doubts and insecurities that may appear unexpectedly at any time. A good relationship, which is what I want, has to be built little by little. If you accelerate too much at the beginning it can become excessively unstable, therefore any insignificance could shake those poor foundations. A good initial crush is very important, but you have to know how to develop it, distribute and make it constant over time so to create a good base and execution. It's like a novel. The beginning is excessively important to attract the attention of the reader, but if you overload the beginning of the history too much with absolutely all the impressive, transcendent and flashy content, as soon as you loosen a bit the narrative rhythm relationship, since you have given everything you have to offer from the beginning, you will make the reader feel disappointed and will consider whether to continue reading or not. It is fine to strain excessively at the initial crush if you only want a single night fucking session or one shot to present to a contest or for a story of few chapters, but not if you want to do something long-lasting. The human being is tolerant and enthusiastic about what was at 30 and progressively rises to 60, but incredibly intolerant and catastrophic with those that were at 90 and progressively goes down to 60. You only need to see the world of sport, where one day you are the best player in the world and the next day you are socially dead and a fucking failure if you have 2 bad games. Time and perseverance, Ichiryu, that's what you need. And I have plenty of time for her to know me better. And I to her, he, Broly said, explaining how you should and shouldn't start a long-term relationship without risks. You could avoid all that if you brainwashed her like almost everyone here, said Madara, who kept thinking that genjutsus are the solution to all problems. For God, no. I really like Bulma, and I want a real, healthy, and beautiful relationship. I will not dominate her mind. Beast, said Broly, who for a change behaved like a pure and noble boy. I don't think what you're doing is something healthy and beautiful, you're behaving like a stalker and a controlling sociopath, Rin said, expressing her thoughts, which were in line with reality. Results, Rin. In love and war, everything is valid, and love is a war, especially when there are enemies stalking the terrain that I want to conquer, Broly said, which changed the channel with his remote control, showing in scenery that could be considered the second house in the planet Earth of Broly. Chapter 132. Kami-sama Palace. The same day. Tien Shinhan, Chaos, Krillin, Yamcha, Yajirobe and the rejuvenated mutant Rashi looked at each other as they talked about the impending invasion of the Saiyans, how excited they were to become stronger with that training, although mostly everyone asked about. But what the hell happened with Master Rashi? Everyone shouted except Krillin and Mutant Roshi himself when they saw that Mutant Rashi had rejuvenated. I owe it all to eat well, sleep well and do some exercise, Mutant Rashi said, joking as usual. Seriously? Chaos shouted, who almost believed it. Don't lie about that, or they will believe it. It was that strange scion named Broly that I had talked about before. He has too many abilities, too impossible to believe, Krillin said, explaining the truth, showing fascination, concern, relief and envy for Broly and his skills. Wow, that Broly is awesome. And that worries me a little. What happens if he betrays us? Said Ten Shinhan, showing the concern that caused him to have an unknown, unstable and uncontrollable variable on his side. I don't agree, Ten. Having someone with such strange and OP powers on our side makes me worry less about the invasion of the Saiyans, Yamcha said quite optimistically and relaxed. Are you sure? I think you should be the most worried of all us, Yamcha. Why do you say so? Yamcha asked, not understanding what Krillin meant. And not knowing if he should explain it or not, he put gossipy grandmother face and whispered to his ear, you see, it's because. What do you say, Krillin, I don't understand you. Yamcha said, who was unable to hear anything even though Krillin kept talking near his ear. Really? Then I will speak louder, sorry. Krillin said, speaking loudly for all to hear, even though that could publicly humiliate Yamcha. This, we have never heard anything, said Mutant Rashi somewhat confused. What's happening? You neither. That's strange. It won't be that, he thought, having a very bad feeling. But immediately he stopped thinking about it, since from the door of the central palace Kami and Mr. Popo appeared and headed before them. It was a very important moment for the Z warriors, since they would be trained by the most important person in this world, the same person who created the Dragon Balls and trained Goku. So they stopped thinking about that strange event and greeted him as to a great teacher. Hello everyone, thank you very much for coming, you know what has happened and what will happen in a year. Due to the great danger that threatens to end us, I have gathered all of you, the greatest warriors of this world, to train you and thus have an opportunity to defend all the inhabitants of the earth. Me and Popo will show you everything we know, the rest is in your hands, Kami-sama said solemnly and venerably, as everyone expected the god of this planet would speak and act. Yes, Kami-sama, they all said enthusiastically, except Yajirobe, accepting Kami-sama as a teacher. And after that training, those three who have had the greatest improvement, commitment and dedication will have the incredible opportunity to be trained by the most powerful being born in this universe. Of course I talk about me, said Broly, who appeared between Kami and Popo, leaning on Kami-sama, who had a totally depressed face, but he knew it was inevitable that this would happen. Broly? What are you doing here? Train us? And seeing Broly here, Krillin had a hunch. One moment, what happened a few moments ago? Don't you tell me it's his doing? And seeing that Broly looked at him and gave a somewhat macabre smile, Krillin stopped having doubts. Fuck. It has been him. I won't say anything, I promise, I promise. So that's the famous Broly. It's certainly weird and looks strong, said Ten Shinhan, who for some reason muscles, felt that Broly was more formidable than he had heard. And he has 3 eyes, just like 10. Chaos said, very surprised to see another person with a 3rd eye on his forehead. It is true. Are you distant cousins or something? Of course not, I have Scion's tail and hair on my head, Broly said, pointing out the obvious. And before this led to a comic conversation full of jokes about bald guys and similarities between other characters, the less unexpected person interrupted that. One moment, what do you mean? Are you going to train some of us too? Mutant Rashi asked both Broly and Kami-sama. That's right. He offered to help us in this situation and proposed that of you 6 he would choose the 3 that best progress in my training to make you more powerful. Although I doubt the truthfulness of his words, said Kami-sama, who felt that he was condemning half of them to an uncertain and more dangerous future than the one they were expecting in 1 year. How bad you are, Kami-sama. I am very good at training and I can even grant powers to those who stand out under my tutelage, Broly said to motivate the 6 Sea Warriors. Motivation that worked except for one person, Yajirobe, so if I train very hard I will have to train harder afterwards. Thanks for letting me know. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to be training, lying in the shade of that tree. And before Yajirobe could take 2 steps. And of course there will also be a penalty for those not selected by me. I am a great lover of competitiveness as a mean of development and improvement of society, therefore there is a reward and punishment as measures to promote that competitiveness. So those who will not be selected by me, I will leave them bald forever, Broly said with a very serious voice, a voice that showed that he wasn't kidding at all. Yajirobe, Yamcha, Krillin and Chaos shouted, but above all Kami, that could never get rid of Broly and his jokes. Hey! Just a moment. Isn't this a very hard punishment? Why do you get so upset, Krillin? Are you not totally bald like me, Chaos and Ten? I'm not bald, I just shave my hair, Krillin said, solving the misunderstanding. And I still have 1 hair left, Chaos said, showing that under his hat there was still a long hair. This is unfair. Half of those here are bald. It is true. This is unfair. Well, you have your point. In that case I will remove all the hairs from the head except 1, and it will not grow again until Kami dies. The negotiations are over, I'm leaving, train hard guys, Broly said before disappearing. Chaos sighed in relief upon see that the punishment wouldn't affect him either. Fucking bastard. With reason Karen fears you so much. You are a fucking asshole. Yamcha and Yajirobe shouted together. And may I know why must be until my death? What the hell does that mean? That I'm going to die sooner? That I'm going to die later? Fucking bastard. You always do the same. I wish I would die to not see you anymore. Kami shouted, losing his composure, cursing the sky with his fist held high. Kami-sama, please, don't get upset. There are people watching. Mr. Popo said that he was trying to reassure Kami before the open-mouthed faces of his new 6 disciples. Form realm. In the training room. Plum. Pimim. Fiam. In the training room 2 people with a tail were fighting each other. The oldest of them was clearly the one who was having the worst time, being repeatedly hit by the little fists of the youngest one. Ya ya! Shouted Gohan, who beat Raditz professionally from every angle without giving him time to defend himself. Ah ah! Ah hell, Raditz shouted, which could only stop or avoid 1 in 4 strokes that his nephew threw against him. Jiwa! Omega Blaster! Gohan shouted, throwing a sphere of ki that his teacher Broly had taught him to his evil uncle. Boom! Creating a big explosion and leaving Raditz half dead. Yoo-hoo! That's my boy! Said Broly, very proud that his disciple because he used the technique he taught him to end the fight. He, thanks. Gohan said, happy and embarrassed at the same time by the compliment. Bah, bastards, Raditz said, who was still alive and cursing with the little energy he had left. And while Broly was the carrot in this situation, Piccolo was the whip. Piam. Piccolo launched an energy beam towards the half-dead Raditz to finish him off and shouted furiously, erase that smile from your face right now. Once again you haven't killed that scum. Do you think this is a game? I'm sorry, but... Killing is wrong, Gohan responded to his strict teacher with the typical moral dilemmas of a good little boy. But Piccolo continued his speech. You still think too much when you're going to attack, you keep making unnecessary movements, you don't take full advantage of your enemy's weaknesses, and you don't know how to anticipate his movements despite having fought against him on several occasions, so it is impossible for you to use an optimal strategy. You have only defeated that monkey because unlike him you have had good teachers who have taught you to use your power efficiently. So don't be so proud. Before you take pride in your little and without meaning achievement, make me proud to be your teacher. Piccolo shouted as a severe, strict and moody, but incredibly good teacher. Yes, Piccolo-san, mean sensei. Gohan said that despite understanding Piccolo's intentions, it hurt a little that he didn't praise him as Broly. Come on Piccolo, don't be so strict. Haven't you seen how he used my attack perfectly? Broly said as a cool teacher in this pantomime of good, bad police and detained that had been created between them 3. Stop consenting him. Good thing you made me train him too. I was wrong with you, you are softer than Goku, Piccolo said, putting his hand to his head due to the great disappointment and headache that he was being training Gohan together. Ha 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 ha, come on Piccolo, I could be as or more strict than you, but I don't want to break the beautiful relationship you had in the original Dragon Ball Z, relationship that made you soften so much that you even decided to sacrifice your life to save Gohan and open your heart to him before dying for the first time. And so on, is funnier in this way, Broly said and thought while Piccolo looked at him with murderous intentions. Well kids, it's time to receive your reward. You have passed the first of my exams, complete the following ones and you will receive incredible rewards like the one I am going to give you. Let's start with you Gohan. Broly told Gohan to approach him, and once he approached he put his hand on his head. Here is my blessing as the god of the science, which will eliminate your greatest weakness and also a practical course on how to use its advantages. And when Broly finished speaking, Gohan noticed as if something had invaded his body and changed him forever, especially a very important part of him, and he also noticed how in his head there was information about skills he had never learned. Amazing Broly sensei, you can do everything. Now I really believe that you're a real god. Gohan shouted, feeling great admiration for his sensei. What? Everything I've done so far didn't seem like enough proof to you? Anyway, we'll talk later. And now to Piccolo. I don't know if I should give you a reward or not, Broly said, pretending he was seriously considering whether or not to give him a reward for some reason. Why not? Well. It is because of what you told me not long ago. I am seriously considering whether I consent too much to my students or not, and I don't think it is appropriate to give a reward to a student who shows such disrespect towards his teacher. Ha 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 ha. In your face. Broly said with a very evil, corrupt and mocking face as he makes swallow Piccolo his own words. GGR. You know what? I don't want your stupid present anymore. You can put it inside your stinky asshole. But don't even in dreams expect me to lick your ass as if you're my venerable teacher of boss or something. Have you understood me? Piccolo shouted, who had lost his patience completely. Really? But if I had prepared it expressly for you. It had taken me a lot to do it. I planned to give it to you if you knelt and begged me, crying while calling me Broly Senii, with great respect and devotion, Broly said mockingly and forcing the sarcasm to another level as before. Can you tell why you always behave like a bastard with me? I don't think I've done anything to deserve this torture, Piccolo protested with all the right in the world. I'm sorry. You look so much like Cammy that I can't help it. Broly said, apologizing to Piccolo. At the same time he was smiling, thinking about the next joke he could perform. And with that, Piccolo's mental health began to suffer, so much that he almost fainted from anger, and with his hand on his head to try to suppress the pain he said, I don't know how I got to the point of saying this, but I feel sorry for Cammy. And I miss Goku. He was annoying and I born to kill him, but you're worse. This, Broly-sensei, when I'll be able to see my dad? Gohan asked upon hearing his father's name, and because he remembered the video that Broly showed him time ago in which he was running along a very long and strange road in the other world. Therefore, he believed that Broly would be able to take him there to see him. That will depend on how much you want to stay in this dimension. You know, in this dimension time passes slower, so he hasn't yet been able to train. So we shouldn't interrupt him after all. You and Piccolo are already stronger than him, Broly said, sending a hint to Gohan. Hint that quickly understood. I understand, we cannot distract him, but despite understanding it he was still sad to not being able to see him. Oh. Am I indisputably stronger than him? From time to time you know how to say nice things. Yes, that's why I will have to help him when he reaches his destination, but you will become very arrogant. And I'll also be able to greet an old friend of mine, who will be very happy to see me, Broly said wistfully. North Kai Planet. L.A. La 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 la. I am happy cleaning my beautiful Mercedes Maybach 6 Cabriolet Lololo. When suddenly. Wawa ha 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 ha. Bubbles, his adorable simian pet, started running in circles. He seemed to be very scared of something. What's up, Bubbles? Has something bad happened? Ah. Said North Kai, who in the middle of the sentence felt a very painful vibration in his antennae and his whole body as if something bad was about to happen. Then Bubbles and North Kai looked at each other with the same scared face. You've also noticed the danger, right? North Kai asked Bubbles. Ah. Bubbles answered affirmatively. Chapter 133. Came House. The next day at 11:30 in the morning. Hello Bulma, have I made you wait long? Said Broly, who arrived just at the hour they had agreed, but he noticed that Bulma had been there 23 minutes before. Don't worry, I just arrived, said Bulma, who got up from the chair at the entrance where she was waiting for Broly. Both looked impressed at each other, since they had prepared quite well for this date. Bulma had changed her hair from the previous day, this time with a style similar to the one she used in Dragon Ball Super, and she also wore a white and blue dress that danced between the elegant, informal and sexy categories. And Broly had dressed completely the top too, with a custom-made Armani suit that made his rocky muscles look elegant and silky. Suit up. FIU, she is spectacular, not for nothing she is the anime character with most look changes in history, Broly thought. Oh, really attractive men looks better with a suit. It looks great on you, Bulma said with an impish smile, trying to make Broly blush. However, the beautiful girls all look good no matter what they wear. You're great, Broly said with the same intention. Both achieved their goal, and spent a few seconds without speaking, avoiding visually contact flirtatiously. Until Bulma broke the silence. Tell me, Broly, what places on Earth do you like more? Bulma asked, taking the initiative. I am ashamed to say it, but apart from the Karen Tower, Amori Island, my house and the Kami Palace I don't know many more places, said Broly, blaming himself for the lack of tourism on the planet that he resides. As I expected. What do you think if I guide you for my city and surroundings? I know some places where we will surely have a great time, Bulma said with confidence and without any shame, pointed with her thumb the flying ship behind her, which unlike yesterday only had 2 seats for obvious reasons. Perfect. I was going to propose that if she hadn't done it. Yesterday she was much altered and in shock state by everything that happened, that's why she acted so passionate and thoughtless, that's why she has proposed to do activities in which she feels comfortable and has knowledge and confidence unlike me. She had to find a situation where she was more or less dominant to compensate for what happened yesterday. So showing the world to an alien is one of the best ways. Great minds think alike. I find it as a great idea. Today I am in your hands, Bulma. Treat me gently, Broly said, joking and walking along with Bulma to his flying device in co-pilot seat. Ahaha, how silly you are, Bulma said with a smile as she gave him an affectionate elbow in the arm. Desire Realm. Again in the movie theater. The long-awaited first date of Broly and Bulma was finally being projected, where they walked through the city, went shopping. Eating sweets of a lower quality than the ones Broly created, visited places of general interest, talked, laughed while Bulma explained to Broly all the adventures she had lived with Goku and the others so far. And since you have to let your couple talk if she's a woman, a lot in a first date to not seem self-centered, and Broly is it, but not to the point of being an amoeba with no conversation topic or personality. That's why Broly also told some of his adventures, the ones he could tell. It was an almost perfect date, so much so that from time to time there were occasions when it seemed that they were flirting as a couple of more than 6 months. I was being perfect, I was being magical. I was being burying. Yelled Madara, Ihiko, Hao, Kars, Ichiryu, Mayuri, Frost. Well, the entire male audience that wasn't accompanied by a woman, was interested in Broly's plans and their execution, was waiting for an 18 scene, wasn't asleep or doing something else. Shut up, we want to see the movie. Shouted Rin, Frozy, Kagaya, and that's all, because Ajimi didn't care much about that, and there weren't many more women who liked multi-hour romance movies. Come on, we are in the best part of all. Now is when Bulma will feel guilty for hiding that she has a half-broken relationship at all with the forgettable Yamcha, and I will answer in a way that not only will not make her feel guilty about that, not make me look like I'm okay with it. It will also make our relationship advance and normalize at a rate not too fast, but not too slow, so. And. He. I don't want to make a spoiler, but in some weeks after meeting a few more times and when she prepares mentally. Pim pam chicky kiki pam pum. Oh yes. Faster. Don't stop. It's so big. Yes. Yes, Broly. Ah. I'm coming. I'm coming one more time. Fuck, I'm going to die. This is too much. Oh. You are the best. Ah. Ah. Oh hitch. Oh, Broly said, staging the scene with two dolls of Broly and Bulma, which scrubbed and collided with each other, staging a wild sex scene in a rather crazy way. Enough. Shouted all those who discussed earlier, this time united by the same cause. Sanctimonious fucking shonen characters, they can't stand when things become a little seinen or hentai, said Broly, complaining about the narrative gender to which his subordinates belong. And Obito trying to be understanding with Broly, since in a moderate way he was minimally capable of empathizing in this matter. Broly, I know she's your first love and she was in your childhood, but. Hey. She is not only my first childhood love. She was also my first masturbation in my previous life. So, I decided that as a commemoration of that precious and endearing moment. She will be my first fuck in this life. It is the most appropriate, right? Wawa. Broly said, interrupting Obito and showing one of his best's worst facets to his subordinates. You're amazing, most said, but each one for a different reason, and almost none was positive. And after a few seconds of reflection, reassessment, and pretend not to have heard what they had heard. Seriously, do you expect us to continue watching for a week, hours and hours, only eating popcorn and cola? How you waste your time with that girl? Midora asked, who despite being in front of Frozy, was still Midora. It's true. If you already know what the future will be, why can't you give us a movie about the most important moments, or better give us a summary? Kamagawa asked, who joined the group of men seeking Dragon Ball style action. No. Skip that. We want to see punches now. I just read the chronology and there are still 5 months left for Goku to reach the North Kai planet. We can't be here for so long with your romantic comedy and how you mess with others while you are pretending to train them. It has only been 2 days, but for me it has been moths. We want to see the protagonist and fresh fights. Ehiko shouted, acting as spokesman for the belligerent side. Although you can share the sex scenes later, Ichiryu said jokingly to remove tension from the environment, although that sentence made women, especially his adoptive mother, look at him with disdain. Not even in dreams. That will be personal. But. Come on guys. Do you really want me to become a Vegeta 2.0 with which wasn't seen the development of the relationship with the best female character of this manga? Are you so bored with the training of the 4 balds, the 2 future balds, Gohan and Piccolo? Broly asked, who was face to face with very difficult audience. A little bit, they all answered, but each one referred to a different question. You are incorrigible. Okay, I will anticipate the arrival of Goku to the planet of North Kai. But I want you to know that I will continue broadcasting my romantic comedy, and the train Jin. If you don't see them now you will see them in the future in the anime style. You are all warned, Broly said, changing the channel with his remote control and signal that for once he was willing to accept criticism and do what he is asked to do in a rational way. I think that becoming a teacher and trying to win the love of that girl has made Broly a little less, Broly some thought to see that their egocentric boss was willing to accept the opinion of others and respect it. Otherworld. Snake Way. One of Broly's bodies appeared in the sky, among the orange clouds that covered the entire gigantic snake-shaped road. A single-lane highway completely deserted, if it weren't for 1, 2, 1, 2, said Goku, the undisputed protagonist of Dragon Ball, while running along the very long road. Certainly this will be very long, I think it is best for everyone to do an innocent little cheat, said Broly, activating one of his space-time powers in Goku. 1, 2, 1. This is the end. I thought it would take many days to get here. But I've only run 2 days. Kami must have exaggerated one more time, Goku said, who watched confused and pleased at the same time the end of the Dragon Way, and now he in search of the Kai that should train him to defeat the evil Saiyans. And as we all know, he found the small planet of North Kai, which he explored, and upon entering the orbit of that small planet. The 10 times greater gravity of that little planet attracted Goku at high speed, crashing him to the ground from which he could hardly get up. What's with this ground? Damn it. It's like I'm being sucked down by some incredible force, Goku said, experiencing the negative effects of high gravity while trying to get up. And while he tried to do everything he could to get closer to the only house on the planet, suddenly. Who's there? What intentions do you have? But to his relief, all he saw was a human struggling to stand. I'm Son Goku. I humbly request to receive training from you. Kaiosama, teach me martial arts. Please, said Goku, who thanks to his Saiyan genetic was able to more or less adapt quickly to gravity, and begged North Kai to train him. And North Kai, who saw no reason to reject that offer upon see that Goku didn't seem to be the threat he had witnessed. Training, huh? I can do that. Really? That's wonderful. However, that is only if you pass the test. You have to make me, the king of jokes, laugh from a joke, North Kai said, demonstrating to Goku that not everything could be so easy. I have to tell a joke. Have you gotten cold feet? Unless it's a rather high-level joke, I won't laugh. Come on now, North Kai said arrogantly, believing that Goku would be unable to make him laugh since he thought he had a very refined sense of humor. The futon, blew up. Fatanda means blew up. The futon Fatanda, North Kai said with amazement by this impressive and wonderful joke worthy to be in comedy club, but he tried his best not to laugh. He couldn't allow Goku to beat him so easily, his pride as a comedian was at stake. So he repressed all his laughter and even covered his mouth. And it was at that moment when... Hey, North Kai, do you want me to tell you something fun too? The warranty of the car I gave you has expired, Broly said, surprisingly appearing behind him. And that scare made him unable to suppress the laughter, ha 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 ha. And of course it also made him scared to see Broly for the second time in his life. No. You again. No. My car. Blah. No. I loved that car. And he cried and despaired when he saw how his beloved luxury car gifted unselfishly by Broly over a decade ago suddenly exploded like in a police action movie. Ha 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 ha. Fuck, this has been funny, said Broly, who had implanted a remote control pump to detonate it at the right moment just for that moment. What the hell is happening? Said Goku, who was too surprised and confused by what was happening before his eyes. Chapter 134. Chapter 135. My car. My car. What you have done. Damned devil. Why? North Kai shouted as he pounced on Broly and grabbed him by the lapel of his Hawaiian shirt while crying in rage and desolation hanging from him due to the difference in stature. Come on, have you never heard about planned obsolescence? Sooner or later all the cars explode, said Broly, continuing with his joke upon see how fun the North Kai reaction was being. That's a fucking lie. You are the only one that do things. North Kai shouted, that now was much more angry at Broly than sad to lose the car of his dreams. North Kai, as I can see you haven't seen the world lately, this is what is fashionable now. Besides, it was my gift. What God gives you God takes away from you. He, Broly said, trying not to laugh while North Kai stared him with great fury. He was angrier now than when Goku took the cell bomb to his planet and killed him. But it was mine. I had just cleaned it. I was going to drive it and then clean it again. Bua. North Kai cried, who was losing the strength that the hatred and anger had granted him for the sadness of never seeing his most precious possession again. Come on, Kaio-chan, although of low quality you are still a god. You shouldn't feel so attached to earthly material possessions, Broly said, putting on a solemn Buddhist face as he continued with his joke. And while Goku watched with amazement that strange chain of unexpected events at the moment he was about to be trained, he couldn't help noticing a certain detail of that strange and muscular three-eyed man. Ah! It's a Saiyan. A Saiyan? Where? You are the Saiyan. Goku and North Kai shouted when they saw that Broly had not caught the hint. I know, I just wanted to make a joke. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Broly said, apologizing while laughing at his own non-harmful joke. It wasn't funny, North Kai said dryly, mainly because of the resentment he felt right now. Maybe, but at least I have more grace and sense of humor than you, Broly replied dryly, as did North Kai. Who are you? Goku asked to Broly, since he understood by his behavior that Broly was not one of the evil Saiyans that his evil brother had announced maybe. Oh, sorry. I am Broly, a non-evil Saiyan just like you, and just like you. I am also a friend of Kami's, Bulma's sister, your son's teacher and future coach of the Bald Club, Broly said, introducing himself to Goku with a formal handshake. What? You and this evil monster know each other? Oh, nice to meet you. I am Son Goku. Wow, I didn't know that Gohan had a teacher. Surely Chi-Chi told me, but I wasn't paying attention. What? Bulma has a sister. I didn't know that either. I think I should pay more attention when they are telling me something. Hehe, Goku shouted as he used all his neurons to try to remember those data that he would normally overlook. It's not your fault, I've recently become his teacher, and Bulma has never mentioned her sister. Hahaha, he's just as I remembered him from the manga anime. Broly said in thought when he saw how his childhood hero talked casually with him with his usual behavior. But Goku still thought about what Broly had said and tried to remember. Friend of Kami. Broly. Ah. I already remember. The first time Kami, Popo, and I met us and they saw my tail, they shouted. Ah. No. Another Broly, no. And from time to time, when he slept he said your name in nightmares, and seemed to suffer a lot. Are you that same Broly? Goku asked as surprised as he worried about having related those clear examples of post-traumatic stress that Kami manifested with the appearance of Broly and his jokes. Hahaha, yes, I recognize that as a child sometimes I was quite mischievous, annoying and little considerate of others. Broly said, making an excuse for the traumas he had caused in Kami and to give a good impression on the irresponsible and absent father of his pupil. Yes, of course, now you're radically different, you've had a great improvement, Kaiosama said with a level of sarcasm over 9,000 multiplied by infinity. Oh, is that sarcasm, Kaiochan? Broly asked, being sarcastic too. No, of course not. Why do you say so? Kaiosama replied with even more sarcasm than before and even more obviously. This. Why are you here, Broly-san? Ah. Are you dead too? Then Chi-Chi will need to find another teacher for Gohan, Goku shouted, having hasty conclusions. No, I'm still alive. I came here because your son was worried about and he wanted me to help you a little in your training with my time manipulation skill. In this way you will have more time to become stronger to face the evil Saiyans that are traveling to the planet Earth. Since Kaiochan has decided to train you, Broly said as he looked and smiled insinuatingly and bashfully at North Kai. Evil Saiyans coming to Earth? Hey. That I going to do what? North Kai replied, who had not yet given his consent for that. Eevich. Can you do that? Chi-Chi has hired an impressive teacher. Ah, it's true. I almost forgot. Kaiosama, I made you laugh at the end. Will you train me? Goku asked Kaiosama with respect once again. And then Kaiosama, addressing Goku while looking sideways at Broly with a calm expression that masked quite a lot of hostility, said, at first that was my intention, but considering that you are friends with this devil and that training you will mean having him near me, I must say that I'll never train in martial arts too. And while Kaiosama pointed to Goku with great anger to sentence that he would never teach martial arts to someone who was a friend, acquaintance, or who simply laughed at some joke of Broly. Clin, clin, clin. He heard the sound of keys being shaken, keys that were in Broly's fingers. Perfect and bright keys that belonged to a car of the same brand that Broly gave him before and make it explode few minutes ago. To someone who is not able to stand up correctly on this planet. So until you do not improve that we cannot start, Kaiosama said, radically changing his message in the last moment since he understood Broly's hint. Yes. Don't worry, Kaiosama. You see. I am able to stay on my feet and much more, Goku said, jumping over and over again to prove that he was qualified. Ah, I see, North Kai said, who was very impressed that Goku, a terrestrial, could adapt so quickly to the gravity of this planet, and this gave him hope that he could finally train someone who could learn his techniques. Someone other than Broly. By the way, Broly-san. If you can get here without being dead, manipulate time, stand as if nothing in this place, and by your physique. You are quite strong, right? Goku asked, which has got quite serious and exited like a child who found a toy. He likes the usual thing about him when he met someone who seemed strong, and especially when this strong person was his son's teacher. He was an irresponsible father, but he still thought it necessary to assess how strong Broly was and if he could trust his son to him. Of course. I doubt that you are able to find someone more powerful than me, Broly replied with his usual arrogance, but trying to be somewhat humble. Oh. I could have a fight with you. Please, Goku said that despite not believing to be superior to Broly at the moment since he was a Saiyan with strange powers that is able to easily remain on that planet when he still have some difficulties. But still Goku found that he was being very arrogant. Combat? Well, if you feel like it. I will only need a blow to beat you, after that it will be better for you to continue training, Broly replied once again with arrogance. Please, don't destroy my house. Too many things that I like have been broken today, North Kai shouted, worrying for obvious reasons. An arrogance that bothered Goku a lot, so he prepared to go with everything from the beginning to swallow his own words. Gore, okay, we'll check that out right now. Hiya. I think I'm having a deja vu. This is just like the first encounter Goku had with Beerus, Broly thought wistfully as he watched how Goku approached him in slow motion, at least from his perspective. And with a simple blow in the direction of Goku, FFFF. Kaya. Goku flew backward with great speed and without control over his body, circling around that little planet 100 times, going down a few millimeters at every turn, until... Fra. Serious. Crash. Crack. Komm. He managed to fall to the ground, where after circling the planet 3 times he was able to stop, leaving a channel in his path. Kia, amazing. Goku shouted, trying to get up from the small crater he had formed, realizing that he and Broly were on totally different levels. I'm afraid you'll have to train a lot to have something that could be minimally called combat. With me, Goku-san. Another childhood dream fulfilled. Beat and train Goku. I am so happy, Broly thought, to see how Goku was totally defeated at the same time that the flame in his eyes lit up. And obviously this did not discourage Goku, rather it was the opposite, since he had found a new and impressive top that motivated him to climb more incredible. Kayu-sama. When do we start training? I have to get as strong as possible before the Saiyans reach Earth, and also to fight with Broly. Saiyans, you've got the attention of some very problematic guys, but don't worry, you have more than a year to improve. But to fight with the monster we have here. Well. Your fist task is surpass the massive gravity here. Try catching bubbles here. Because if you can't at least move fast enough for that, you won't be able to train, North Kai said, coaching for the first time in this manga. I got it, Goku said, since he saw it very rational and could not refuse either. Come on, run away Bubbles-kun, North Kai said, starting the training. Wait, Goku shouted, trying to catch Bubbles. Well. And now. Can we talk about the new car? A new car that of course would not have a bomb, a stupid joke or another kind of inconvenience. And of course, I would also like to talk about the repairs fees for that blow. North Kai told Broly, who began negotiations without taking his eyes and antennae off the keys that Broly had in his hand. The same day on planet Earth of the Universe 7. At the main entrance of Capsule Corp. Ding dong. Broly appeared in front of the door and stung the bell of the famous circular house that we all know. And after a few seconds the door opened and from it appeared a beautiful middle-aged, very cheerful woman with her eyes closed and dressed in an orange shoulderless shirt and tight blue jeans. Hello, who's there? Oh, said Panchi Brief, Bulma's mother, who when she opened the door and her eyes, watched Broly up and down and was seriously surprised. But when she saw that Broly had a third eye like Ten Shinhan, an ape's tail like Goku when he was young, she immediately understood who Broly was and what she was doing here, so with her usual smile and kindness she said. Oh, you must be a Bulma's friend, come in, here, I'll take you to the lab. Until a few moments ago she was working with his father in something very funny. Thank you very much, Miss Panchi, I will follow you wherever you take me. Oh my, if it weren't because I also know your other daughter Tights and they have told me a lot and good about you, I would swear that you are Bulma's older sister, Broly said with great kindness while complimenting her future mother-in-law to give a very good impression. Oh ho ho, what a nice, tall, strong and attractive boy. Do you want me to bring you some cupcakes? I just baked them, Panchi said as she hugged Broly's huge arm to direct him to where her daughter was. If you made them, I'd love to try them, miss, Broly replied, following the game to her hollow-head mother-in-law. Another reason why I want to marry Bulma. Having the friendliest, most liberal and incredible political family in the world, Broly thought with satisfaction, knowing that he would not meet the typical psychopathic in-laws who absorbed the life and happiness of his daughter's boyfriend. And in that instant of reflection and gratitude, Bulma, which appeared in the garden dressed in an elegant and casual way to go on an adventure with style, appeared on the scene. MOM. Bulma shouted when she saw that her mother was being overly kind as always, and she feared she could say something inappropriate to Broly about her. Besides that, I haven't even grabbed Broly like that. And I didn't want this to be the way Broly knew my parents. Bulma thought, a little frustrated. Oh honey, I was just taking your friend to the lab to see you. But I see that you have changed to go out, Panchi said to her daughter as she continued to hug Broly's arm. Yes mom. He has come looking for me, and we will go outside right now. Bulma said, somewhat embarrassed as she grabbed Broly by the arm he had free in the same way her mother did and in the same way she directed him to the door. Oh, and now what do I do with the cakes? Panchi thought, watching her daughter and Broly leave the residence. Outside Capsule Corp. Well, that's my family, I hope he hasn't told you or done anything weird, said Bulma, who knew what her mother behaves mother to whom he had not spoken about Broly or what would happen to Yamcha. Hahaha, don't worry, she hasn't said or done anything weird. By the way, what do you want to do today? Broly asked as he watched Bulma's dress, which was not focused on shopping like the day before. You see, I wanted to propose you to go find the Dragon Balls together. Krillin and the others are training, so I can't ask them, and it's dangerous for me to go alone, so. I would like you to accompany me, Bulma said, proposing another date to Broly with the excuse of the Dragon Balls while holding a capsule containing a flying vehicle with only 2 seats. I know that if I asked him he could teleport to each of the Dragon Balls and gather them in a few seconds, but being alone during a few hours of adventure, it can be quite exciting, thought Bulma, who obviously had second intentions of a romantic nature. Of course, do you want me to drive this time? Broly said, supporting Bulma's plan at the same time he wanted to prove he wasn't a co-pilot boyfriend. I could teleport all the Dragon Balls here right now, but being alone during a few hours of adventure, it can be quite exciting, thought Broly, who obviously had second intentions of a romantic nature. Great. I'll be guiding you with the radar, said Bulma, taking his vehicle out of the capsule. Chapter 136. Desire Realm. In Broly Mansion. A few weeks later. In Broly's private movie theater at night, when it was completely empty. A spiral distortion in space appeared between the seats. And from that distortion. Rin, you didn't need to come, I could take it and come back in a second, Obito said, as he looked between the seats. For the last time, I'm the one that forgot the sweatshirt, I won't make you come alone because of me, Rin said as she searched for her chair, where she had left her sweatshirt later. The flagship couple of Desire Realm appeared. Have you found it yet? Obito asked when he realized that it took longer than he expected. Yes, I found it, but when we left the screen wasn't like that. Right? Said Rin, who noticed that the screen wasn't turned off and that instead there was a list of videos in a folder called Confidential. Surely Broly came again after we left, Obito said, noting that the brawler control was visible to everyone in a different position than before. And Rin, who had spent years spying Obito while she was dead, she couldn't prevent a thought from being born in her head, and she expressed it verbally: this, Obito, I know we shouldn't do this, since that folder is confidential, but still. Obito? What? It is obvious that you also want to see what that bastard hides from us, Obito said as he sat on Broly's golden armchair and used his remote control with pleasure in his great act of revelation and contempt for his superior. Well, I guess we have no choice, Rin said, not feeling guilty while sitting in the same golden chair with her friend's own boyfriend, since it was very wide seat. First date with Bulma. MKV. November 22nd, 761. Broly and Bulma went to do shopping on clothing stores for hours, where Broly made a titanic effort like any heterosexual man when is dating a woman he wants, a titanic effort not to flee to an electronics store, fight for a seat or commit suicide. Shopping, something that not even an omnipotent god can endure. But luckily that torture was over and now they both ate ice cream pleasantly in an ice cream shop. Here they make delicious ice creams, but, after tasting your sweets I have to admit that others' sweets now seems to be salty. I don't know whether to thank you or recriminate you for it, Broly-san said Bulma, who showed us the virtue of knowing how to see both sides of the same coin and using double meanings. Whatever you do, I will take it as a compliment. By the way, Bulma. What's happening to you? Is there something that worries you? Broly asked, who obviously knew what was happening inside Bulma's head. And Bulma tried to be honest, although it was difficult for her. It's nothing important. Is that, well. You would find out sooner or later, I'd better tell you. Until recently I was dating a guy from the group, one called Yamcha. Although we haven't officially broken since he went to train before we could say everything face to face. I see, have you been dating for a long time? Broly asked, pretending not to know very well what to say in that in principle not expected situation. Well, technically since I'm 16 years old, but we've broken so many times that I don't know exactly how long we have been dating. That damn incompetent parasite fool always ends up cheating on me with another girl. But this is also my fault. I got angry easily with him and I was very jealous in some occasions and sometimes I became very hysterical, but time has proved me right. Even so, I was stupid enough to forgive him again and again, Bulma said, which continued to be honest and answering Broly's question. I see, well, it's a complicated situation, Broly said, pretending once again not knowing what to say in that situation. And Bulma, seeing that this conversation about Yamcha and her love failures was bothering Broly and spoiling the first date, tried to fix the situation hastily, but not even crazy. I'm going back with him in my life. And, of course, I don't want you to think that I am dating with you because I'm scorned and I am using you as a bridge to overcome my previous shitty relation. I really like you and I'm serious about this. Wow, how direct, said Broly, who didn't expect Bulma to say that she wanted to seriously date him on the first date. And when she realized what she had said and that Broly also highlighted that detail, she blushed and panicked in great shame without knowing where to look as he dirted her mouth with the ice cream she was eating. Shit. My tongue slipped. What a shame, I said that on the first date. Don't worry, I believe you. Besides, we are mature people. I don't understand why we should fool ourselves stupidly. I like you too and I'm serious with you, that's why I'm here, Broly said to make Bulma not feel uncomfortable with her failure. Bulma exulted when he saw that Broly hadn't only accepted his comment without problems but he had also said the same. As for what you have told me, I don't know that Yamcha lie and I don't know much about relationships, that's why I can't give you many tips, but a man who ignores a woman like you and cheats on her with another, enters directly into the category of idiot of multiversal size. And seeing that you have this consciousness problem for something that you shouldn't have and that you also explained that to me proves it even more, he said, smiling in a cool way while cleaning him a rest of ice cream that Bulma still had on her face. Ah. Thanks, Bulma said, a little more delighted with Broly at the same time that she regained her confidence and awareness. Tell me, Broly, do you want to go to the cinema with me? I have a discount for couples and after what we have said I thought that. And Broly before he could finish the sentence replied, of course, I would love to, I haven't been to the cinema in a while. And after paying the bill they went to the cinema together and on the way they approached each other shyly as they thought about everything that was said in the previous conversation. Until they held hands while they walked. Desire Realm. Cinema. Wow, how romantic. It looks like a scene from a romantic movie. Rin said as if she were a teenager who fantasized about having a first date similar to this. Fucking Broly. Is this what he calls going slowly? They have practically declared themselves on their first date, on the second day of meeting. Damn, he is nothing but a damn manipulator who does what he wants with people's mind without them noticing. Can this be called romantic? Obito said, complaining because of the great envy he felt towards Broly and his great and easy success within love matters. He had suffered greatly in love with the girl he had always genuinely loved. And yet his bastard bosses was having a resounding success with his first love with what he considered dirty tricks. It wasn't being easy to accept. Come on, put on the next one, Rin said while stealing the remote control from her boyfriend to play the next movie. His gossip gene had woken up once more. Looking for Dragon Balls with Bulma. MKV. November 23, 761. In the middle of a mountainous desert infested by dinosaurs, now that I notice the world of Dragon Ball is not very urbanized, a flying vehicle appeared in the sky and parked on the top of a very tall and unstable rock. Something very dangerous, never do it. And from that vehicle 2 people descended and began to fly towards some trees that hung from a nearby rock. Ah. Aich. Broly. Stop please. I regret. It has been a bad idea. Bulma shouted, which was flying in the air herself, supported that by the telekinetic powers of Broly which flew to her side. But even knowing that didn't reassure her at all, she felt great vertigo and helplessness flying without having control of her body or feeling that someone was holding her directly. I'm sorry, as you told me you needed me because you couldn't fly in places like this. I thought you would like this, Broly said, which manipulated Bulma's body to move her towards him. And as Bulma approached, she grabbed him like a scared cat with her arm and legs, and Broly also hugged her to not let her fall, reassure her and take advantage of the situation to have physical contact. I really appreciate it, Broly. I like that you worry about the small details and how considerate you are, but you could have asked me before to do that. Bulma yelled somewhat hysterically, angry and even scared while hugging Broly tightly, creating a stranger and nice contrast. I thought you were used to flying this way, said Broly, enjoying the way he was carrying Bulma. This, Broly. Are you grabbing my butt? Bulma said, rather flushed, but not angry as she used to be when old mutant Rosh did the same thing. UPS. You looked so scared that I tried to grab you in the most stable way possible in the position you've hooked me. I'm sorry, I hadn't noticed, Broly said, manipulating his vital functions of his body to appear flushed, using his acting abilities to appear embarrassed and repentant while changing the way he charged Bulma to the position of the charged princess. It's nothing, don't you? This, I mean. Well, I guess I will forgive you this time, said Bulma, who tried to appear to be somewhat angry by that accidental groping in the butt. By the way, Bulma. You are always surrounded by people with martial skills and you can see what they can do. Have you ever considered practice martial arts too? Broly said, asking a question that had always been in his mind since he was little. Damn, how can all of you be so obsessed with martial arts? It doesn't seem to all of you enough to be with the most beautiful and intelligent woman in the world, you also want me to be the strongest woman in the world, Bulma said, which felt like a child at the time of delivering the final qualifications of the year to her parents, perfect qualifications in everything except for a single subject in which their parents pay the 100 of the attention, as if the other 10 perfect qualifications didn't exist in first place. Ha ha ha, and you forgot to mention that you were the humblest too, Broly said ironically with a very funny face as he slowly approached the tree. Oh, I am surprised that the self-styled, most powerful being ever born in this universe understands that the concept of humility, Bulma said ironically while putting too, also putting a very funny face. Oh, very funny. I think you also forgot to mention that you were the funniest on the planet. But you know what? I am so humble that I forgot to mention that I'm the best tickling of this universe, Broly said ironically once more while taking advantage of the position he was carrying Bulma to tickle her waist. And the tickles were very effective in Bulma. Ha 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 ha. Stop. Ah ha 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 ha. Stop please. Ha 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 ha. This is dangerous. Ha 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 ha. We are still. Ha 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 ha. In the air. Ah ha 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 as she uncontrollably twisted her body while remaining in Broly's arms, trying to somehow make it stop. Until one of those uncontrollable shakes. MUAC. Bulma collided his lips with Broly's, creating an accidental kiss. This has been an accident, oh god, I've done it again, Bulma said and thought again, feeling again that she was being the one who was accelerating things in this early relationship once again. Yes, I know, ha ha ha, just as I planned, Broly said and thought, quite contradictory. This, Bulma, you can take the Dragon Ball, I have my arms busy right now, Broly said, pointing to Bulma that she had the Dragon Ball at her fingertips. Yes, right now. Perfect. With this and the one attached to Gohan's hat we only need 5 more, Bulma said, which couldn't get out of the head what happened earlier moments and stared at Broly almost every moment. Yes, let's go back to the vehicle. Do you want us to look for the remaining 5 with the same procedure, Princess Bulma? Broly said while traveling to the vehicle carrying Bulma as a princess. If you charge me this way I don't think I can refuse. Hi, Bulma replied quite assertively. Desire Realm. Cinema. Wah. They are a very cute couple. Yes, I am both very humble, Obito said sarcastically, since he saw some similarities between them. And the way they joked, hugged and kissed accidentally. Oh. How romantic. Rin said, which had been absorbed by the film and its idyllic scenes based on real events. And Obito feeling outraged to see that his girlfriend seemed to suggest that Obito wasn't as romantic as Broly romantic. It is obvious that he has sought this situation from the beginning, and he also has filmed it. This is not romantic. Is sick. Come on, don't be jealous, you know that I love you even if you aren't very detail-oriented. Let's see what movie can we watch now. Investigating together, seems boring. Knowing the Brief family, seems funny, but no. Teaching to Bulma basic martial arts and basic ki control, it seems interesting, but I don't know if there will be much romance. First time on the beach together, this seems my favorite, but... A video without a name? What can it be? Rin said selecting the mysterious unnamed videos. Planet Earth. Broly Mansion. Year 761, December 8, 2355. The dinner has been delicious as always, Broly. I don't know how you can do such incredible dishes and never repeat any recipe, Bulma said congratulating the chef for his incredible work. He, it's all due to the good ingredients, and because I cook better than the gods, Broly said with his usual humility. That and your humility are one of the many things that I love about you, Bulma said wryly with a smile full of affection as she winked at Broly. And after that little silence covered by laughter, well, it's 23:59, it's too late, do you have something planned to do at this time? Do you want to watch a movie or? But Bulma quickly interrupted Broly's phrase, come on Broly. I am not stupid. You have invited a woman with whom you have been dating for weeks to have a romantic dinner at your home being both alone. It is clear as water what you intend to do now. But Broly ironically pretended not to know what he was implying. Pretend? I don't know what you mean. Could you be a little more specific? And seeing that Broly was playing and joking, Bulma got up from the chair and approached the still-seated Broly, sitting on his knee while hugging him by the neck with both arms and stared into his eyes a few millimeters between each other. Come on honey, you know exactly what I mean. And I've been waiting for this all night too, Bulma said before kissing Broly almost unexpectedly with a passionate French kiss. A French kiss in which both twisted and caressed their tongues mutually without rest or moderation over and over again, until Bulma had to catch her breath to say in an extremely erotic and shameless way, let's go to your bedroom. We have to be comfortable if we want to do it for hours. And when she said that, Broly snapped his fingers. And in the middle of the living room a round bed with mirrors on the ceiling and a jacuzzi materialized behind him. I think that is not necessary, go to my room. I can't wait any longer too honey, said Broly, getting up with Bulma, which he threw passionately into the bed. Desire Realm. Broly Mansion Movie Theater. Rin and Obito continue watching the movie without a name. Oh. Yees. Don't stop. Rin and Obito dropped the popcorn jar and their own jaws on the floor when they saw that this romantic movie had suddenly become a porn one. Do you like this, honey? Do you like this strong? Ah. Fuck. Yes. I'm coming again. And, ah. Again. Oh God, how perverted, wild, and perverse, and. Oh God, how perverted, and wild, and perverse, and, Rin said very flushed, trying to cover her eyes with her hands, but she left huge gaps to see between her fingers. What the hell is that posture? Obito yelled as he took notes to apply in his personal life. 45 minutes later. Oh. Oh. It is too huge and hard. You're going to break me, bastard. Oh yeah? Do you want me to stop, little puppy? Spanking in the butt. No, oh. Fuck. Keep giving me until I break. Ah. This Obito, are you sure that size is false? That it is impossible for someone to have one this big? Yes, it's impossible, Broly must be using some transformation jutsu. Yes, it must be that, he said with self-esteem and confidence. Something hurt. 2 hours later. Do you like that, right? Do you like that, a small and indefense human ride and squeeze you, right? I love it. Come here, little whore. Ah. Yes. Bit my nipples like this pig. Ah. Where are you putting that? What's that? Ah. That's your tail. Ayu. Go ahead. Yes. Don't stop now. Oh God. How can that girl move her hips like that for so long? And where is he putting that inside of her? Rin asked, shocked and fascinated by what he was seeing as she got more excited and wet the seat more every second. This is crazy, how much longer can they last with this rhythm, Obito said, who was bleeding from his nose while trying to hide his erection. And being both alone in a movie theater, sitting in the same seat and watching a pornographic film as a couple. Obito, what do you think if we, Rin said, pulling her pants down a bit, making her perverted intentions clear. And Obito without saying a word proceeded to undress himself too. The best night of my life, the food I used was full of aphrodisiacs and energy, so we endured 13 hours in a row at a good pace. My Bulma is a real lioness, Broly said from the seat behind Rin and Obito, who were about to try to imitate the Broly and Bulma from the TV. Ah. Rin, why, Obito shouted as if their soul were to escape from their mouths since they were caught red-handed, becoming this the most embarrassing moment of their lives for extremely obvious reasons as they dressed quickly to pretend that nothing happened. For me, don't worry about my presence. Anyway, I know everything that happens in my dimensions and doesn't bother me that you want to get love and sexual references from me thanks to my movies. In fact, I find it completely normal, Broly said with his usual narcissism while glancing at the fright and shame that Rin and Obito were going through now. Gur, Rin, let's run away from here. Let's go back to my Kamui dimension to have some privacy. Obito yelled as he teleported with his lover to a dimension in which he believed that Broly wouldn't disturb them. Ha ha ha. How cute. Don't forget that on Mondays there is a therapy session to overcome trauma and other problems, you could talk about this new one. Ha 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 ha. Broly said, satisfied with his work as a part-time troller while he changed the actual films with the remote control he left here previously for Rin and Obito. He changed the movie to see once again the video of the first date with Bulma with great tenderness, but obviously, skipping the hours of buying clothes that he and we all hate. Chapter 137. 9.5 months later. In the palace of Kami-sama. You've all surpassed me in strength already. Mr. Popo and I have nothing more to teach to you. After this, Kami-sama said, giving the final speech to Kaz, Krillin, Rashi, Ten Shinhan, Yajirobe and Yamcha. But Broly interrupted him and took over the speech. After this we will celebrate the great work we have all done these months. That's why I brought some of my famous food and drink. You deserve it. With a movement of his hand, dozens of tables full of food from Toriko's universe appeared. And instantly the mouths of the 6 warriors began to get wet. Even the same happened with Kami, who didn't need to eat. In a few seconds everyone lost their shame and devoured without regard all that was on the tables. Everything was so good that nobody spoke, not even to say how delicious everything was. The only thing they did apart from eating was to breathe and take more food to continue eating. This was the real happiness they had been craving after months of hard training, and began to praise Broly, who had given him the opportunity to savor those divine foods. But like every good dream, it can become a nightmare. After this, it's time to select those 3 who will be blessed, and those 3 who will be cursed with an almost baldness, Broly said, who waited for them to eat all the food before giving good and bad news. Please, not me, please, Yamcha and Yajirobe said, crossing their fingers with great concern, since they were the only ones affected by Broly's condition. For a few years, Broly finished his speech while analyzing Kami and his old age. Gur, damn you, growled and thought Kami, who was upset with the estimation of life expectancy that Broly thought he had left. Let's see, Krillin has had a great improvement. Of the 206 he has reached 1980 points, 210 more than in the original version, so you are in my team. Broly said as if he were a presenter of a gala television awards ceremony, creating a lot of expectation. Krillin sighed in relief knowing that his potential heir would be safe for a few more years. Ten Shin have also had a great improvement. Of the 250 you started with, now you have 2070 points, 240 more than in the original version. You are also in my team. By the way, nice third eye, muscles and techniques, keep it up, Broly said, congratulating his not Saiyan and bald distant relative. This, thank you, said Ten Shinhan, not knowing what to say to that compliment, and without worry, since he was bald from the beginning. I now, the last one will be. Broly said to create tension and expectation, a great tension and expectation, but only between Yamcha and Yajirobe, the only ones negatively affected by Broly's conditions, the same tension and expectation that trench soldiers had when their superior announces that he needs volunteers to cross a minefield. Please, please, select me, I've worked hard, I swear, Yajirobe and Yamcha thought desperately as they tried to contain all the cold sweat that fell from their faces. Mutant Rashi, you have had a spectacular improvement, the best of all. Your 139 points have become 2000, congratulations, you are still the strongest pure human on the planet, said Broly, congratulating the young Mutant Rashi. It's good to be young again, ho ho ho, said Mutant Rashi, who always found some opportunity to point out that he was young again. I knew it. He was aiming to shave Yamcha from the beginning, thought Krillin, who already foresaw that this would happen. So, there are 3 people I will have to remove all the hairs from the head except one, and these are Yamcha, Yajirobe and... Well, only you 2, Broly said, looking wickedly at the 2 unfortunates, especially Yamcha. Run for your hair, Yajirobe shouted as he tried to run away, but... Slash. Slash. It was no use resisting, not knowing how Yamcha and Yajirobe saw how the ground around him began to fill with black hair, which fell from his head, all hair but one. NOH. My hair. My precious hair. Both shouted as they tried to pick up the hair that used to cover their heads with despair and full of tears, which fell non-stop against their own hair. My hair is fine, Kayaz said, checking that his only one long hair was still standing in his head. As for the others, I will take you to my particular dimension to give you some quick last-minute classes. Broly said, encouraging the 3 bald people to approach him despite the fear they felt after seeing the state in which Yamcha and Yajirobe were. Is that where Gohan and Piccolo are training? Asked Mutant Rashi, who wanted to know the progress that those 2 were making with respect to each other. I'm afraid not, since months ago they are training on their own in this world. So much time in a dimension in which time passes slower is good for training, but you may have problems in Gohan's growth, so we decided to send you back here. But well, we have not come to talk about Gohan, but to give you your gifts, said Broly, explaining the situation while... Fucking bastard. Yajirobe shouted with all the energy and fury that his body was able to express. My hair. How will I flirt with girls now? God. Why do you punish me so much? Yamcha yelled in total despair as he continued to collect all Hi's hair while cursing the heavens. Hey, I am more victim of that guy than you, Kami-sama said, feeling alluded to, who felt sorry to see Yamcha's suffering, but at the same time he was relieved since he wasn't the one cursing the heavens this time. In that same moment. In a deserted desert in the middle of nowhere. Kia. HIA. Very slow. Piccolo shouted, who was angry to see that after so much training Gohan still had quite obvious openings, and attacked that opening. Plash. But that opening was shown by Gohan on purpose for Piccolo to attack. And thus, hit him. Komm. Hahaha, you fell into the trap. Gohan said proudly of his achievement as he watched Piccolo on the floor. I congratulate you, for the first time you were able to use your head. And not to give a header, said Piccolo, who stood up while congratulating Gohan. He, Gohan smiled, very proud to get Piccolo, his extremely strict teacher, to congratulate him. It is a good strategy to leave a weak point to force the opponent to attack, but if the opening is too obvious and you face someone not very idiotic, he will take advantage of that. And don't let your guard down now. Said Piccolo, who took revenge on Gohan with a key attack while he was still distracted by his achievement and the explanation of Piccolo. Ah. That has been very childish and cheater, Gohan protested as he tried to get up after receiving the creeping attack from his trainee teacher. Damn. This is being a waste of time. In that strange place we progressed much faster, but that bastard kicked us out with that stupid excuse. Damn, sometimes I don't know if he wants us to beat the Saiyans or not. It's as if he wanted to create an ideal setting for him and his fun, Piccolo said, demonstrating his capacity for analysis and intelligence, since he was not misled with Broly's true intentions. Come on, I don't think he's doing it for that reason, Gohan said, having a flashback of a conversation with Broly before they were banished from his dimension. Flashback. Broly-sensei, please tell me the truth. Why shouldn't we train more here? There is still a whole year to fight against the Saiyans. If we trained here all that time I am sure we would make them bite the dust, Gohan said, being quite rational in his estimation. Being honest, partly because I think it may be counterproductive for you in the long term for your growth, but it really is for Piccolo. Broly said, half lying. What interests him most is to see a minimally interesting confrontation between both sides. Piccolo, why? Gohan asked, not understanding Broly's motives, since Piccolo was stronger than he is today. I guess your parents will have told you about him. Especially about his former being. Right? Broly said, trying in a semi-Socratically way that Gohan understood what he was trying to do. Yes, they have told me something, Gohan replied, remembering certain conversations with his father, mother and grandfather, although there were two quite different versions for that story. Then, you'll know what your father thinks, and you know, he's right. So I want you to spend more time together to prove unequivocally that he is not wrong, Broly said, who named Goku and his opinion in this way to align Gohan with his interests to make him do voluntarily what he wanted. Yes, but why will being with me prove that? Asked Gohan, who did not understand certain elements of Broly's plan, and as a small child he was in his question phase. You will see, occasionally rude, selfish, unpleasant people with others, with questionable or somewhat reprehensible moralities, can become more sensitive, altruistic, kind or better people, if they have someone who consciously or unconsciously motivates them to improve. You would be surprised how much a person can change or improve when they have someone in their life who appreciates them despite their flaws in a selfless way, making them feel loved and in this way recover or discover their humanity, making that mutual. Broly said as he remembered the kind Piccolo of Dragon Ball and especially how he protected Gohan from Nappa's attack by sacrificing his life, and besides that. Gohan said, surprised to hear the emotional explanation of his sensei, something unusual in him, something that made him realize something else. What's happens, little boy? Impressed by how deep and cultured your teacher is? And Gohan, who had already become accustomed to that facet as burdensome as endearing of his teacher, answered bluntly, it's not because of that, it's that for a few moments it seemed like you were thinking about something that happened to you. I mean, it's what I thought. Those words also surprised Broly, who as a rule did not read Gohan's thoughts by not determining it necessary and not funny. He was so surprised that he spent a few seconds without speaking while looking at the almost infant. And Gohan didn't know what to say while also looking at the strange expression that his teacher was putting. Until Broly spoke again with a big smile and cheerful tone. Haha, you have become very perceptive and observant, little one. But it is not surprising, you have had an excellent teacher who has motivated you to have these excellent characteristics. Ha ha ha. Broly said as he caressed Gohan's head with affection and abruptness, as a sign that he had been bothered by that comment, but at the same time he appreciated that he had noticed that. He, always the same, Gohan said cheerfully, which had become accustomed to those typical Broly displays of affection that only village grandmothers had. Flashback end. Piccolo-san, what will you do after beating the Saiyans? Gohan asked as he rested to continue the training later. The answer is simple. After killing the Saiyans, your father is the next one, Piccolo replied, who continued thinking about the revenge of his former being in Dragon Ball. But, father said that the reborn Piccolo isn't a bad person like he was before. I think so, too, and also Broly-sensei. Although Mommy and Grappa were afraid though, Gohan replied, who remembered the words Broly had said in the flashback or few moments ago. TSH. Stop spouting bullshit and start to warm up, I will have no mercy in this session, Piccolo shouted, who was unconsciously affected by these words, as if he were doubting about the identity that himself was forced to create. Okay, Gohan replied smiling, as he interpreted that this violent response was because Piccolo felt embarrassed. Damn it all, Piccolo grunted, frustrated to see the attitude that Gohan had developed towards him, and also the attitude he had developed towards the son of his enemy and rival. Capsule Corporation. After several months without appearing for the house where he lived for free without contributing anything, where he lived solely because he was the boyfriend of the daughter of that house, whom he periodically cheated. The parasite that cannot be trusted at all made his appearance. Hello Bulma, I'm sorry for what happened, I've returned from training with others. I have come for a clean molt. I will leave for a few hours, if you want later we can talk about, said Yamcha, who retouched the wig made with his own hair that he was able to order in a store in the city. When suddenly he heard something disturbing. Wow, honey, you have been able to increase the efficiency of the gravity machine by 379 at the same time that you have improved energy efficiency by 136 in less than a week despite how advanced the technology was in this area. You are undoubtedly the best. Seriously, Mayuri will be angry to see that he has another competitor besides Urahara, Broly said, looking at the computer screen next to Bulma, who was really amazed at the incredible advances and achievements his first love had made in such a short time. Hahaha is nothing, I wouldn't have done it so fast without you. It would have taken another week if it weren't for how attentive and reliable you are when it comes to helping each other when I get stuck. You're the best without a doubt, said Bulma, who, like Broly, looked away from the computer to focus on Broly's sincere eyes 3 and Broly on her eyes 2. No, you are the best, they said synchronously in a very cloying way as they stood up and continued to stare at each other. No, you are darling. They both continued talking and acting synchronously in a cloying way while doing little hands flirting shyly and awkwardly. Okay, I am the best, hahaha. They said and did exactly the same thing synchronously again, demonstrating the great pride that both felt for themselves while the previous shyly physical contact escalated to the mutual hug almost unconsciously. So unconscious that they both fell silent and looked at each other without blinking for a few seconds. We are the best, they said once more in a synchronized way with great love and passion. And after those words Broly grabbed Bulma by the butt with his hands, lifting her without taking off his hands until his eyes were at the same height. And at the same time Bulma grabbed Broly's waist with her legs and hugged Broly's neck with her arms, showing that she didn't want him to release her for anything in the world. And then both started a long and passionate French kiss in which both took the opportunity to rub themselves in a very heroic way. All this in front of the astonished, confused and terrified face of Yamcha, whose mind has overheated while trying to process everything he was seeing, like his eyes and jaw, which were acquiring absurd dimensions due to shock Bulma with Broly. What is she doing? No, it cannot be true. And when Bulma had to catch her breath after that long kiss in which they ignored everything that happened around her. By the way, honey. Happy birthday, said Broly, pulling out a giant bouquet of flowers of great beauty and handed them to Bulma. Oh, you have remembered my birthday. They are beautiful. Bulma said, stealing another French kiss from Broly, since she greatly appreciated that for the first time in years the man she was dating remembered her birthday and gave her something nice for it, but she didn't care about the gift, only the intention. And Yamcha, who was still paralyzed by the shock of seeing that scene after not seeing his girlfriend for months and finding her flirting with his coach, one of the greatest fears of every man, who left him semi-bald. No, it can't be happening. What? Today is your birthday? And Bulma, who finally heard Yamcha's pathetic voice, came down from Broly's comfortable arms and said with a severe and moody attitude. Yes, today is my birthday. Don't worry, I didn't expect any gift from you, since I never received it. So I prepared one for you to give it to me. It is in the warehouse next to the exit next to all your things. Do the favor and take them out of this house, Bulma replied, inviting him to leave his life in a subtle way. Words that have just broken Yamcha inside and out, so much that even his new wig resembled the emotional damage, breaking and revealing her new summer look. Desire Realm. Broly Mansion, Cinema. And this was the right moment in which his heart broke. He lost his confidence in the world and crapped over thanks to the laxative that only affects the genetic code of Yamcha that I put in the food before. Finishing the training the same day as Bulma's birthday was a great success. A masterpiece, I would dare to say, Broly said, pausing with his remote control, the most disastrous moment in Yamcha's life, for now. I feel sorry for this guy, said a certain part of the male audience. Chapter 138. Year 762, November 2nd. On the planet of North Kai. Incredible. This is incredible. Kaiosama food tastes like shit in comparison. Goku screamed and cried when he tasted for the first time during the year of training food prepared by Broly. Damn ungrateful bastard, I won't cook anything for you again, North Kai replied, who felt belittled despite the effort and love he had put into cooking for his best student without expecting to receive anything in return. Of course, this is food prepared by a god, but a real god, not like Kaio-chan. I'm not trying to showing off or flatter myself, but I'm the best cook of all universes. When I was a 4-year-old rookie and with shitty ingredients from the planet Vegeta, I was able to make the god of destruction Beerus and Wish lick their fingers and asked to repeat several times. Ha 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 ha. I was so good that even the gods lined up to eat what I cooked. But now, hee hee hee. I doubt they were able to leave my dining room in their infinite lives. Broly said that despite not wanting to show off, he was doing it too much. Have you cooked for Beerus-sama? You are insane. And you are still live. North Kai shouted, who jumped out of his seat when he heard about Beerus, and not without reason, since he destroyed almost all his planet due to a simple change of mood. This was a fascinating conversation with very useful data to memorize and worry about, but Goku hadn't been paying attention for a long time. Broly's food was something out of this world, and beyond as well, and Goku was eating it as if he had been starving for months and someone threatened him with stealing that food away in a few seconds. And it wasn't surprising, this had been the long-awaited reward that Broly once promised Goku to graduate from training before the great battle. During that time, in the same way as in the original version, Goku managed to catch Bubbles, and to Broly's surprise, he also hit Gregory with the hammer. He wasn't surprised that he hit him, since it is something that happened in the anime, but only in the anime. In the manga this tertiary character didn't even exist, which made our hero wonder exactly what characters would appear from now on. After that, he learned the Kaioken and the Genkidama as it was planned to happen, and since he still had a lot of free time thanks to the half year that Broly had saved him, Goku was able to train twice as long. And with that extra time, Goku constantly challenged Broly to have a training match with him, several times a day, fights in which he was losing loudly even though Broly gave him extraordinary advantages, although that made him improve little by little too. Fightings in which he lost spectacularly despite Broly giving him extraordinary advantages. Something that would depress any sane person, but, it's Goku we're talking about, this just motivated him more and more. And thanks to those beatings he also improved. Ah, I had never eaten so well and so much in my life. Goku shouted as he stretched out on the grass of the little planet with great fatigue. He had eaten so much that his stomach had inflated to ridiculous levels, so much that he could barely move. Well, I'll go clean and scrub the dishes this time, but don't get used to it, said Broly, carrying the dishes inside the small house with telekinesis, and began cleaning without using his hands which were occupied with his mobile phone. Goku, I am very proud of your progress. I am completely sure that you will not even need to resort to Genkidama in the fight tomorrow, only with a Kaioken will it be enough to beat you if it gets dangerous. North Kai said, congratulating his student and placing his trust in him. But suddenly. What? Oh shit. I didn't think about the time it's going to take you to get back using the Snake Road, North Kai exulted, which didn't take into account the time it would take him to walk back to the place of departure for Kami to pick him up. Kaio-sama, ain't you able to, like, fly me back to Earth or something? Goku asked, very worried, since he had understood that North Kai had considered that little detail when he traced his plan of train him until the arrival of the Saiyans. No, I. Don't worry, in 2 days you will be able to arrive and I will tell the God of the Earth to come for you at the end of the Snake Road, hesitated Kaio-sama, who was being prey to his own uselessness and felt responsible and overwhelmed for that. Even so, it's still 1 day too late. Everyone's gonna be killed. Don't yell at me. Even I make mistakes sometimes. Now, hurry up and tell your friends on Earth to use the Dragon Balls to bring you back to life. Put your hand on my back and tell them in your mind. North Kai shouted as he indicated to Goku what he had to do, while showing him his back. Really? In this way, Goku asked, fascinated by that supposed ability while following his instructions. Yeah, like that. Now, hurry up and tell them. Kaio-sama said as he focused on establishing the telepathic connection. Came house at that precise moment. Bulma, Broly, Oolong, Yumagame and Puar were calmly and happily eating sweets that Broly had prepared for everyone. They were so good that even Puar, that he should be very angry with Broly and Bulma for what had happened with Yamcha, praised Broly every time he could and asked for more. So everyone was happy and happy. I have that little party, until they started hearing noises in the bathroom. Bathroom where Mutant Roshi was reading his classic 18 magazine. Goku? Is that you, Goku? Where? Where are you? Mutant Roshi said, looking for the origin of the voice he could only hear. The afterlife? Mutant Roshi said, very shocked. Why yeah, take away while ago. Broly and Bulma, picked them up shortly after your death, Mutant Roshi said, answering a question. Yes, that Broly and Bulma, it's a long story. But why are you calling me now? Mutant Roshi said, answering a somewhat disturbing and spicy question. What? Already tomorrow? But that's 1 month earlier that I thought. Mutant Roshi shouted, very surprised and terrified. All right. Got it. So, what about you, Goku? Has your triaging in the afterlife been good? Mutant Roshi asked, worrying about his student. Really? Then I'm relieved, Mutant Roshi said, relieved to know that Goku was strong and prepared to fight. And of course the conversation that the rejuvenated Mutant Roshi was having with Goku was being heard by the partiers who were in that house. They could only hear a rejuvenated old man talking alone. I know, is he becoming senile? Oolong asked, with his classic sarcastic anthropomorphic pig humor. This, Broly, your rejuvenation doesn't cure mental illness caused by age. Bulma asked, more worried about herself than Roshi, since both had received the same blessing from Broly. No, my ability is perfect, it must be some mental problem that is developing now. Maybe we'll have to put him in an asylum, Broly said jokingly, since he knew perfectly well that he was talking with Goku. Hey, we have to prepare the Dragon Balls right away, shouted the young mutant Rashi, who hadn't even put on his pants when he came out of the bathroom. Outside the Kame house. Now. Come forth Shenlong. Mutant Rashi shouted in front of the 7 Dragon Balls. And with this invocation the sky of the entire world became dark. Yes, at that time it was the whole world, not just Bulma's city, indicating Piccolo, Gohan, Ten, Chaos and the still depressed Yamcha that the moment of resurrection from Goku had arrived, and therefore the arrival of the Saiyans was very close. And after a few seconds of lightning and thunder to create expectation, Shenlong appeared. Tell me your wish. I will grant you but a single wish of any kind, said Shenlong to his regular customers. Hey, if we made a wish to kill the Saiyajin in order to savor the earth, that wouldn't be possible, would it? Asked Oolong, who was saying something practical and meaningful. What are you saying? Are you planning on leaving Sun Quan dead? Bulma yelled when she saw that Oolong, the third travel companion she had after Goku, was being so insensitive with his friend. That's not it. We can revive Goku the following year, said Oolong with a more than logical approach. Such a request is inconceivable. I have been created by God, I have to yield to him, so I cannot grant any wishes that transcends his own power, Shenlong said, explaining his limitations which are not always very clear. As useless as ever, Broly said, surprising everyone, since in this time everyone was still very shocked and overwhelmed by the appearance of Shenlong and his impressive magical powers. Oh no, not you again, Shenron said, very worried and traumatized to remember Broly. Hey! What the hell is that expression? This, honey. Why has Shenlong said and done that when he saw you? Asked Bulma, who sensed that her boyfriend had done something unorthodox in the past. It's nothing, honey, when I was little I asked him some wishes, but he was unable to fulfill them, and well, he was depressed by my comments and the excessive work I gave him. It's a long story, said Broly, omitting certain details. Yamcha, Kami, even Shenlong. I'm afraid we have become friends with someone very problematic. I hope to like him and not be the next, Mutant Rashi thought, who got a good idea of what Broly was like. He wasn't bad, he wasn't good, but he was a great bastard. In that case, please bring Goku back to life. Mutant Rashi said, returning to the original plan. That's an easy request, Shenlong said, granting the wish in the usual way. And once the wish was granted, he also left in the usual way. And after a second of silence in which they were still shocked by the appearance of Shenlong, Broly spoke, but I don't understand one thing. You don't understand what? Poir asked. Well, I don't understand why you didn't ask Shenlong to take care of the Saiyans, said Broly, quite surprised and disappointed. This Broly-san, I don't know if you were listening, but I proposed that and Shenlong explained why he couldn't grant it, Oolong said, explaining his feat while the others looked at Broly airy confused. Anyone would expect an error like this from an airhead like Goku, but not from someone who had proven to be as intelligent and attentive as Broly. I know, he can't kill someone more powerful than Kami, but you could have wished to destroy their spaceships, which are less powerful than Kami, therefore they would die in space by not having life support, teleport them directly against a distant neutron star or a black hole, give you powers to deal with them, contact with someone very strong to kill them, turn them in good people, make the earth invisible and unreachable for external threats. There are many alternatives that could help you with this matter without the need to kill them directly, Broly said, proposing his alternatives to improve the successful and coherent initiative of Oolong. Oh, God is true. Everyone shouted at the same time to realize how foolish they had been to not realize that such a convenient possibility existed. Poor things, I know that most of them are not dumb, but Akira Toriyama made them like that just for these occasions. If not, the manga would have ended very easily, Broly thought, analyzing the failures and conveniences of the Dragon Ball script. Besides, if you wanted to resurrect Goku, I could have done it myself, I also have that power. Observe, Broly said as he made Raditz' body appear with the hole in his chest made by Piccolo, again, and brought him back to life again. AH. They all shouted as they stood behind Broly to see how Raditz got up. But when Raditz saw Broly. Ah! No! Not again! Please, don't resurrect me more. I prefer to be dead. Raditz shouted, completely terrified to see how he had been resurrected again to be a punching bag and be killed for the umpteenth time by the Namekian. But before he could cry, Broly returned him to his dimension. And after a few seconds of fright, another screams came. A scream full of anger. Honey, if you had in mind a wish that could have killed them easily and you could resurrect Goku from the beginning, why the hell didn't you tell us this before? Bulma yelled at her boyfriend with all her strength, and not without reason. I saw you so motivated to make a wish to Shinran that I didn't want to interfere, besides, I also wanted to see him after so many years. And I thought you already knew that I could bring people back to life. Fuck, I can make them immortal. Resurrect someone is something easier, said Broly, pretending that what he said was true. You don't fool me. Surely you have something planned for those Saiyans, and that's why you didn't want to get rid of them using Shenlong, Bulma said, still angry with her boyfriend for having lied to her, hide his plans, show that they were stupid, and for creating unnecessary problems. Fuck, it's right. When Akira Toriyama doesn't control her to make unnecessary inconsistencies, she is too insightful. I love this part of her, Broly thought as he looked at his angry girlfriend with more desire. Come on honey, don't be mad at me, you know that I do it with good purposes and that nothing bad will happen to the world or its inhabitants here, Broly said telepathically to Bulma, trying to calm her anger, showing a distressed expression with tearful puppy eyes. Give more pity. I know, but what you've done is still out of place. Don't believe even for a minute that I will forgive you easily, Bulma said in a telepathic conversation as she grumbled with her arms crossed and turned her back on Broly angrily. Come on darling. Don't get mad like that. What can I do to make you forgive me? I will do anything, Broly said telepathically again while trying to face Bulma to apologize very expressively. Anything? He. Well, I can think of a couple of things you could do to make me angry, Bulma replied telepathically, showing a sly smile, lovingly pinching Broly's arm. And while Broly and Bulma continued with the telepathic conversation, the rest watched that silent film representation. I don't know very well what they are saying telepathically again, but from what I see Bulma has won. I'm glad to see that someone can contain him, Mutant Rashi thought, relieved to see that Bulma could contain the beast. On the planet of North Kai. Está bien. Your halo's gone, so you've been revived. Now go and finish them, Goku, but be cautious, they are very strong, said North Kai to say goodbye to Goku. Thanks for everything, Kaiosama. If I die again I'll be sure to come and see you. Bubbles, Gregory. Take care, Goku said before getting off the small planet to cross the Snake Way, this time without help. And after a few seconds. Where has Goku gone? Broly asked, who had finished cleaning the dishes. Ah, Broly, I had forgotten you. Goku has just been revived and has gone to meet the kami of his planet to arrive in time for battle. North Kai said, who for a few moments had forgotten that the most powerful and dangerous Saiyan was inside his home. Why did he do that? If he had waited for me I would have teleported him at his home in the same way I got here. Ah. Shit. It's true, there was that option. Shit. Where do I have my head today? Quick then, go find him or else he will not arrive on time. Nor Kai to complain about his continuous dismissals while proposing a solution. Really? I wanted your help right now to build the custom car of your dream. It's a shame, we'll have to wait for about 18 years until I'm back in the mood for that, Broly said, making a terrible blackmail at all levels. Custom car? 18 years? Well, from another perspective, Goku didn't cross the Snake Way to get here, so he should at least return with his own effort as compensation. But this time without bombs or strange surprises, North Kai said, trying to make excuses for not losing the opportunity to have the car he always wanted at cost zero. He. And in this way the protagonist will be late again. More than enough time to have fun. I'm a genius, Broly thought with a malevolent face as he removed several bombs from some car parts. Chapter 139. November 3rd, 11:43 a.m. Came house. As such, the cause of this huge earthquake is completely unknown. Furthermore, many are worried about the safety of the citizens of Eastern Capital, which is thought to be the epicenter of this earthquake. Don't fuck with me. No, it can't be true. Excuse me. Last news. Our envoy has arrived in Eastern Capital and what he has found is what you can see, the entire city together with all its inhabitants has disappeared. All that remains is that crater, said the TV host of the news while Broly, Bulma, Rashi, Oolong, Puar and Yumagame paid attention to him through Master Rashi's television. They're here. The Saiyans are here. Please, we shouldn't jump to hasty conclusions. The Saiyans may not be the cause of this destruction. Not all misfortunes have to be the fault of the aliens in this world. You are intolerable racists full of prejudices. To prove you wrong I will reveal the truth. Some time ago I learned a skill from my teacher that allows me to rewind 2 minutes in the past without altering the timelines, but I have modified to allow me rewind more time, but leaving memories of the ones affected by this skill intact, Broly said, who was outraged to see the prejudices that his friends had against the aliens, especially against the Saiyan, since he was one of them. That you can do what? Bulma shouted, which wasn't aware of the millions of skills his boyfriend had. And in a few seconds. What the hells is happening? The crater that used to be Eastern Capital has now become Eastern Capital again, and all its inhabitants are there. It's a miracle. As some of the inhabitants of the city inform us. 5 flying objects landed and 5 strangers appeared from them, and after that a great explosion occurred. It seems as if we had been attacked by terrifying aliens. What? I can't say that until it's 100 confirmed. Fuck John. How more evidences do you want? It's same as that happened with King Piccolo years ago. That I need to calm down. Fuck with the professionalism, John. We're going to die. Everyone. Are you unable to see it? We are going through technical difficulties. Please don't change the channel, informed the television news presenter while discussing with the production and directive staff. And after that statement everyone stared at Broly intensely with their eyes narrowed. Okay. You are right. It seems that the Saiyans were to blame. Mea culpa, Broly said after making sure they had been to bring humor to that tense situation. Don't be a clown, people had died, Bulma said, scolding her boyfriend slightly. Incredible, said Mutant Rashi, appreciating Broly's incredible mass resurrection skill. And before Bulma suggested that everyone should help in the battle as in the original version. Honey, I know what you're going to say, but I don't think it's a good idea. The best thing will be for non-combatants to stay here, Broly said telepathically to Bulma. Why, honey? I don't feel comfortable being here comfortably while the others are in danger. Also, being with you there is no danger for me, Bulma answered Broly through the same telepathic channel. I know, but others shouldn't know. And if you go there very surely I will be forced to help, Broly said telepathically once again to remind Bulma of the reason why he had apparently trained almost everyone. Okay, be careful. But don't think I'm happy with this, Bulma said telepathically with great difficulty for having to give up her idea. Well guys, it seems our meeting will be televised, stay here. Master Roshi and me will go to with Gohan, Piccolo and the others. Those 5 will follow the largest sources of power, and without a doubt they are the ones with more power despite the fact that I told them to camouflage their energy, said Broly, saying goodbye to others while touching Rashi's shoulder. By the way Rashi, don't say a word of my resurrection capabilities to others or I won't give you that pornographic reality virtual machine that I promised you, Broly whispered to Master Rashi in his ear to keep a secret. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. He. Mutant Rashi said as they rose in the sky to meet others. In the mythical open field where Goku and Vegeta fought. Gohan, Piccolo awaited the arrival of the Saiyans, who were heading towards them, and while Krillin reached their position. Wow, you look exactly like Goku when he was a kid, Krillin said when he met Gohan after his hard training with Broly and Piccolo. You're small, but strong, right? Father often said that. You're going to fifth alongside us, right? Gohan said enthusiastically that like almost all the children didn't know what they should say or not. Did Goku really say that? Krillin said, somewhat hurt by that positive comment. The chit-chat ends there, they have arrived. Said Piccolo, who with his incredible senses of green alien located the 5 Saiyans in the sky. He there he is. Looks like it's gone from on shrimp to 3 strong-looking shrimps, Nappa said arrogantly as he watched the 3 Earthlings. A bald dwarf, and a bald green man. Perfect. One more time I have to fight against ugly guys, said Ginger, the scandalous girl of the group. Stop saying stupid things, let us thoroughly introduce ourselves to them. It looks like they've been waiting for us, Vegeta said, leading the group down to the ground. That's correct. Just to verify, you are her for the Dragon Balls, right? Said Piccolo, who remembered the big mistake Broly told him when he talked about the Dragon Balls in front of the Raditz communicator. That's right, and by your voice seems to be that you killed Raditz and gave us that incredible information, Scallion said, that for some reason he couldn't forget the voice of who killed his direct competition. And then Nappa realized something interesting, he's a Namekian. Looks like he is, Vegeta and Yam answered at the same time, since they had realized at the first when they saw him. Then it's no wonder I managed to kill Raditz. Namekian? Piccolo repeated, very confused, he didn't know what he meant. Yes, my dear Piccolo. You and Kami are from a planet called Namek. One of the most incredible races of this universe due to its fighting capacity that stands out from the average, intelligence. Regeneration capacity, fusion between them and especially for their magical powers, being the creation of Dragon Balls the best of them, although it's a power reserved to very few. And don't feel offended, my green apprentice, but I don't think you're one of the chosen ones. But don't be discouraged, there are still reasons to live, Broly said in a humorous and carefree way as he appeared behind them along with the young Mutant Rashi. Broly. Mutant Rashi-sama. K. This guy is the King Senin. Is very young now, said Krillin and Gohan, who was surprised to see the new Mutant Rashi. So I'm not from this planet? Wait. If you knew it, why didn't you tell me before? Piccolo said that after a few seconds of existential crisis he recovered his tiredness towards Broly. Hey. Didn't Cammy tell you? I thought you already knew, Broly said, pretending surprise in a very exaggerated. Oh ho ho, there is a very cute girl. And there is also a very well-endowed woman, oh Hyu. Mutant Rashi said when he appeared, who was ignoring that shocking revelation for other reasons. Oh, 2 more annoying insects. Exactly, he is That tail. Nappa shouted when he saw that the 3-eyed muscular man had Scion's tail just like them. A Scion? Another one? Vegeta asked rhetorically at the same time due to this unexpected event. Isn't Kakarot supposed to have died, the father of that child? Ah, I get it, they have resurrected him. No, he's not my father, said Gohan, who was trying to clear up the misunderstanding. So there was another traitor Scion on this planet? Yam said, analyzing the situation. He's not bad. It would be nice if he joined us, and he seems funny too, said Ginger, who appreciated Broly's intrinsic qualities. Just a moment. He has a third eye. Said Scallion, who couldn't take his eyes off that disturbing detail. Seriously? Go, it's true. Ha ha ha, I hadn't noticed, I usually don't judge men by the forehead, Ginger said as he looked at the height, biceps, pecs, abs and hair of Broly, while her sister sent him a withering look indicating that he should shut up and stop having that shameless attitude. A Scion with a third eye? Ah yes, I remember. Paragus' son was born with that malformation, therefore, King Vegeta put him in quarantine to be studied. I think his name was Broly, but I don't remember being sent to this or another planet before the destruction of the planet. Vegeta. Nappa said, that despite not being very smart he had a good memory for certain things. I see that I am famous. I'm going to turn red. Just a moment. Malformation? And you tell me now? And the one who tells me is someone without a medical degree? Broly said in an exaggerated, over-expressive way and with sudden mood swings, as if he were participating in a comedy film starring Leslie Nielsen. And of course the attitude, behavior and childish, funny and even stupid voice tone that Broly was exhibiting surprised those who knew him. This, Mutant Rashi-sama, did something happen before you came? Broly is acting weird. I mean, weirder than usual, Krillin asked, who had never seen that facet of Broly. Broly-sensei, I'm sure you're planning something, Gohan thought, who quickly related the more or less strange behavior of his teachers with some brilliant and absurd ploy. And of course the personality that Broly was showing also baffled the newcomer's Science, whose impression of Broly was a clown, Yem said, which didn't tolerate unreliable behaviors. And although everyone and especially Vegeta shared that opinion, the Prince Scion ignored it for now. Hey you. Broly, right? I don't know how you ended up on this planet, why are you teamed with this inferior species, or why you haven't exterminated them yet, but I can ignore all that if you join us. Having more people on the team would be nice, especially after the death of Raditz and the non-incorporation of his weak brothers, Vegeta said, focusing on his work in hiring personnel, the reason why Raditz came to Earth at first. Oh, such kindness. Thank you very much for the offer, but I'm afraid that for now I don't want a change of job. For now I feel very comfortable around here, but in the event that one day the circumstances change I will give you my phone number and email so you can contact me. But don't count on me to exterminate living beings from other planets to sell the planet later. I haven't studied so many years to devote myself to something with so little added value outside my area of expertise, Broly said, denying Vegeta's offer with grace and etiquette, and sarcasm, as always. Bastard, Nappa said, very angry for the excessive level of sarcasm and mockery that Broly had exposed. That stupid aberration is laughing at us, Scallion said, quite offended, still looking at Broly's third eye. What a disappointment, he doesn't know what's good for him, said Ginger, who said goodbye to the idea of seeing Broly on the team. Ha ha ha, he not only acts like a clown. He has also shown that is a clown. Let him laugh while he can. I would like to check if he has such a good sense of humor while he dies like the other traitor. Vegeta said, that despite bothering Broly's braggy and arrogant attitude, he wasn't enraged. He understood that this attitude and ignorance was because that science was thrown away from his civilization. Therefore, he would personally enjoy showing Broly through torture that his arrogance was stupid and laughable. And on the other hand, Yim tried to measure Broly's power with her tracker, but without success. 1000 of power, 800, 1200, 900, 1400. He's playing with us, it's not as useless as it seems. Right, take off your scouter, Vegeta said as he took off his scouter and left it on the ground. What? Ginger, Nappa and Scallion asked, who didn't seem to understand something very basic. These guys change their battle power according to the battle. These numbers are just unreliable. If you are attentive to the number you will be deceived and die just like the idiot and weak Raditz said that like Vegeta she was the other intelligent scion of the group. That Raditz was, weak? Shout Krillin, who couldn't believe that someone who could only be defeated with the cooperation between Piccolo and Goku's sacrifice and with Goku's sacrifice was weak. That's right. Why don't we see these guys in action? Hey, Nappa, there are 6 Saibamen left. Right? Take him out, Vegeta said, ordering his lifelong henchmen to plant some devilish dwarfs. Vegeta, so you like to play games too, said Nappa, who understood what his prince's intentions were as he began to plant them quickly. Saibamen. What are those? Hey guys, we missed something important. Said Ten Shinhan and Chaos as they arrived. Hello everyone, my friends. Hello to you too, Broly, said Yamcha, who wore another wig and a big grudge but still came to fight. Ho ho, Yamcha, my friend. It's been a long time since I saw your hair, since the day when you screwed up at Bulma's house, Broly said, adding salt to the wound. And after a few seconds. Hi. From the ground 6 Saibamen appeared, who watched with hostility and eager to kill the 8 enemies of their masters. Those guys give me the creeps. Krillin said, expressing his rejection of different species. Hia. They are 8 and the Saibamen are only 6, it's a shame, if we had 2 more things would be more fun, Vegeta said, regretting that his Pokemon fighter wasn't exactly symmetrical. This don't count with me, I've just come here to watch, have fun, supervise my student who is still doing practices and to moderate this event among other things. I will not participate in the fight, and for that case Gohan either. I want to monitor your warm-up before the actual combat. If you don't mind, of course, Broly said as he graved Gohan as if he were a puppy ready to be vaccinated and separated him from the group before everyone's incomprehension. What does this mean? Said all the Z warriors at once and some of the Saiyans, who found the traitor's attitude as very unusual. Broly, what the hell are you planning now? Piccolo wondered, who sensed he was planning something Machiavellian. Great. For now I will not have to fight, Gohan thought, which wasn't very belligerent and didn't get depressed by staying on the bench for the moment. It doesn't matter, you will die equally, but thanks for your consideration. Now we can make the game I wanted from the beginning. Since you are 6 against 6, why don't you take turns going to them one-on-one? Vegeta said, who was still determined to see how the Z warriors die by the hands of his killer cauliflowers. A game? Bullshit. Come to fight at once and let's finish this, Piccolo said, very angry by being underestimated. Hey, come one, Piccolo. It'll be favorable for us. Goku isn't here yet, you know, said Krillin, appealing to the reason and strategy, trying to gaining time for reinforcements to come. Okay, I'll go first, Yamcha said, who with great anger took the first step instead of 10. Yamcha. They all said to see that Yamcha had offered to fight first. I've had a very hard few months, guys, I need to vent against something, and those green things seem perfect, Yamcha said, with great bitterness and frustration as he looked at the Saibamen with hate, imagining they were Broly. Haha, you wouldn't be so cocky if you knew how strong Saibamen are, Nappa said, not believing that any of the Earthlings have the slightest chance against their cauliflowers. Nothing happens, Nappa, it's fun to watch matched matches. But it's more fun to see arrogant idiots being slaughtered by simple minions, Scallion said, appealing to his inferiority complex, since he wasn't much stronger than a Saibaman. Desire Realm. Broly Mansion Movie Theater. Once again all the minions recruited by Broly were in the room, this time excited by the promise to see fighting. Broly, what are you planning to do in these games? Why did you take Gohan out of the fight? I thought you wanted him to have a lot of prominence in the story, Kars asked, who was also a big fan of organizing deadly games. Yes, it's a pretty irrelevant scene, why don't we go directly to combat with the other Saiyans? Said Kamagawa, who wanted a fight against non-green and dwarf people. And Broly, sitting on his golden throne eating popcorn, gave a big sarcastic smile. Fuck, I swore not to do spoilers. The answer is simple. It is not yet time for him to appear. Ha ha ha. With this game I went to do 3 things. The first is Chapter 140. Fuck, I swore not to do spoilers. The answer is simple. It is not yet time for him to appear. Ha ha ha. With this game I went to do 3 things. The first is make humans relevant again in Dragon Ball. From Dragon Ball Z or even from Dragon Ball, the role of humans was increasingly secondary until at some point they were absolutely useless, except for Bulma, whose scientific contribution was unquestionable. The others only hindered. Only the Saiyans, half Saiyans, and sometimes Piccolo, had the right to shine minimally in combat. And later in Super, not even that, only Goku and Vegeta did something, and Bulma, of course, if it wasn't for her they and everyone would be eating shit. And all what happened with the future Trunks in the anime doesn't count. That shit didn't make the slightest sense. I don't want to let great characters like Ten, Krillin and Rashi stay in a corner gathering dust, Broly said, exposing the mistakes that Akira Toriyama had had with his secondary characters, who, like Naruto's secondary characters, were sadly forgotten except Shikamaru and Gai Senii. Oh, that means that you have made some adjustments in those three to give us an interesting fight? Asked Midora, Madara, Ihiko and Wamu, who were eager to see a fight in that world. Yes, after all, that's why I brought them to the form realm for extra training. I hope they can put into practice what I taught them, said Broly, answering to his fighting lover subordinates. And the second reason? Some asked. Because my dear student right now has a most difficult and dangerous battle than the one the 5 Saiyans can offer. I prefer that he focus on that rather than the fight, for the moment, Broly said, splitting the screen to allow 2 channels to be watched at the same time. Came house. Gohan. What does that mean? Chi-Chi shouted, which had just arrived with her father and son at Bulma's house to watch the broadcast together. When she suddenly saw her son on screen, and that made her practically transform into an ogre with an overdose of methamphetamines who have been infected with rabies, while asking for an explanation. This, Mom, everything has an explanation, you see, curse, Broly sensei never prepared me for this, babbled and thought Gohan, very scared and regretful while trying to find a way to calm his angry mother. Oh, is this Broly's body multiplication ability? He has taught you how to do it. But Chi-Chi completely ignored her, her multiplied son and her anger were the only things that existed in this world for her. Explanation. Can I know why there are 2 of you and one of them is in that place so dangerous fighting against monsters? Start explaining that. Shouted Chi-Chi, who had never felt so angry, confused, betrayed and scared in her life, yes, even more so than when Goku died, and was on the verge of a mental breakdown. And Gohan, obviously following Broly's advice, decided to face this situation in the most mature, masculine and responsible way possible. Or maybe not. This, I'm sorry, Mom, then I'll ask for your forgiveness and accept your punishment later. Gohan said as he snubbed his clone of 1 power to return it to the main body and flee bravely from that complicated family situation. Place of the fight at that precise moment. Gohan's body power grew by 1 of power suddenly, and also changed his expression from one that showed fear to another that showed a lot of fear and guilt, something that almost no one noticed, except his beloved teacher, who gave him a little pep talk. You have behaved like a coward, Broly told his student, criticizing the lack of courage and tranquility he had when he tried to reason and talk with his mother. Yes, I know. This, Broly-sensei, can you talk with my mother later? I had never seen her as angry as now, maybe you could say something to calm her down, said Gohan, who acknowledged his mistake and asked for help to his partner, an intellectual actor in crime. Nope, your mother scares me. FIU. Gohan, be a man and face your problems. FIU, Broly said sarcastically as he whistled carelessly, looking in the opposite direction of his student. MMGG, Broly Senii. Meanie. Gohan said, on the verge of crying to see how his always reliable sensei had gotten him into this problem and wasn't going to help him to face the most dangerous being in the world, his angry mother. He felt betrayed and helpless, and frustrated to see how his teacher considered all this a funny joke. Come on. Where is that confident attitude of when you met your mother the first time after my training? Come on, don't look at me like that, I've made some sushi. Do you want some? Broly said, taking out 2 sushi boxes and 2 chopsticks of his dimension and offering some to Gohan. Broly-sensei, you can't fix everything with food, Gohan said, trying to remain angry while accepting his teacher's sushi reluctantly. Where did that stupid get that strange food? Asked Scallion, who was constantly surprised of how strange Broly was. Ha ha ha, Vegeta-san, we should bring this guy with us. He's a clown, but he seems to know. Aishne-san. Ginger complained, which was reprimanded by her older sister upon seeing that Broly's attitude was negatively influencing her subordinates too, especially her most direct subordinate. And Vegeta, seeing that Broly with his stupidities was altering the rhythm of his game, shouted loudly while sending a murderous look to his group and Broly. Sufficient, Charla. You'll go first. Kill him, Vegeta said, complaining that Broly seemed not to take anything seriously while giving instructions to his Pokemon. And just when Vegeta said those words, the fight between Saibaman 1 and the angry Yamcha began. Jaya. The Saibaman advanced towards Yamcha to attack him, but Yamcha at high speed appeared next to the confused Saibaman, who received a wolf punch in his stomach, pushing him back several meters. But before he could compose himself, Yamcha advanced towards him with great fury, beating him once after another without truce. Hi. Hua. Hiya. And unlike the original version, Yamcha on this occasion was fighting the Saibaman with total superiority, discharging all the rage accumulated so far in the green alien once after another. Wow, Yamcha has improved since the last time we met a few months ago. He hasn't been with his arms crossed, Krillin said, impressed with how well he was fighting. And he also attacks very violently, said Ten Shinhan, who thought that he knew the origin of his anger and the desire to kill. And not only Ten, everyone sensed that it was, that's why they stared daggers at Broly. And Broly, seeing that everybody was staring at him with hostility, assumed a solemn attitude worthy of an ancient Miram master and said, "Oh ho ho. I knew he just lacked some motivation to improve. He didn't disappoint my expectations. Oh, wow, I made him stronger without wanting to. This could be a problem." And while the audience was talking, the fighting continued with the typical sequence of Dragon Ball fighting. Sequence that it was impossible to follow with mortal eyes, so much that the brave cameras and reporters who had ventured to that dangerous place to retransmit to the whole world the confrontation between the aliens and Earthlings were unable to see anything. Until Yamcha was able to evade one of the Saibaman's attacks to position himself behind him at normal speed and visible to the cameras, and attacked with the easiest technique to emulate on this universe. Kamehameha. Boom. And with the technique with more copyright infringements of the manga, Yamcha managed to hit the Saibaman, damaging and propelling him against the ground, creating a crater where the body of the Saibaman stayed. Great! The Earthlings shouted both on this plane and from their homes upon sea that the first battle had been won by the humanity. "TSH, they have lost the first match," Scallon said, who worried a lot about since he is the weakest of the five. "Oh, they will entertain us more than I thought," Ginger said upon sea that was possible that she had the opportunity to have fun later. Impossible. Saibamen have a battle power of 1,200. The combat power of those who defeated Raditz, who at that time were the strongest on the planet, didn't even reach 1,000. What's going on? Nappa shouted when he saw and understood this mathematical nonsense. It's simple, during that year they have trained to exceed 1,000 points. It's simple math, said Yam, who took the words from Vegeta's mouth, but he didn't care too much. Moreover, he seemed delighted that someone assisted him with the logical explanations. Come on, you can't blame Nappa. He is absolutely right. It makes no sense that some guys who are almost in their 30s, that less than a year ago had a power of 200 or less, have managed to multiply it by 10 with the same training that Goku had followed for years in only one fucking year. This doesn't have fucking sense. Broly thought, who sympathized with Nappa for the first time, seeing that he also found this absurd. And after beating the devilish green dwarf, Yamcha turned to Vegeta and company and said in a very angry and arrogant way, "It seems that these disgusting monsters weren't as strong as you declared. I'll take care of them 5 remaining. Ichim. It is true that we have underestimated you, but it seems that it is now you who underestimate the Saibaman," Vegeta said sarcastically. And just saying those words, in a timely manner, the Saibaman that everyone considered dead jumped from the crater and stuck to the body of the unsuspecting Yamcha, immobilizing his arms and legs. What? They all shouted to see how the green dwarf came back to life and stuck to Yamcha. Shit, Yamcha shouted when he saw how careless he had been. But he never imagined the consequences. Boom. Since the Saibaman used self-destruction. Yes, that's good, Vegeta said upon see that happened exactly what he anticipated. No. Yamcha. And when the smoke dispersed, all that could be seen was smoking crater with remnants of the self-destroyed Saibaman and Yamcha, who was lying on the ground in his already famous posture. And as in the original version, Krillin went to check in what state his friend was, and the answer was he's dead. Came house. Yamcha-sama. Puar yelled disconsolately against the television upon see how his best friend had died. Yamcha, Bulma sighed very grieved and hurt when she saw that Yamcha had died. She was his ex, but she didn't hate him to the point of wanting him dead or something mildly bad. Broly, what are you doing? You weren't supposed to protect them. Again on the battlefield. Damn it all. What am I gonna tell Puar and Bull? Tell only to Puar, shouted Krillin, who was still next to Yamcha's body. Krillin, boys, don't get upset, this is the first time Yamcha has died, he can still be resurrected with the Dragon Balls, Mutant Rashi said, to reassure the rest and make them concentrate on the following battles. OMG. They killed Yamcha. You, bastards. Broly said angrily, wiping from his face the smile and relaxed attitude he had before. This surprised the group of bald people, who believed that Broly had something against Yamcha from the beginning. But seeing that their suffering was equal to or greater than them, they quickly understood that it wasn't like that. That Broly had nothing against him, didn't want anything bad to happen to him either. They understood that he had simply been strict and hard with him, as he had said before, to motivate him, since he always cowered with women, played baseball or did anything else that wasn't to train. It was possible that he and Yajiro were punished precisely for this reason. Now that Yamcha has been bald, fewer women knocked on his door, and that's why he had to focus on his training. And as for Broly, it was possible that he felt guilty for having left him bald and taking off his girlfriend, or he could even feel guilty for not being able to protect him. This made everyone look at Broly in another way and with more respect, as if he weren't a strange alien who appeared out of nowhere and altered their lives in strange, improbable and mysterious ways. But as one of the group. Broly, I'm sorry I doubted you, everyone thought except Piccolo and Gohan upon see the great act of humanity that Broly was showing. But in reality. Desire Realm. Movie theater, again. Ha 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 ha. The meme. The fucking meme. I just saw live the creation of the Dragon Ball Master meme. Ha 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 ha. Broly said as he fell to the floor laughing while freezing the screen to continue seeing the image of the defeated and dead Yamcha. This have no sense, that attack had the necessary strength to kill the monster with a single blow and indeed he was dead. But mysteriously he came back to life Midora said, who was attentive to the fight even though it seemed low level for him. Broly, do you have anything to do with the sudden resurrection of that demon? Asked Frozy, who had a slight suspicion of what had happened. Why don't we keep watching the fight? Broly said suddenly as he looked from side to side in a suspiciously way. Forecourt of the planet Earth again. While everyone, except for Piccolo and the Saiyans, were affected by Yamcha's death. Hey, it's filthy now, so how about you clean up the trash? Vegeta said referring to Yamcha's corpse. You asshole. Krillin shouted very angry, so much that several veins became visible in his bright bald head. And before Krillin, possessed by an unlimited rage took the lead to kill all the Saibamen. Vegeta. Nobody has told you that your voice is annoying to the ears. Broly said once more in a funny way as before but adding some anger and hostility to his now annoying voice. And Nappa as his personal servant, came to the defense of his master. Damn traitor. How dare you? Shut up Nappa. What happened? Have you felt offended by my words? Are you sad about the pathetic death of your friend? Any real Saiyan would not feel the slightest grief or appreciation for someone so pathetic and useless that is unable to kill a weak Saibaman. How low you have fallen, you and that Kakarote, Vegeta said showing how despotic and cruel he was at that time, both with his enemies and his allies. And while the Z-warriors felt disgusted by Vegeta's words. Bastard. Someone from their own side started laughing. Ha 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 ha. And indeed that someone was Broly, who started laughing like crazy. Broly-san. Broly-sensei. Why are you laughing like that? Thing that surprised in that situation, although of all of them he was the only one who could laugh at that time, but still they didn't understand. I don't remember what I said was so funny. Vegeta asked sarcastically and very annoyed at Broly's ridiculous laugh, while in the rest of the Saiyans believed that Broly had gone mad, or at least more mad than minutes before. Yes, it was a very funny comment, especially coming from you little prince, Broly said with his mocking voice as he materialized a handkerchief to wipe away the tears that fell from his 3 eyes. The Saiyans overreacted upon listening and seeing Broly's words and attitude. Especially considering the number of times I made you low. Ahem. I mean you lost pathetically against these green bugs in the past. Does that mean you are a pathetic and useless being that would be better dead than alive? Should I end your sufferings? Vegeta Broly said with a threatening voice and attitude while taking a piece of sushi into his mouth. This change of attitude and voice of Broly, which progressively changed from being a circus jester to a gangster in the middle of an execution, surprised the Science group, who were shocked and alerted upon understand that Broly quite possibly would have been tricking them from the beginning, pretending he was an idiot to make Tem lower his guard against him. However, the message contained in his last intervention weighed more on the ears of the 5 Science than Broly's personality change. What is that nonsense? Exclaimed Scallion, Ginger and Yam, who didn't understand or could believe in that story. However, when they looked at Nappa, they saw that something was wrong. How can you know that? Nappa shouted, since he was with Vegeta in his trainings when he was young and he knew that something like this happened. However, that was something that the Prince and King Vegeta ordered to keep an absolute secret, since it was humiliating for the Prince. The people who knew it could count on the fingers of one hand. Special because these incidents were also classified as the work of the ghost of planet Vegeta. What did you just said? Vegeta said in a very threatening and serious way, nothing to do with the arrogant, confident and calm attitude he had until now. Chapter 141. What did you just said? Vegeta said in a very threatening and serious way, nothing to do with the arrogant, confident and calm attitude he had until now. However, Broly didn't answer, he simply limited himself to observing Vegeta's increasingly furious reaction while the Z-warriors remained expectant without knowing what was happening. Only certain people within the Saiyan group like Nappa and Vegeta began to intuit what Broly was hinting at. How do you know that? Who are you really? Answer back. Vegeta shouted with great anger and resentment while unleashing his ki involuntarily, causing fear among the weakest and most impressionable Z-warriors. Vegeta. That Broly was in the incubator all the time, in a building separated by several kilometers from the palace. An incubator in which he remained from the moment he was born until the planet exploded. Nobody had any kind of relationship with him back then, not even his father who knew nothing about you, sabotage, talked to him. The fact that he knows all that can mean that he is. Is he the ghost? Nappa asked, who was covered in cold sweat and seemed as pissed off as Vegeta, since he had also suffered bad experiences on the planet Vegeta because of the actions of the supposed ghost. The ghost of the planet Vegeta? Do you refer to that urban legend? The ghost of the planet Vegeta? I remember. It's that story about a ghost that stole things all over the planet, made some people do strange things and punished the Saiyans who hadn't behaved correctly. I still remember when the children tried to find him, said Ginger, remembering the past with nostalgia. Steal stuff. I think she refers to the story that Broly told us in which he collected materials to make his spaceship. So he was telling the truth. Punish evil Saiyans. Ha 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 ha. Since you were a baby, you were already pranking Mutant Roshi thought as he remembered the absurd story that Broly told them in his house home while imagining little Broly putting thumbtacks on chairs and other more or less innocent children's jokes. And upon hearing how those unaffected dared to catalogue as a children's story what for him was a real nightmare, he burst into rage. This is not an urban legend. That bastard did horrible things to me, Prince Vegeta and King Veg. Silence. Vegeta shouted with great anger and murderous look at his most talkative subordinates. It was a cold, ruthless and hostile look, which made everyone suddenly shut up and retreat in fear. I'm sorry Vegeta, I will not say anything else, Nappa said with great fear while Ginger and Scallion pretended not to have spoken in the first place although they knew it was impossible to hide it at this point. They knew how cruel Vegeta is and what he was capable of if he got too angry, and at this time he was able to kill anyone, be they allies or enemies by the slightest boost. They just needed to give him a little excuse to direct his anger towards one of them, and be carbonized in seconds. Come on, friends shouldn't fight each other. Do you want some sushi? I've done a lot, Broly said casually with a very friendly and positive attitude while offering food to his enemies who were about to kill each other, creating a great contract. And obviously Vegeta directed all his anger against Broly, although this time his choice was more than logical. Gur. Close your fucking mouth and answer. And Vegeta unleashed his anger with a large sphere of energy directed towards our dear protagonist, who was still eating sushi casually. Watch out. While the rest of the group watched with great fear that attack, protecting themselves as they could from the subsequent shock wave that would cause the sphere that was about to explode on Broly's face. Nevertheless. Clank. If you shoot while you speak, I can't understand you, said Broly, speaking with his mouth full of food. While holding the energy sphere of Vegeta with his sushi sticks as if it was sushi. And that obviously provoked various reactions between both parties. What? The Z warriors shouted upon see how an attack so powerful that could kill almost everyone here was stopped in such a simple, ridiculous and arrogant way. What the hell? The Saiyans shouted with their jaws disengaged and their eyes coming out of the basins. This shocking scene caused the Z warriors to almost melt their brains despite knowing Broly in advance and having an idea of how strong he was compared to them. If they almost had an existential crisis despite being prepared. What happened to the Saiyans who thought they were the strongest behind Frieza, and that weren't far from him poor ignorance? Ag hi, og, wow, afk. This is a bad dream, is not possible. Ag, the ghost, is the ghost, og, all Saiyans except Vegeta stammered in catatonic state, as if they had been drugged with hallucinogens after a strong episode of post-traumatic stress. Jia Jifafhuu. The Saibamen screamed in fear while digging a hole in the ground to get back inside as if they were rodents scared by a dangerous predator. This can't be possible, Vegeta babbled in disbelief and fear upon see what had happened. This was so surreal that his dignified face and attitude began to resemble those of his catatonic subordinates. Even the reporters who didn't understand concepts like ki were about to pass out. Came house. All the non-fighters of the Z Warriors group were still in front of the television, watching the battle as before. Unlike the protagonists of the battle, they all had their mouths wide open, since they were also unable to believe what they had seen. They only diverted their eyes from the screen to rub them to see if they had had a hallucination, and to observe Bulma, who was currently dating that phenomenon. My boyfriend is awesome, right? Bulma said almost as surprised as the rest while pretending normality. Kami-sama Palace. Kami and Popo, like the rest of the planet, watched with incredulity and their mouths wide open what had just happened. And obviously they were filled with hope upon see that Broly completely controlled the situation. Kami-sama, this is, Mr. Popo said, with a tear in his little eyes as he regained his hope. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I'm glad to have Broly in our lives, Kami said from the depths of his heart which he would regret later. Back to the battlefield. Everyone was still impressed and catatonic by Broly's surrealist feat. And Broly was really enjoying seeing those reactions and being the center of attention. Therefore he decided to overdo it a little more. Nyam. Eating part of that energy sphere that was still between his sushi sticks. As if it were sushi. What? Fucking monster. Saiyans and Z warriors shouted in unison upon seeing such atrocity. Even Gohan couldn't resist expressing that qualification. AJJ, bitter. I only like sweet and salty things. But I will ignore it because I know you cooked it with love, Broly said, expressing how unpleasant Vegeta's key attack was at the same time that he threw it several kilometers back as if it were a spoiled food in a field without wastebaskets. BOMM. Causing an overwhelming explosion that engulfed hundreds of meters of land as if it were a nuclear bomb, showing the power of that attack that Broly had almost eaten. And while everyone was more catatonic than before, Broly took the opportunity to answer Vegeta's question. Why do I know all that? I think the bald man has used his head to perfectly deduce why. Yes. I'm the one you called Ghost, although I don't like the name too much. I was simply able to observe the entire planet with my third eye and use telekinesis throughout the diameter while remaining in my incubator. You made it sound like sorcery. You see, it all started a day when I was very bored and, Broly said that little by little he were going off at a tangent and began to explain and give very unnecessary details that nobody was interested in. And Vegeta, despite seeing how strong and scary Broly was, gathered courage to ask him, but with his arrogance in the bottom of his royal ass, why did you do that? Why? Should you ask me why not? Why shouldn't I punish a bastard king who planned to kill me, a baby, in case I could shave his shorty sons because of my mutation? Why should I not lower his arrogant son from his cloud, causing him to lose combats against creatures he considers insignificant? Why shouldn't I punish his bald babysitter, who consented everything he did and said, thus creating the arrogant monster you have become? Why shouldn't I punish my father, who treated me like a monster and refused to see me or get me out of the incubator so I could continue to be a test subject in quarantine? Why I shouldn't punish the idiot who always left the lab window open when he left? Why shouldn't I punish bastards like you? Broly said with great authority, power and moral superiority, typical of someone who is right and have the justice on his side. And that truth and justice was recognized by the Z warriors, who looked at Broly with other eyes as they did so far. Everyone began to understand that this being of unfathomable power, extravagant personality, and incomprehensible mind perhaps had a reason for being like that and a context that humanized him. He made them be able to empathize with him, agree with his vision of what is fair, and even feel some pity. Truth and justice that was televised for everyone and that won the astonishment, approval and affection of the public to see that he had a hard past on a planet of sadistic murderers. Even from Kame House they were moved a little. Even Kami was moved. Truth and justify that even the ruthless Saiyans were able to understand. I don't know why you are so angry with me. Shouldn't you thank me instead? Broly told Nappa and Vegeta, who were still looking at Broly with fear and hate at the same time. What have you said? Thank you. You are laughing at me. Vegeta shouted, since this time the hatred he felt for Broly far exceeded the fear he felt for him. Of course you should thank me. You should thanks for being a person who doesn't like to kill or be very cruel only a little bit. If someone else had been in my position and with my same abilities, he would have surely killed you all by breaking your neck with telekinesis, since from the moment of my birth I was already capable of that and more, Broly said, releasing a great resentment and killer instincts towards Vegeta. And these menacing words caused fear to overcome hatred once again in Vegeta's heart, which began to think of a possibility that made him fear even more. You have that power from birth. Impossible. This, don't tell me that you are, the legendary. And upon hearing the word legendary, their lackeys also began to panic. But Broly continued with his speech, precisely because I was and I am a pacifist and a good person who decided to steal materials to build a ship and escape from that planet in which 99 of its inhabitants were psychopaths. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that the sisters and the weakling of the group should also be deeply grateful to me for saving their lives. And upon hearing those words, both Vegeta and Nappa looked at the three lucky ones with hostility, since they interpreted that somehow those three had conspired in the abominable being before them. Vegeta, don't rush, we don't know him at all, Ginger shouted, which tried to reassure the Saiyan she feared the most apart from her sister. What the hell are you implying with that stupidity? Are you trying to make us kill each other by creating doubts about our loyalty? Such a stupid play is not going to work on us, Yim said, which subtly showed Vegeta and Raditz that this could be a ploy of their enemy to divide them, in case they really believe that hoax. Weakening of the group. Scallion murmured in pain upon hearing that truth. Bastard, Vegeta and Nappa cursed when they came to their senses thanks to Yam, and looked at Broly with even more hatred as they blamed themselves for falling into collective paranoia due to their great hatred of the ghost. It's a pity Broly, this had been a good ploy, if it weren't for that woman the discord would surely have started between them and we shouldn't have needed to move a finger to kill some of them, Piccolo thought, who admired Broly's ploy as the rest of the group. Ha ha ha. No, I didn't want you to fight each other, in fact I didn't expect that interpretation to arise, ha ha ha, it has been very funny. But I haven't lied. My last prank on the planet Vegeta at the time of my departure was precisely to spoil the communication devices of many shuttles so they couldn't receive messages. And by chance that made you, fortunate Saiyans, not receive Frisia's regrouping message, with which you saved your life by not being on the planet Vegeta when it was destroyed. A very fortunate coincidence for you. That's why I say that you owe me your life, Broly said, clearing up the misunderstanding while emphasizing that this was a coincidence. Wow, what a coincidence, said Scallion and Ginger, sincerely expressing that this is what had happened to them and that they were grateful for it. Shut up. Idiots. Oh, as I imagined, there is good chemistry between them. He, Broly thought malevolently. Desire Realm. In the movie theater of Broly's mansion, again. Hey Broly, has it really been a coincidence that they are precisely alive? Dio asked, who noticed that Broly used the word casuality too many times, and was suspicious. Ha, of course, yes, and at the same time not, Dio-chan. Like you when you gave to Enrico Pucci your diary so that he could create the final stand and kill the Joestar family and all the universe 20 years later. I also drew up a plan for the future, Broly said, creating a cat to pet him to get into the role of a mastermind villain in a spy film. And at that moment many had a hunch, don't tell me that. That's right, I damaged some spaceships. Specifically the spaceships that belonged to the Saiyan women's and all the spaceships of their squad. He. It's very simple, my intention was for Vegeta to establish some kind of relationship, whether romantic or reproductive, with some of those surviving female Saiyans. He is the prince of the Saiyans and the strongest of those left alive, without counting me, of course, although he is a dwarf would still be the best match in the group. In that way I could make sure even more that the Vegeta Bulma route never comes true. I knew that before they arrived on the planet I would have dazzled Bulma, but I like to be as far-sighted as possible, Broly said, explaining another of his master plans to his evil subordinates while he laughed slightly when he saw once again the forecasting capacity of his boss. Again on planet Earth of Universe 7. And after having made the presentations and remember endearing moments, I think we will consider Vegeta's previous suggestion and we'll clean up the trash, Broly said, not observing Yamcha's body as Vegeta suggested, but the Saiyan side. Chapter 142. And after having made the presentations and remember endearing moments, I think we will consider Vegeta's previous suggestion and we'll clean up the trash, Broly said, not observing Yamcha's body as Vegeta suggested, but the Saiyan side. Those words suddenly put everyone on alert. After Yamcha's death and Vegeta's insult to him, it was when Broly stole the scene with the explanations between the Saiyans and him. Gradually the cold tension of a battlefield atmosphere was lost and was replaced instead by the incoherent drama atmosphere of a South American soap opera. But now that warlike hostility was back. And this time it was the Saiyans and their green minions who suffered more than anyone due to Broly's intimidating presence and reputation. Presence and reputation amplified by Broly's gravitational field and many of his other abilities to physically and mentally subdue his poor enemies. Enemies who understood that Broly was an abomination impossible to defeat for them. Krillin, do what you wanted to do. Avenge Yamcha properly. Let them swallow their disgusting words, Broly told to Krillin imposingly and furiously to resurrect the flames of revenge in his eyes after the previous interruption. And those words reactivated the desire for revenge in the small Krillin, which emerged with more power than ever. You don't need to tell me that, Broly-san. Guys. I'll show you the results of my training. So Krillin put his hands on his head in parallel, channeling a huge beam sphere of energy in the direction of the frightened Saibamen and Saiyans. Ah! The Saibamen fled in all directions as if they were pigeons in a public square, putting themselves safe from any possible threat. That's when that slow and big sphere of energy rose in the sky and divided into several beams of light, which on this occasion pierced and made explode all the Saibamen at once. BOMM. And also one of them hit the Saiyans. BOMM. Krillin-san is incredible. Right, Piccolo-san? Gohan shouted in the distance upon seeing the feet of Krillin, which as his father said was small but strong. Yes. Not bad, he has improved a lot in a very short time. Although it is still not enough, Piccolo replied as if he were a father tired of the constant redundant comments of his son, but in the end he loved them, while looking forward, where he could see the Saiyans alive and without apparent injuries. Most of the Z warriors as in the original version were overwhelmed to see that Krillin's powerful attack had no effect on them. However, unlike in the original version, the Saiyans didn't leave the dust cloud with arrogance, not after everything that happened with Broly earlier, in addition. Thank you, sister. Thanks Yam-san, Ginger and Scallion said to Yam, who protected the two from an attack that although he hadn't killed them if he could have caused them some scratches. Although she pretended not have heard or done anything, she was too focused on her enemies, while caring for the safety of her troublesome sister. Scallion was only lucky to be close to her. Well done Krillin, you have killed all the green creatures except Piccolo. And now that your stupid games are over. What do you think if we start with my game? It's not a question. I just wanted to sound polite, Broly said bluntly while stealing the spotlight once again. Games? They shouted surprised all at the same time. Damn you bastard, he keeps laughing at me, Vegeta said quietly, as he felt offended and outraged, since he felt that Broly had proposed the games to laugh at him, who had previously tried to organize others. Broly-san, what are you trying to do? Ten Shinhan asked, that along with his footman Chaos was the one who least understood Broly's mind. And Krillin also had an opinion contrary to Broly's. That's right. Broly, you have them half dead of fear, you just need to squeeze them a little and... This. Sir with 3 eyes like my sensei and Krillin-san. I think Broly Senii tries to create an ideal scenario for us to fight against them, said Gohan, who explained to his new fighting partners Broly's possible intentions. And not only that, I think he will try to see with individual combats how much we have improved using these stupid games of him. Piccolo said, who was secretly proud of his disciple Gohan for having reached that logical conclusion, and he also liked Broly's plan, which would allow them to set the pace of the fight while also gaining time until Goku's arrive. Unlike the original version, he had learned to be patient in situations where he didn't have control and didn't see the problem in following Broly's current, among other things because he had no other choice, and the other was because having that beast there he had little to worry about. Oh, I get it, the less frowned answered when they saw that the explanation of the preschool and the green alien made sense. And without giving time to protest to our beloved evil Saiyans, Broly began to explain the rules of his game. Okay, guys, girls and Piccolo. These will be individual fights in which I will do the pairing, obviously. Whoever has fought will not be able to fight again, so there will only be one match per person. The team with the most victories will win, obviously, Broly said at the same time that materialized near them an official Dragon Ball Budokai plataform, but this was made of Katchin to avoid damages, and with certain ornaments and improvements to the taste of Broly. Broly-san. 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 Pair me with one of those two girls, please. And in contrast. Ho, how many tricks does that monster have? Nappa said, which like the rest except Vegeta backed unconsciously due to the fear that Broly transmitted with each word and action. This is getting weirder every second, said Ginger very scared, who hid behind her sister, and Scallion sneakily did the same. And while Krillin, Chaos, Ten Shinhan and Mutant Roshi watched with astonishment the titanic construction, with giant statues of Broly in each of the corners of the ring. Each of them doing a bodybuilder pose in which their huge and perfect muscles were greatly emphasized. But, what the hell are these? Kylan said perplexedly as he watched Broly's peculiar artistic taste. Oh god, what a shame, said Gohan, who began to feel shame on behalf of his teacher, so he turned and covered his eyes. Just when he started to please me, he does this, Piccolo said, also full of other shame, putting his hand to his head in the process. Came house. Once again the non-fighters watched the fight in front of the television, listening once more to the presenter of that chain, which recounts the facts in a calm, sober and objective way, and after that long chat in which the huge man with 3 eyes and a tail, like the aliens. Seriously, nobody thinks that this is very suspicious? That child also has a tail, the same tail that those aliens that have come to kill us. Yes, John. I already know it. That I must retransmit and stop giving parental opinions and making theories. I already know it. I say. After that long chat in which that Muscleman seemed to have them controlled and scared, that small young ball destroyed the green demons with a skill of strange lights. They talked again and... With a gesture of his hand that Titan made instantly appeared before us a fighting stadium with an awesome statues of himself. Incredibly perfect statues of hyper-realistic aesthetics in which the artist has managed to capture the movement and physical power when making that posture and the way in which the muscles are tensed, perfect and well-defined muscles that fit perfectly with the classic human anatomy. John. Fuck, let me worked. For the first time I can amortize my history of the art in television and you are. Ow, for God, what a shame, and the worst thing is that he has similar ones in his bathroom. Luckily that he hasn't materialized the one he sculpted of me, Bulma said with a great problem of shame, but still she loved him despite his flaws. And after everyone got used to the presence of the Broly statues. This, Broly-sensei, I think there is a problem with your plan, we without counting you are 6 and they are 5. Someone is going to stay without fighting, Gohan said, worrying about mathematics. This, UPS, it's true. Good observation, Gohan said Broly, realizing about the problem in a somewhat comical way, as if he had already foreseen that scenario. And seeing that Broly was thinking about something, which was always dangerous, Gohan tried to provide a solution. Broly-sensei, if you want I can rest and not fight until. But it was too late from the beginning. I'm afraid not, Gohan, you will fight. I have come up with a solution to be matched, said Broly, taking out something of his formless realm and throwing it towards the evil Saiyans. Thinking it was a dangerous thing, they quickly turned away as if they were Saibamen, put on guard and even prepared to attack that thing. And that thing was Raditz. Vegeta, Nappa, Yam, Ginger, Scallion, Krillin and Mutant Roshi shouted. And with less astonishment too. Is he the solution? Said Gohan and Piccolo, that despite not expecting this turn of events, they weren't impressed or feared the appearance of Raditz. Boys! Have you come to rescue me? Raditz? What the hell, weren't you dead? I heard all the broadcast. Well, at least I will no longer be unquestionably the weakest, thought Scallion, happy in his way to see that Raditz wasn't dead. Guys, we have to run away from here. Quick. We can't fight that monster. If he catches us, something worse than death awaits us. I don't want to get back. He is something out of this world. It is an abomination. He is. Raditz shouted and cried desperately and sickly. It was as if he had gone completely mad, as if he suffered a huge post-traumatic stress impossible to treat. What are you doing, scum? Vegeta said as he looked with disgust and contempt at Raditz, who was showing a pathetic image. An unworthy attitude for a Saiyan in his opinion. He hadn't only lost pathetically with two people weaker than him, he was still alive despite losing and showing in front of him that pathetic attitude. In other circumstances the genocidal prince would have vaporized him, but the circumstances weren't right to do that for now. Ah, no, he's doing it again, Raditz shouted when he saw what Broly intended to do, so he grabbed Ginger's leg like he was a scared panda in the middle of an earthquake. And obviously Ginger, like every delicate lady, gave Raditz brutal stomps and kicks. Take off my leg. And behave as you did before. You're giving me a chills, and at the same time Yam also joined the beating. Drop my sister's leg. Perv. However, both stopped beating and insulting him quickly, since they were watching Broly's next bizarre show. One in which he held Yamcha's body in the air. This situation obviously created expectation on the side of the Saiyans, but more on the side of the Z warriors. Gohan, what do you intend to do? Krillin asked Gohan, that being Broly's student would surely have a hunch of what he was doing. But it wasn't necessary to answer since moments later. Hey. Wait a minute, this is not the snake way. Boys. Since they realized that Broly had resurrected Yamcha in front of everyone. Yamcha. Are you alive again? It seems that Broly has been good and has brought you back to life with his magical powers, said Mutant Roshi, who tried to clarify what had happened, even though it was evident. Can you also resurrect the dead? Amazing. Ten Shinhan shouted when he saw that his cousin from another family had very good abilities, and that maybe he could one day also have. Wow. With this ability I don't have to worry about dying again. Said Krillin, very excited to have more opportunities to live, since at this time the Dragon Balls could only resurrect someone only once. Then this rule was cancelled and the life and death ceased to matter in this manga. That's right, no matter how many times you die or if there is something left of your body or not, I can always bring you to life in the best conditions. But trying not to die, but this still needs some effort for my part, so try to not die. By the way Yamcha, you still haven't thanked me, Broly said, confirming his ability, at the same time advised that they shouldn't become a kamikazes for that reason, while forcing his girlfriend's ex to thank him for something he more or less had caused. And obviously seeing someone revive in front of their eyes practically destroyed the brains of the enemy Saiyans, first time seeing a resurrection, who had remained practically catatonic, as well as the deranged Raditz. Okay, I think this somehow explains why Raditz is alive, and he's so afraid of him. I think he will have killed him many times. Not. Ginger said, which stopped kicking Raditz because of the huge existential void that had taken over her mind. That bastard Broly is able to bring the dead back to life, it means that. Is he also immortal? Is this a power that granted by those Dragon Balls? Damn, I have to acquire that power anyway. With this ability, even Frieza will bow down before me, Vegeta thought, which was being consumed by his anger, eager for revenge on Broly, who hurt his pride when he was young, and now also, and certainly his greed for power. I said it, that guy is an almighty monster. We can't beat him, we have to run away if we can still, Raditz said, who began to spread the panic among his comrades, and not without reason. I agree with Raditz, let's get out of here, said Scallion, who sensed that after Raditz he could be the next to fall into that state. And Ginger also accepted this overview of the catastrophe before them. I hate to agree with these two idiots, but Vegeta, I think we should report this and come back with Frisia reinforcements to fight them, Nappa said, who tried to convince his stubborn and proud master that they should flee with his tail between his legs as soon as possible. And this obviously didn't please Vegeta, who was blinded by his pride, revenge and greed. I got tired of listening to your pathetic. But before Vegeta said or did some stupidity, recklessness or cruelty. Vegeta. React. Yam shouted as he approached him. Something that made Vegeta's actions and thoughts stop for the first time since they arrived on the planet. Yam stood before him and using all the rationality and knowledge she had about the personality of his prince, she tried to convince him of what was obvious. I know that bastard has hurt our Saiyan pride, especially yours. I know you need to kill him and the others to get it back, and I also know how tempting it is to get the power of those Dragon Balls. However, I know you know we can't win against him, he is surely what your father had to suspect. He must be the legendary Super Saiyan, the strongest warrior in the universe. This reasoning took Vegeta out of his momentary madness while he brought to light the great doubt that obfuscated Vegeta after he proved the incomprehensible power of that mutant Saiyan. And seeing how Broly smiled mischievously upon hearing the word Legendary Super Saiyan made his worries increase. It can't be true, it's not as described in the legend, it can't be. But his power. And seeing that Vegeta began to rethink the situation, Yam instigated once again. Vegeta, let's get out of here, fast, we can't beat him now, he'll kill us all or something worse. Please. And in parallel to this conversation. You're welcome Yamcha-chan, but since you've lost before you won't participate in the fighting, you are disqualified. And you are not going anywhere, Broly said after reluctantly accepting Yamcha's thanks and addressing the evil Saiyans to bury their hopes. Saiyans who looked up at the sky to see that suddenly 5 objects appeared behind Broly. No, Scallion and Nappa said with despair and disbelief. Don't fuck with me. Ginger showed, which cursed the world for the great injustice she believed was living. It seems that we no longer have a way out, said Yam and Vegeta, who accepted with depression that the previous speech had been useless. No. 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 We are finished. I found these 5 vehicles improperly parked in the middle of the city, so I have find them, requisition them and I will keep them for a while, which can be at the end of my games. Or not, Broly said while playing with Vegeta's spaceship. He teleported as if it were a beach ball. He has left them without escape, Ten Shinhan said, who was stunned to see how his cousin subjected those monsters in such an definitive, humble and cruel way. And without hope, Piccolo said, quite satisfied to see the faces of those 5 arrogant enemies devoid of hope to live. Empiezo a sentir lastima por ellos, Yamcha said that as a victim of Broly he knew what they could feel. And after everyone had time to spread their thoughts either verbally or expressively, Broly declared, my show begins now. Chapter 143. Broly said at the same time that he made fireworks appear from all directions in a spectacular way that he dazed and fascinated the Z-warriors, the Saiyans in equal parts. But especially the reporters who were on the scene, who were very grateful for that visual show that would improve their retransmission. Broly Senii, you never change, Gohan said, already accustomed, but equally ashamed that his teacher is always so exaggerated. From how long ago he had this planned? Mutant Rashi thought, that being also an exaggerated teacher, he understood that all performance had a previous preparation behind it. And after everyone literally forgot the show and realized that now some kind of world martial arts tournament would begin. And therefore the typical comments and questions of this type of tournaments arose. Oh ho ho, this brings me old memories, Mutant Rashi said sporadically, remembering the tournaments he had won, but having said it in his young form was strange. And who will fight who? Ten Shinhan asked Broly, who was obviously the organizer. Leave the bureaucratic issues to me. For the first match, which will end when one of the two cannot continue fighting according to my criteria or by surrender, yes, the ring is only for decoration. And the first match will be Krillin vs Raditz. Get on stage, look at each other and start hating each other, Broly said casually, gesturing for both Krillin and Raditz to get on stage quickly. No. Why me again? Why? What have I done? Cursed Raditz to the heavens with all his might while the terror took hold of him once more when he saw that his tragic history could be repeated again. How? Why? Broly-san, why should I be the first and against him? Krillin asked, who usually always had doubts, questions and protests in these occasions. It's obvious, Krillin. When he arrived on this planet he hit you with his tail as if you were an annoying fly, and I as your friend would like to give you the opportunity to avenge yourself for that humiliation and the death of your best friend. And because you have already warmed up by fighting the Cybermen. Fuck. Come on. We are delaying a lot. The audience wants to see violence, Broly said, looking and beckoning the cameras and reporters, whom he had helped accommodate, so that they had good close-ups of the first event he organized. And although the explanation was convincing, Krillin still had some doubts, so he narrowed his eyes as he stared at Broly. So Broly continued to negotiate at the same time that he forced him to fly with his telekinesis. Come on, come to your friend, avenge your personal affront, show everything you've learned and entertain our audience. Yes, yes, I'm coming, said Krillin, who had run out of many alternatives since he was landing in the sturdy quadrilateral without any control over his body or situation. And on the other side. No, no, they will kill me again, Raditz whined like a traumatized little boy begged his parents before entering to see the dentist. Come on Raditz, go up, Yam replied authoritatively while showing some false kindness. And Raditz clearly understood that Yam would make him fight whether he wanted to or not. Yam, wait, you don't understand. We haven't asked for your opinion Raditz. Obey. Honestly, I don't care if you live in view of your failure and how useless you have become, Vegeta said sharply as he showed his murderous intentions towards Raditz. Vegeta had never been as angry, frustrated and helpless as he is now, and at any moment he would vent in anyone who would increase those negative emotions a little more. But Raditz had been feeling exactly that frustration multiplied several times since a long time ago, so he exploded. What's the use of fighting? That monster will kill us anyway. We have no escape. And without escape I refuse to continue being his toy and see how he laughs at. Boom. And he exploded. Literally. For an attack by Vegeta, who vented his fury over the insubordinate Raditz. Vegeta, Nappa, Ginger and, above all Escallion, said with fear since that they didn't really believe that he was going to kill Raditz. What a monster. He killed his partner. It seems that Bald Dwarf has won by default, Vegeta said with some elegance after venting his anger with someone who was destroying the morale of his team. At the same time he challenged Broly for disturbing the plan of make them fight uselessly. No way. Broly said, snapping his fingers, bringing Raditz back to life once more, but this time transporting him in front of Krillin. WTF. They all overreacted once more, but especially Raditz, Krillin and Vegeta. And while everyone was still hallucinating with the resurrection of Raditz without even having had time to understand his own death, Broly said, here the only one who decides who lives and dies is me. But don't worry, if someone dies I will bring him back to life. I will also let go those who win the fight, and I will even grant you a wish. One by every individual victory. And a huge one for collective victory. How does that sound? I'm very generous, right? And before they could process that information and vocalize an answer. Well, I like that you have understood, now start fucking shitey fighting, fuck up. Broly yelled longer while using an electric shock on Krillin and Raditz to make them start moving. Raditz versus Krillin. Go. Krillin and Raditz looked at each other and took distance to analyze the rival. This is Goku's brother, the one who beat me up a year ago. Don't panic Krillin, you aren't the same one a year ago, you are much stronger. And he seems to suffer from some mental problem. Hey. Although now he seems, very excited? Krillin thought as he watched Raditz's expression changes. That monster, wants to kill. Wait a minute, this is the bastard I knocked out. Yes. I will kill you and I will be free. Wait, that monster wouldn't make it so easy for me. I don't even think he gives me a single chance. It has to be a trap. I know, it must be a trap. That bastard. But it's the same. I will kill him. I don't have alternative. Raditz thought with his chaotic mind. And when they both felt again another cramp produced by Broly. Ah. Ah. Both pounced in front of each other, hitting their fists at the same time and thereby creating a shock wave. Due to that simultaneous blunt blow both backed off, and Krillin took advantage of that recoil to prepare two energy attacks and launch them at Raditz. Pam. Pam. Ah. Plum. Plum. But Raditz, full of anger, deflected Ki's attacks with his hands and approached Krillin to press him, since he believed that taking advantage of his size difference in a close combat would be the best option. And from there began the opponent evaluation stage in almost all Dragon Ball fight. A stage where simple and low moderate energy consumption attacks the combatant study what the level of power of the adversary was, his abilities and deficiencies, exerting more pressure at times. Either to kill the adversary or to force him to show his true abilities, and gradually increasing the intensity of the battle. All this in order to keep energy expenditure at an optimal point before understanding the most correct strategy to defeat that adversary. And both were following that pattern. Raditz being usually the one who pressured Krillin, who was on the defensive most of the time. And seeing this situation made his partners realize several things. Is it just my imagination, or has Raditz improved a lot? He is neither faster nor hits harder, but Ginger asked, who could understand that something in Raditz had changed, and in a very short time. Yes, it seems that the idiot of Raditz has learned to use his head to analyze the capabilities of the rival. Capacities that a tracker cannot analyze, said Vegeta, who internalized every time how unreliable Frisia trackers were for measuring the power of an opponent that know how to hide his power. And don't you think he moves better than before? Nappa asked, who also realized that Raditz' movements became more refined and efficient than before. I am definitely the weakest of all, Scallion thought while crying internally. How did this happen? Yam thought out loud, which was impressed by the improvement of one of the useless of the group and wondered how he could improve in such a short time. And they couldn't miss the talks between the Z warriors. Broly-san, is it true what they say? Have you taught him how to fight our enemies? Hey, it's Piccolo's fault, I didn't train him, Broly said, handing his share of guilt to his assistant professor. Piccolo protested, as expected. It's not Piccolo's fault, came Sennin. What happens is that we used him to train, so he was improving when he fought with us, and I also think he was hearing when Piccolo explained me and what I could improve. So I think he learned something from what Piccolo said, but this wasn't Piccolo's intention, Gohan said, trying to solve the misunderstanding and prevent his two teachers from fighting again for stupidities. And while the audience explained what was happening in the fight continued, and little by little the difference in power between Raditz and Krillin became more evident. Krillin being the one who had the obvious advantage. Palm. 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 Shit, not again, Raditz shouted as he was beaten mercilessly once more as if he were trapped inside a déjà vu. So he tried to get away as quickly as possible from the small but powerful Krillin. Kia. 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 Koemim. And after receiving a hard blow, which could block, Raditz managed to take advantage of that impulse to get away and lash out with several key spheres. Kienzan, multiform, Krillin shouted at the same time that in front of him began to form a key structure. FIA. 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 But this was a big mistake, since Krillin was someone who specialized above all in energy attacks. And as he walked away from him, he granted to Krillin time to prepare his best technique. It's time to show the result of my training. With the technique that Broly helped me create. I hope he is happy with this, Krillin thought as he placed the back of his right fist in the direction of the impending ki wave. A semi-transparent circular structure of ki that rotated at a dizzying speed on itself like a rotating circular saw, which completely covered the small body of Krillin. And this cutting disc began to slightly deform at its base, increasing its size until it took the form of a flat and pointless top. The spheres of ki hit that spinning top. FIU. 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 And when they hit that spinning top, each and every one of them were easily deflected. Curse. Raditz shouted when he saw that the ranged attacks would also do nothing to Krillin with that rotating ki barrier. It's not a bad defensive technique, Piccolo and Yam said when they saw that ingenious and simple design. I'm afraid you're wrong, that's not a defensive technique, said Ten Shinhan smiling confidently, as if the appearance of this ability meant the end of the fight. And before that statement, those who hadn't been in the training of that technique overreacted. But they began to understand the meaning of Ten's confidence when Krillin returned his top of ki once more to the pure form of cutting disc, at the same time that in his other hand he created an identical one. Both were floating next to Krillin's fists, spinning at a very dangerous speed and resizing according to Krillin's hand movements. This is the Kienzan, multiform that we train, a version that I helped improve from its original Kienzan, Broly said with great pride, like a cool teacher. An improved version of what? Gohan asked. Moreover, Broly answered his student, during these years Krillin had been creating a very powerful and deadly skill, the Kienzan. A throwing flying cutting disc made of ki capable of killing someone more powerful than him in a single blow. However, this powerful technique is not devoid of weaknesses. It takes a long time to create and stabilize, it flies very slowly and is extremely predictable. If the enemy is cautious and agile it will be very difficult to hit him with it. Mutant Rashi said that as a great creator of techniques and a sensei of Krillin he was aware of his disadvantages. We could have turned it into a flawless technique with more time, but due to my busy schedule and that there were more people wanting to be trained. So we could only do some tweaks to hide his flaws, Broly replied, who looked at Gohan, who was waiting for an answer, as if this was a mini-exam. And after a few seconds of meditation. I already understand it. If the main problem is that it is difficult to hit an opponent because of how slow and predictable it is in its launch and creation. Why not turn it into a close-range technique? Gohan said, who passed the Broly's exam. I see, he still needs his time to create them, but you have changed the release for control close to the body, so he can attack multiple times with the same disc in his hands. Piccolo said that he thought it was a very interesting and efficient concept. And not only have they achieved a lower cost in both energy and concentration, they have also managed to modify their form to adapt it for combat in every situation, both offensively and defensively. Said Vegeta, who began to respect Earthling's creativity a bit. And now Raditz, get ready to die again, said Krillin, who leapt toward Raditz using a disc as a shield once more. No. No. I cannot die again. Not again, Raditz shouted as he backed away and launched a powerful burst of ki towards Krillin, who was narrowing the distance between them. FIU. 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 But it was useless, the defensive Kienzan was deflecting all attacks while advancing. Until Krillin finally stood before him. Shit. Raditz shouted when he saw how fucked up he was now. Krillin dwarfed his Kienzan multiform, shield to attack with the Kienzan of his other hand. It was at that moment that Raditz could have an opportunity to attack him, so with his left hand loaded all his ki to launch a final attack at a short distance. Taking advantage of a unique moment in which Krillin would be devoid of his great defense. Puum. A risky and desperate plan that failed. Since Krillin used his offensive Kienzan defensively, deflecting that attack with all the strength of his arm and Fiam. Counterattacked. Cutting Raditz in two from top to bottom with his attack. Hee, you should have paid attention to my warning the first time we meet and leave this planet. Shoo, shoo, Krillin said coolly to Raditz's bisected corpse, which fell to the ground. Chapter 144. Hee, you should have paid attention to my warning the first time we meet and leave this planet. Shoo, shoo, Krillin said coolly to Raditz's bisected corpse, which fell to the ground. Krillin vs. Raditz winner Krillin, 4 KO. Shouted Broly announcing the victory of Krillin. All right. They celebrated the side of the Z warriors. TS, damn insect, Vegeta grumbled upon C chronicle of an announced death of Raditz, and then the others expressed the same opinion, mainly to show their agreement with their boss. But one of them thought something different from the others, something in a more intense way. Shit. These Earthlings are stronger than we thought. Raditz became stronger than me and still lost. Shit. If there is anyone equally strong to that bald dwarf and fight against me, I'm screwed. Damn. If this were a group fight we could win thanks to Vegeta and Yam, but that bastard sure created this tournament to take that advantage away from us. Fuck. If at least there was a full moon, Scallion thought, which metaphorically could see his future through Raditz's blood, a gloomy imminent future. And while the Saiyans savored the bitter first defeat, the Z warriors celebrated the sweet victory with their champion. Good job Krillin, there are only 5 more left, said Ten, Chaos, Rashi and Yamcha. Krillin. It has been amazing. Hee, it was nothing. Although most of the merit belongs to your teacher. It was he who came up with this application of Kienzan and helped me a little to improve it, said Krillin, rubbing his non-existent nose with pride while showing humility. Krillin, I have to say that I feel very offended. You didn't use the skill I gave you, Broly said, somewhat annoyed and sentimentally hurt. Hey. What do you mean? If I just used the technique you proposed to me and we practiced. I don't mean that, I mean the power I gave each one. You didn't use it during the fight. You don't like it? Broly asked, dramatizing excessively, as if he were a historical girlfriend when she saw that her boyfriend never wore the clothes she gave him. Ah, you meant that power. I'm sorry, but I didn't need to use it at any time because of how weak he was. I plan to use it later if necessary to surprise them. Did you want me to use it in this fight? Krillin excused and asked. Yes, but it doesn't matter anymore, Broly said, continuing with the dramatization to try to make Krillin feel guilty, who didn't know if he was serious or was another of Broly's jokes. Powers? Like the ones you gave me? No, these are simpler and with less development capacity compared to yours. But if you pass the last exam you will also get one of those, but one of better quality, Broly answered his favorite student to show him that he really was his favorite. I see, we have the leftovers, Krillin said, loudly expressing his frustration. Well, you have done well. Let's clean the battlefield, Broly said as he restored Raditz's dissected body and came back to life once more. Damn. Damn. The loser must leave the battlefield, in a few seconds the next confrontation must begin, Broly told Raditz using the same voice as a supermarket cashier. And due to the great fear towards Broly that had been inscribed in his DNA, Raditz advanced to where his group guys, Boom. But before he could start his sentence, with which he intended to apologize for losing, Vegeta killed him, again. Vegeta, but, the Saiyans hummed when they saw that despite having fought so well and improving so much, Vegeta considered him so unworthy as to kill him, again. Shit. Shit. Scallion thought with more fear and urgency than before. What a tyrant, someone said among the Z warriors. And regardless of the opinion that others had about him and his actions, Vegeta turned to Broly defiantly, but pretending to be under Broly's authority. That scum has already had his fight. Did you still need him alive? Certainly not. I think we had seen him too much, Broly replied casually, not giving more importance to that fact. No. 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 Scallion thought, terrified to see that Broly would surely not resurrect him a second time in case Vegeta decided he was unworthy to continue living. Let the next fight begin. Ten Shinhan vs Scallion. Get on stage quickly. Broly said through a microphone he had materialized right now. Cheer up 10. Let's see if you beat me 10. Good luck 10. The Z Warriors team fighters cheered on their teammate. And in the meantime, in the not-so-happy Saiyan team. Nobody had the courage to say anything, everyone knew in the horrible situation they were in and where they could be, as they had been able to verify with Raditz. Situation in which Scallion, the weakest of the team, could be in a few minutes. So even being Saiyans, Nappa, Yama and especially Ginger had some empathy and sorrow for Scallion. But Vegeta. Scallion, I hope for your sake that you don't leave us in a bad position, Vegeta said, hinting at something terrible and disproportionate. Damned son of a bitch. Thought Scallion, who saw himself between a rock and a hard place like never before. And while Ten Shinhan and Scallion watched each other, they measured their strength and began with the confrontation. A few questions arose about this impromptu tournament among the participants. This Broly-san, when will it be my turn? And more importantly, who will I fight against? It will be one of those girls, right? The young and impatient mutant Rashi asked to the organizer. Yes, yes. Don't worry Rashi-san, you are the next to fight, and it will be against Ginger, Broly said to reassure mutant Rashi, and thus prevent him from continuing to ask him questions with his legendary super pervert face. Great! Shouted mutant Rashi, celebrating this pairing as if it were a date. That guy gives me the chills, Yam and Ginger both thought, but especially Ginger when she saw how mutant Rashi looked at her with perverted eyes and made obscene gestures with his hands, as if he was handling something round. This Broly-san, you already know who we have to fight against. Chaos asked Broly shyly. Yes, of course, Broly replied, who answered only that specific question, without further developing it. And Chaos, somewhat frustrated and understanding that Broly was joking, he further specified his question. And what will be those pairings? Oh, good question Chaos-chan. The next will be mutant Rashi versus Ginger. Then it will be the turn of Piccolo versus Nappa. Then Gohan will fight Yam. And finally, your Chaos will have the important mission of defeating Vegeta. That cruel and tyrannical psycho, Broly said while performing a disturbing shoulder massage to Chaos while giving him good news sarcasm. What? Shouted Chaos and all those on the team who knew or sensed the absurd difference in power between Chaos and Vegeta. Broly-san. You've gone mad. I don't get it. Is Chaos also interested in Bulma? Thought Krillin, who was trying to find a logical reason why Broly was sentencing Chaos to death like he did with Yamcha. And seeing this match so uneven that it was even insulting to both of them, Vegeta shouted at Broly in a very angry way, this is insulting. You pretend me, the Prince of the Saiyans, face a microbe like that? Until when you pretend to keep laughing at me. This is Palm. But he was unable to finish that sentence, since he was crushed by a giant ape's tail as if he were a fly. A giant Saiyan tail that extended at an imperceptible speed from Broly's ass. A tail that crushed Vegeta and contracted back to its normal size as if nothing had happened. Technically you are the king of a non-existent planet, since your father died. And exactly what will you do about it if I laugh at you? Broly said menacingly and arrogantly to the menacing and arrogant Vegeta. Fuck. His tail. How the hell did he do that? What the hell is this guy? Are we really part of the same race? Ginger, Nappa and Yam shouted when they saw something that completely disrupted everything they knew about Saiyan biology, at the same time that the fear they felt for Broly and his powers grew. Vegeta, how are you? Yam and Nappa asked upon see that Vegeta was getting up from the hole in the shape of a giant tail next to them. Damn you bastard, I'll get you for this, one day I'll get you for everything, cursed the wounded physically and in pride Vegeta, that once again felt the huge difference in power between them, and that as with Frieza he had no choice but to obey. And after recovering from the shock that involved seeing a tail grow larger and crush someone, Chaos continued with his intervention. This is absurd. I can't beat him. I couldn't even train with you, nor did you give me a cool power like Ten's. Chaos shouted with tears in his eyes. Well, you may be right, but don't worry, it's only provisional. If Goku arrives before your fight starts and you both agree to exchange positions, there's no problem. Of course, that's if he comes earlier, Broly replied, emphasizing how important it was for Goku to arrive on time. Goku? Is that insect named Kakaroto who died fighting Raditz? They must have resurrected him too. So you plan to beat me with that crap? Do you think that with a little training he can overcome my innate talent? Vegeta thought, still angry but not so much with Chaos, seeing that they intended to defeat him with a Saiyan warrior of the lowest class of all. And after a few seconds in which Chaos, who wasn't very intelligent, used all the neurons in his brain to understand what Broly meant. 10. Please extend the fight as much as you can. Or else I will die. But it was too late. If Krillin could beat the improved Raditz like nothing, undoubtedly Ten Shinhan could beat Scallion. And the fight had already advanced towards its final conclusion. After a confrontation of a Dragon Ball-style exchange blows, Scallion crashed into the floor of the ring. So in a desperate act he ignored his surroundings and began to channel a rather peculiar blue energy sphere. That's Scallion. Ginger, Nappa, cover your eyes, Yum yelled when she saw what Scallion was trying to do. And Ten Shinhan, upon see that this technique could pose a threat, didn't wait to see what its effect. He rose in the air, right in the middle of the ring, watching from the sky as Scallion channeled the sphere of energy. And then very quickly Ten Shin joined his hands to form a triangle and channeled ki to make a devastating attack. And after having Scallion well pointed, blazing ki ho ho. From the hands of Ten Shinhan, a gruesome and flaming burst of flaming ki engulfed the battlefield completely, creating a shock wave that impressed even the proud Saiyans who only feared Broly. And when the smoke and dust raised by the explosion dissipated, all that could be seen was a ring engulfed by the flames that covered even the statues of Broly and excelled even from the delimitation that Broly built. A living hell. Ring that would have been completely destroyed, vaporized in a steaming square hole if it wasn't because it was made of Kachin. Ten, you shouldn't have won so fast. I will have problems. Chaos shouted, pouncing on Ten's arms to cry over him. That attack has been amazing. Gohan shouted when he saw the power and victory of other of his father's friends. Kihoho is a technique invented by my teacher Mateto. It is very dangerous, and not only because of its destructive power. It can also endanger its user, since it consumes vital energy to make it stronger. Although from what I see Ten has been able to create a new version less dangerous and more powerful, explained Master Roshi, very surprised and proud that someone could advance that ability to another level. Yes, I have managed to make it more secure for its user with my extra training, but also at the cost of reducing its power a bit. The reason it is so powerful is thanks to him, said Ten Shinhan, who landed in front of the Z warriors looking at Broly. That is what I like to see, Ten, that you use the power I gave you to fight in the fighting I sponsor. Not like others, Broly said vindicatively, looking at Krillin, who crossed his arms while making it clear that he wasn't going to feel guilty for that, now or never. What power was that? Does it have something to do with the fire that covers the battlefield? Piccolo asked, who was interested in knowing what power it was, since he had rejected several powers of Broly until now. It's a skill called the heat, which allows you to create and manipulate heat. With this ability he can combine his skills with this and create a much more powerful techniques. You are impressed, right? 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 Well, this is just one of the many skills I can grant Broly, showing off the skills that Yawach was able to give to his slaves, and that after absorbing Yawach he could also distribute among his new friends who accompanied him throughout childhood, youth and adulthood through the television. Yes, shut up, said Piccolo, who was beginning to feel a little sorry for not having accepted one of these powers, but his pride prevented him from doing so, especially if he had to beg that bastard for it. Chaos, why do you say you will have problems? Ten Shinhan asked Chaos, who seemed to be in panic. And Chaos tried to answer Ten, you won't believe it. Broly has. And suddenly the most interested in the next fight interrupted this pointless conversations. Hey Broly, now it's my turn, right? Mutant Roshi asked with a perverted but determined smile on his face. Chapter 145. Hey Broly, now it's my turn, right? Mutant Roshi asked with a perverted but determined smile on his face. Yes, of course. But first. The winner of this fight is Ten Shinhan. And now, it's my turn to clean my ring, Broly said at the same time that with his mind he eliminated the flames that covered the battlefield and brought Scallion back to life, which has been disintegrated by Ten. Bang! Yep, and now get out of my property. I always wanted to say and do this, said Broly, who materialized a shotgun and began shooting at Scallion so that he would move away. And while Scallion dodged the bullets, he came to where his dwindling group was and said, guys, these Earthlings are stronger than they had told us, and clearly the ghost is matching us at their convenience. I think that. BOMM. I'm tired of your excuses, Vegeta said as he continued firing his staff. He has done it again, this guy is a monster. Krillin and Gohan shouted at the same time, very angry. Mutant Roshi murmured upon see this gloomy situation. And at this point Nappa was terrified by the actions of Prince Vegeta, who seemed to have become more tyrannical and irrational than before, so much so that for a moment he thought that this could be his destiny, and he wasn't mistaken despite the years of service I had with him. And of course he wasn't the only one affected by that act of barbarism. Sister, Ginger said very scared, addressing her sister Yam for help. Since she feared be the next one to suffer that fate, either in the hands of enemies or a partner, or both. Don't worry Ginger, he won't do that, Yam whispered to her sister at the same time she told her to move towards the new enemy. And when he saw her sister's worried face, Ginger tried to ease her suffering with her usual jovial and carefree attitude and said, Nay-san don't worry, I will def, but suddenly she quickly realized that this could be another unequal match. I'll try to beat him. So they are sisters. Interesting. Ho ho. Mutant Rashi said, that like Ginger he also climbed into the ring, but unlike her he did it with his hands on his back, as if he were an old man. Good. After this bitter and unnecessary event that has made my work useless. We will begin the third fight between Ginger and the strongest human on the planet, the winner of many editions of the World Martial Arts Tournament, a living legend that has rejuvenated to continue fighting for the safety and justice of his world. With all of you, the incredible, the inimitable Tulhermtai. The Master Mutant Rashii. Broly said with great emotion and enthusiasm as if he were a WWE presenter with methamphetamine overdose. Hey. He is stronger than those two. And on the part of the Z Warriors there were also questions about that presentation. This Broly-san, why is this presentation so exaggerated? Krillin asked, who didn't understand the reason and above all that difference in treatment. It was his request, Broly replied casually. Hey. If there was that option, why didn't you mention it? Because you never asked. Besides, I don't know if you deserve it after leaving me in a bad place, Broly said pouting as he looked in the opposite direction to Krillin's. Are you still with that shit? Krillin said, which was beginning to suffer a great headache. In the ring. So you are the strongest earthling. No one would be able to say it due to your appearance, Ginger said, which lost part of the seriousness and tragic atmosphere that she had before due to the presentation of Broly and the carefree and perv presence of Rashi. Oh ho, young girls nowadays are very superficial, Mutant Rashi said as his eyes covered by sunglasses kept staring at Ginger's chest and hips. Young girl. Don't talk like an old man when you have the same age as me. Ginger shouted, furiously self-conscious of his sister's voluptuous body and her more or less childish frame while advancing at high speed towards Rashi to hit him with her fists. And while Mutant Rashi dodged the punches in an agile way and distanced himself from her, he said, OHU. You are very direct. We haven't even presented ourselves properly with a handshake. Or failing this, hi. Ginger continued with the sequence of blows, which Mutant Rashi dodged and blocked once after another. This can be a minimally interesting battle, both are matched in strength and speed. Said Piccolo, who gradually began to enjoy this advantageous situation and even showed some interest in witnessing a more or less even combat compared to the brutal beatings before. It's true, but don't forget that Mutant Rashi AMA has hundreds of years of experience behind him. We can be sure that he will win and give us a fight never seen before, said Krillin, who enthusiastically defended and praised his teacher, for which expressed his greatest respect and admiration. Incredible, I'm watching Daddy's teacher fight. Gohan said, who after hearing the great wonders that Mutant Rashi was capable of was very excited for this fight. Palm. Slam. Pam. Flew. The quick confrontation Dragon Ball style where Ginger was totally on the offensive and Rashi totally on the defensive continued as before, without Ginger having been able to connect an attack successfully. Palm. Slam. Pam. Flew. And this was really bothering Ginger, who felt extremely pressured to win, so she screamed as she kept trying to hit Rashi with more fury than before. Do you only know how to dodge like a cockroach? Attack at once. But Rashi said nothing, he kept limiting himself to dodging, deflecting and blocking the blows of his increasingly impatient rival. Until Kia. Ginger predicted that the next blow would be blocked by Mutant Rashi, therefore she increased his power by filling his fist with energy to create a deadly attack that could seriously injure his elusive enemy, that surely didn't expect her to hit so hard. But, despite being a powerful attack, it was also wide enough to dodge it. FIU. And not only dodge it, for someone as fast as the young Mutant Rashi, placing himself strategically behind the opponent wasn't complicated. Shit, Yem said unconsciously to see that her sister was in a very bad situation. WHH. Shouted in anticipation 10, Chaos, Krillin, Yamcha and Gohan upon see that great move. Brilliant strategy X old guy. It may have seemed simple, but I have realized that you have created this perfect opportunity before the fight began. You realized from the beginning of the impatient and crazy personality of that girl, that's why you asked Broly to pair you with her. And that impatience was potentiated after the deaths of her companions, either in our hands and or the ones of his tyrannical boss, since she will desperately need to win to avoid those two futures. On top of that, you used that ridiculous presentation to distract her. Your annoying behavior, some sentences attacking her complexes to provoke her even more, and that way of fighting that only someone with great experience when it comes to understanding the movements of others and how to perfect your own ones know how to use. All that to make her lose her little patience and make a huge mistake. A simple attack where she concentrated all her energy to kill you, an attack that would make her completely neglect her defense. Thus creating a perfect opportunity in which even a simple attack could kill her. Opportunity that you created and took advantage of perfectly. Ha ha ha. Certainly with age comes wisdom. Now I understand why he is so respected by that gang of idiots, and even Broly. Even I am starting to do it. Excellent. Hit the knockout to win the third match. Then it will be my turn and I will sentence the victory. Piccolo thought, which for some magical reason that only happens in the anime, had time to think about everything in the interval of time in which Mutant Rashi was about to do something at super fast speed. Gaia! Shouted Mutant Rashi, who directed both of his hands towards Ginger, to perform what looked like a double palm attack. Shit! Ginger thought, which was able to see for a fraction of a tenth of a second that she had fallen into his enemy's trap. But it was too late for her. Boing boing. Ehehehe. Since, Mutant Rashi took advantage of that incredible opportunity to touching her but repeatedly with both hands in an excessively perverted way while having a small nosebleed for doing so. Ginger shouted, blushed, relieved, embarrassed, mortified and confused by this perverted turn of events. And obviously there were also certain reactions from the Z Warriors team. What the fucking hell? Piccolo shouted when he saw what Rashi had done with that brilliant opportunity, how his respect for him had vanished instantly and rethinking if really that brilliant plan had existed since the beginning. Aish, how shameful. Said Krillin, who wanted to be swallowed by the earth upon see this and because of the possibility that the rest of the world that was watching this match related these facts to him his apprentice. Chaos said he also felt ashamed. Mutant, Rashi, Sama. Tried to say Ten Shinhan, that didn't want to expect something like that to happen. I knew we shouldn't have let him fight a woman, said Yamcha, who had a hunch at the beginning. Excellent movement Mutant Rashi-san, it has been sublime. I didn't expect less from you, said Broly, excited to see that Mutant Rashi was still the old pervert, despite having rejuvenated. This why is Kame Sennin touching that girl's ass? Is it some kind of secret technique? Gohan asked to his senseis with the tender innocence of a small child. And given that Piccolo was still emotionally affected, Broly was responsible for answering that delicate difficult to manage question. I don't know, Gohan asked to Krillin, is his student, he sold should know more about this technique. Don't put this responsibility on me, Krillin replied, who, like everyone, shied away from that responsibility. And of course there were also the reactions among the Saiyans. Indecent bastard. What the hell are you doing to my sister? Yam shouted, which was fighting the temptation to go on stage to kill that pervert. It is one thing to have a death match with someone. That's acceptable. But another very different thing is that in that fight they don't try to kill you and instead sexually abuse you without your permission. Not is not. Yam. Don't intervene, if you do it we will lose. And as for Vegeta, he simply remained with his mouth half open while looking at the stage with cold sweat dropping his forehead, and with his left eye suffering from a nervous tic. This is no longer serious. And while the public continued perplexed by this development of events, the combat continued. Ehehe boing. Boing. Mutant Rashi said as he continued caressing pervertedly the perky ass of Ginger while she was still immobilized by the shock of feeling of an almost certain death, to later be sexually harassed for the first time in her life in such a sudden and unpredictable way. And as Ginger began to regain her consciousness and realize the situation in which she was, in which she continued to feel flushed, relieved, embarrassed and confused, another emotion became evident in that cocktail, until it became the most predominant of all as Mutant Rashi kept marking her fingerprints on her until now immaculate ass. And that emotion was extreme anger. GRFF. Gur. Darn pig. Ginger shouted with a shuddering fury as she turned to Mutant Rashi and kicked him in the face with all her strength. Plaffed. And of course he flew off, crashing into one of Broly's statues, which could stop his inevitable advance towards the mountains. Aish. How painful. You. Perverted pig. Gross. Beast. Enemy of women. You will pay me for this. Give me back my innocence. Ginger shouted as she advanced towards Rashi with such anger and shame that even her eyes began to be clouded with tears. With such anger that it seemed that her power had increased exponentially. And of course Yam supported his sister, to the death, kill him Ginger. Destroy him in the most painful way possible. Kick his testicles until he have a high-pitched voice. Then simmer his and then put in inside his. And not only her, in a magical and spontaneous way all the women on Earth who were watching the broadcast instantly turned against Mutant Rashi and asked for his head. Encouraging Ginger, the alien who had come to kill them all, to do indescribably cruel things with the man struggling to save them. Although Rashi wouldn't know that he had become the #1 female enemy within a few hours. How strange, I thought that the Scions being a warrior race wouldn't give much importance to these things or that wouldn't know the implications of what I have done. In the end it will turn out that my student is a freak among those of his own race and not the norm, Mutant Rashi thought as he took off his shattered glasses and stood up to continue fighting. Die. Perv. And when she was less than a meter from Mutant Rashi, who until now was still cleaning his blood, suddenly raised both hands in front of Ginger. Ah. No. Not here too. And due to the recent trauma caused by a very similar hand positioning, Ginger covered her modest breasts by self-reflection to prevent be desecrate her there too. But to everyone's surprise, this wasn't Mutant Rashi's intention when he raised his hands up to her modest but pretty chest. Bankoku Bikuri Sh. Chapter 146. Bankoku Bikuri Sh. Mutant Rashi shouted to announce the use of one of his most emblematic techniques. And from his hands a wave of electric ki caught Ginger in the air, from where she could hardly move due to the innate ability to immobilize and the electric current that ran through her nervous system. Oh, amazing. And what a relief, I thought he would try something perverted again, Krillin said as he tried to regain confidence in his teacher. Perverted bastard. Let me go. Ginger said as she tried to free herself from the technique of the Mutant Rashi by shaking her body from side to side over and over again. I could do it if you give up, and give me a little kiss. Mutant Rashi said that he took advantage of his advantageous position to not only ask for surrender for the collective victory, but also to negotiate certain personal satisfactions. No. In your dreams. Let me go, scum. Ginger screamed like a scared hysteric bitch once more as she tried to squirm with more urgency than before. And Mutant Rashi obviously continued to use his immobilizing ability on his feminine enemy who remained immobilized and electrocuted in the sky above him, struggling to free herself. And this made Mutant Rashi realize something. Oh ho. What a nice view. Kaya. No-oh. Stop looking. You are a pig. Men are pigs. Enisin. Ginger yelled tearfully as she moved harder and faster, which made her sexier in the eyes of Mutant Rashi seeking for her sister's help. This is a little ridiculous, said Ten Shinhan, who couldn't believe that such an absurd combat was taking place with an enemy that at first seemed so serious and bloody. This was an opinion shared by the vast majority, so much so that even her overprotective sister was becoming embarrassed with this situation. I don't understand. Ginger has always fought fiercely despite having been injured hundreds of times, she had never behaved in this way. And I have always educated her to be rude, determined, strong and insensitive to pain, that's why I have trained her so hard. Why does she behave like a scared little girl? Yam asked herself as she tried to suppress the urge to castrate and kill Rashi. I think it is due to the excessive overprotection to which you have subjected your sister since always. You have always indoctrinated her to fear these acts since she was little and you have kept her ignorant of many things. I frankly doubt that she even knows where the children come from, said Nappa, who was beginning to remember how she indoctrinated her for years and how she threatened Raditz, Scallion and even Nappa with death or something worse if they did or said anything improper to her. But it's because I don't want my sister to reproduce with losers like you three. I can only trust my sister to someone who is smart, handsome, good with her, brave, flawless, and strong enough to beat me. Yam yelled, revealing her overprotective sister complex that everyone but Ginger was aware of. And while Nappa was offended because he had been called a loser, Yam continued to worry about the sexual harassment suffered by his sister. As for Mutant Rashi and Ginger. Doesn't a kiss seem reasonable to you? And what if I organize a bikini photo shoot? I have a camera, swimsuits and a house on the beach, said Mutant Rashi, who was still negotiating the terms of the surrender. No-oh. Eki. Disgusting. Incestuous. Onanist. On the other hand, Vegeta, who had originally come here with a great superiority complex, thirst for blood and destruction, and what had gotten in its place was a great anger, humiliation and despair due to Broly's actions. But now his mind only knew the most painful, profound and indescribable vicarious shame anyone could imagine. And so he tried to express it while suffering from chronic migraine. This is no longer a combat or anything, this is a competition of mental ill retarded people, Piccolo said, who finished Vegeta's sentence simultaneously, since he also suffered the same symptoms. And this time, everyone, on all sides, unanimously agreed with the appreciation of these two villains. But neither Mutant Rashi nor Ginger noticed the vicarious shame that they generated around them and continued with their combat. Come one baby. It only hurts a little at first, said Mutant Rashi, who was continuing the negotiations, but it seemed that he was aggravating the terms with every sentence. No. I would never do that filthy with a skinny, bald dwarf. Gur. MMNNFF. AH. Ginger screamed as she stirred in the most desperate and forced way she could. No matter how much you resist, in the end you will have to give up. He. Wawa wawa. Mutant Rashi shouted as he began to smell victory, and perhaps other benefits, as he continued to peer under Ginger's skirt. And at the same time that all the women on the planet looked traumatized at that darkly heartbreaking scene. Ginger went completely berserker and gave absolutely everything to get away of her possible dark destiny. No. Ah. And that anger, virgin shame, madness and despair turned into a powerful and continuous violent explosion of energy. Ah. Ginger screamed as she continued to unleash her full power to break free of Mutant Rashi's perverted submission. What more incredible power, regardless of appearance, they are true monsters. Yamcha said that after seeing how Mutant Rashi subdued her and her behavior as a self-conscious virgin girl who just discovered sexuality, remembered how powerful and dangerous those exterminating aliens were. Shit. Ginger. Yam shouted, since she was able to understand the precarious situation in which her sister still was, despite all the energy emanating from her body. Certainly an injured or cornered animal is very dangerous when it feels threatened. But you still won't be able to escape my Bankoku Bikuri sh. Mutant Rashi shouted as he concentrated on maintaining his ability without losing sight of the insides of Ginger's skirt. And despite having no hope, Ginger continued releasing energy like a broken faucet, releasing so much energy that he was creating a small typhoon around her that greatly hindered the work of the cameras, releasing so much energy that the ground around her began to crack. Releasing so much energy with such a high vibration, so high, violent and unrefined that even she was hurting herself, releasing energy with such power that even the sturdy but old Saiyan armor she wore, began to suffer damage. Especially, in the parts where the fabric was thinner, and especially those that had more friction. Strap, RRPP, crack, sound of fabric breaking. And one of them was. Wow. Hey. Ah. Gooch. And while Mutant Rashi continued channeling his Bankoku Bikuri sh and looking under Ginger's skirt at the same time. Something made him become incredibly deconcentrated for looking at that area. And after a few seconds of stupor. Plath. A geyser-sized nosebleed painted half a combat zone red, and obviously Mutant Rashi almost passed out from the sudden blood loss while almost everyone else was focused on another place, apart from the emotional shock. And with this unexpected and timely event, Ginger broke free from Rashi's seal. Wow. Yamcha shouted upon seeing such a spectacle. Rashi-sama. Krillin, Chaos and Ten Shinhan shouted upon seeing the great and ridiculous damage Mutant Rashi had taken. Ginger, cover yourself. And don't look. Yam yelled upon seeing that her sister was showing her most intimate part to the whole world, while covering Vegeta's eyes gently, and as for Nappa. Ah. My eyes. And Vegeta, with his eyes covered by Yam, and without moving an inch because of how ashamed he was feeling by the situation, said, It's ridiculous, Piccolo said, who once again coincided 100 with Vegeta. Piccolo-san, that I just saw was, Gohan asked pointing to Ginger before Piccolo hastily covered his eyes. A great fan service. Broly yelled with great enthusiasm as he put on a JoJo face. This will sell incredibly well, said one of the reporters who were watching the match, who could almost feel how his bank account begun to increase. What are you making my little one see? Group of degenerates. And after everyone had time to react to that unexpected as well as surprising event. Ginger, who was incredibly physically and mentally exhausted, faced Mutant Rashi again. Bastard, you will pay me for this, I will. Unfunf, Ginger cried, half crying from the humiliation she had felt while trying to put herself in combat position. Thanks. Don't think that this brilliant exhibitionist strategy of breaking your own clothes has defeated me, the anemic Mutant Rashi said, covering his bloody nose at the same time he barely got up from the ground. Exhibitionist. I have no plan. MNFFMMJJ. Shut up. I would never undress in front of a muscleless and bald dwarf like you. Ginger screamed as she cried even louder as she explained what her fetishes were unconsciously. Ginger, what the hell are you saying? Yam said, who began to understand that her overprotection, indoctrination, together with this excuse of combat had disturbed her little sister. And without further delay, Ginger, who didn't want to get closer to Mutant Rashi for fear of his erotic touches and secret techniques, began to concentrate all the energy that was left in her body in a single point to create a powerful burst of ki to perform a powerful final ranged attack. I see, Mutant Rashi said with a very serious face at the same time that he began to release ki from his own body. And with that key release his muscles from the legendary Kame Sennin inflated in an exaggerated way, thus showing a bodybuilder body that even Arnold Schwarzenegger himself would envy. What? Ginger shouted when she saw that Mutant Rashi had instantly hypertrophied, something that made her incredibly deconcentrated, but, even so, that didn't make her forget that she had to kill him with her next attack. Ha, having good muscles will not save you. Die. Raging Golden Wave. Fiam. Kami. Kami Ichemiche. Gua. Mutant Rashi shouted while performing his most iconic skill and at the same time the most famous attack in anime history. Fiam. Biomem. And both key waves collided with each other creating the typical Dragon Ball energy attack confrontation in which both tried to gobble each other's attack and win in a final attack. Ah. Guaj. And both began with the struggle of energetic thrusts and screeching, a struggle that almost nobody didn't know when it would end. Very typical and exciting, but Mutant Rashi is the one who will win in the end. That Sundra has spent most of her energy destroying her panties and they both have similar power, she will not win in a key endurance match. So technically I am not going to cheat by giving back what I took from Mutant Rashi now. Broly thought at the same time that he tried to make an innocent little cheat in the middle of combat. Ah. Guaj. Damn, I hardly have any energy left and that skinny and perverted bald man, well, no. Now only bald and pervert, he's too strong. I'm sorry Nachan, but I'm going to die. Please Nachan don't get in trouble for me, Ginger thought heroically as she continued to look ahead and kept attacking like she always had been a space warrior. Until something else distracted her in the body of her perverted adversary. Hey! Since when does he have hair? Mutant Rashi has hair. They all shouted, especially Yamcha, who looked at him with great envy. And upon seeing the muscular and hairy Mutant Rashi, Ginger completely lost her concentration. Gaiage. And because of that Mutant Rashi won the key waves confrontation earlier than expected. So the Kamehame marched against Ginger without anything blocking him, creating a trail of destruction that even engulfed several mountains that were in Ginger's path. Biomem. Ginger. Yam shouted when she saw that her sister could have died. However. Why? Why did you let me live? Ginger said on her knees as she stared in stupefaction at the still muscular and hairy Mutant Rashi, who was slowly and coolly approaching her. A Mutant Rashi who at the last moment deflected his deadly Kamehame so as not to kill Ginger. Why? Obviously I would feel very guilty for killing a girl as pretty as you. K. Ginger shouted, very flushed due to that surprise comment from the now a little more attractive Mutant Rashi in her moment of greatest vulnerability. And at that moment Mutant Rashi took out a small bottle the size of a shot glass with an affixed seal which dropped to the ground. For this reason I will have to defeat you with other tactics. Mafuba. Chapter 147. Mafuba. Mutant Rashi shouted as he focused both hands on Ginger. And Ginger as a self-reflection once again covered her secondary sexual characteristics to avoid Mutant Rashi's sexual harassment or that immobilizing technique, although this time in a more timid and maiden-like way. However, it was neither one thing nor the other, not knowing how she found herself immersed in the midst of a swirl of green energy in which she began to spin, getting smaller with every turn in the direction of the mini-container. Ah. What is this? Yam and Nappa yelled upon seeing such an extremely strange ability. Even Vegeta was surprised, changing his expression from disgust to amazement. Why is he using the Mafuba? That technique can drain all the life energy or its user. Yamcha, Ten Shinhan, Krillin shouted, and above all Piccolo, who had the memories of someone who had suffered this ability in the past. What? Is it such a dangerous technique? Gohan asked, who wanted to know more about that strange ability, while also worrying about his father's teacher. But it was too late, the sealing technique had ended and Ginger had been locked in the small pot, which Mutant Rashi picked up and put in his pocket again. Mutant Rashi-sama. Why did you do that? You already won. You didn't need to risk so much to look cool. Are you okay? Krillin and the others said, that got as close as possible to the ring to see how Mutant Rashi was now and to get answers for that unnecessary action. What the hell was that? What has that insect done? Vegeta said that for the first time since he arrived on this planet he felt fear for someone other than Broly. That made him very nervous considering that unlike Broly, who was a monster born in his own race, but this one was an insignificant commoner human. An insect that until a few seconds ago was shaming his eyes, ears, mind and common sense with those perverted actions. But that incomprehensible technique was to be feared. Don't worry, ahem. I'm fine, I'm not going to die for this. It is good to be young again, thanks to this I am full of energy. I could even use it 3 or 4 more times today, Mutant Rashi said to reassure his friends and very wisely to threaten his 3 remaining enemies. Enemies who caught the hint and began to take that pervert as well as the enigmatic enemy seriously. But one of them completely abandoned her rationality and practically forgot the situation she was in due to the existence of Broly and the rules of the tournament that he created. And advanced with murderous eagerness towards Mutant Rashi and the others. Calm down, Yam. He will kill us all. Fucking perverted bastard. What have you done to my sister? What are you trying to do to her? Yam yelled as he advanced towards Mutant Rashi and the others, dragging Nappa, who tried to stop her with his huge body without success, thus creating a very shocking as well as comical scene. And that reaction wasn't surprising. Mutant Rashi had been sexually harassing her sister in unspeakably ways throughout the match, and now he had his dear, innocent and adorable little sister trapped in that little jar. What will he do with it now? What new perversions would you try this time? In what macabre ways will he try to abuse her now? The image of her sister being profaned by that sexual beast sharpened Yam's fear, desire to kill, and anger like never before. However, Mutant Rashi, without flinching in the least despite considering that Yam's strength was superior to his, and with all the moral superiority in the world, as if he were a hero with an impeccable and admired moral and ethical code, said, as I said before. It would be a shame if someone killed a pretty girl like your sister. And Yam, despite being possessed by great hatred and fear, didn't lose all its rationality. She understood that this sexual beast was trying to insinuate something non-sexual. And it was then when she realized that he said this cliché phrase not looking at her. But Vegeta. This perverted pig. Is he trying to protect my sister from Vegeta's possible insanity? But. Why? Why would he try that? Yam wondered, very agitated. She resisted to believe that what Mutant Rashi hinted was true. And while Vegeta felt belittled by Mutant Rashi, Yam tried to consider if what that perverted beast said was true or not. Nappa kept climbing on top of Yam, trying to push her back. Krillin and company began to understand the meaning of the words and actions of the legendary Kame Sennin. Piccolo began to recover faith in that pervert, but incredible in his own way, Gohan stopped asking difficult questions to answer, and Broly felt reinforced the great respect he had towards Rashi. The legendary master turned his back on Yam as he calmly approached his allies and said coolly, "We can talk about your sister after the tournament. But that will happen, of course, if that animal hasn't killed you all before. And if you are willing not to behave like a beast from now on." And while Yam came to his senses, staring in amazement at the back of the one who had become his greatest enemy and possibly his greatest benefactor, the great hero of humanity was acclaimed by his friends and disciples. Incredible Master Rashi Combat. And you've been fucking cool in the end. But you didn't use my ability either. Is it a turtle-style habit not to use my techniques? Broly said, being the first to congratulate him, while complaining. Yes. It was awesome. Although I haven't fully understood some things, said Gohan, who had certain doubts of a sexual reproductive nature that no one had explained to him yet. Have you really done it to save her from that monster? Is there really no perverted motive behind that heroic action? Asked Krillin, who didn't trust his teacher, for obvious reasons. Hey. How dare you doubt me? But leaving that aside. What happened to my bald head? Mutant Rashi said, astonished and extremely happy to see that he had hair again, despite the fact that his pupil doubted his ethics and that Yamcha looked at him with jealousy. And before the stupidity and impudence continued to spread like the coronavirus in that tournament among all the participants. Cut this shit at once. I am ashamed that someone knows that I have collaborated with you. Broly, announce the next match. I want to leave as soon as possible. Piccolo shouted, which had reached the limit of stupidities that his brain could allow that day. And without giving the organizer time to announce anything, Piccolo went up to the ring. Yes, it goes, Piccolo dear. The winner of this match has been Mutant Rashi, so the score is 3-0. If the visiting team loses, it will lose mathematically and it will not obtain the right to the Great Wish. But don't worry, you can still get the Consolidation Award. We don't want to be said by through the universe that the ones of the planet Earth don't have sportsmanship, values or hospitality. Anyway. Fucking bald from the other team, take the stage. That even in that we beat you, we have more baldies, said Broly, who had taken his role as organizer of the tournament very seriously at the same time that he stood as a representative of planet Earth without even being native to it. Fucking bald. Nappa said, that for some reason that comment had offended him. Nappa. Vegeta yelled in a very sharp and unpleasant way. Yes. Vegeta. Don't disappoint me too, Vegeta said as he looked very threateningly at his faithful lapdog. And with cold sweat and chills all over his body, Nappa nodded, yes, I will live up to your expectations, don't worry Vegeta. It cannot be true. If I lose, will he kill me? No, he must be trying to motivate me in his own way. I have always been with him and I have served him with total devotion. He wouldn't kill me like those two insects, Nappa thought as he walked towards the stage where 3 of his companions had already lost. Let the 4th fight begin. Piccolo against Nappa. Hajime! Shouted Broly to start a decisive confrontation, and with great meaning, since Piccolo would face the person who killed him in this same combat in another alternative universe in which Broly didn't intervene. I'm going to crush you. Nappa shouted in a bravado to motivate himself and intimidate his enemy at the beginning of the combat. But that comment only made Piccolo angrier than he already was. Another idiot. Ah! Piccolo shouted as he released a bright and wide ki wave towards his opponent. BOMM. A fast, wide-range attack, but without the power to kill someone like Nappa. Bast, Nappa said, who quickly put himself on guard to stop that attack. However, this attack wasn't used with the intent to kill or injure, it was simply a distraction and a way to block Nappa's view. And in that distraction, Piccolo approached a few centimeters from Nappa and threw a punch at his neck. Clash! A punch that Nappa was barely able to block and deflect to his right with his arm. This Namekian bastard hits hard, but you have been exposed. D. Slap. However, he didn't have time to finish his thought or attack the unprotected Piccolo, since he felt a great impact on the back of his neck, a great impact that little by little made him lose his balance and sense. Woa! His arm. His arm lengthened. That blow was realized by the same arm with which Piccolo attacked Nappa first. After the bald Saiyan deflected that shot to the right, Piccolo quickly and without losing momentum lengthened and as if it were a chain tied to a weight, struck Nappa on the back of the neck with its great kinetic and elastic potential force. And before Nappa could touch the ground or completely pass out. Slash! Slash! Plash! Piccolo reached out his other arm and using it as a hypersonic sharp whip sliced the body of the almost unconscious Nappa in multiple pieces with great speed as if it were a cabbage. Thus creating a very gore scene that wouldn't be broadcast on television nowadays. Fucking progressists. Very good, Mr. Piccolo. Gohan shouted before anyone else to celebrate the victory of his substitute teacher and his second or third parental figure of reference. What was that? Those movements are not Yamcha, and Krillin shouted upon seeing those attacks that were so inconceivable and unnatural. Are not human. This is part of what I teach him, how to use his genetic advantages to his advantage. Namekians have many impressive abilities, and one of them is the ability to extend their limbs and at high speed if it's trained well. And the fact that they use this incredible ability solely to perform stupid grab attacks is a fucking waste. Extending your arms at will can become a deadly weapon into combat. With this you increase the range of your attacks and the enemy will not be able to know when, how much or how you are going to increase your attack range. And that completely destroys his rhythm, positioning ability and his conception of hand-to-hand fighting. Not only will he always catch his opponent unprepared, but he can also turn his hands into whips, greatly increasing his attack speed and power, and all this was my idea. I'm an amazing teacher, aren't I, Piccolo? Broly said to explain to the viewers what had happened at the same time that he claimed part of the victory. Yes, once you had a decent idea and you told me without imposing absurd conditions. Now shut up, Piccolo said, looking tired of saying that as if Broly had reminded him hundreds of times before that this technique was due to him. What the hell? Vegeta shouted in astonishment, who put his tracker back on to measure Piccolo's power. This guy is different from the other 3, that power, that speed, he can't be a weakling with some tricks like the others. And when the tracker measured Piccolo's power. Plash! It exploded in Vegeta's face. This can't be true. His power cannot be measured by our trackers. Vegeta yelled furiously as he destroyed what was left of the tracker with his bare hands. Does that mean that his power even without being 100 released is over 15,000 units? Yam shouted when she saw that this was going from bad to worse. What a shitty tracker you have. Frieza seems to only give you the leftovers and defective models, Broly said, disappointed that the classic scene of It's Over couldn't be repeated, but with much higher power units and with Piccolo. And seeing that Piccolo perhaps had a greater power of his made Vegeta rethink everything he had believed in until the moment of this combat. This can't be happening. I thought they only had weak people, but stronger than our weakest. That is why Broly had proposed this type of tournament, so that through convenient pairings they would win the first rounds. I thought he was doing that because they didn't have very strong fighters to face me directly. But this Namekian. Just a moment. Until now the fighting has followed the progression from weaker to stronger on his part. He has made the Namekian fight now to secure the 4th victory. Or maybe that boy is even stronger than him. Yan thought, as she looked at Gohan, the innocent half-Saiyan boy they had so far underestimated. The boy she surely would have to fight in the next round. Chapter 148. The winner of the 4th match is Piccolo. Therefore, of the 6 possible matches the Broly team has won 4. The Broly team should automatically be considered the winner, but as there are still individual combat awards we will continue. Damn, I have to clean up all this mess again, Broly said as if he were a housewife tired of cleaning all the mess her little children created when they play something. What kind of awards are we talking about? Vegeta asked, that despite the fury he felt for having lost this stupid tournament in which he was humiliatingly forced to participate, and that he had to continue participating in a forced way too, he still had some kind of hope, pride or motivation to win something. Even if they are forced, they must be motivated in some way. They have to have some kind of hope. It's more fun when they think they have something to gain, Broly thought while laughing internally like a real devil. Who knows, will depend mainly on the quality of the combat you have offered me and what you really want. Who knows, may I take pity on you as Saiyans and grant you what you have come to seek, Broly said ambiguously and cheatily to reawaken the greed and hope in Vegeta and Yam. What I want? Do you really think you have the means to grant me what I want? Vegeta said arrogantly and hesitantly to Broly. But Broly did not answer him, he simply looked at him and smiled with confidence and even more arrogance than the prince of the Saiyans, who had no choice but to believe his words. It was then that Yam, worried about Vegeta's expression, said, Vegeta, don't let him incite you with his promises. He just wants. I know. He just wants to awaken our greed and the fighting spirit so that he can have more fun with the following battles. There is no guarantee that he is able to give us what we want, and he will surely not keep his word if we win. This is all a game for him. But we don't have much more options than fighting as he wants, Vegeta said, who perfectly understood Broly's intentions. They couldn't negotiate, they could only play the game where they were forced to participate in the best possible way. If they refused, there would surely be catastrophic consequences for them. But if they fulfilled their role, there was still hope, not only to survive, but to get something out of this catastrophic experience. And while Yam and Vegeta had this conversation, Broly took the opportunity to bring Nappa back to life. Who did not know how he had died? What happened? Where is he? You have lost Nappa. Come down from there and stop embarrassing us, Vegeta said authoritatively. Wait. How did I lose? I can't accept this. What kind of cheating has he used? Nappa yelled, very furious. He couldn't believe that he had been defeated without even knowing how. Didn't you hear what I said? Vegeta yelled angrily once more, making it clear that it wasn't a request, it was an order. Wait, Vegeta, give me another chance, said Nappa, who remembered again what happened to his two other companions and began to despair and his body filled with cold sweat. You still haven't come down, Vegeta said incredibly menacingly as he indicated again that he was not obeying his orders. F.O., forgive me, Vegeta, Nappa said, who reacted and obediently returned to lick his master's feet. And he was approaching him, when Vegeta grabbed his neck with great speed and ferocity. Vegeta, what are you doing? Nappa asked, very scared. I tried to forgive you, since you fought against someone who was far beyond you. But listening to you has made me change my mind. I don't need Saiyans as useless as you. Vegeta yelled as he launched his huge companion into the air and fired a powerful energy sphere to kill him. Go, Vegeta. Nappa screamed as he received that powerful attack that deformed and disintegrated him in the process. Goemon. He has done it again, that guy is a monster. Gohan yelled, very outraged to see how Vegeta treated his evil subordinates. Yes, he has done it, again. PFF, GHJ, Broly said, trying not to laugh abruptly for reasons that only a true Dragon Ball fan can understand. And with this I just saw another Dragon Ball meme. I certainly did well to protect the girl with the perky ass, said Mutant Rashi while pervertly stroking the jar where ginger was contained. Vegeta. If I lose the next match, will I also become a useless and unnecessary Saiyan? Yam asked, which until now had kept quiet with Vegeta's tyrannical actions. But now she could no longer ignore it. She fully understood that Vegeta killed Raditz, since he was a weakling who was unable to fulfill his mission, and that when he came back to life he behaved in a pathetic and unworthy way to any Saiyan. He deeply embarrassed them. She could understand why he killed Scallion, as he was just as useless as Raditz. And she did not suffer for their deaths, since she considered them mortal enemies who tried to steal the purity of her sweet sister. But Nappa. Despite his many flaws such as his lack of self-control, limited intelligence, and moderate power compared to them, he had always shown to be someone useful both on and off the battlefield. Helpful and loyal, and she treated Ginger as a kind of niece, a behavior that she could tolerate and even celebrate. She couldn't understand why he had done it apart from releasing all the frustration he felt by being under Broly's total control. If Vegeta had done something like that to Nappa, what prevented him from killing her like the others? Why would she have to believe that she was special and different from the rest? Just because there was sexual tension between him and she have some feelings for him? And what would happen to her sister? Would he also consider her a useless Saiyan for having lost her combat? Don't say stupid things. I would never consider you, and your sister, useless scions. Don't compare yourself to them, Vegeta said to Yam with what appeared to be moral authority and some fellowship. The next match is between Gohan and Yam. Get ready and take the stage. Broly said, cutting the conversation short for the next showdown to begin. And while Yam went up to the ring, still with doubts about Vegeta's behavior, but a little more relieved than before. Gohan had a huge stage panic attack. Aish. I'm very nervous. Ah. We have already won, I don't understand why we have to keep fighting. And I don't like fighting. Ah. Gohan shouted as he wondered like every child why he should do things that he didn't like to do, not want or that were not excessively necessary but still he had to do them. Before screaming. Hey, what's going on now, Gohan? Said the strict Professor Piccolo, who was about to fiercely scold his student, who had too many stupid fears and doubts before a fight. However, that scream momentarily worried him. Maybe there was something that everyone should be surprised or worried about. Now that I think about it. If I go up to the ring to fight, I will be on television. And if I fight, my mother will see me. And she will punish me. And she was already very mad at me before without even fighting. Gohan yelled as he realized the family drama that awaited him when he got home. That's what worries you. What has been of all the effort and dedication that Broly and we put in you? Stop behaving like a consented child and go up to fight. Or in addition to your mother's punishment you will also have mine in the next training session. Piccolo shouted like a real hysterical, so much that it seemed that his head had grown in size because of how much he was screaming in a comical way. Something that scared Gohan a lot and even hurt his feelings a little despite knowing that Piccolo was partly right, but also. Egg? Will you train with me again? Why? Weren't you just training me to fight the bad Saiyans, Piccolo-san? Gohan asked, who was able to understand a very interesting subtext in Piccolo's involuntary sentence. And Piccolo, who did not expect Gohan to point out that detail, full of shame and with a certain red color on his green cheeks, shouted again but a bit more timidly, shut up and go up. Later we will talk about the future training regimen. Yes. Sorry. Gohan said, who jumped quickly to get away from Piccolo, and once he got far enough away of him he moved slower towards the ring. Did you just see the same thing as me? Yamcha said, who couldn't believe that would ever see that attitude in which until this saga was the greatest threat in this world. Was that really Piccolo? Mutant Rashi said, since he could not believe the reincarnation of the greatest evil on this planet, for which his teacher gave his life to seal, would have said, done and expressed what they had just seen. Has he blushed? Krillin said, highlighting that embarrassing detail above all else. And Piccolo dear upon hearing those comments with his super ears, shouted to hide his embarrassment, what are you looking at? Mind your own business. And while that funny gag was taking place, Gohan was moving very slowly on stage, trying to delay as much as possible that fight. Until. Splash. Ah. Broly appeared behind the crestfallen and slapped him with his open hand on the back with great force, so much so that he left a red mark with the contour of his hand. Why did you do that, Broly-sensei? It hurts so much. Gohan yelled at his sensei as he complained for obvious reasons. I saw you a little asleep and I thought you needed some of my help to wake up, Broly replied jokingly without feeling guilty at all. There are other ways to wake up someone. Yuch. It hurts. Gohan replied very indignantly as he tried to lessen the pain he felt in his back, rubbing it. What is troubling you, little one? Broly asked, now more serious than before, since he knew that his student had a strong moral dilemma. Broly-sensei. Why do I have to fight? Our team has already won, and since they have seen how strong you are they have wanted to flee from the planet. And even if you had not organized this tournament I am very sure that between all of us and Dad we could have made them run away. He forgot that Yamcha died. It doesn't make sense that we have to keep fighting. In this way we will only continue to harm ourselves foolishly, the peaceful Gohan said, expressing his deepest thoughts and doubts to his favorite teacher from Broly's perspective. Yes, I know. Precisely for this reason I put you in 5th place to fight. Because I knew that before it was your turn we would have mathematically won this tournament. All this was part of my plan. The calculating Broly answered quite naturally, as if he did not care about Gohan's feelings. Hey. Why did you do that? Tell me, Gohan, why did you decide to train with me to beat these bad guys? Broly asked in a Socratic way. And Gohan, who tried to remember, quickly replied, it was to protect my loved ones from those who wanted to harm them. Exactly, that's why we were training, Broly replied, satisfied with his student's answer. And for this reason I have organized this combat. Because I wanted to check what you would do when it was not necessary to fight for the safety of your loved ones. And see how far you could hesitate. Although it is not something that has been achieved thanks to you, I must add, said Broly, who was beginning to act in a mysterious way, like a very ambiguous and enigmatic Orthodox Jedi Knight. And realizing what Broly was trying to do, Gohan got really mad at him, but in less than a second he lowered his head and directed that anger at himself. I see, it's another test. I guess now you will tell me as Piccolo that you are disappointed with my attitude. That I am being a spoiled child. That I am not. But Broly quickly interrupted his self-scorn. I know you, Gohan, at least well enough to know that you do not like to fight or harm others, and that with great difficulty and with doubts you would only do it to protect your loved ones, and that only if you have been motivated enough by the circumstances. That is something admirable. However, we cannot always choose our battles. And those battles will not always be to protect our loved ones. But even so we cannot look back and ignore them, since doing so could hurt someone, especially ourselves. And if you hesitate too much between fighting or not, you risk being destroyed before you can put yourself on guard. And this is in all facets of our life. And with every word he heard from his now profound teacher, Gohan understood less what he meant with this speech. I don't get it very well, Broly Senior. I know, otherwise it would not be a test. You have to find out for yourself, Broly said once again in an irritatingly ambiguous way. What happens if I don't understand it? What happens if I do it wrong? Gohan said, which aside from feeling confused and uncomfortable for having to do something he did not like, also have the expectations of his teacher, which he did not know how to please. There is number 100 correct answer on this test. This test is only existed to verify what kind of person you are currently. And from what you have learned from this victory or failure, whatever you think it has been, you can decide what to be in the future. Don't try to please me, or Piccolo, or your mother, or your father, or the world. Just try to be indebted to yourself. Do what you know is right. But always looking forward, fearlessly. You can't just do nothing every time problems knock on your door. But I can only show you the door. You're the one that has to walk through it, Broly said once more, sometimes putting the same voice as Master Yoda unconsciously, and sometimes the voice of Morpheus from the Matrix, which confused everybody. And after a few seconds in which Gohan's young and inexperienced mind tried to understand something that was possibly too advanced for him, a test totally different from now. A test where he did not have to achieve a solid goal and prefixed by his teachers. Gohan raised his head and looked at his teacher and decisively said without fully knowing what it meant, I'll try, Broly Senior. I will open that door in the best way I can. Perfect, I'm glad to hear that. Would you like another pat on the back to give you good luck? Broly said, joking again to relax Gohan's mind a bit after the complex or maybe absurd speech. This. Better not, Gohan said, running towards the center of the ring to have his blissful, almost rigged fight. A match that would mark Gohan's life from now on. Chapter 149. Came House. Right now. It seems now is turn of the next surrealist combat. What the hell will happen this time? What wonders will we see next? And our next hero is. Hey. A little boy. He is too young. I don't think he even started elementary school. What the hell is such a little boy doing fighting against sadistic and insensitive monsters like them? I say without fear of being wrong that the parents of that child are disgusting, useless, irresponsible and unbalanced beings. How can they allow their young child to risk their life in this way? They should be embarrassed. Is fucking disgusting. Please, if someone recognizes this child, Nafati US with the number that appears on the screen in order to report his parents. Said the crazy TV commentator who hadn't yet been fired. Commentator who was less and less heard here because. Kaya. Gohan. What are you doing? This is. Ah. Chi-Chi shouted like a hysterical woman possessed by a hysterical demon as she rocked the television from side to side with the intention of breaking it against the ground. Calm down, Chi-Chi. Her father and Oolong shouted, who tried to grab her to prevent her from destroying the television or hurting someone. Gohan. Get ready. Your punishment will be terrible. Chi-Chi shouted to the heavens while her father and Oolong held her as if she were a dangerous madwoman. Back to the battlefield. Yuish, I just had a chill, Gohan said as he advanced to the center of the battlefield, where Yam was waiting for him from a few minutes ago. So you're the one with whom that monster intends for me to lose, the son of Kakarado, Yam said as he looked at Gohan's small boy's body, which seemed to be somewhat rigid, surely because he was nervous. That's right, my name is Gohan. Nice to meet you, said Gohan, introducing himself to Yam in a very polite and shy way. And seeing Gohan's shy and even friendly demeanor, Yam began to doubt Gohan's abilities and Broly's intentions, but even so she didn't lower her level of alertness and hostility. Don't believe that because you are a child, I'll be soft with you, microbe. Okay, penultimate match. Start staring at each other, hate each other and begin. Broly yelled, starting the penultimate match of his first, but possibly not the last tournament. And just as he announced the start of the match, Yam quickly attacked Gohan, who seemed to be distracted for some reason. And in these cases, you obviously have to take the opportunity to attack. Gohan. Krillin and the others shouted when they saw that Gohan could be in serious trouble. Hey. AH. However, Gohan was able to react in time and block that half-surprise attack despite having to recoil due to the power of the impact. But Yam didn't stop, she continued pushing him aggressively to not lose the advantage she had obtained with her first move. Palm. Splash. And despite the fact that Yam was completely dominating the start of the match and Gohan could only be on the defensive, trying to prevent being hit and distancing himself from her to start again in a favorable position. Gohan managed to defend himself perfectly from almost all the attacks, preventing all those blows from a direct impact, even though he couldn't stop some of them from hitting him. Wow, he's not doing it wrong at all, said the Z warriors who hadn't seen Gohan in action yet. Of course. Who do you think has trained him? Broly replied, taking pride in his student before his friends. He is very tense. But little by little he begins to warm up, said Piccolo, who wasn't entirely satisfied with the way Gohan was fighting. And Piccolo was right, little by little Gohan began to warm up and with it he moved with more ease and precision, he was managing to adapt to Yam's ferocity and he even managed to counterattack sometimes. Until. Gohan managed to block a punch from Yam and grabbed it with his hand, and quickly his hand lit up. Shit. Thought Ginger, who tried with all her strength and speed to get rid of Gohan's light grip and get as far away as possible. Since she was about to launch an energy attack at close range while he had her partially immobilized. Fume. Energetic attack that she managed to avoid by a hair's breadth, moving away to the other end of the ring. But with this, Gohan had achieved his goal, to drive Yam away and stop his dominance in this combat. Good. Now he can attack. Hey. Why isn't he attacking? Krillin said, who didn't understand why Gohan hadn't taken the opportunity to carry out another attack and turn the tables. He just stayed in the same place looking at Yam. This boy is more than he appears. As I supposed it will not be easy, but there is something very strange about him, Yam thought, who kept his distance from Gohan for precaution. This brat. It has a lot of potential, but what should his power be right now? Vegeta thought upon see that this little brat wasn't for nothing the supposed student of the Namekian and Broly, so he proceeded to take another tracker of his deceased slaves to analyze the power of Gohan. And after lengthy computations, Futurama joke. Yam. His power is 6,369 units and I don't think he's hiding it now. It is very high, but it is less than yours. Don't overestimate yourself, but don't overestimate his either, Vegeta said to help one of his companions in combat. Something that surprised everyone, since until now he hadn't even said a word of encouragement to anyone. Near to the stage as the fight continued. Gohan's ki. It is strange. It is as if he had something mixed with it. Something I don't know what it is, but for some reason it makes it stronger and more special. Mutant Rashi, who was analyzing Gohan, the son of his most outstanding pupil, with great interest. As a fellow sensei he was very interested in seeing how far Broly and Piccolo had made Gohan advance with his martial arts, what kind of mystical techniques had he learned from the strangest and most mysterious beings he knew. And above all, see what the strongest child on earth was capable of. And the results disturbed and astonished him. Ha ha ha. You have realized. Broly said, sticking out for his students' achievements, which also became his own achievements. He is right, his ki is impressive, but it's not as high as the one of that Saiyan women. However, they are on an equal footing, or even he is being superior. Ten Shinhan said, appreciating the impressive and mysterious but imperceptible ability that Gohan was showing to the world. Broly, does this have anything to do with the power you gave him that you told us about before? Asked Krillin, who was obviously interested in that useful passive ability. Of course, and unlike others he uses it in front of his teacher as a sign of respect. It is a combination of the ki that everyone uses and another type of vital energy manifestation with which only I was born the first to manifest it in all the universes, and that now it's also part of Gohan thanks to my surgical intervention. A reward for having passed one of my exams. The Nen. A mystical power that not only improves all the capacities of the individual who possesses it in similar ways, although somewhat differently from ki, it also gives you the possibility to create your own ability, with certain restrictions. And once ki and Nen are united, a new power is created, one that amplifies all abilities to inconceivable levels without the need to increase internal energy. The Kaien. Broly said as he used the abilities of his formless realm to make parts of his body disappear and make them reappear in various directions and positions to demonstrate the wonders of the Nen Kaien. Without increasing the body's internal energy. Incredible. I see, that's why I felt that his ability and power didn't correspond at all with his ki level, said Mutant Rashi, who now understood why despite feeling that Gohan's ki was lower than Gohan's, he was equal or more powerful in raw power and speed. That's right, unlike Piccolo, I have focused more on improving Gohan's energy quality rather than quantity. It is better to start as soon as possible, when you have little internal energy, and therefore it is easier for you to control and adapt both power systems. And avoid bad habits in the future, Broly said, explaining part of the reasons why his favorite student's combat power wasn't as high as it should be after that arduous training. A unique ability? Like one of those Broly gave us? Krillin asked Piccolo, since he knew that if he asked Broly about an ability he would quickly be offended as before because he didn't use the one he gave him in combat. No, not like yours. From what I heard, everyone develops their own ability with a very complex criteria. A skill that has to be created based on your personality, training in various categories, certain innate characteristics that are verified with a water glass and a leaf. Don't ask me anymore. I have no idea what kind of skill Gohan has created or how that power works. And that worries me, said Piccolo, who was uneasy about the kind of weird lifelong ability that a powerful but pampered 5-year-old boy may have created. And before Yam could put into practice the information that his partner Vegeta had given him or could have paid attention to what the Z warriors were saying about their combat. Why do you fight? Gohan asked Yam very seriously. Hey. What stupidity are you asking? Yam said, which expressed the general opinion of almost everyone who could heard this question in this precise moment. I just want to know, said Gohan, who couldn't get his master's words out of his head, and before continuing with fight believed that he could learn something by asking directly. Because your dear teacher is forcing us all. Happy with my answer? Yam replied rudely, since if it weren't because Broly had kidnapped her and the others in the same planet they had come to exterminate, they would have fled with their tails between their legs long ago. But obviously that wasn't the information that would help him solve Broly's special surprise test, so he asked again in a more concrete way, I don't mean that, I mean why do you fight? Why do you fight against others? Why did you come here to fight us? And upon hearing once again Gohan's question, which she found stupid as well as impertinent, and in Yam's opinion even offensive coming from Gohan. Ianichich. Is it necessary to ask? We are Saiyans. We are the quintessential warrior race. We were born and live to fight. What other reason do you need? Yam yelled, lecturing Gohan, as if he were some kind of silly kid with no knowledge that only asks absurd questions for what were empirically proven and logical themes. Fighting for fighting. Killing for killing. Why were you born of one race or another? That's stupid. This doesn't have any sense. Shouted Gohan, who was seriously offended by hearing that insult to his intelligence and to his value system, the one who had taught him, understood, believes and defends. His childish kindness and innocence prevented him from believing that someone, that an entire race could believe in something so barbaric and inhuman, a race to which he partly belonged. Stupid. Ha ha ha. Pathetic. It seems that half Saiyans have no warrior pride, especially if they are the son and student of a traitor. Scum like you will never understand the pleasure and glory of bathing in the blood of those whom you have massacred. You will never understand the pride of being a Saiyan. Shouted Yam, who exposed word for word the fanatical warmongering speech of the planet Vegeta, devised by the Vegeta family and that had been instilled in all Saiyans since their childhood, especially the strongest ones. And hearing all this ideological pamphlet devised by a true psychopath, Gohan felt disgusted. So much so that he even began to feel self-conscious about belonging to that race. As if he was internalizing the sins and failed way of living that part of his race had, as if those actions were also his fault. Now I understand why there is so much sexual tension between those two. They are both warmonger fanatics, Broly thought, feeling proud that his plan had worked in a mysterious and stupid way. And besides that, don't insult my father and my teacher. Monster. Ah! Screamed Gohan, who was extremely pissed off, largely because Yam's fascist speech, but above all because she had verbally assaulted two of their loved ones. What was that? Yam screamed when she saw the great explosion of energy that Gohan's anger and scream had caused around her. His power is increasing, Vegeta said with great concern as he continued to watch the battle with the tracker in his eye, until it exploded too. Did you also find glorious and that your friends were murdered? Gohan shouted with more anger than before, remembering how they killed those who from the point of view of Gohan, must have been the loved ones of Yam and Vegeta. And when he finished speaking, he advanced at high speed towards Yam with his fist raised. And he thrashed her with a very punch to her body. Boom! Punch that Yam, despite almost leaving the ring due to the impact, was able to block with both arms. Those weren't my friends. They were only indignal slag. Yam yelled, feeling a little upset by what she was saying, thinking and feeling. But she was a fanatic who was brainwashed from her tender childhood. Therefore, her fanaticism and doublethink prevailed over everything else. Ah! Gohan shouted without moving as he gathered even more Kaien into his body. Yam! Quick! Use that, or that fucking brat will put you in serious trouble, shouted Vegeta yelled, who was starting to have a really bad feeling. Ah! Yelled Gohan, which continued with the typical Dragon Ball scream. Do that? But if I do that, he will also be affected. Yam yelled, starting to recede due to atmospheric pressure. Ah! Yelled Gohan, who had almost finished increasing his power. It's a big risk, but it can also be an opportunity. If he hasn't learned to control himself, I can win, Yam thought as she began to create a strange blue energy sphere in his hand. Broly Senii, I think I understand now. I'll show you. I'll show you that you're wrong. Gohan shouted after finishing gathering almost all the Kaien he was reserving inside. With eyes full of determination. Chapter 150. Broly Senii, I think I understand now. I'll show you. I'll show you that you're wrong. Gohan shouted after finishing gathering almost all the Kaien he was reserving inside. With eyes full of determination. And Yam, who noticed the great danger she was in, didn't think twice and prepared to launch an energy sphere. Watch out, Gohan. Eeeh. What? Krillin shouted when he saw that Yam wanted to use a suspicious shiny blue sphere. An energy attack that resembled the Sokoden of Yamcha's, which could potentially catch Gohan off guard. However, immediately he was surprised to see that Yam hadn't launched the sphere against Gohan, but to the sky where it expanded and exploded, creating a great glow that remained in the air as if it were a powerful lamp. And without wasting a second, Yam quickly looked at the light she created. What's that? Asked Ten Shinhan, who didn't understand what Yam intended to do with that kind of giant light bulb in the sky. But quickly some of them understood what was happening. They had some doubts at first, but when Yam's eyes reddened, started to have muscle spasms and grow. They understood that what they feared so much was happening right now. From the reaction on your faces I can see that you know what will happen next. Hee hee. That's right, this is the power ball. A sphere of condensed blood waves that simulates a full moon. And we Saiyans transform into a giant berserker monkey when seeing the full moon, a monkey with 10 times more power than our base form. Yam is a well-trained upper-class warrior, and that's why he knows how to retain her sanity on that transformation. But, will it be the same for that kid? Will he be able to use any of his refined techniques being a powerful but idiot-crazy monkey? Vegeta said, who protected his eyes to prevent himself from transforming. Oh. No. Gohan. Don't look up. Krillin, Yamcha and Mutant Roshi shouted, as they remembered the dire consequences of someone turning into a mad Oozuru. And amidst that great tension. Oh, it's very bright, said Broly, who began to look at the power ball as if he were in a trance, while his long tail danced happily in the air. And the instant he said that, something strange began to happen to Broly's body. He was also transforming. Oh no. Broly, don't look. If someone like Broly, who was practically a god among ants, lost his reason and his power multiplied by 10, what would happen to the world? No, it wasn't just his planet anymore. What happened to the whole universe? And before more than one suffered an embolism, buried their head in the ground or proposed a collective suicide. Hee hee, just kidding. I'm fine, Broly said, returning his body and expression to his normal state while looking at his companions putting an innocent and angelic face. And obviously in a funny and exaggerated way almost everyone fell to the ground, as it used to be with all the 80s anime characters. Don't joke with that. This almost gave us a heart attack. Everyone screamed at the same time with so much anger that the veins in their heads swelled. Ha ha ha, sorry, I couldn't help it. Come on guys. Did you really believe that I would become a mindless monkey with unlimited power? If something like this had ever happened, this universe would have already been destroyed years ago. Obviously I created countermeasures for this decades ago. And of course I couldn't allow Gohan to transform into a kaiju either, Broly said as he held back the enraged crowd who wanted to rip his eyes out and watched what his student was doing. And in Broly's ring, Yam had completed her transformation. She had transformed into a giant monkey with Saiyan armor and skirt that practically covered the entire ring due to its large size. And in a sinister way. That monkey spoke. What's wrong now, boy? Will you be able to show me that, now? Yam Oozuru said while looking at Gohan from above with arrogance and satisfaction. Yam knew this was his last chance. And although it could pose a risk to her, it wasn't a very critical one. In the event that Gohan, like her, was able to maintain his rationality in Oozuru form, the combat wouldn't change so much. At best the only thing that would happen is that she would have some hope of winning by having more experience using this transformation, at worst she would end up losing in the same way, since the multiplier of Gohan must be x10 just like hers. But in the case that Gohan didn't know how to maintain his rationality, the situation could improve exponentially. If he transformed into an Oozra Berserker, he would surely be unable to use the sophisticated techniques with which he was leading this battle. He would just shoot fire through his mouth indiscriminately and hit everything in his way without meaning. And if, on the other hand, Gohan forced himself not to look at the power ball either by closing his eyes or by not looking up, which would be incredibly difficult since she had become a giant monkey, and if he only looked down, it would be impossible to fight properly. And either with one condition or another, it would be her victory. However, there was a possibility that neither she nor Vegeta had in mind. I am going to show you that you are wrong. And besides that, Gohan yelled as he looked at the power ball without any fear. And before the astonished eyes of some and scared of others, Gohan also began to transform. His body began to grow, his muscles inflated and brown hair grew all over his body in a massive way. However, he wasn't transformed into an Oozru. This is the true Saiyan transformation. An ability discovered by the traitorous Saiyan you mentioned earlier, Gohan True Saiyan said as he looked fiercely at Yam. And obviously everyone overreacted to that incredibly cool transformation, which by the whims of fate is still not canon in the official Dragon Ball universe. But it is and always will be in our hearts. Wow! What the hell is this form? Everyone screamed as they witnessed the great visual impact of that transformation, in addition to the powerful ki that Gohan released, which had become 10 times stronger. But greater was the amazement of Yam and Vegeta, who felt as if a bomb had exploded in their brains once again that day. What the hell is this form? How is it possible? What? However, the most excessive reaction didn't take place on that battlefield. Came house. Ah! My son has transformed into a caveman. Gaiach. Son, I'm going now. I will save you. And then I will punish you for life. Shouted Chi-Chi, who had gone totally insane, then smashed the television with her fist and tried to leave the Kame house to grab her vehicle, and march like a kamikaze towards the battlefield. And obviously her father tried to stop her, but without much success. Calm Shishi. Luckily I brought another television, said Bulma, who remained inside the Kame house with Oolong and the others as she released one of her capsules. Back to the battlefield. Yam was still confused and catatonic in her Oozra form due to see Gohan's unknown transformation. She was unable to continue admiring it. Child, how the hell have you? Boom. Guaj. But Gohan didn't explain, he just accelerated his small body, which was only a few centimeters bigger but 10 times faster, to hit the giant Yam with a powerful headbutt. A headbutt so powerful that it caused her to vomit a little, in addition to getting up from the ground due to the great power of that human projectile attack. Pam. 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 If a true Saiyan is what you say, I prefer a million times be a fake one. Gohan shouted, who continued hitting his huge hairy body after his successful headbutt. Gua. Oozru, Yam yelled, which created an energy explosion around her to push Gohan away from her body. BOMM. An invisible ki blast that didn't harm Gohan at all, but got the effect Yam wanted. Push him away enough to hit him with his huge hand like a fly. FLAF. And as if Gohan was a butterfly, he nimbly dodged that swat, moving quickly close to her face. KOMM. And as if he were an elephant, he hit Yam's face hard with a kick, sending Yam's huge body out of the ring. Frash. Is this looking fun to you? Is this looking glorious to you? Are you enjoying it? I don't. Screamed Gohan, which stayed in the air as he watched Yam try to get up again. Shut up, microbe. I'm going to crush you, Yam yelled as she stood up and released a burst of fire from her mouth towards Gohan's. And covering himself with a Kin barrier, Gohan advanced through the fire towards Yam to fight hand-to-hand again. Omega Storm. Gohan shouted as he created a barrage of Kin spheres, which hit Yam's huge and easy-to-hit body. BOMM. 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 Boom. Ah. Yam yelled, who tried to ignore the impacts and pain to hit Gohan with a powerful right punch. KOMM. Punch that finally hit Gohan. KOMM. But that didn't harm him too much, since he quickly answered it with another one. And as Gohan and Yam fought, Yam being the one overwhelmed by the agility of Gohan's small body, Vegeta began to ramble, that strange transformation. Is that kid the legendary Super Saiyan? No. It is impossible. According to legend, the Super Saiyan had blonde hair and green eyes. I get it, it must be another kind of transformation. And Broly, also transforming into true Saiyan, began to explain his first transformation history, context and other contents. This is the transformation of true Saiyan. A transformation I created when I left the filthy planet Vegeta. A transformation where the OVERPOWERED transformation is compressed into your normal height. With this you get the x10 power multiplier that the OVERPOWERED transformation grants, but without the great disadvantages of that transformation, which are the lack of agility resulting from trying to move such a large and heavy body. Huge and heavy body that makes you an easy target for all attacks, especially long-ranged ones. And on top of that there is the handicap of increased defensive capacity, since the density of a true Saiyan's body is much higher than normal due to compression by the OVERPOWERED on a tiny body. Such a transformation is possible. Do you also need a surgical operation to do that? Vegeta asked, who for more than obvious reasons had a great interest in the abilities of Broly that Gohan exhibited, like the Kin. But most of all the true Saiyan transformation, which was an impressive trait that belonged to his race. No, it is not necessary. With having Saiyan tail, a little talent and my method, anyone can use this transformation. A method with which it is also not necessary to have a full moon to transform, said Broly, who answered Vegeta's doubts with pleasure. There was nothing wrong with boasting about his techniques. Really? What is that method? Tell me. Vegeta shouted, who due to greed forgot the position he was in and returned to his usual attitude of despised and capricious despot. I haven't heard you say please. And better forget about it. I will not give anything to an enemy. But who knows, perhaps I could explain my method with one of the individual wishes that I promised you if you won your matches, Broly said, trying to camouflage the malevolent smile. Malevolent smile that grew more sinister with each word, venom-laden words directly directed at Vegeta's mind. Phrases that aimed to stimulate the greed of the already greedy Vegeta. Win, Vegeta muttered with bloodshot eyes. Boom. And after a minute and a half of combat, the winner had already been practically decided. Yam yelled, who had been sent to fly once more. Shit. And tried to get up. Yam was quite hurt. There were burns almost all over her body, she had several broken ribs and multiple bruises, her muscles were almost torn and had lost a lot of blood. The only reason she was still conscious was because of her insensitivity to pain that she had acquired during decades of massacres, and because of her excessive pride that prevented her from stopping fighting. Surrender. You've lost, said Gohan, who barely only had some scratches and burned hair. State in which compared to Yam's, clearly showed who had the advantage. And feeling as if the fight was already decided, he landed on the ground and walked slowly towards Yam, who was still kneeling but trying to get up. Chapter 151. Surrender. You've lost, said Gohan, who barely only had some scratches and burned hair. State in which compared to Yam's, clearly showed who had the advantage. Feeling as if the fight was already decided, he landed on the ground and walked slowly towards Yam, who was still kneeling but trying to get up. And seeing how the hairy but small body of Gohan walked triumphantly towards her, which very wounded tried to lift her hairy but huge body starting with her knee. Her pride was brutally hurt. It was as if she had knelt before him. It was as if she was admitting her defeat and asked for mercy. And she would involuntarily recognize that this brat and everything he stood for was superior to her. Shut. I will never give up. I will never admit my defeat before a lower-class warrior, son of an unworthy exile who lost to his useless brother. I refuse to lose to a naive child who denies his Saiyan heritage. Yam yelled and was still struggling to get up, but gradually managed to accomplish it. Why did you say my father is unworthy? Gohan asked, who despite being angry at those words he didn't externalize that rage. Instead he showed coldness and tranquility. The tranquility and coldness that someone feels when faces someone knowing that the situation is fully controlled both physically and mentally. Something strange in a primary school boy who is facing a talking giant monkey that shoots fire from the mouth. It is not obvious. Your father lost against the unworthy of your uncle, which makes him more than unworthy. Yam said, trying to buy time to get up and regain energy, without missing the opportunity to spread the doctrine of Vegeta and his family. That bald man was also unworthy as that guy over there says. Gohan asked once again with the same attitude as before, but a little more apathetic, as if it was no longer possible for him to be angry at what Yam could say. And because of that question. Yam hesitated a little, but quickly answered, convinced that what she was about to say was what she really thought before and now, yes of course. And without Yam barely having time to finish his sentence, Gohan practically sentenced the whole discussion with another simple question, and is your sister also unworthy? And with that question, Yam's mind was completely clouded, she didn't know what to think or what to say. That question had collapsed the largest pillars that formed her existence. The Saiyan ideology on which her way of life was built, and her sister, the most important person for her in her life, a part of herself. A question that brutally crashed into her ideology, an ideology in the form of a glass statue in the shape of King Vegeta, a statue that was beginning to crack. Despite her fanaticism, she couldn't bear such blatant double-thinking without realizing that she was contradicting herself. Aj. Yam babbled as she tried to solve that cruel paradox and express some answer, without success. Gohan started with his check, and there was little chance that he wouldn't take that opportunity to end up with a real checkmate. Your sister is weaker than the huge bald man. And she has also lost, Gohan said condescendingly when he saw Yam's state, but especially imagining how she would be at the end of the question. Don't say it, Yam thought before her mind could even imagine what Gohan was going to say. But her intuition prophesied that the next question could be the last question that she currently knew would hear. Is she unworthy too? However, you seemed very concerned about her recently. It was as if you really loved her. As if you loved her like me, an outcast and shame for the Saiyans loves her mother, father, grandfather, Broly-sensei and Piccolo-san. Would you kill her? Gohan said, increasing the volume of his voice due to the anger he felt now. He was angry to see how Yam was trying to trick her own feelings and beliefs to make them fit in another contradictory ones. She was trying to deny the feelings that he considered the most important, so much so that even hurt him to see how his rival still tried to doubt about them. But he understood that maybe that wasn't her fault. Since those feelings had been obscured by a horrible and ruthless way of thinking that was instilled in her from her childhood. And that now they were beginning to clear up. With great pain, the pain of feeling that you have been wrong all your life, despite having the truth in front of your eyes all the time. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Don't say anything else. Don't ask me anything else. Don't make me wonder about anything else. Thought Yam, who was beginning to cry due to the emotional and mental pain she was feeling, as if something was going to break inside her. And if you lose against me? Would you also be unworthy? Since you would have been defeated by an unworthy being, son of another unworthy being. Would you commit suicide? Would you kill your unworthy sister and then commit suicide? Or do you want we be the ones to kill her when we take her out of that jar? Is that what you want? Answer. Gohan said, who was about to cry too because of how painful it was for him to say those cruel things at that moment. That moment when with great empathy understood that he had made a great checkmate. Ah! Yam cried out in tears, gathering all strength, rage, frustration, and pain into one emotional, explosive, and desperate last punch towards the enemy who knew that she would be incapable of defeating him anyway. An enemy that until now she had belittled. Slash! Boom! And in a quick flash Yam's giant punch smashed the ground, raising a large curtain of dust that prevented everyone from seeing the result of that last confrontation. And after that smoke screen dissipated, what was seen was Yam's huge body still kneeling on the ground, holding the full weight of her giant body on her right arm, which sank into the ground, creating a large crater due to her final attack. And behind her Gohan, who held in his hand a giant ape tail that gradually shrunk, in the same way that Yam did. Since that was Yam's tail, which had been cut off by Gohan in that last quick and flashy attack. Thus ending the Oozuru transformation. Damn! You couldn't win either. Yam. And due to that forced detransformation along with the physical, mental and emotional damage that she had suffered during the combat, Yam staggered, her vision blurred and began to lose consciousness. And she would have fallen to the ground and been completely defeated if it weren't because. Plath. The fight is not over yet, Broly-sensei, said Gohan, who held the unconscious Yam before she fell to the ground and looked at his teacher with great seriousness and determination. He wasn't joking at all. And Broly, after inspecting what his student would do in the future with his multiple abilities once again, nodded and said with a smile, as you say. However, don't do anything pervert. Everyone is watching. Bad joke directed at a kindergarten kid technically that everyone tried hard to ignore. But, what are you doing, Gohan? You've already won. Dwarf bastard, what are you trying to do now? Screamed Vegeta, very outraged upon see that Gohan hadn't had enough to beat Yam and mentally drive her crazy. Now he also possibly intended to humiliate her in a different way. CHH, as soft and cowardly as ever. He has grown strong and we have barely managed to instill some courage in him, but he still lacks the most important quality of a warrior. Kill your enemies. Damn! How many times do I have to repeat that? Piccolo screamed hysterically as he scolded Gohan from a distance, and he also scolded Broly from close proximity, almost spitting in his face. Releasing all the frustration that had accumulated over the years regarding this matter. What? He cannot kill anyone. Well, it's understandable, he's just a child, Krillin and the others said, but despite finding that this was a big problem if they needed to defeat the present and future threats coming from space, they understood that couldn't demand so much to a toddler. Hahaha, calm down Piccolo, don't be so sadistic. Not everything in life is killing. Look at me, I have never killed anyone and I am still the greatest warrior of all, Broly answered with great calm and joy, as if there were no problem with his teaching methods. For the last time. I don't believe you haven't killed anyone. And you spoil him too much. Doesn't matter how much you manipulate him so that he doesn't have fear or doubts if you have to deal with enemies. If he is unable to kill them, everything is useless. He will always be a fucking mollycoddle thanks to you. Piccolo yelled once more, but this time much angrier than before due to Broly's carefree demeanor with something that he found so important. You may be right, but... Don't be so sure about that, Broly replied, this time with great seriousness, creating a great contrast to what he had said and done previously. And while the public and the support team were still arguing about the controversial case of the toddler who didn't like to kill people because he found it unmoral, Yam woke up, in Gohan's small arms, something she didn't like at all. What are you doing? Move away. I don't need your stupid compassion. Yam yelled at the same time she pushed Gohan away from her, although she fell back to the ground, her legs felt very heavy due to the accumulated damage. Aish, I just wanted to be nice, Gohan grumbled due to Yam's bad manners. But he didn't fight back, he just stood in front of her without saying anything else. And that bothered and confused her. What the hell was he doing? What do you want now? Laugh at me? Remind me that you have beaten me despite everything I've said? Do you want me to apologize? Do you want me to say I was wrong? Yam asked Gohan angrily. She couldn't think of any other reason why Gohan would have waited for her to wake up. It would be nice if you did. But that's not why I held you down. I just wanted to wait for you to wake up to say that. I surrender, Gohan said calmly as he deactivated his true Saiyan transformation. Although Gohan said it very calmly, as if he didn't give it too much importance. Obviously this unforeseen and even pointless statement created a huge overreaction among allies, enemies and even local spectators. Everyone screamed completely stunned, including Vegeta and Yam except for Broly. They were speechless and overheating every neuron and gray matter in their brains to understand this incoherent decision. Until someone broke that awkward silence. He hasn't only not killed his enemy. The enemy that hasn't stopped insulting him and his father. The enemy who has come here to massacre us. And he lets her win. He lets her win when he had already won. Fuck. This is. Piccolo yelled with great rage and pain, so much so that started to hyperventilate and even fell to the ground, where repeatedly hit the ground with his head. And while the others looked at Piccolo with great concern and amazement, since they had never imagined that he could do something like that, the most affected by this decision asked. And not peacefully, since she felt terribly insulted. You, FGBD, why are you? Hey. What the FK is happening? One more time. Yam shouted because of the great fury that contempt and insult. However, she suddenly shifted from focusing on Gohan and his insulting surrender to worrying about something very strange that was happening to herself. Yam, what's wrong with you? Vegeta said, who was pleased to have achieved the first victory despite the conditions in which it had been achieved, while he approached Yam, which was behaving in a strange and worrying way. And just as Vegeta approached Yam, Gohan approached his team to receive his compliments. Broly Senii. I have done well. Gohan asked shyly as he watched Piccolo depressed and furious. That depends on what you have learned, Broly replied with the composure of a Jedi Master. I think. I've learned that there are many other things to fight for besides protecting your loved ones. Like defending my ideals, preventing someone from doing evil, stopping someone before they do something stupid, leading them on the right path. They are also noble motives. There are many reasons to fight, and not be afraid of conflict. That's right. You passed. As living beings it is in our nature to fight against others, and despite the fact that we must ask ourselves when we should fight or why it is worth fighting, we cannot hesitate when the moment of fighting knocks on our door. Especially when an enemy breaks your door and threatens to kill you. Use violence. Don't hesitate, Gohan. Fight with all your might, kick their asses and tell who taught you how to kick asses with such elegance and forcefulness. Broly said, which went from an educational message to a philosophical one, from a philosophical message to a belligerent one, and from a belligerent message to an advertising one. Yes, Broly Senii, I will never fear or hesitate to fight again at 100 of my power, although I still don't like it too much. Even if my mother punishes me later. Gohan replied with enthusiasm and determination, although with some fear when mentioning his mother. I hope so, Gohan. I am very proud of you, and with this I have managed from his tender childhood to end the moral dilemmas that prevented him from fighting 100 and killing a cruel and ruthless monster that had killed millions of people and intended to destroy the world. Yes, very absurd, but it happened. C16, the muscular, Robotic being of light we all love will not have to sacrifice himself this time, Broly said, and thought very pleased with himself for his great educational work. And what's the point in fighting against a dangerous threat if you don't finish that threat? Screamed Piccolo, who continued to hyperventilate as he felt increasingly helpless seeing that his teachings failed to reach Gohan's mind. Piccolo-san, calm down, Gohan said, worried and feeling guilty for the stress he was causing in his substitute teacher. Gohan, why did you give up? Yamcha asked, who as the biggest loser of the day and saga didn't understand why someone would renounce to the sweet taste of victory. It wasn't necessary for me to win. We have already fulfilled our objective, the Earth will be saved because we have won 4 of 6 confrontations. If she makes a wish to have one, Broly Senii would never grant her anything dangerous to us or evil. This way that guy won't be mad at her. Besides, I feel a little sorry for her, Gohan said, exposing the reasons for his surrender to the rest of the Z warriors. Are you sure it wasn't because she's a woman and you like her? Hee. Unlike your father, you are very advanced for your age. But Gohan, she is too old for you, Mutant Roshi said, who was still in his perverted mode after the previous fight. Don't say stupid things. Gohan, I understand what you are saying, but even if he does nothing to us today, maybe another day when Broly is not here, he will kill us all. I know it is hard, but we must end the problem from the root. Being kind to your enemy is being cruel to yourself, said Krillin, who years later would do the opposite of what he says now to save a sexy evil android. Don't worry about it, Krillin, she won't do anything wrong again, Gohan said, very convinced that what he said was 100 true. Hey. What do you mean? You. BD. What the FK have you done to me? What have you done to my head? What have you done to my voice? Why can't I insult? Yam screamed, terrified when she realized that she was unable to control her own actions. It was as if something was manipulating her brain. And that something was undoubtedly Gohan's fault. That's because good kids shouldn't swear, Gohan replied simply and even almost obvious and innocent, when the implications of his words were more terrifying and relevant than anyone could imagine. Chapter 152. Flashback. Form Realm. Well, Gohan, now that you have mastered the Ten, the Zetsu, the Ren and their advanced combinations Gyo, In, En, Shu, Ko, Ken and Ryu, now you have to learn the last and most important of all. The Hatsu. With which you can develop your own Kin skill, Broly said to Gohan with great enthusiasm, materializing a glass of water with a leaf in the middle. Create my own skill. So cool. But what do you need that glass for? Gohan said and asked with enthusiasm and confusion. There are 6 types of aura. Every individual is born having one of these 6 different aura types: enhancer, transmuter, emitter, conjurer, manipulator, and the most incredible and special one, the specialist. You just have to put your hands around the glass and use Ren. Depending on the reaction in the glass, you will belong to one of those categories, and from there we will be able to see the best way to create your ability, Broly said to indicate to his student to proceed with the water divination ritual. You are a specialist, right? Gohan asked for obvious reasons, and later he tried to make sure he was doing it correctly. Is that so? And in a few seconds, the leaf inside the glass began to move from one side to the other as if it were in a turbine. Oh, just as I thought. You are a manipulator. Those in this category can control living or non-living things. The main advantage of this category in combat is the ability to manipulate the enemy themselves, a very interesting one because it's near the specialist category, Broly said, very pleased to be right as he explained Gohan to the category he belonged. Control others. But that is wrong. I don't like manipulation. And why did you say you suspected I was a manipulator? It's not funny. Gohan said that as a good boy he didn't like the idea of manipulating other people, and he obviously hated being called a manipulator or that someone expects him to be a manipulator. Hahaha. There's nothing wrong with manipulating bad people. In addition, there are many types of applications to use manipulation in hectic and non-violent ways. And the reason I thought you were manipulative is because of your personality. The manipulators are argumentative and logical, advance at their own pace and tend to want to keep their families and loved ones safe. On the other hand, when it comes to pursuing their own goals, they don't listen to what others might have to say about it. Exactly like you. You are logical, difficult to teach, you care about your loved ones, and it doesn't matter what everyone tells you or happen in your life, you always say that you want to be a great scientist, Broly said, explaining to his student why neither his category was bad nor evil and that the reason he believed he was a manipulator was not bad either. And after understanding that being manipulative was perhaps not a bad thing based on what Broly had told him, Gohan asked more about this topic. And how do I create my ability? By the way, what is your ability? And of course Broly had no problem explaining to him with practical examples how his primal ability worked. You want some reference? Okay. I am a specialist, the rarest, OP and ambiguous category of all, but since it is close to yours in the hexagon that I showed you, it has similarities with your category. My ability at first was an alternate space created with KIEN where time didn't exist and where I could leave everything inside without being affected by the passage of time, get inside to avoid attacks. Go out in a different location where I have put part of that dimension and most important of all. Leaving evil people trapped inside without killing them. Your teacher, like you, also hates killing people. What? Really? Are you the same as me? Gohan shouted with great enthusiasm due to the joy he felt knowing that there was someone close to him, like his sensei, the strongest person he knows, who shared the same type of ideology or sensibilities. Yes Gohan, but since I am older than you, in any case you are just like me ha ha ha. Anyway, that's why you have to take into account your tastes, motivations, personality. Way of acting, your subconscious and obviously your nin category to make your ability as compatible as possible with you and therefore more powerful and efficient. I know it is difficult for a child, but is a must. As well as thinking about the activation conditions or restrictions that you will impose on yourself to make your ability more powerful. Of course, to manipulate someone or something in some way. If your ability goes out of that branch you will be wasting your potential and putting yourself in danger. For more questions you can consult the PDF that I'll send you later Broly said giving several tips and indications for the creation of his Hatsu. This is hard. But I think I have an idea of what kind of power I want. One that doesn't kill people and make this world a better place. Although I will need a little time to think about everything. And I still don't like it too much Gohan said, who began to think very seriously about what kind of ability he could create with the favorable conditions Broly had explained to him. I knew you would say something like that. You go at your own pace, like a manipulator would do. He said Broly, who as usual always continued with the jokes when he saw that someone was bothered by them. Broly Senii. Stop saying that I'm a manipulator. I don't like how it sounds Gohan protested, looking at his sensei with teary eyes, since the little explanation of how respectable the manipulators are couldn't banish the negative meanings associated with that word from Gohan's brain. Oh. Look at that weeping face. You're trying to manipulate me emotionally, right? That's perfect. Practice your new vocation. Ha 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 Broly said continuing the joke while stroking Gohan's head. And Gohan annoyed and resigned by his sensei's jokes huffed and continued thinking about his future new skill. In the present. Planet Earth. You. BD. What the FK have you done to me? What have you done to my head? What have you done to my voice? Why can't I insult? Yam screamed terrified when she realized that she was unable to control her own actions. It was as if something was manipulating her brain. And that something was undoubtedly Gohan's fault. That's because good kids shouldn't swear, Gohan replied simply and even almost obvious and innocent, when the implications of his words were more terrifying and relevant than anyone could imagine. What the F? K does that mean? Yam yelled as she pointed his hand at Gohan with the intention of launching a key attack to him. An attack to release all his frustration and demand specific answers from Gohan through violence. But, nothing came out of Yam's palm. It was as if something was preventing her from attacking Gohan. Yam, what are you doing? Vegeta said, who for a moment felt the murderous intent in Yam's voice and actions but moments later they completely disappeared in an unnatural way. What is happening to me? Yam said very terrified, so much so that every trace of pride, arrogance and violence was replaced by a deep despair. This is my student Gohan's, be a good kid, KIEN skill. A skill that is activated by knocking someone unconscious, that he wins in a match or competition according to the pre-established rules agreed between him and his target or if his victim decides to surrender. It is a somewhat difficult and stupid condition, since it doesn't help in combat, but it is very effective and powerful considering the difficulty of fulfilling that condition and because his user doesn't like to fight, another added difficulty for Gohan that makes his ability more powerful. Ability whose effect is to manipulate that person to be a good child in accordance with what his mother has told him that a good child must behave and some of his own beliefs. Yes, his scrupulous mother has over-influenced his personality. And of course it eliminates the inconvenience that he doesn't like to kill motherfuckers like you, something that will make Piccolo a little happy. You see, you don't always have to kill people to give them a fate worse than death. In short, you can already forget to swear, do harm to third parties if they haven't done anything wrong to you, and among other things conquer planets, of course. Broly said explaining instead of Gohan the ability of his student in excessive detail to the delight of everyone. The evangelizing power that every protagonist shonen needs and should have. But this one least has a logical basis with Gohan Broly thought as he remembered a blonde ninja from another anime he previously visited whose evangelizations had no logic whatsoever. Thank you for telling everyone about my ability. I thought it was a secret that you could only trust to your best friends, and never spread them in front of your enemies. Much less to the Wole world. Gohan replied, pointing at the television camera. He wasn't only upset that Broly explained his ability, and was also extremely offended by the personal evaluations of him, his ability and his personality, although deep down he knew that Broly was only joking, maybe. Does it matter? Your ability only activates when you have defeated someone. Why should matter to your enemy to find out what skill you have or don't have in combat if you can't use it until you win the fucking combat? You better start developing your be a good kid, to be more efficient and to use it in battle, or you will be wasting your ability, said Broly, who wasn't very happy with such a simple and unhelpful ability in battle. However, he couldn't expect much from a small child either, but luckily he had given him some advice to develop his skill later to add more functions. I don't even like my ability at all. I still think that manipulating like this isn't right, Gohan said, trying to excuse himself. And while Broly and Gohan were discussing about his KIEN ability and how to improve it. It's a very childish ability, but with this Gohan's kindness will no longer be a problem in a fight, and we may even win allies in this way. Right, Piccolo? Mutant Rashi said, looking at Piccolo, who until a few moments ago was very worried, furious and even hysterical about Gohan's great defect. So Mutant Rashi believed that after seeing that ability he would feel relieved. Or that's what he believed. This ability is terrifying. I can't let Gohan use it against me. From now on I think I will have to avoid doing training bouts with him. Or else, Piccolo thought, drenched in cold sweat, imagining what might have happened in any of the matches he had with Gohan if he had been knocked out by him. He couldn't stop shaking at the thought of that possibility. And if Piccolo was terrified of that. How was Yam currently? No. 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 Yam yelled desperately and insanely as she tried to launch key attacks against everyone in her sight. But it was useless. She was unable to attack anyone. She wasn't even able to charge against the cameras to destroy their heads with a punch. She couldn't even hit the ground to vent her pain. Even her right to make a fuss and scream had been denied. Since this wasn't the behavior that a good kid should have. But she wasn't the only one who was suffering in that situation. You're fucking dwarf. Undo what you have done to her right now. And due to this fury he was about to go into combat if necessary for Gohan to fulfill his demands. Vegeta at this point in history, both in the official version and in this world altered by Broly's appearance, was a cruel, self-centered, selfish and despicable being. He only thought of himself and how to get more power to be at the top of the food pyramid, dethroning Frieza and rule the universe, the ambition his father had instilled in him since he was a child. For him everyone was just an instrument to reach that goal, the goal of being the most powerful warrior in the universe. And this would continue to be the case with everyone if it weren't for one detail. In this life, Yam, a powerful and competent Saiyan woman, had been fighting with him for decades. A strong, intelligent, serious, with character as all Saiyans like, useful, reliable, attractive woman, and with the same moral values that he had. In the official version of Dragon Ball until then Vegeta hadn't had contact, or at least serious and prolonged contact, with women, even less with a woman with these characteristics. His goals remained the same, but he was still a living being with reproductive instincts at the best age for it. It was inevitable that in Vegeta's ruthless heart something would propel him to mate and protect what was possibly the only worthy Saiyan woman with whom to continue his royal descent. The most powerful warrior family in the universe, and with which to continue ruling until the end of time with someone with the same name. Vegeta. And now that ideal woman had been destroyed and stripped of the greatest hallmark that a Saiyan from his point of view could have. Something that was very important not only for Yam, also for Vegeta. Their wickedness and capacity for violence. And that was something he couldn't bear. It was something worse than death. Something that had hurt his pride individually and collectively. Vegeta. Kill me, please, said Yam, who still knelt on the ground without looking up. She spoke in a hoarse and muffled voice, devoid of all the confidence, pride and strength that characterized her. What? Vegeta stammered, very stunned. He was still facing Gohan and didn't expect Yam to ask him for something like that. He hadn't even been able to process that message. Please. Kill me. Please, Yam said with great pain and disgust as she raised her gaze from the ground towards Vegeta. A look full of despair and sadness, but at the same time full of determination. And immediately Vegeta replied with concern, wait, Yam. Kill me. Do what you did with the others. I'm not worthy of being a Saiyan anymore. I am even less worthy than the others. I have no value. Please, I'm even forced to say, please, every time I ask for something. End this. Please, Yam pleaded with her watery eyes to Vegeta one more time with more pain and determination than before. She was completely determined to die if the life that awaited her was this one. And unlike her, he hesitated at that decision. He had killed billions of people and he didn't care in the least to kill billions more. But rarely had someone asked him to murder him. And he didn't expect someone from his team to ever ask him or anyone else that. But above all, he never thought that the only person he would consider not killing asked him to end his life. And seeing the doubt in Vegeta's eyes, Yam insisted again, this time unable to hold back her tears. Please, don't let me live one more second in this state. I can't even kill myself. The good kids don't commit suicide. And at this point, Vegeta had no choice but to accept Yam's bitter request. Although for the first time he wouldn't enjoy killing someone. Gur. Yam, it's a shame this ended this way, Vegeta said while concentrating a large amount of ki in his hands to launch a powerful attack. A powerful attack to disintegrate Yam instantly and thus ensure that she didn't feel any pain. And once Vegeta gathered the ki necessary to perform his attack, he lowered his hand and pointed at the kneeling Yam. FAUU. And shot. But. Stop. Gohan shouted, which at hypersonic speed stood between Yam, Vegeta and his attack, grabbing his hand and redirecting it to other way. Boom. And realizing that Gohan not only stopped his attack, but also kept clutching his arm with great strength, Vegeta dedicated his usual sweet and kind words to him, stop intruding on my path, insect. And Yam said in a very apathetic and even lifeless way, you again. What else do you want from me? And at that moment Gohan violently unleashed his emotions. What the hell is wrong with you? All you have in your head is to kill. All you have in your head is to kill. You don't know how to do anything else. You didn't listen to me when I spoke to you before. Gohan yelled, squeezing Vegeta's arm tighter and tighter, until the point where the blood circulation in his arm started to stop until almost turned blue. This child has become stronger. And without transforming. What the hell is this kid? Vegeta thought as he tried to break free of Gohan's grip, realizing that every second he was squeezing him harder. Thanks to you my life as a Saiyan no longer makes sense. Why should it continue to exist? There are no reasons to live, Yam said once again with a terminally ill voice. How can you say there is nothing more? How about laughing with your friends? How about discovering new things? What about eating delicious dishes? How about your sister? I'll ask you one more time. Is your stupid Saiyan pride above your sister's life? Yes or not? Gohan shouted with great anger once again when he saw the little value they gave to their own lives and that of others, at the same time that he tried to end his first evangelization. Ginger, Yam muttered as Gohan's words echoed in her head. Remembering her little sister, who was still captive in the perverted hands of mutant Rashi. Let me go, brat. Vegeta yelled, who couldn't continue pretending that his arm didn't hurt and was about to hit Gohan with the arm that was still free. But Broly quickly and authoritatively stopped that fight outside the ring with his powerful voice, che. No fighting without my authorization. And with this warning Vegeta stopped his attack and Gohan released Vegeta's numb arm. Ending that little conflict between them. Since you have won, despite having won patently due to the whim of my student, you are entitled to a Yam wish, although if you want me to remove that curse I have to disappoint you. It's something I can do with extreme ease, too easily, it would be very boring, pointless and stupid. What sense would it make for my student to beat you, surrender and use his ability in you then? Broly said to Yam as he looked at Vegeta askance, hinting that Vegeta could wish an exorcism in Yam. It is true, the wish I had forgotten, Krillin and the others said, because due to the drama that was happening now, the great success against the invaders, they forget that there was a reward if the enemy won. And upon hearing what Broly had said and hinted, Vegeta began to think. A wish, Yam muttered again as she dug her fingers hard into the ground and frowned. Yam. Wish immortality for you and me. There's still my fight. If I am totally immortal, sooner or later I'll be the winner. Vegeta said to Yam with enthusiasm and urgency, proposing what in principle is a very coherent and correct decision. And obviously this alternative that could play against our protagonists, raised certain alarms among the Z warriors. Oh shit. Broly-san, are you able to grant that? Yes, of course. Not a big problem, Broly replied, very relaxed, as if granting immortality to someone and specifically to a genocidal sadist like Vegeta wasn't a technical or moral problem at all. Shit. Piccolo yelled upon see how irresponsible Broly was being. Come on, Yam. Our journey will not have been in vain. Say it. Vegeta shouted with more enthusiasm when he saw that the wish for which they had made the catastrophic journey was just a few inches from his grasp. And Gohan, who was still located between them, began to worry about the outcome upon hearing Vegeta's authoritative order. And Yam, with great difficulty, pain and tears, screamed and hit the ground, and after a few seconds of silence, still crying, she said with a trembling voice, I wish. Have my sister back and let her run away safe and sound. Please. And upon hearing Yam's wish, Gohan was overjoyed. So much so that it seemed that this was a wish that had been granted to him. Haha. That's easy, Broly replied, teleporting the urn of Mutant Rashi where Ginger was locked to his hand. Hey! Mutant Rashi protested as he lost his prize. Pretty unexpected, said Piccolo, who began to fear Gohan's ability even more. Gohan is amazing, said Krillin, who began to admire his best friend's son in the same way that he admired Goku. I knew that you would reconsider and become good person. Very well done, Yam. Gohan said with much joy as he turned, crouched down and tried to help him get up, but above all to congratulate Yam for having decided to prioritize her loved ones over the slaughter and obey the strongest psychopath in her group. And Vegeta, who continued stunned by Yam's betrayal, which prioritized the life and freedom of her half-useless sister over Vegeta's order, his biggest interest the immortality. He began to regain consciousness and with it, unleashed all the accumulated rage he had felt so far. You. And all of you. Fucking insects. Die. Vegeta yelled as he launched a ki-charged fist with killing intent. An uncontrolled and limitless rage that he directed towards the one he considered guilty of what had happened with Yam and with his ambition to be immortal. Gohan. Which was still helping Yam, unaware that a deadly punch was approaching to his head. Gohan. Chapter 153. Gohan. Everyone yelled in panic upon seeing that Vegeta was about to attack Gohan from behind, a Gohan totally devoid of any defense or precaution. And between those screams of panic there were two voices that stood out above the others. Boom! Vegeta's energy attack impacted, creating a smokescreen that conveniently concealed the result of that dramatic moment with the sole purpose of creating expectation in the viewer and lengthening the chapter a little bit. And when that smokescreen dissipated little by little the result became evident. And that result was... Gohan. Are you okay? Gohan. Are you okay? And that voice was from... Dad. Gohan shouted with joy as he hugged his father's leg, who came to his side at the same time as Piccolo with the same intention. Although it wasn't necessary, since his adoptive father arrived earlier to help him one more time. Goku. They all shouted with joy when they saw that their friend and disciple was again among the living ones. This is Kakarot. It can't be, this power. My other not-too-young Padawan, Broly said when he saw the person he beat up in an educational day after day for a year on the planet of his old friend North Kai Wei appeared. Hello guys. I'm glad to see that all of you are okay. And after reciprocating the reception of his children and friends, Goku seriously while grateful turned to Broly and practically asked rhetorically, I guess I have to thank you. Right, Broly-san? And Broly with his usual humility replied humorously, Hehe, the doubt offends. I see that you have also had the pleasure of meeting him, Goku. Piccolo said, that with one eye kept looking at Vegeta to make sure he didn't do something else that threatened his student, and with the other he observed his sworn rival, possible hope in this conflict and competitor for Gon's parental custody. I'm afraid so. He is monstrously strong and somewhat abusive. But he's not a bad guy, Goku said, who was glad to see that Piccolo was more talkative, surely because he had also suffered at the hands of Broly, thus creating a strange feeling of camaraderie between the two former enemies. What are you implying, Piccolo? Ha ha ha. Comment that made everyone laugh, even Broly. And after that warm gathering of friends and some funny gags, the reconciliation talks began. Conversations between which was the meeting of Gohan and Goku, where Goku was impressed and pleased at how strong Gohan had become and Gohan was greatly pleased to see his almost always absent father. Goku's with Krillin and the others, who were curious to know how strong the strongest man on the planet had become. And especially the incredible reaction of Goku upon seeing the unrecognizable and young mutant Rashi. Everything was being happiness and joy. Except for two people. One was Yam, who was still affected by the decision she had made and the consequences of her actions, not fully knowing if this decision had been taken by herself or by Gohan's ability. And the other one of course was Vegeta. A Vegeta who felt completely defeated in all facets. They had reminded him of the greatest humiliation of his childhood, when the ghost made him lose to inferior beings and stained his family's name. He discovered that this ghost was still alive and that from the moment of his birth he was already stronger than him and that he was surely what he had always wanted to be. The legendary Super Saiyan. The most powerful warrior in the entire universe, something that was above an elite warrior or royalty. Something far above him. He had been completely easily defeated, as if he were a fly devoid of wings and legs under the sole of a shoe. They had made him see his subordinates perish in the hands of inferior beings, breaking his ideology of Saiyan superiority. They had made him kill his subjects. He had done it because he wanted to, but he blamed Broly for this. Even his ward, an average Saiyan boy, the son of a trashy trader, he had destroyed in the most terrifying way the woman he respected and with whom he might consider having offspring. They had prevented her from killing Yam as she wanted him to do, they had lobotomized her to disobey him and couldn't fulfill his dream of immortality, and they had even prevented him from taking revenge for it. And now the traitorous lower-class warrior whom he underestimated and despised had returned with a battle power possibly similar to his own. And to top it off, none of them treated him seriously or with fear, as if he were nothing but a joke. His pride had been damaged to a level that even he couldn't estimate, and once again Vegeta exploded one after another. Fucking scum. I am not going to allow you to continue getting in the way of the great. BOMM. Shut up. We are trying to have an emotional reconciliation. Fucking half-bald dwarf. If it wasn't because I wanted to teach my student not to be distracted, you wouldn't even have had time to gather your ki for that attack, said Broly, who sneakily hit Vegeta again with his tail stand. As if Vegeta was a misbehaving dog and his master Broly punished him for his disrespectful behavior, hitting him in the nose with a rolled magazine. Damn. 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 And after everyone could be fascinated with Broly's rudeness and more specifically with his tail and his intriguing abilities, they started to move again. Ichiwai Piccolo, how are you? Goku asked with much confidence and familiarity to Piccolo as he approached him. You took a long time, idiot. Piccolo yelled in his usual mood as he held his wounded arm. Sorry for taking so long, Kaiosama didn't calculate the time it would take me to arrive here and Broly was washing the dishes. I stopped to pick up some things that Kami and Karen gave me, and I don't know why it seemed that at some point I was going around in circles despite flying in a straight line. But luckily I was able to be on time, Goku said, explaining his odyssey and the reasons for its duration. Broly, is there something you have to explain to us? Krillin asked with great suspicion, fearing and rightly that this delay was directly related to Broly. Me? Why? What do you mean? FIU, Broly said, whistling and pretending not to have manipulated space and time so that Goku wouldn't arrive earlier. And while many continued to look at Broly, who was beginning to have some difficulty keeping his poker face. Hey Piccolo, have a senzu bean. If you eat one of them, your arm will heal instantly, Goku said, offering one of the famous beans that can heal everything. Save your stupid kindness for another. I don't need it, go with your son, he has wanted to see you for a long time. Don't bother me. Ah. Piccolo said as he tore off his arm and regenerated it to everyone's chagrin. Dad. Do you have many of those magical beans? Could you give me one? Gohan asked, who didn't separate from Goku since he arrived to make up for lost time. Yes, don't worry, there are quite a few. Here, although you aren't very hurt, Goku said, handing him one without giving much importance. Don't worry, they aren't for me, Gohan said, picking up the senzu bean and walking away from his father. I did well to warn Korin of the senzu bean properties. Thanks to that I avoided that Yajirobe didn't eat almost all. And with that things will become even easier now, Broly thought as he thought about the catastrophic consequences that Yajirobe caused. And as Gohan tried to offer the precious senzu bean to Yam, she was still absorbed in her world of doubt and despair as she clung to the jar where her sister was trapped, the one that Broly had given her. Goku was still taking the protagonism of his manga. I see, a very well done scenario, although a little strange. Well, I guess it doesn't matter, it will work, Goku said while admiring the ring in which he would possibly fight. Yes, you talked to me for months about the tournaments you participated in. And I recognize that because of that I wanted to organize one, Broly said, explaining one of the motivations and inspirations for this event. And, when do I have to fight? The keys I felt before are incredible, something I've never felt before. My blood boils for fighting. Goku asked with his usual childhood obsession to fight strong people. And when he saw the great enthusiasm of Goku, Broly smiled and then erased that smile from his face to show some regret. Well, the only one left to fight is that insect. But I'm afraid it's Keia's turn to fight. Unless he wants to give you the turn to you. And almost instinctively Keia's replied, I let Goku fight. Don't worry about me. Are you sure? I saw you very motivated in the training sessions. You said you really wanted to fight, Broly said semi-comically to annoy Troll Keia's a bit more, since his face that changed from despair to hope were too funny for him. Is it true, Keia's-san? Ag. It's a pity, I really wanted to fight, Goku said, who started to get depressed about losing this opportunity, but he couldn't complain too much, he had come too late. It wouldn't be fair if he took that pleasure away from a friend of his who wanted so badly to fight. Not. Please fight. And after Broly finished his joke and indicated to Goku that he could fight. Thanks Keia's, I owe you one, Goku said, thanking Keia's for his sacrifice as he prepared to warm up. Goodness. I thought I would die disintegrated, with nothing left of my body, Keia's thought with great relief as he took refuge behind Ten's back to make sure they didn't mess with him again. Well guys, you have 5 minutes or less to warm up, have a snack, talk to family and friends, look at each other with hatred and resentment, whatever you want. One of the cameras has kindly asked me to give him time to change the camera lens, said Broly, who wanted this last fight of the event he organized to be well broadcast to the whole world. Goku sighed. 1, 2, 1, 2. Goku continued to heat up in an exaggerated way, until Krillin and Gohan approached him. Goku, how are you? Do you think you can beat him? Krillin asked with concern, but not too much. He was convinced that Goku, who had been training in the other world with a kind of god and with Broly, could stand up to that monster, and in case he couldn't beat him, Broly was with them. He simply could resurrect him in the same way he did with Yamcha and the other Saiyans. There was no real risk in this fight. And obviously Goku answered, doing a serious analysis of the situation. This time you can only expect seriousness from Goku in some fights. I think I have a chance. Why do you say that? I notice a great strength inside him, he's somewhat stronger than mine. I'm sure of that. He is monstrously strong. However, before arriving I noticed two key more powerful than him. One of them was yours, right, Gohan? Was the other one from that girl? They were impressive. And Gohan, very excited and flattered, quickly answered to his father's doubts, it was mine and the girl's. That guy hasn't fought yet, but he's the strongest of all. Everyone is afraid of him. He is a very bad guy. He has even killed all his companions one after another when they have lost against us. And shocked and confused by Gohan's statements, Goku asked again, really? I don't feel so much power in her or in you. And I don't think you're hiding it. How is that possible? Maybe. It is due to a transformation, Gohan said, to explain the momentary increase and decrease in power that both him and Yam had in the previous battle. Shit, Rashi, Yamcha, Ten, Chaos and Krillin thought when they saw that the secret that everyone had been keeping for decades from Goku could be revealed now. The secret that Goku had been the cause of his grandfather's death by transforming into a giant monkey. Transformation? Goku asked once again in a hurry, not understanding what his son meant. Gohan gave him the information he needed in small doses. No, he can't know this, thought the altered Krillin as he approached Gohan from behind urgently. And Gohan, without realizing the reactions of Krillin and the others, continued trying to reveal the secret that everyone had tried to keep from Goku. Yes, Dad, the tail. But he was quickly silenced by Krillin, who covered his mouth, and as he took Gohan away from the scene and said to Goku in a very agitated way, It's nothing, Goku, just focus on beating him as fast as possible. Don't give him time to do anything suspicious and everyone will be fine. Come on, Gohan, let's let your father focus. Mom. Okay. See you later. Goku said that despite all this seems very strange and did not give more importance to this strange fact and returned to fully concentrate on his warm-up. That has been close, the guardians of the secret thought, relieved to see that they had avoided the crisis, for now. What are these idiots doing? Vegeta sighed. Vegeta kept licking the wounds. It's a metaphor, trying to manage all his frustration while looking at Broly, Gohan and Goku with bloodlust. That damn bastard Broly, one day he will pay me. I will make him pay for all this humiliation 100 times. After killing Frieza and taking control of the universe, I plan to dedicate all my energy to destroying you. You and that brat too. I will destroy this filthy planet and all its inhabitants. Vegeta thought as he looked with hatred at the man responsible for all his hardships since he landed on this star. And then he cast his gaze at Yam, who was still on her knees on the ground holding the jug where her sister Ginger was contained while Piccolo watched over her. Yam, I don't know if you've done all this because of that brat's ability or if you've really betrayed me. But it doesn't matter anymore, you can't fight anymore. You are no longer useful to me, like everyone else. Do what you want, you and your sister. Consider this my first and only act of kindness. And finally he looked at the newcomer Goku with hatred and contempt. Kakarado. Our arrival on this planet is because of you, everything that has happened is because of you. It is because of your miserable and pathetic existence. So I will finish it. I will kill you in the most brutal way possible in front of your son and friends, and I will show you and others the difference between them and me. It doesn't matter if they resuscitate you later or that abomination doesn't let me escape from this planet. No one will stop me from releasing all the anger I have in me. And after that, one day I will take revenge on the others too. All of you will die. And you will be the first to be crushed like an insect, Kakaroto. In the ring. The 5-minute break was over and Goku and Vegeta ascended the ring to end the Broly tournament. You are Kakaroto, right? You are more stupid than your brother. It seems that one of your family traditions is to resurrect and then be killed by me. Anyway. You should be grateful for that, Vegeta said, flaunting his usual arrogance, even when the circumstances weren't at all advantageous to him. I have no idea what you're talking about. But how can you be so convinced that you're going to kill me? From what I hear, you have lost all your fights. Yam's victory doesn't count. What makes you think it won't happen again? Goku replied, demonstrating with his attitude and reasoning that Vegeta's arrogance had no place in this combat. Don't compare me to those useless. And don't you dare compare me to you. Broly is an incomprehensible mutant abomination that fooled us all since he was a baby, and your son is another mutant who has been fortunate that the faulty genes of the inhabitants of this planet are compatible with ours. But you? You are a low-class soldier and I a super elite. A Saiyan has his warrior qualities examined immediately after birth. The trash that scores low at the time, such as yourself, are sent to planets with no significant opponents. In short, you're but a leftover dunce. Vegeta once again said to reaffirm his beliefs, excuse his previous defeats and intimidate his enemy. And thanks to that, I came to this earth. I gotta thank ya. Besides, maybe even a dunce can surpass an elite if he trains hard enough, Goku replied with determination and pride. The pride as a earthling and martial artist who had improved training after training in combat after combat to become who he is now. That's a good one. It is true that you have improved a little since you were exiled, an insignificant effort. Let me show you the wall which cannot be surpassed with hard work alone. Vegeta said, gleaming his arrogance once as he began to take up his battle stance. However, he was interrupted. Take this, it will heal your wounds and you will recover energy so that you can fight in perfect condition, Goku said, throwing a Senzu bean to Vegeta. Then Vegeta looked at Senzu Ben with some doubts and replied arrogantly, for the umpteenth time, you are frankly stupid. The fact that that monster had hurt me is your only advantage against me. Do you want to die so badly? Of course no. I just don't want you to put your wounds as an excuse when this dunce kicks your super elite butt. Vegeta, Goku answered with confidence and sarcasm, showing once again the incredible qualities of this character. Qualities that made him indisputably the protagonist of this manga and the most famous Japanese manga character in history. And with this provocation, Vegeta looked stunned at Goku. And after a few seconds in which he was enraged by that insult, he grimaced with contempt, arrogance and madness, until he finally swallowed the Senzu bean, completely restoring his strength. Hee. Good. And this time in a ring, surrounded by the strongest warriors on the planet, in a live broadcast in all the world with the direction of Broly, who materialized popcorn to enjoy this event. The most famous rivalry relationship of all manga and anime in history would begin once again. Chapter 154. Goku and Vegeta were still staring at each other while maintaining their battle stance. Both trying to measure the strength and combat style of the opponent. Both were waiting for the ideal moment to start the attack. The atmosphere had become so heavy that could be cut with a knife. Hardly anyone could breathe because of that. Everyone who contemplated that scene was completely motionless, not daring to blink to avoid missing a single detail or making the slightest noise that could somehow condition the beginning of the battle. Nyam. Shoo. Everyone except Broly, who continued to eat popcorn at a fast and impatient pace, as does all anxious filmmaker who has finished half a pack of popcorn and soda before the trailers. And capriciously the fate wanted that on one of the occasions when Broly put his hand in the pack to bring more popcorns to his mouth, one of them fell from his huge hand. Thus creating an inevitable fall to the ground, which seemed to be happening in slow motion. The popcorn turned and fell without anyone noticing or trying to prevent it until Plas. And that insignificant sound, created from coincidence maybe, gave the signal to start the combat. HIATUS. Tata. Goku yelled as he advanced and attacked Vegeta with repeated punches and relentless kicks. Punches and kicks that Vegeta managed to dodge and block, but not with the ease that he originally expected. And every second Goku increased the speed and power of his blows. Typical of Goku, start the combat by testing your opponent and increase his power and speed a little to increase the fun. Although I don't understand why he screams so much, he is indicating with that to the enemy when he is going to attack, Broly said, commenting on the live combat, at the same time pointing out script errors. Good. I wouldn't know how to explain it to you, said Mutant Rashi, who thought that Broly was somewhat right. And while the public spoke, the combat continued. Tata. Goku kept yelling while hitting Vegeta. A Vegeta who left his defensive position and started attacking to pick up the rhythm of the combat. Plash. Goku complained as he received a sudden blow in the face from Vegeta. But he didn't have any more time to complain about that since Vegeta had gone from receiving to giving, and Goku quickly adopted a defensive attitude this time. What's the matter, Kakaroto? Is this all you got? Is this the most that an untalented insect like you can hope for? Show me. Vegeta said arrogantly as always as he continued to hit Goku, who struggled to dodge and block the punches. And after that scream, Vegeta was going to give Goku a powerful hit with both hands to the head. But at that time, Goku disappeared from Vegeta's sight. Hey! Where is he? Vegeta thought as he looked from side to side trying to find Goku, making it impossible for him since he had no means to detect Ki and Goku had successfully camouflaged his presence. Plash! And furtively Goku appeared behind Vegeta, hitting him in the face with great strength, making him fly several meters. But fortunately for Vegeta, who thanks to his great fighting instinct understood that he very possibly wouldn't be able to avoid the next attack, gathered energy on his hand from before for the counterattack. Eat this. Kakarot. Fiam. In this way, while Vegeta was moving away from Goku due to the power of his impact, Vegeta threw an energy beam at him from his hand. Damn! Goku shouted, which didn't expect such a powerful counterattack. Ahia! Goku shouted, concentrating much of his ki in his hands to block the energy sphere that was a few centimeters in front of him. After a few moments of struggle, Goku managed to catch that sphere made of energy, as if it were a soccer ball shot kicked with a bestial power, and as if he were a professional goalkeeper, he masterfully deflected its trajectory to one side to avoid damaging his hands. And without Goku barely having time to catch his breath. Ah! Vegeta, who had managed to distract Goku with this energy attack, took the opportunity to place himself in front of him to return the punch that moments before Goku gave him. Plash! Wow! Goku yelled as he was propelled to the ground in the same way Vegeta did before. However, before he crashed he managed to stabilize himself in mid-flight and stand on the head of one of the Broly statues while staring at Vegeta, who also stood on the head of one of the Broly statues, staring at Goku too. Vegeta wiped the blood from his nose with a swipe of his finger with a bitter smile. And in the same way Goku also wiped the blood from his nose, although his smile only showed excitement and confidence. Nothing bad. I guess I have to congratulate you. You were able to hurt me. This ability, all you have to detect the battle power of others without using trackers and masking your energy, is very useful. Especially to ambush and create distractions on people who don't know them. This skills, Vegeta said in his arrogant and supremacist speech, in which he insinuated that Goku had only been able to rival only thanks by means other than true combat ability. Means that if he knew, he would have even used better than Goku to kick his ass. At least from Vegeta's point of view it is like that. Oh. You make it sound like we haven't fought on a level playing field and all my success is due to cheating tricks. Is that your excuse? Goku said in a mocking way, hinting at Vegeta that he wasn't buying his speech. Actually, Goku's raw power right now is slightly weaker than Vegeta's. Frankly. I don't understand why. Well, I know why. I know everything, it's only a way of thinking. Logic says that he should have had hundreds of Zenkais that would elevate him to the limit of his body. But these fucking Zenkais don't have logic. Goku went from having a combat power of 9,000 in the Saiyan Saga to 90,000 in the Frieza Saga, and after being injured by Jinyu and recovering magically and conveniently he had 3 million. Zenkai and the protagonists are due to the power of the script and not to scientific logic. Anyway, better not force everything in this way, it will be entertaining, Broly thought angrily as he remembered the multiple attempts in which he tried to increase Goku's raw power through beatings. But he couldn't achieve it by normal means, as if fate itself prevented Goku's power from multiplying in millions. Is it not so? All your advantage is summed up in the first blow you gave me after making your presence disappear to nothing else. But don't expect me to fall for the same trick twice, what's more I may learn how to use it before I kill you. Without a doubt this is the greatest honor that an insect like you can achieve. You should be grateful for it. Vegeta said, pointing to Goku, showing an arrogance never seen before in this chapter. And there were opinions from the public about Vegeta's statements. Of course, this is a fucking anime, there are always opinions and observations of secondary characters. Does that sadistic egomaniac never stop bragging? How can he say that after all that has happened to him until now? Krillin said, disgusted as well as impressed by Vegeta's ability to self-idolize in the most adverse and ambiguous situations. That is precisely why he does that, Krillin. He has suffered so much humiliation so far that his only way to gain some self-esteem is to brag when he thinks he can, said Yamcha, who spoke from personal experience. Well, he has his point in saying that Goku's advantage has been due to that sneak attack. But that means nothing. Goku was just testing him. Now the real fight begins, Broly said as he tried to prevent Gohan and Mutant Rashi from picking up some of his popcorn, until he materialized some for them due to the political pressure. And unexpectedly Yam, who had shown no signs of movement or reaction until now, squeezed the bottle containing her sister to her chest and said, while she was in a great dilemma because of what she thought before, she thinks now and believed that she should think and say. He is not like the others. Only birth monsters like Broly and Frieza have the ability to beat him. But if he is given more time, Vegeta could. But quickly Broly made a certain correction while continuing to eat from his infinite pot of popcorn. No matter how much time and help is given, it is impossible for him to surpass me. I'm the fucking master. And please don't put me on the level of Frieza, or that of anyone else. It's insulting. Yes, I forgot that the most self-centered and arrogant being of all is on our side, 90 of the Z Warriors team thought at the same time while they stared at Broly. And then Piccolo, who had chosen himself as the watchman of Yam, said surprised, offended, and bragging, "Are you still defending this guy? I'm sorry, but I have to give you bad news. I am also on that list, and Goku will not lose. If he has to die, will be in my hands, one more time." Words that annoyed some of the Z Warriors by verifying that Piccolo could still be the great villain they remembered and not the responsible and trustworthy babysitter he had become. But Gohan, the person who should have been most offended by those words, simply ignored them, as if it were a bad joke of which he was already immunized with, of course. "My dad is the strongest. He can't lose." "Ahem. Who did you say is the strongest?" Broly protested once again when he heard that they spread fake news that affected him. "Broly-sensei. You don't count in this consideration," Gohan said sharply, as if he was explaining something of common sense that everyone should know. "Hey. Why? Let's say that your whole existence is a real cheat. It is as if you were on a different plane than the rest. So you don't directly count. You are something with which we cannot empathize with." And it's really frustrating, Piccolo clarified, that by the way he expressed himself and looked at Gohan in an accomplice way, Broly understood that this had been a topic that had been debated among them when he wasn't looking. "And some less than others," Yamcha said sarcastically to show the great discontent and adversity he felt from the guy who left him bald and knee-to-redded. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed despite the cruelty of the context. "That offends and flatters me equally. But I'll take that as a compliment," Broly said after considering that assessment as a valid argument. And while the public spoke, the fighters also did it. Goku returned to his usual combat position, while looking at Vegeta with a hostile smile, and said with moderate arrogance and humility in equal parts, "Well, I have to admit that you are very strong, the strongest I have fought with so far." "Ahem." Broly protested once more. "And yes, maybe you are stronger than me in that terms. However, that small handicap is nothing compared to my greatest strength," Goku said enigmatically once again after ignoring like everyone else Broly's protest. "HMF. And which one is it?" Vegeta asked, looking at Goku as if he were a boastful jester bluffing. And Goku, regardless of the mocking attitude in which Vegeta answered his question, answered with pride and confidence, "I have had better teachers than you." And with that statement he filled his teachers with pride, who could see the combat and reacted to that statement. Whether in the other world. "Goku, cheer up, trust my teachings, and only my teachings, and you will win," Kaiosama said with great joy from his new car free of bombs and with guarantee. "Whether it's near the end stratosphere." "Goku-san," Mr. Popo said with tears falling like waterfalls from his eyes upon see this emotional moment while remembering how he trained him when he was still a child. "Goku, you are without a doubt the best student that I could have wished to have." Kami said while trying to forget that Broly, who despite being infinitely stronger and of the same race as Goku, was a bastard unworthy to succeed him, was also trained by him. "Ahem." Broly protested once more in the far, far distance. "A little further down. Kick his ass, Goku." "Meow." Korin said as if he was an adorable feline hooligan who had been kindled by the great epicism and sentimentality of that moment. Even on that same battlefield. "Goku, I know that your grandfather Gohan would also be proud and happy to hear that," said the young mutant Rashi, full of pride and melancholy due to by his student's speech as he remembered his other student Gohan, the first person who could be considered the teacher of Goku. "Of course, damn it. You have had the best teacher in history," said Broly, who considered himself a teacher of Goku after having been beating him for almost a year, and that for some reason he believed himself to be the best of all he had ever had or would have. Without giving Vegeta time to scoff about his supposed useless confidence, Goku began to gather ki throughout his body. In a few moments his entire body was covered by a threatening red aura. Kaioken X2. Pum. And the next instant, after Goku released that red aura, the next thing Vegeta felt was a huge impact on his chest. An impact so powerful and forceful that his hard and flexible combat armor fractured, letting all the impact pass through his body, causing him to pump blood uncontrollably. Bwatch. Vegeta was unable to react or think about what had happened, but instinctively he understood that Goku had come towards him with amazing speed and had hit him with overwhelming power. Power far superior to his own. And Goku, taking advantage of that successful initial blow, continued punishing Vegeta, who hadn't been able to adopt a defensive posture, with a series of consecutive blows and ended the sequence with a pound from top to bottom, sending Vegeta to fly against one of the surrounding rocks, burying him in a large pile of rubble. BOMM. And among the pile of rubble Vegeta writhed in pain. What was that just now? Both his speed and power rapidly grew in an instant. Vegeta thought, who was greatly puzzled and hurt. physically and proudly wounded. Goku wasn't weaker than him. Not at all. He had proved to be far above him. A lower-class insect like him is superior to me? Unacceptable. Vegeta thought with great hatred, resentment and frustration as he tried to recover and thinking of a strategy to defeat his new nemesis. And obviously that incredible blast of power and speed made the audience overreact. And obviously they had to ask questions and comment, this is a fucking anime. How did Goku do that? Ten and Yamcha asked when they saw such an increase in power, something they both longed to obtain. Was it a technique that Kaiosama person taught to him? Mutant Rashi asked, who became quite interested in what seemed to be a very useful technique that another Senii had taught his favorite student. And obviously someone had to clarify their doubts. This is a fucking anime. Yeah, it's Kaioken. It controls all ki in your body and momentarily amplifies it. If you do it right, your power, speed, offense, defense, all of it will be multiplied. A technique that was very useful to me in childhood, Broly said, explaining the incredible technique that would cease to be relevant from this saga onwards. Wow. That technique is amazing. It's more than incredible. Until a few moments ago they were both tied, but with that Kaioken Goku he is twice as strong. He just destroyed him, Krillin said, very excited by the incredible advantage that his best friend had obtained and the beating that despicable being had received. This battle is won, Gohan said, very enthusiastically, seconding Krillin. However, unlike most, Piccolo kept his mind cool, analyzed the situation and asked Broly a little more about this magnificent technique. No, not entirely. Broly, he's still able to increase his strength several times past that. And Yamcha, without giving Broly time to respond, said to Piccolo, exposing his logical approach with many fissures, Piccolo, don't talk nonsense. If Goku could do that he would have done it from the beginning. And after that comment with hardly any value, Broly replied to Piccolo. Yeah, he can exceed that limit. But, such a powerful technique doesn't come without cost. If he don't suppress and control his ki right, then he'll screw himself over. His body can be destroyed. He can only increase his power x3 in a safe way, x4 in a normal way, x5 in a dangerous way, x6 in a kamikaze way, or x7 in a suicide way. And while the Z warriors tried to digest that information, the least expected one expressed the final conclusion of this chapter. I see, so the fight is not over yet, said Yam, who was looking in the direction of where Vegeta had landed forcibly. Shit, Piccolo said, while like Yam looked in Vegeta's direction. Hey. What do you mean, asked the least intelligent viewers as the rubble in which Vegeta was buried slowly crumbled. Chapter 155. After the many confrontations of this improvised tournament with many absurd non-canonical combats, finally, the most awaited official combat of this saga arrived. The combat between Goku and Vegeta. And unlike in the original universe where Gaki was up to 3 times weaker than Vegeta in his normal state, in this version, thanks to the intervention of our MC Broly-sama, Goku was able to increase his base power to almost tie with Vegeta. For that reason now when Goku used his Kaioken he could easily send Vegeta flying against the Rocky Mountains with great ease. Using the Kaioken X2 he had become twice as strong as him. And Vegeta didn't expect this impressive increase in power at all. Crack. Crack. Plash. Crack. Several seconds after Vegeta was buried under the rubble of the mountain that he destroyed with his fall, the debris was beginning to move. And under the watchful eye of everyone, literally they were waiting for Vegeta's imminent exit from those rocks, which seemed to never come. What happened, Super Elite? Can't you continue anymore? Crack crack. Blast. BOMM. And with those provocative words Vegeta emerged from the rubble in the most violent way he could. Be bastard. He screamed at the same time that he accelerated towards Goku, taking advantage of the explosion, which distracted everyone. GUA. Vegeta managed to get in front of Gaki and without wasting a second he threw a right punch straight to his face. Pam. Plash. Right punch that was caught by Goku's right hand, the same hand that now held Vegeta's fist, holding it so tightly that he was unable to move it. And seeing his right fist caught and unable to back off, Vegeta quickly tried to hit him, this time with his left fist. Palm. Palash. But it was useless. That other fist was also caught in the same way by Goku's left hand. And with both hands caught, a struggle began. Ah. OUJJ. OUJJ. AJH. A struggle in which Goku was squeezing Vegeta's fists tightly, as he struggled to get away from him and contain the pain. He is strong, more than I imagined, Yam said upon seeing Vegeta in such a disadvantageous position. She couldn't believe that in such an unexpected way Goku became so strong. I told you, my father isn't going to lose, Gohan said as he looked at Goku as if he were the greatest hero of all. But at the same time he also observed the expression of Piccolo, who didn't seem so excited about the advantage he currently had. And that made him doubt his father's victory for a second. And Vegeta, who was doing everything he could to bear all the pain he felt in his immobile hands, tried to come up with something to stop Goku's shit. I can't continue like this. Ah. And while he had that thought in mind, Vegeta from his mouth released a ki beam. Ouch. Ki beam which Goku could barely dodge due to the surprise factor and the short distance they were from each other. Plash. But that moment was the only thing Vegeta needed to get out of Goku's iron grip, exerting more strength on the arm where Goku loosened his grip. And when he managed to free his left hand, Vegeta used it to free his right hand and then prepared to give Goku a blow to his head. But. Ahia. Goku activated the Kaioken X2 again. And with great speed and from a disadvantageous position, without Vegeta being able to react. Koemem. Guaj. Vegeta was hit in the belly by someone with twice his power at the exact moment when he focused most of his energy on the attack. A critical hit that made Vegeta spit blood and be stunned for a moment. Ahia. Koemem. Ahia. Pimem. Ahioa. Pumem. Moment in which Goku without dispelling his Kaioken began to beat Vegeta relentlessly, giving him a brutal beating. A beating in which Vegeta didn't even have time to scream in pain when he was hit, kicked, crushed, thrown, strangled, and even bitten. It was as if he had become a baby trapped inside a 30-meter wave in which he didn't even have control of his body while drowning. A dying baby who wished with hardly any oxygen in his brain that this situation would end as soon as possible. HIA. Koemem. Ocha. Until Goku felt the first side effects of Kaioken X2 on his mortal body, a different body than the one he had when he trained this ability. And impulsively he sent Vegeta to fly towards the horizon once again, creating a path of destruction with his own body. Pa. 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 Boom. Crash. And once again, Vegeta on the ground tried to get up. Ah. Ow. Clash. Ak ah. But this time he suddenly fell back to the ground, since the wounds that Goku caused him, made him unable to control his body correctly and writhed in pain. He Kakarado exceeds by far my battle power. This is absurd. How can the difference be so huge? Vegeta thought as he tried to get up again, this time more successfully than before. And Goku, who rested without pressure after the first slight discomfort of the Kaioken to try to stay in his best physical condition all the time, said upon see Vegeta get up, you are pretty taut. Can you continue? It would be a shame to be resurrected for this day just to warm up a bit. Very hurtful words considering who they were addressed in those circumstances. This time Goku isn't only attacking his body, also the spirit of that arrogant idiot with more arrogance. I taught him very well, said Broly, who decided to comment on the fight, as if he were an annoying and talkative spectator in a movie theater, while he was excited to see that he had managed to influence one of the characters that had most influenced his life. Let's all hope that he hasn't taught him many other things most of those who heard that comment thought. Words that hurt Vegeta as much or more than the beating he previously received. I will not stand for this. I am a super elite. There's no way such a low-class warrior can beat me. I am the greats in the universe. Vegeta yelled with an inhuman anger. So angry, resentful and outraged that he practically forgot about the humiliation and torture that Broly inflicted on him from his childhood until today. He felt so humiliated that he came to regard Goku as the #1 public enemy of his life. No. You're a funking clown. You're not even in the Ginyu Force. Stop pretending you don't know. Face reality. You're not even the top 5 in the organization where you act like some kind of slave. Braggart. shouted Broly once again as if he were an enthusiastic child in an interactive show of heroes versus villains, and that like all children he yelled, even insulted the villain. For real? Is he not that strong? I don't know whether to rejoice or worry, Krillin said upon hearing Broly's hooliganism, and because of this he couldn't help but fearfully think that they might have to face more terrible people in the future. And Yam upon hearing Broly insulting Analysis shuddered a little. Everyone on the team knew that they were just pawns within Frieza's army. Pawns who were in the middle category of their army and who only stood out for their ability to survive and transform into Oozuru. They knew it, even though they didn't want to admit it. So they buried that humiliating reality deep in their minds, disguising that inferiority complex with a superiority complex. But the fact that someone will remind them of that truth hurt. And Vegeta, regardless of the criticism directed at him, kept licking his wounds and looking at Goku with hatred until he realized that his sight had reddened. And at the moment of rubbing his eyes and realizing the origin of his tinted vision, his anger reached critical mass and abandoned all kinds of rationality. Blood. This trash made me shed my blue blood. He'll pay. Definitely. You'll definitely pay for this. I'll wipe the likes of this planet of existence. I'll take pleasure in blowing your earth into bits and pieces, the insane Vegeta screamed as he released a large amount of energy throughout his body and ascended vertically into the sky. What? Everyone screamed upon hearing Vegeta's wild statement that literally put everyone in danger. This guy is an idiot. If he destroys the world he will also die. Normal Saiyans cannot survive in space. By the way, I'm not a normal Saiyan, you will all die except me, Broly said, who continued to criticize the fight with complete calm while the rest of the world panicked. Dodge this if you think you can. Even if you manage to save yourself, Earth will still be in shambles. Vegeta yelled as he charged his garlic cannon to full power. Damn, this guy is terrible. We have to do something. Come down, don't worry. Goku can deal with this easily. Furthermore, you all have forgotten, but especially that suicidal idiot, that I'm still here. I am not going to allow someone to destroy my residential planet, where my girlfriend, my friends, one of my houses, and where I have bought land to build housing, speculate and make myself richer, Broly said, showing that he cared about his loved ones and that he had plans for the future. And just like Broly said, Goku, despite being disgusted by Vegeta's intentions, didn't shrink in the least in the face of his threat. Therefore, like his enemy, he also began to gather energy throughout his body to counter his attack. Kaioken X3. Kamehameha. Garlic Cannon. BOMM. The two energy techniques collided, and with it began the classic clash between attacks. Clash between attacks that had a clear winner from the beginning this time. What? How can this be possible? It is much stronger than before. It's forcing me back. Vegeta yelled before being hit by the Kamehameha, who had lost some power due to the energetic confrontation. Being dragged into the sky by the same energy attack that had hit and trapped him. And after a few seconds after everyone lost Vegeta from sight, the public erupted in praise and joy. He did it. Krillin screamed with great joy as he saw his best friend beat the biggest psycho of the moment. I knew he could beat him. But I didn't expect it to be so easy, Mutant said as if he was an old man. He was, but he didn't look it. I couldn't expect less of him, Ten Shinhan said, seeing how his former rival, who he defeated in a tournament year ago, once again defeated the powerful villain of the moment that he couldn't currently defeat. I couldn't have done better, Yamcha said as everyone glared at him upon hearing that stupidity. Father. Gohan shouted, who took the initiative to fly to where his victorious father was to hug him and go home. However, something stopped him. It was as if an invisible hand prevented him from moving forward. And he quickly knew who that invisible hand belonged to. Broly-sensei, why did you stop me? Gohan asked, who turned to his sensei as he was being forced to his side. Gohan, I think you will need extra classes. You and all of you. Are you not able to see around you, or is it that the euphoria has blinded you? Broly said as he looked up at the sky and pointed to Goku and Piccolo. All of them looking up at the sky, waiting for something to happen. As if the fight isn't over yet. Several meters above that place, Vegeta was still being dragged by Goku's Kamehameha, which disintegrates or drags you depending on the situation. Seriously, no fucking logic. It's like the explosions or electric shocks of 100,000 volts in the anime, they kill you or not depending on the context. Until at a certain point he managed to regain control of his body and move laterally and thereby completely move away from the attack of his new rival. I repeat myself once again, this doesn't have a logical bitch if we compare with other previous and future Kamikahames. And after having freed himself from the attack that would send him into space or directly kill him, that's what should have happened. Vegeta expressed his joy. Obviously it's irony. Fucking shit. Why? Why the hell is Kakarato's battle power greater than mine? One thing that abomination called Broly and another that garbage that was discarded shortly after birth. That little dipshit. Vegeta yelled his frustration at the heavens in an insane way. And after completely unburdening himself, Vegeta thought constructively again, trying to find a way to defeat his hated new greatest enemy, get the wish that Broly had promised him, escape from that planet, get stronger, and kill Frieza and then kill Goku, his friends, and finally Broly. In that order. I didn't want to use this trump card. Especially to fight against Kakarot, but it seems that I have no other alternative. I'll transform into a great ape and crush him. I would rather transform by natural means, but I don't think those two bastards would let me wait until nightfall or go around the world to see the moon. It'll reduce my battle power somewhat, but it seems I have no other choice, Vegeta said while speaking alone, and descended once more to the battlefield. On the battlefield standard height. Goku kept looking up at the sky, waiting for Vegeta to come down. He knew that his enemy had no escape because he was forcibly involved in a game created by Broly. And for some reason he believed that Vegeta wouldn't try to destroy the planet with the inside, as he tried before, since it made no sense. And for some reason also difficult to understand, Goku didn't take advantage of this waiting time to gather energy with the Genki Dama and use it later when Vegeta arrived. So after a few seconds, just as he expected, Vegeta landed. You finally came down here. Does that mean you have a way to increase your power? The same skill that your partner used before to fight my son? Goku said when he saw his enemy appear, from which he expected more than he had shown so far. Goku before reaching this battlefield was able to feel the battle that Gohan had against Yam and how the ki of both Gohan and Yam increased dramatically in the same way that he can increase his ki with the Kaioken. So Goku was waiting for Vegeta to use that same ability to fight him. He wanted to have the great combat he had been training for. A match where he could fight someone incredibly powerful without holding back or worrying about anything. Someone he could beat. Broly doesn't count. This time, unlike in the original manga, he wasn't exhausted and injured after using the Kaioken repeatedly, so he could attack him without problems and end the fight as soon as possible in the event that any unforeseen event happened that could endanger someone. However, this time, unlike in the original manga, he didn't have the great responsibility of ensuring the survival of Earth in this combat, since Gohan and Piccolo power-up were there, who could fight against Vegeta and defeat him in the event that he could lose. Not to mention Broly, whose power seemed immeasurable and was obviously on his side. With all this, Goku only had something in mind. Have fun fighting. Of course, unlike a disgrace like you who decided to rip off his tail, surely because of your lack of control of your transformation. I can transform myself in perfect condition, said Vegeta, who tried to find a way to feel superior to Goku again. Transformation? What are you talking about? Oh shit. Goku. Don't let him do anything he wants. Finish him already, Krillin and company shouted when they heard the word transformation, and Goku was in front to witness it. And Piccolo, upon hearing the annoying cries of the crowd, shut up. What happened? Now is when you realize that he also has a tail and can transform like the girl over there and tremendously increase his power. Although I don't think that is. But before he could finish his sentence, Mutant Rashi interrupted him. Piccolo, I understand what you mean, but the main problem with that isn't his increase in power. And while Mutant Rashi left his sentence half finished, Vegeta had already explained to Goku the astronomical technical procedures behind the transformation in Ozaru and the Power Ball, of which Goku understood absolutely nothing. Vegeta condensed the Power Ball into his hand and started again to show his excess pride to everyone for the umpteenth time. The hour of your demis is finally here. The low-class warrior shouldn't have challenged the super elite to a fight, after all. What are you planning? Asked Goku, who seemed not understand that Vegeta was about to transform despite what Vegeta said in the previous speech. And while Goku was trying to analyze the situation, Vegeta threw the Power Ball to the sky and shouted, "Burst and max," at the same time that his expensive non-lethal energy sphere exploded. Thus creating a large light explosion that momentarily blinded Goku and the others momentarily. What the hell is this? Goku screamed upon seeing the artificial moon that had suddenly appeared in the sky. Shit! Shouted the coalition that for years they managed to keep a very important secret of Goku. Seriously, Gohan never saw the full moon. How absurd. And that now that secret would be revealed in the worst possible way. You should regret losing your tail, Kakarot. Vegeta yelled, as he looked at the moon and began to notice how it began to grow. His teeth lengthened, his voice became more deep, and hair began to grow all over his body. And spoiler. It wasn't due to puberty. Chapter 156. You should regret losing your tail, Kakarot. Vegeta yelled, as he looked at the moon and began to notice how it began to grow. His teeth lengthened, his voice became more deep, and hair began to grow all over his body. And spoiler. It wasn't due to puberty. Ahai. Vegeta yelled as he transformed in a sinister, violent, unpleasant way, and that took a long time to complete. Time when all Saiyan seemed quite vulnerable due to his exaggerated mutation in both bones and muscles. So Goku without moving a muscle, partly because of the confusion and amazement of seeing that bizarre show, and partly because in this manga no one stops the transformations except for Android 17. So Vegeta continued to transform into King Kong's badass brother HH. This can't be, said Goku, who still did nothing despite seeing how his enemy for the first time exceeded him in both size and power. More than enough time for the public to comment on Vegeta's move from the stands. This is what I feared would happen, Piccolo said, sensing Vegeta's remarkable increase in power. Yes, we more than you, the secret hiders answered. What do you mean? Asked Gohan, who didn't quite understand what his father's friends were trying to express. Basically that they have been hiding from their friend for years that he can transform into a giant monkey, and that right now that secret has been revealed. In the same way that your parents have hidden you for years that Santa Claus doesn't exist and that unlike them, I just told you, Broly said to his favorite student, who didn't expect that revelation, neither one nor the other. What? Santa Claus is not real? Ahem. Can we take this seriously, Broly-san? Yamcha said, who was too worried about his friend to joke, especially about the jokes of the guy who stole his girlfriend. Yes, yes. Damn, it seems that he forgets that I can resurrect you as many times as I want. Stay calm, I am in charge, Broly said, remembering once again that with him there was no need to fear giant monkeys with superpowers. And after remembering that little detail that had made it so much easier and convenient for all of them except for Yamcha, everyone calmed down a bit. Goku can win. The power of that beast is amazing, asked Mutant Rashi, who despite not believing in numbers as a determining factor in a fight he couldn't help but think of the huge difference in raw power between them. And Yan, who seemed to have been waiting for this moment for 2 chapters ago, replied, obviously favoring Vegeta. When a Saiyajin transforms into Ozaru his strength increases x10, and although when using the power ball our ki decreases a lot due to the energy expenditure, the multiplier doesn't vary too much. If we add the fatigue that Vegeta has suffered, we could say that currently his effective multiplier is around x9. And if what your babysitter says is true, your father can only multiply his power as maximum to x7 but at the risk of losing his life and for a short time. Do you know how to multiply, child? Babysitter? Said Broly, who was partly surprised by the fact that they called him that way, although seeing how he had protected, instructed, directed the entire team, some of whom seemed or were children, he found it quite adequate. I know how to design and build a spaceship, of course I know how to multiply. And my father won't lose, Gohan replied, offended by how they had underestimated his academic abilities and his father. Battles aren't won by having a higher level of power. I guess you should know by now, said Krillin, bragging as usual when he believed that the situation was under control. Possibly, but not when the difference is so great. Yan replied with a mocking tone, since he had very deeply installed in his mind the idea that it was impossible for Vegeta to lose in this way against a low-class Saiyan warrior who couldn't even transform. And this nonsensical gathering would continue if the moderator didn't put order. You two are right, and at the same time neither is. Everything is circumstantial. But don't forget that Goku always grows when he fights. Therefore, my estimation of his Kaioken could quickly change. Also, this is a transformation with quite a few disadvantages, Broly said as he materialized sacks of popcorn and a soft drink dispenser for everyone including Yam and the broadcast team as he indicated that they should watch the match and stop talking. And once again we refocused on the final match. Final combat in which Vegeta, like most giant monkeys in fiction, tried to crush his enemy like a cockroach. And Goku obviously didn't want to be crushed, so he successfully avoided the various stomps and slaps that King Kong Vegeta threw at him. Crash. Poem. Plash. Crash. And obviously due to Vegeta's colossal size, the fight shifted out of Broly's ring. So many rocks began to be destroyed in his path. How's this, Kakarado? It's over for you. King Kong Vegeta yelled as he continued his cat-and-mouse game, chasing Goku across those dunes. A great ape. A great ape monster. And because this is an anime manga world, obviously that memory was portrayed as a flashback. Goku, during nights of Yule Moon, great ape monsters come out. Therefore, you must not go outside. You'll be safe if you sleep, Grandpa Gohan said, warning little Goku not to go outside the house. Advice that would be taken very seriously even after becoming the strongest man in the world. So he never tried to get revenge on those giant monkeys that he never saw and that supposedly caused the death of his grandfather Gohan. Yes, it doesn't make much sense. How about I get rid of that tail forever? I think it will somehow only be in your way. And it also brings to mind not very pleasant memories, Kami said, while looking at little Goku and his tail and superimposed that image with the one of little Broly. I see. I finally get it now. T is. The one who stepped on Grandpa and killed him, and the monster that appeared at the martial arts tournament and destroyed the buildings. That was all me. Goku said, which thanks to those flashbacks and many other clues in his life he discovered for himself, although Raditz also told him, but late, the secret of the tale of the Saiyans. And at the same time he internally apologized to his grandfather. Gwaj. Vegeta yelled once more as he prepared to hit Goku one more time, but now doing it efficiently. Kaioken X5. Goku understood that he couldn't be reserved in those moments, so he used the Kaioken in a more or less dangerous multiplier to dodge the fast and powerful punch of King Kong Vegeta. Ahia! Goku yelled as he avoided Vegeta's punch and kicked him in his gigantic face. Clash! However, even though that blow caused him pain, redness and even some blood, it didn't have much effect on Vegeta, who felt as if he had been stung by a wasp. Painful but bearable. Die degusting bug. Vegeta yelled as he slapped Goku with his open hand, as if Goku was an annoying mosquito that was flying around him and trying to suck his blood. Plash. Agh. Goku yelled, who was injured for the first time since the fight started, since he was distracted for a moment when he saw that Vegeta hadn't been stunned by that blow when he believed that he had been badly hurt. Being embedded in the ground due to that slap. Ha 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 ha. What happened? Where's the arrogance you had a few seconds ago? King Kong Vegeta said, who was almost horny to see how Goku had been injured and was embedded in the ground in the same way he had been before twice. Damn, it has become very strong and hard. The Kaioken X5 may not be enough to defeat him. I must increase my power to the maximum, although I don't know how long my body can hold, Goku thought as he tried to get up from the hole with the shape of his own body. Ha 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 ha. This is finally fun. I will show you the great difference between us crushing you like a bug. Vegeta yelled as he lifts his paw to make it fall later and crush the already crushed Goku. But at that moment. Kaioken X7. Plas. Goku increased his power at the right time to receive that stomp. And using the ground on his back as a fulcrum, with his legs he hit Vegeta's huge paw, destabilizing him with a single blow, and with that he made him fall to the ground to his amazement. Nanny! Vegeta yelled when he saw that he was inevitably falling to the ground. And then Goku took advantage of the power ball that Vegeta had put in the sky to use it against him. Solar Flare. Goku used the Ten Shinha technique to blind Vegeta momentarily before he fell to the ground. Komem. Ah! My eyes! I can't see! Kakarado, you bastard! How you dare! Vegeta thought and screamed from the ground as he tried to regain his vision and lift himself, until he realized something disturbing when he regained his vision some seconds later. Kami. Goku was in front of him and was illuminating his entire range of vision with blue color. Ichimi. And the origin of that blue light was precisely a Kamehame that Goku started preparing in the few seconds that Vegeta was blinded. Ha! A Kamehameha Kaioken X6 that was about to hit him a few meters away. Shit! Vegeta yelled when he saw that he had no chance of avoiding that attack. He barely had time to protect himself with his arms and his ki. Fuim. Biomem. The Kamehame hit Vegeta easily thanks to his colossal size, difficult to move, and the proximity to Goku. But thanks also to that large size, he managed not to fly away. Ah! Ah! Kakarado! Bastard! Ah! Goku shouted as he continued to channel his ki in his most iconic attack, in which he was using his actual power to the limit. Boundary at which the earth around him began to fracture and cause a mini-earthquake. The environmental damage in Dragon Ball is strange. Some attacks of 50,000 units can destroy worlds, and others of 1 million simply open small craters. Kaioken X7. And Goku continued to further increase his power, reaching the maximum limit that Broly announced at the beginning. Measure he took upon see that Vegeta was being able to counter what he aimed to be his final attack. Kakarado. You little. I'll kill you. King Kong Vegeta yelled, which was being dragged, injured and burned by that energy attack that for the second time hit his body that day. But unlike the first time, this time the torrent of energy hit his body, now devoid of armor, but nevertheless his head and specifically his mouth was free of all obstacles. And pointed at Goku. Oh shit! Goku said when he saw that a strange purple light began to appear in King Kong Vegeta's mouth. And that could only mean one thing. He was trying to fight back with an energy attack. That was very bad news. An attack that possibly wouldn't kill him, but that would prevent him from continuing to use that Kamehame. A Kamehame in which he was putting almost all his energy. Energy that will have wasted in the event that he could no finish him. There is no other way. Goku thought as he analyzed the situation while preparing to do something dangerous. Kaioken X8. And with this increase in power the Kamehame grew stronger. Ah! Nanny! Monkey Vegeta thought he didn't speak because his mouth was busy, noticing that the pain in his stomach was increasing and that his body was moving away from Goku faster. Impossible. Can he still increase his power further? Kaioken X9. Goku screamed once more as his red aura covered his body more furiously, body that was swelling due to the pressure that he couldn't bear, showing an abnormally bulky musculature. Ah! King Kong Vegeta shouted, which had to unintentionally cancel his mouth attack due to the unexpected increase in the power of the attack that was trying to destroy him. Therefore, he went on to use all his energy to defend himself against the Kamehameha. Cannot be. I can't lose to him. I can't lose to this slag. I am Vegeta. The greatest. Shit. He is too tough. So. Kaioken X10. Goku screamed as he exceeded his limits once more with the intention of sentencing that combat once again. Ah. This cannot be happening. Vegeta yelled again, who noticed once again that the power of Goku's Kamehameha had increased. Goku's attack had grown to the point of completely surpassing Vegeta's power. And this put him in a critical situation. Which couldn't counter. Ah. Ah. Both Goku and Vegeta screamed due to the great pain their bodies experienced when performing and receiving the Kamehameha. But especially Vegeta, who had gone flying once more, until in a few seconds he was completely out of sight, again. And as on the previous occasion, the public discussed Goku's move. However, this time the move was discussed in streaming. From the other world. Other world. North Kai planet. Tada, this car is the best. And this magic road that Broly has created for me to compensate for the loss of my other car is also the best, North Kai said, who was enjoying his new custom-made car while driving it on a magical road Broly had created for him, magic road inspired in Mario Kart's Rainbow Road. When suddenly, their antennas detected something. This key. Oh no, the combat. I had forgotten about him. Again. Is that Goku's key? It cannot be possible. It's too high to be his key. Oh no. He has used Kaioken to that level. He's crazy. His body cannot bear that multiplier. And he's barely without energy. And. Oh no. That Saiyan has become a great ape. And he's still alive. Oh no, Goku. You only have one alternative. You should use that. But you will only have one chance, North Kai shouted, who stopped the car and began to watch the fight with great concern. Back to Earth. On the battlefield. Goku with his gaze towards the horizon was looking for Vegeta at the same time that he tried to rest and recover from his injuries. Wounds that were caused by himself for using the Kaioken beyond his limits. That kind. He is still alive. He is very, very strong, Goku said as he waited for his enemy, who surpassed him in power and energy reserves. However, contrary to what he did in the official Dragon Ball, this time Goku was in a similar situation to what he was in the previous chapter. However, now he didn't just look up at the sky like an idiot and talk to Yajirobe, who wasn't even present this time. No. This time he did something very rational. Get ready for Vegeta's arrival. And precisely he did it with an extremely powerful technique, one that required a lot of preparation time. The ground, the oceans, and every living being. Please share a little of your energy with me. I'm begging you. And with this plea Goku began to perform his Genkidama, gathering the energy he could from the entire planet without human collaboration through the process of raising his hands to the sky. And while everyone but Broly watched fascinated as the energy of an entire planet began to gather in a single individual. Vegeta was starting to get up and recover from the second Kamehameha. In this saga Vegeta had an inhuman resistance that he will never have later, be it Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT or Dragon Ball Super. And this time, just like the last time, he took his time to recover energy, since he understood that Goku had spent almost all his energy in his last attack. And he wasn't wrong. So after 3 minutes, he reappeared in front of everyone one more time this day. Kakaroto. How you dare. No one had ever hurt me to such an extent. I'll kill you. I will destroy you and this entire solar system. I don't plan to leave even dust. Vegeta yelled as he flew at full speed with more hatred than ever. And this time Goku was able to gather all the energy he needed for this final phase. Goku, don't fail. You only have one chance. However, Goku did something that North Kai didn't expect at. He didn't gather the Genkidama in his hand to create a compact but very powerful energy sphere or gather it in the sky to create a giant sphere. Goku was assimilating this energy for himself. I haven't taught you to do that. When did you learn it? Wait. Is that even possible? North Kai shouted when he saw the great feat that Goku was performing. Goku was using the energy of a planet to regain his energies and increase his power for a short duration. He wasn't using that great power in a single attack with a high probability of failing, but consistently administering it in his own body. Genki lady. Broly version Goku screamed while he was being illuminated by a crisp bluish-white aura all over his body. Broly version. Damn you Broly. We agreed that I would teach him and you would only be his sparring partner. You have taught him a version of my own technique, one that not even I know. This is cheat. You stole my best student. North Kai yelled very furiously at Broly, as he felt as if he had been cheated on by a relative. Ha ha ha. I just shared a little bit of Moro's inspiration with Goku. Although this version doesn't absorb the soul of living beings and is respectful with the environment, Broly thought as he laughed at North Kai's reaction. And of course he was also glad to hear that Goku had kept his promise to announce the name of his technique, so that he could laugh at North Kai's reaction when he heard it. Dai Kakaroto. Garlic Cannon. Dai Kakaroto. You shouldn't have any energy left. You can't do anything against this, shouted and thought King Kong Vegeta, who launched into motion his characteristic technique for that time. And immediately. Kamehameha. Goku used a new Kamehameha to deflect Vegeta's energy attack again. What? Impossible. How can you have energy left? Ah. And once again Goku's Kamehameha surpassed his garlic cannon. I think this is the reason why in the following sagas he always invented new techniques. So Vegeta was dragged back by Goku's Kamehameha again. Damn, this is the third time the same thing happens. Damn all. Monkey Vegeta yelled as he tried to slow his uncontrolled advance with his feet, thus creating a dual-lane highway with his giant paws. But something was different this time. Since Goku moved at great speed to get behind Vegeta's huge body, which was still being pushed back uncontrollably. Slash. And with his hand he cut off the monkey tail of Prince Saiyan and walked away from there to avoid being crushed by his giant ape-like ass. And by losing the great increase in power of the Oozura form and its enormous size, the Kamehameha hit fully and without resistance against Hai. Ah. It seems that I have won. Goku gasped as he looked at the crater where Vegeta must have landed and tried to assimilate what he had left of Genkidama to fully regain his energies and try to heal his wounds. Crash. Crash. And from the crater, like a zombie. Vegeta got up again. Seriously, in this saga Vegeta was immortal. A Vegeta devoid of armor, seriously injured, covered in his own blood from head to toe, with an arm and several ribs broken and without a tail. A defeated Vegeta who only moved due to his pride, who refused to acknowledge his defeat and surrender. You. Don't make light of the Vegeta the Great. Vegeta yelled as he barely advanced towards Goku, wanting to continue fighting and above all, kill his enemy. And obviously this act of extreme pride, bravado, insanity, and unconsciousness won the fascination of the entire public. This guy is incredible in his way, said Krillin, who was impressed and terrified by the power, persistence and stubbornness of Vegeta despite despising him like no one else. Such tenacity, Yamcha said, who didn't even know what that was. He has been a tough nut to crack, said Piccolo, who was partly happy that Goku had won, and enjoyed this match very much, but didn't want to express it openly. My dad is the best. I told you he would win, Gohan shouted enthusiastically to Yam. Ahem. Yes, I didn't expect less from one of my apprentices. Although being analytical, you are now stronger than your father, Broly said as he protested again when he saw that Gohan didn't consider him the best. Vegeta, leave it. You fought well, Yam murmured, who was hurt to see how Vegeta had been so badly injured and proud of the great fight he had carried out. Since from the beginning there were suspicions that he would be unable to win, since the game administrator himself was in favor of one of the fighters. However, she watched without amazement and great emotion how Vegeta fought against all adversities without losing his pride even when he was badly injured and without energy. Showing the Saiyan pride that until recently she believed she had. Pride that was gradually replaced by a bitter sensation as she recalled all the events that happened on this peripheral planet. And while Yam looked at Vegeta with some sadness. Vegeta kept moving slowly but surely to Goku, still wanting to fight Kakarot. Pum. However, Goku welcomed him with a punch that made him eat sand once again. And at the same time he spoke the last words to him in this combat: my name is Goku. And I'm proud that I grew up on Earth. Never forget it. Chapter 157. My name is Goku. And I'm proud that I grew up on Earth. Never forget it, Goku said, looking over his shoulder at Vegeta, who was lying on the ground half dead from a hard fight and having lost his tail. Vegeta had no energy reserves. Serious injuries all over his body that hardly allowed him to move. Was surrounded by enemies that at this moment each and every one of them could kill him. His only possible ally whom he had not yet killed, had been lobotomized and was unable to fight. His ship had been hijacked by the greatest abomination he had ever known. And his pride was fractured after losing to someone he had despised and undervalued in every possible way before and after the fight. He was absolutely fucked. Goku. Dad. All the Z warriors shouted in joy, except Piccolo, seeing how their hero had shown the great potential of human martial arts to the universe. Aha. Guys, Goku said with great tiredness and pain. He could hardly stand up, but he was also very happy to see how his friends celebrated his triumph. They were so happy that everyone, except Piccolo, ran to hug him enthusiastically, as if they were fans of a soccer team going down to the field when their team had won the league in that last match in the last minute. But. Poem. They hit themselves halfway with a hard invisible wall, as if they had hit their heads against a glass so clean that was impossible to see. And as they rubbed their reddened noses, looked at the alleged 100 sure guilty. Bravo! 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 It was a super close match in which there was blood, excitement, epic speeches, insults, flashbacks. You gave the coup de grace thanks to the technique that I taught you during breaks, while Kaio-chan cooked. And you have achieved all that without the help of Krillin, Gohan and Yajirobe, who has not even deigned to come, Broly said as he approached Goku, applauding as he commented the outcome of the fight and compared it with the official version, out loud. Hey! What the hell are you saying? Everyone shouted, including Goku and Piccolo, and especially Krillin and Gohan. They were very confused by the barrier he erected in order not to celebrate Goku's victory and the strange comment that possibly referred to an alternative world that only existed in his strange mind. Or maybe not. I didn't say anything. Ahem. It's not time to celebrate yet. The fight is not over yet. Vegeta still hasn't given up, and I doubt he will do it. He is still alive and or is not inside a jar. Until we come to a conclusion, this fight will not end and we will not be able to enjoy the victory banquet that I have prepared. You see, I am a sometimes cruel, bastard, annoying and irritating god, but just, kind and generous in the end. Love me, Broly said, pretending not to have said anything suspicious before, reported why he had stopped the celebration and showed some anger of in principle unknown origin, as if he had been offended by someone's comment or attitude. Banquet? The most gluttonous and noisy shouted in amazement, okay, all except Piccolo, but especially Goku. And Krillin, suspecting the origin of Broly's discomfort, said, Broly-san, why do you say that? We never. However, Broly quickly interrupted him bluntly, I can read minds, although on many occasions I don't or pretend not to. I won't say anything else, Krillin replied after picking up on the hint and being scared by all the negative reviews he had of Broly in his mind. This. What will happen to Vegeta if I kill him? Will you bring him back to life? Goku asked, which after fantasizing about the banquet and ignoring the rest of the conversation, he worried again about ending the fight. Hey. Goku, what are you trying to say? Yes, I will resurrect him, but he has not won, which is why, like Raditz, he has lost his freedom. I will take him to a place where he will never see the sunlight again, I'll shave him like his father, I'll make him see his defeat every time he sleeps in his dreams. I'll make him be beaten by 5-year-olds with reduced mobility, I will make him dance ridiculously until he gets sores on his feet while wearing an apron, I will chemically and non-chemically castrate him to prevent him from reproducing. And when he tries to commit suicide, I will resurrect him indefinitely over and over again. The only way out for him is for me to get bored of him someday and that I throw him to the attic next to my electric guitar and skates. And it is hard for me to get bored of things, Broly said, explaining what he planned to do with Vegeta, the person who was officially married to his girlfriend, and whom he did not intend to treat with kindness, especially at this point in the manga, where he was a fucking scum. What? Vegeta and Yam shouted. They couldn't believe that Broly, who until now had only seen him do normal level jokes, hit them sometimes, heal and resurrect people, suddenly became such a sinister and cruel torturer. What a son of a bitch, those not involved in that torture thought, but suddenly they panicked remembering that Broly could read their minds and tried not to think about anything else. That is extreme even for me, said Piccolo, who was impressed by the wickedness of who until then believed that he was a somewhat bastard and selfish goody with too much power. I see. So, I think I give up. Hee Goku said quite relaxedly, as if what Broly had said did not deserve any extra appreciation. PPFF. Hahaha, and that answer made Broly burst out laughing, although he was already expecting that answer. Eesh. And unlike him, the others shouted when they heard the answer, although they also expected it. What the hell is this idiot saying? Vegeta thought with dismay, jubilation and rage, since this development of events was not expected for him. Why, Dad? Gohan asked, that given the circumstances he shouldn't question him, since he did the same. But he's a little boy, therefore he asked many questions about everything. Of such a stick, such a splinter, Piccolo and Yam said at the same time. Have you lost your mind, Goku? This guy tried to kill our friends and everyone in this world. If we let him go now he'll surely come here to kill us again. If you think this guy'll change his ways like Piccolo or Ten did, then you're making a huge mistake. This guy isn't like that. Is a monster that even killed his own friends. Several of his friends said to try to convince him that this was not a good idea. However, as with almost all the useful advices that our friends have ever given us in our life, we have ignored them, and Goku was no different, I know, but that Vegeta is on hell of a strong guy. I can't really explain it, but killing him would be a great waste. I guess it's because I'm a Saiyan too. Whenever I see someone strong my chest throbs. I want to fight with one more time. He has a lot of room for improvement. As whimsical as ever, all the Z warriors said upon hearing his absurd explanation, even Piccolo. Well, what are we going to do about it? The father copies the son this time. The winner of this match is Vegeta. But by default, due to pity, the worst kind of victory. If I were you, I would even feel insulted for winning in this way, Broly said, declaring Vegeta the winner while bleedingly disrespecting him. Fucking bastard. Someday, I swear. The next time I'll exterminate all of them. Vegeta thought with bloodshot eyes as he used all the power in his body to get up from the ground to try to maintain what little dignity he had left that day. And moments later, when he managed to stand up despite staggering over and over again, he said, "Cut this shit. I want my wish now." It should be said, please. But yes, of course. What do you want to order? Peace in the universe. Cure all existing diseases. Bring all Saiyans back to life, including your father and your planet. Give back to that pretty girl who loves you so much her ability to try to be as despicable as you that my student has stolen. Broly replied, explaining possible options in an extremely sarcastic way. WHWHW what? Yam thought with panic, shame and anger upon hearing that last possibility. Who loves you so much? What the hell was that motherfucker saying? Is he always looking for a way to humiliate everyone? Hadn't she had enough already? And after a few seconds in which Vegeta blushed, for a second in which he looked at Yam without knowing what to say or think, he behaved again as the cold, calculating being that until now had been. Haha. Stop saying stupid things. Bring the trash back to life and rebuild a filthy planet. Losing a valuable desire to help a former subordinate who should already be dead. You still don't know me well. Therefore, after a moment when everyone appreciated Vegeta's foreseeable perversity and Yam's bitter but sympathetic expression, Vegeta arrogantly formulated his wish. For a moment I thought about asking you for the transformation method that the brat used, but it is not a high priority for now, since with my Oozra transformation I can obtain a similar strength. Something that really tempts me is the formula to become the legendary Super Saiyan, which you possibly have. However, I will continue with my original plan. With absolute immortality it is only a matter of time before I can achieve all my goals. That transformation, being the legendary Super Saiyan, ruling the universe, destroying this filthy planet. And if I want more wishes I just have to go to the planet Namek. If a Namekian here has created them on the origin planet, there must be more. Nothing will be out of my reach. And upon hearing his intentions, expressed in an incredible murderous aura and genuine conviction to accomplish his goals, objections were heard among the public. This guy is despicable. Broly, I think you shouldn't. But Broly did not listen to the advice of his friends. Okay. Your wish will be granted. Enjoy your immortality, Broly said, snapping his fingers and granting the wish to Vegeta. Oh no, everyone but Goku and Yam shouted at the same time when they saw that Broly had just done something terrible, for them and for the universe. You shouldn't give such a power to a psychopath like him. And Vegeta quickly began to notice that something in him was changing after the snap of fingers. Yes, this feeling. Something is changing in me. I feel power. I feel like my wounds. Wait. Why aren't my wounds healing? Vegeta asked, who did not understand why his totally wounded and energyless body did not recover instantly after achieving perfect immortality. The logical thing would be for his body to repair itself and recover all the energy and stamina quickly. But it wasn't. He felt exactly the same as before. And that's when Broly's solemn face changed, being replaced by that of a fucking manga bastard who had won a card game with elaborate and crawling traps while explaining in his inner monologue how he had won with cheats, observing with satisfaction the miserable situation of the one to whom he had ruined his life. Oh yeah. You see, in the case of asking a wish in a non-altruistic way, if your team has not won the team match, it comes with certain disadvantages. In the case of immortality, it is that your body from now until eternity will stay exactly the same. Just as young, just as healthy, well-fed, muscular, alive, that it will be impossible to kill in any way or deteriorate you with anything, but with the same injuries, energy levels and power as at the same moment you ask for that wish. So you should forget to heal, recover and become stronger. For this reason I suggested one of those altruistic wishes. But anyway, I have to respect the individual initiative of other people, even if they are wrong. Chapter 158. Oh yeah. You see, in the case of asking a wish in a non-altruistic way if your team has not won the team match, it comes with certain disadvantages. In the case of immortality, it is that your body from now until eternity will stay exactly the same. Just as young, just as healthy, well-fed, muscular, alive, that it will be impossible to kill in any way or deteriorate you with anything, but with the same injuries, energy levels and power as at the same moment you ask for that wish. So you should forget to heal, recover and become stronger. For this reason I suggested one of those altruistic wishes. But anyway, I have to respect the individual initiative of other people, even if they are wrong, Broly said to Vegeta while trying to make it 100% evident that he had cheated on him and was enjoying this situation very much. And after a few seconds of silence, in which absolutely everyone watched Broly with narrowed and dismayed eyes, the mouth wide open due to stupefaction, amazement, admiration, hate, fear, bewilderment and many other emotions. Being the least expected person who broke the silence in the least expected way. Ha 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 ha. This is the first joke you make that has really been funny. Ha 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 ha. Piccolo said while holding his belly, which started to hurt from how much he was laughing. Hee. Broly, you really scared us. 10 and Chaos said after feeling deeply relieved. We thought you were really going to give that beast so much power. Ha ha ha. Yamcha and Mutant Rashi said, after feeling relieved too. Gohan tried to hold back his laughter, covering his mouth with both hands. PFF, PFF. Krillin was laughing at Vegeta, who was still looking at Broly in shock, his face, wah wah ha. And Yam looked at the bottle where his sister was still locked, now not regretting her decision at all. Vegeta expressed his extreme confusion, anger, helplessness and outrage, as if he were a retiree who had run out of savings due to a bank scam and was going to protest to the branch director. You. Ah. Damn fucking bastard. You didn't say anything like that. You never asked me if there were more conditions. Did you really think I was going to give such a convenient wish to a bastard like you just like that? Ha. You're the one who still doesn't know me well enough. Wah 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 wah. Baka. 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 Wah ha 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 ha. Broly said as he laughed evilly while making an extremely evil face that was even scaring his own allies. Broly-sensei, now you look like the real villain, Gohan thought as he observed a wickedness that was out of the scale of evilness on his sensei's face and the utter despair on Vegeta's face. No. It can't be, this can't be happening. This is horrible, this is something worse than death. It's no different than what would happen if I lost, Vegeta thought as he fell to the ground on his knees. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't hurt himself anymore because of Broly's flawed wish, Vegeta would be spitting blood right now and surely one of his eyes would have exploded due to the great anger he felt. He had achieved his goal. But at a price he was unwilling to accept. Wait, Broly. If I have understood correctly, have you made him unable to recover or become stronger? Goku yelled, still complaining about his injuries and asking Broly what he had done to be sure he understood everything, even though it was evident. Yes, it is a good summary, Broly replied, resetting his facial expression so as not to look like a blood-eating human-eating demon like few seconds ago. That is not possible. If so, my surrender has been useless. This way I won't be able to fight him again. Goku yelled, very outraged too, almost as much as Vegeta. Well, you may be right. What do you think of this, Vegeta? I can cancel your immortality. Although. Of course you can't ask me for another wish, just cancel this one, Broly said, trying to pretend to be sympathetic. For real? Yes. Cancel it right now. Vegeta yelled, who had regained hope again, but still wary that Broly kept his word as if he were a dog that had been mistreated multiple times and is afraid when someone try to pet him. Of course. As long as you thank Goku and me for giving you this second chance. You will have to thank in a very effusive way, Broly said, reincarnating the expression of a malevolent demon who enjoyed the suffering of others. Bastard. Vegeta thought when he verified that that son of a bitch had played with him one more time. And Broly obviously continued to punish Vegeta once more. Come on. I'm not seeing you kneel down and thank us for how incredibly kind we are. Therefore, Vegeta, with all the pain in his soul, and doubting thousands of times in a few seconds, knelt down in front of Broly, whom he hated and feared in an abnormal way, and in front of Goku, whom he also deeply despised and hated. And he said with extreme difficulty, anger, humiliation and hostility, feeling as if his pride had been fragmented into 1,000 pieces, "Thank you very much." And seeing how Vegeta completely gave up his pride in exchange for not being an injured invalid for all eternity, Broly showed a gleaming face full of satisfaction and said, "Ha ha ha. I don't notice much appreciation in you. But okay, it's already fixed. Here you have your spaceships. We have seen you enough. I have more things to do today besides humiliating you. Seeing that the 5 spaceships appeared in front of him, he did not think twice and advanced to his property, to escape from that planet that had only brought him disgrace and humiliation. And after sitting in his chair, which stained with blood, he looked outside and said curtly before his spaceship took off, "Yam, goodbye. FAUU." And with that sound, Vegeta's tiny, spherical spaceship took off and quickly disappeared from view of everyone, except Broly's. Only one last alien invasion remains alive on Earth and everyone set their eyes on her. Can I and my sister really leave, and won't you do anything strange to us? Yam asked with many doubts after seeing how incredibly tricky Broly was. Of course not. Who do you take me for? Broly responded indignantly to this insulting accusation. And obviously everyone stared daggers at Broly for obvious reasons due to that answer. Then, after that little gag where Yam tried to ignore the risks, she removed the seal from the bottle where her sister was to free her. So she came out of the bottle and was obviously confused by the current situation, since her last memory was being absorbed by a jar. Hey! What has happened? Nechan? Where is Nappa? And Vegeta? Ah! The pervert! Ginger yelled, who tried to understand the strange situation she was in while hiding very embarrassed and fearful behind her sister to avoid Rashi's lewd hands. And before Ginger continued to cause a show and ask more questions, Yam stopped that situation by affectionately hitting her head. "Ginger, get on the ship, I'll explain everything later." So Ginger, understanding that something had happened to Vegeta, and Nappa, and especially his sister, who had a strange look and behavior, answered while obeying her, "Ooki sister." It was then that Gohan, concerned about the person he had brainwashed, asked, "What will you do from now on?" However, Yam only replied inside her spaceship ship while Ginger grimaced at Mutant Rashi, "We'll see. FAUU. FAUU." And in this way all aliens were eliminated or expelled from planet Earth. "It's a pity, those girls are hot. Should have offered to stay in my house to live," said Mutant Rashi, who felt he had missed a great opportunity in his new life as a young single man. And Goku crumbled to the ground, shattered by Vegeta's wounds and his own double-edged technique. Wounds and pain that until now he only mitigated thanks to the variant of Genki Dama that Broly had taught him, but that due to the little control of Goku dissipated in no time. "Ah! I was recently resurrected and now I feel half dead. Ha ha ha," Goku said as he looked up at the sky with great difficulty breathing. "Goku, eat a senzu bean. You will recover right away," said Krillin as he took a senzu bean from the large bag that Goku brought with him and put one in his mouth. "Niam. Thank you, Krillin. This has been an awesome match. I'm dying to fight someone as strong as him again," Goku said after recovering and thinking again about his addiction. "Please don't talk about fighting and dying for a while," said Krillin, who was only thinking of having a long vacation right now. "I agree. Besides, only I have the authorization to kill you," Piccolo said in a braggart, but also comical and ironic way, since to date he had been the only one capable of killing him. Ha 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 ha. They all laughed to release the tension accumulated by this crisis and also by the previous one in which Piccolo was the antagonist. But now for some reasons they were treating him like another partner. "Ah. Yeah. At last I will be able to relax a little and enjoy a bit of peace," said Gohan, who stretched out on the ground just like his father and looked at the sky with happiness, thinking that from now on everything would be fine. However, "Take this, Gohan," said Broly, who approached him and handed him a senzu bean. "And this because?" "I'm barely hurt," replied Gohan, who was puzzled by this action. To which Broly replied, "I know, but you will need all the possible energy taking into account what awaits you next." And moments later, an apocalyptic sound overwhelmed our tired and relaxed protagonists. "Gohan." Chapter 159. "Gohananen," said someone with a powerful, sinister and furious voice from the underworld that echoed through the until few minutes ago peaceful wasteland. Oh no. Chi-Chi. Mama. Goku and Gohan shouted when they recognized the person with that bloodthirsty voice that was right above them, in Bulma's official vehicle in which everyone traveled in times of emergency. However, that was not the most surprising thing. "Hey guys," said another less aggressive female voice coming from the same direction. Since someone was descending without flight equipment from the vehicle, someone from whom nobody expected this feat. That's why everyone said incredibly surprised, "It can't be Bulma." That's right. Bulma had jumped out of her flying vehicle and flew down in the same way our heroes did, where our heroes were. "Hello honey, I've missed you," Broly said, opening his arms to receive her in the middle of the fall. "It's only been a few hours, you can't miss me that much, hee hee. By the way, couldn't you have been even more exaggerated?" Bulma said sarcastically as she fell into Broly's arms. Come on, you know I have held back a lot, Broly said as they started acting lovey-dovey in front of everyone. This was a gooey situation that almost nobody liked, especially one of those present, but that sultry scene for their eyes did not make them forget what had just happened a few seconds ago. Bulma, you just flew. Fly through ki. How is that possible? Yamcha asked, who asked in part for the extreme curiosity he had and because nobody likes to see how your ex improves in life by being with another man. Let's say it's the fault merit of my boyfriend. It's not like I'm opposed to being powerful like you or not that I had any interest. I just didn't want to and couldn't train like an animal out of this world to accomplish it. But when Broly taught me that there were other methods that did not require training to become strong and that there were techniques such as the body multiplication, which is helping me to advance with my experiments as if there were 100 Bulmas. I can't find reasons why I shouldn't become the smartest and strongest woman in the world, Bulma said, showing her increase in power had not been the only thing that Broly had influenced her ego also multiplied exponentially. So you've come down like that to show off? Krillin asked suspiciously. And Bulma, who was not at all embarrassed by that, replied, yes, but above all to get away as soon as possible. Gohan. 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 He had lied to her completely for a year and had come to fight although she didn't want him to. Surely she was very very angry and that she was going to scold him strongly. Gohan-chan, I'm glad you're okay. I was so worried. Are you okay? Chi-Chi yelled as he hugged Gohan and checked that his son was not missing limbs or had been hurt. Huh. And obviously Gohan was confused, he expected a quarrel and not a hug. Hello Chi-Chi, said Goku, who had not seen his wife in a year and in his own way missed her. Gohan is fine, but Goku's in worse condition. Hey, look. Over there, Krillin said, who wanted to mediate in that matter. However, both were ignored. Surely you've been very scared. Mommy will never let you leave your side again. Chi-Chi said as she continued displaying her ultra-protective mother complex. Honey, promise me that when we have children you will not become hysterical, Broly whispered to Bulma after seeing how incredibly psychotic and obsessive Chi-Chi was with her son. Oh. Are you already thinking about having a child? Hee how cute, Bulma replied to Broly, also whispering flirtatiously. Nothing's wrong, Mom. I'm fine, Gohan said, relieved that there was no punishment or anger. That's why he tried to calm her down to prevent her from continuing to embarrass him in front of everyone. They were still filming. However, the remedy was worse than the disease. For real. So. Now I'd like you to explain why you were here when I forbade it and for how long you've been lying to me. Explain yourself, little boy. Was you father the one who convinced you to do this? Shouted Chi-Chi, who continued to behave like a psychotic but now a more dangerous one, not only for her son, but also for the rest of the population. Hey. What are you talking about? I was dead. Goku thought, feeling very offended and confused by that comment. He had done nothing at all. This Gohan said, very overwhelmed and intimidated by the situation, not knowing what to say or respond in front of the most terrifying being in the universe. His mother. Which he did not know how to face, especially because he was in the wrong. For this reason, he looked at his partner in crime for support. And for this he used the deadly technique that he had been practicing for months. Puppy watery eyes. A deadly technique in which Gohan looked at his sensei like an adorable hungry abandoned puppy crying for some food. And since everyone was looking at Broly at that moment after seeing Gohan's adorable face desperately asking for help, Broly had no choice but to do what he always did. His specialty. Lying and manipulating emotionally. Chi-Chi-san, you shouldn't blame Gohan. The reason he was in two places at once is because I taught him a technique that allows him to multiply by 100 if you have 100 units of power or more. A technique that he asked me to learn so that he could study hundreds of subjects at the same time while he was with his mother, whom he loves so much, precisely at the moment when she felt most alone after the death of her father. The poor Gohan-chan just wanted to be with you at the same time that he was preparing to give you a big surprise by showing that even now as a toddler he could be accepted at any university in the world. And as for the fight. At first I did not want him to participate in this event either, but almost every time he finished an exam with a 10 and he asked me about his father, how strong he is and how much he wanted to be as strong as he was and how he wanted to see him. I simply could not prevent him from participating in this event as a reward for his great development. Therefore, after taking all the necessary measures to guarantee the safety of your son and that of all the participants except Yamcha, I let him participate. I understand your feelings as a mother, Chi-Chi-san, and I regret not having warned you in advance, but it was impossible for me to deny a genius in everything. The only thing that he has ever begged me make his two parents proud in the two subjects they love the most, studies and martial arts. I take full responsibility. Sorry. And after a few seconds in which everyone listened with stupefaction, that extremely effusive speech, extremely well executed, either in dialogue and performance, which even almost convinced those who knew or suspected that all of this was a fucking lie to a certain point. This, Gohan, is all that true? Chi-Chi asked, very shocked as she looked at her son. And Gohan, after being perplexed by all the lies that Broly had told in his favor, replied in a cowardly but sensible way, yes, it's all true, Mom. Ah, my Gohan, you are such a good and considerate boy. Sorry for yelling at you, but your mother was scared to death. Chi-Chi yelled once more like a hysterical overprotective mother as she hugged Gohan one more time. And as for Gohan, this time he kept quiet so as not to worsen the situation. While inside Bulma's vehicle, the television presenter said through portable television that they were carrying to watch the combat during the journey. You have already seen it, dear spectators. The Earth has been saved once again thanks to the appearance of strong fighters. The Terracols have been able to teach those aliens who are the number one and made them ran with their tail between their legs. Although honestly, some of them don't seem to be Earthlings. In fact, the one who seemed to have everything under control seems to be of their race. And seriously, that green guy does not look much like King Piccolo. Yes, that same one, the one that terrorized this world less than a decade ago. No one remembers his appearance anymore except for me. And by the way, the guy. That strange-haired guy looks a lot like the Cheel who defeated him, right? Seriously, that hairstyle is unmistakable. I doubt that there are many people with the same style. Am I really the only one who notices these details? Do we have monkeys working in the research department? Yes. 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 I know. I only have to transmit the stupid patriotic propaganda. No one cares about my valuable opinions. I live surrounded by idiots. Surely in the future, if any of these murderous maniacs wander around our world like normal people, no one will remember them. And seriously, nobody is going to try to interview those people who just saved us all. Are we not even going to try to locate them? Damn, we have pretty accurate filming. It shouldn't be impossible to know their identities, to talk to them later, and give them an achievement medal or something. This have no fucking sense. In addition, before there were humans and animal humanoids living together with total normality, and in a matter of a few years the animal humanoids have disappeared from the cities as if they no longer existed. Does anyone else seem strange? Damn, our king is a humanoid animal. Why is this not a matter of national interest? Besides, you didn't realize that. Yes. 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 Now I'll say all that bullshit. Once again the Earth has prevailed, and we will do it again no matter how many times our enemies try to finish us off. Long live the Earth. I hope I can retire soon. Speech that our brave warriors whom nobody would try to locate after having saved the world once more, to give them a fucking medal or something, just like they did with Satan in his false victory against Cell. Did not hear, since they were trying to regain their mental energy after a year of constant tension from the invasion. So, to make sure everything was over and they could finally rest, someone asked a question. Well, I guess the problems are over for now, this time for real. Right? Krillin said while looking at Broly for an affirmative confirmation.